Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 1-0, Chapter 1. A knock on the door broke the calm of the morning. Night, get up. Today is an important day for you to go to the personality registry to test your personality, so you can't be late. Your dearest grandfather will come too. In the dark room, the walls are covered with all kinds of anime posters, and the bookshelf and table are full of all kinds of comic books and game consoles, full of the atmosphere of the two-dimensional house, but the sleeping on the bed is a 3 or 4-year-old, like a porcelain doll-like black-haired little Shota, inexplicably full of a sense of disobedience. Xiaotiao heard the knock on the door and struggled on the bed for a while, and then there was no movement. Xiao Ye, Xiao, Miu Betsu, with a bang, the door was slammed against the wall, and I saw a beautiful red-haired young woman with a frosty face standing in front of the door and maintaining a posture of kicking the door, next to a black-haired man who was about to persuade. The beautiful young woman glanced at Xiaotiao, who was still sleeping in her dream, and walked to the window and opened the curtains, and the strong sunlight shone on Xiaotiao's face through the window. Ah, my eyes! Xiaotiao covered his eyes with his hands and rolled back and forth on the bed. Little bird swims summer night, now, immediately, right away, get me dressed and washed, I'll see you at the table in 5 minutes. Quote. After saying that, he slammed the door and left, leaving only the father and son looking at each other. Such a violent mother, I really don't know how my father likes it, and sure enough, men, they are all from the Appearance Association. Quote, I'm not a man, not even a boy, I'm just a Shota. That's right, that's exactly what we're looking for, the birdie summer night. Spit out the toiletry in his mouth, pull over the towel and wipe his face, looking at the cute Juntai in the mirror on a summer night. His brain can't help but recall his previous life, a otaku who is about to enter society, but he is still dreaming of middle school all day long. When he went to participate in the comic exhibition, he went to the toilet, and he was inexplicably reincarnated into this world. When I first came to this world, I thought I was a winner in life. Aren't those travel novels all acting like this? Although the previous life was just a two-dimensional house, but in this life, with the knowledge of my previous life, I believe that I will be able to rise, become rich and handsome to marry Baifume, and at the worst, I will become a current fool. He was still in the delivery room, clenching his little fist tightly and making a plan for his future life. However, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face, knocked him to the ground, and mercilessly made up for him a few times. When he saw the big guy on the TV who laughed wildly and said, "It's okay, because I'm here," full of philosophy, and different from ordinary people's painting style, he realized that he was thinking too much, and he came to My Hero College world. Why can't I go to an everyday world, to come to this dangerous world, how can I mix it up? Complained Summer Night. That's right, the world of My Hero Academia is actually quite dangerous, although it is not described in the original book, but I don't know how many disasters there are in the places where the camera is not given. You must know that you have received invitations from more than 4,000 offices in the workplace, and you can see how chaotic the world is. After all, if there are not so many disasters, you can't support so many hero firms, it's terrible. At least the sound of explosions and sirens sounding from time to time outside is very telling. This is still under the deterrence of the symbol of peace, Armit. If you wait for Armit and AFO to fall, I can't imagine what chaos will become. Thinking that he was going to live in such a world, the Summer Night instantly closed himself, locked himself in the room and hid in the corner of the wall shivering. Fortunately, the parents in this life did not give up on this strange child in the eyes of others, cared for him in their own ways, warmed his heart, and helped him integrate into the family and the world. This made him, who had no relatives in his previous life and had no concern for the original world, found concern in this world. Hey, I just don't know if his roommate will help him destroy the data on the hard drive, and what kind of feeling will he feel when the school teacher and classmates go to claim the corpse. Chapter 2. Not long after washing up in the summer night, I ran downstairs, cautiously looked at the beautiful young woman who was sitting at the dining table and ate the last bite of breakfast, walked to the dining table honestly, and climbed up the chair with difficulty and sat upright. Slow down, don't fall, didn't you read the comics late last night? Children should keep getting enough sleep. A squinting man with glasses stood by the kitchen counter wearing a pink apron, first handing the freshly made breakfast for summer night, and then handing this morning's newspaper to Miu, concerned. This polite black-haired man is the father of Summer Night's life, Katori Sato, who is a family cook, and even so, Summer Night still feels that he may be a hidden boss. After all, squinting eyes are monsters. It's not too late, Dad. Quote. It's weird, don't think I don't know you. Next time you read comics and play games at night and can't get up the next day, I'll burn all your messy things for you. Quote. The red-haired young woman who was reading the newspaper at the table glanced at Xia Ye coldly, and Xia Ye shrank her head in fright, pretending to fight against the breakfast on the plate, and did not dare to fight back. This hot-tempered red-haired woman is the mother of Summer Night's life, Katori Yu Xiaye, a professional hero, who has recently succeeded as the director of a hero firm, and has become a workaholic and has a rare breakfast at home today. Ding dong, the doorbell rings. It should be my father's arrival. I'll open the door. Sato immediately put down the kitchen utensils in his hand, took off his apron and rested on the kitchen counter, and walked to the entrance to open the door. And Miu couldn't help but put down the newspaper in her hand and stood up to face the entrance. On the contrary, the summer night that used to eat breakfast with his head buried like an ostrich turned indifferent, and from time to time he looked at the entrance with his eyes, and his eyes kept rolling, and he didn't know what the hell he was thinking. When he opened the door, Xia Ye saw an old man with red hair and a stiff face standing at the door with a bag, and Sato hurriedly stretched out his hand to take the bag from the old man's hand. It's just that the old man saw that it was the little bird Yu Sato who opened the door, and then snorted and pulled Sato's hand away, and then swept his cold gaze to Miyu at the table, and strode over, and the little bird Yu Miyu also lowered his head unconsciously, not daring to look at him. I've heard that the firm has recently received nearly 30% fewer assignments, and there have been a lot of complaints. Can you explain to me? I have only been handing over the firm to you for less than 3 months, and you have become like this. How did you promise me in the first place? Miyu lowered her head and didn't speak, and Sato, who was standing on the side, hurriedly played around. Father, you can't blame Mayu. Mayu has been doing it very hard, but since you were injured and retired, the people below think that Mayu has low qualifications and is young, and it is also against the law to do the task, and he deliberately makes trouble, which often leads to the failure of the mission. Miyu has actually tried her best to make up for it. Quote, HMPH, this group of white-eyed wolves, now the wings are hard, I just retired and began to turn back. There are people who dare to take the task as a child's play. Those who are not good at doing the task have resigned to me. The big deal is just the downgrade of the firm, and then send me a copy of the list. If I can still let them find the office, I don't deserve to be called the angry flame hero. Is it really that I Tianzhongli is a sick cat? After speaking, the old man, no, Tianzhongli slapped his palm on the dining table, and the firelight flashed and left a charred palm print. The atmosphere fell silent. Grandpa, you won't forget what you're here for today, right? At this time, a cute little Zhengtai broke the silence. Tianzhongli was stunned for a moment. His cold eyes swept to the side, and he saw the summer night just after breakfast. The painting style changed abruptly, and the original angry face instantly smiled like an old chrysanthemum in full bloom. Ah, my dear little grandson Xiao Ye, do you miss your grandfather? Grandpa wants to kill you. As he spoke, he came up, and kept rubbing his old face against the summer night, and the look of not agreeing with him just now as if he was going to eat someone. It was like two people. I think about it, but someone bullied Xiao Ye. She actually said that Xiao Ye's baby is a mess, and she has to burn them all. Xiao Ye is so sad. Xia Ye pretended to be sad and said, who is so bold as to dare to bully my Xiao Ye, and wants to burn my Xiao Ye's baby? She is not afraid that I will burn her. Tianzhongli stared, and the couple next to him could only stand awkwardly and did not dare to talk. When you were a child, you didn't treat me like a daughter. Mayu secretly said in her heart. By the way, 80% of the comic game consoles in Summer Night were bought by Tianzhongli. Although it's not the first time they've seen each other, Sato and Miwa still can't help twitching the corners of their mouths. By the way, Sayo, look what this is. Quote, Tianzhongli said and took out the contents of the bag, as if the treasure offering version had come to Xia Ye in front of him. The latest version of the Flame Kid comic adapted from the heroic deeds of Anderwana Kid when he was young, and there is also Anderwana Kid's autograph on it, but no one else can get it. Quote, Tianzhongli showed off to Xia Ye, with an expression that was about to worship me. Summer Night opened the title page of the book, and sure enough, Andwa's signature was written. Not only that, but it also read, I hope that the bird will become the pride of the angry flame hero in Summer Night Boom Flame Silyu. This blessing is no better than a signature. Andwa's signature is rare enough, and it is estimated that his own son will not be able to get a blessing like this. How's that? What's the matter? Now believe what my grandfather said. I said a long time ago that Andrew's workplace experience was in our office, and I personally brought him at that time. That kid was so, rough, and it wasn't up to me to wipe his ass. Xia Ye couldn't help but have a black line. At first he really thought that this was the old man's bragging, and he ridiculed it, but he didn't expect the old man to remember it now, and he deliberately went to find Andrew. He could already imagine how wonderful Andrew's paralyzed face expression was. Chapter 3. Father, it's not too early. Let's go to the personality registration office first, and Miwa and I will go to the garage to drive. Quote, Sato cautiously interrupted Tanae Ryo's eventful years, and after speaking, he and Miyu hurriedly left here. I hate this kid Sato. No matter how long it takes, people can't like it. Quote, Tianzhongli, who was interrupted, couldn't help but stare at Sato's departing back, and said to the summer night next to him. After all, he arched the cabbage that other people's families had worked so hard to grow. Replied with a grin, you little clever ghost, if you hadn't secretly called me this time, I really didn't know that there was such a big mess in the office. Your mother, hey. Quote, Mom, she's just worried about your injury, so she'd rather carry it herself. Quote, hey, then you only feel sorry for your mother, don't you feel sorry for your grandfather? Tianzhongli teased, it's not that you want to come out to fight the enemy, my mother just cares too much about what you left her, so she can't make the right decision, but I didn't expect my grandfather to be so desperate and directly block those troublemakers. Quote, at this time, Tianzhongli suddenly turned straight and said solemnly. Sayo, you have to remember that people believe in heroes before they give the task to the hero. Don't take the trust of others as a joke and child's play. I can accept the mission failure, but I can't fail deliberately. I hope you can become a hero worthy of trust. Quote, hero, quote dot. On the other side, Sato and Miu walked to the garage to prepare to drive, and at this time, Miu rarely showed a sad face. My father's expectations for Xiao Ye are higher than my own daughter, and my father has always believed that Xiao Ye can become a hero who surpasses him. But I've always felt that Xia doesn't seem to be interested in heroes, and Saya's personality hasn't, yet. Hey, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? No matter what Xiao Ye does in the future, it will still be our Xiao Ye, even if it is true. The two of us can keep the night safe. In the driving car, Xia Ye watched his grandfather talk about his heroic deeds when he was young, but in fact, Xia Ye also understood his grandfather's intentions and wanted him to become a hero. But all this time, Summer Night has not shown any worship for a certain hero and is incompatible with other children. But that doesn't mean he's not interested in being a hero, he's just not like other kids who shout in front of others every day that I'm going to be a hero like that. Come on, he's a mature kid. Well, he's just hiding in his room and shouting secretly. Captain Dragonfly, phew, the otaku system is coming to see you. A voice sounded in his head. Clam, Summer Night with a black question mark on his face. Xia Ye turned his head to look left and right, suddenly reacted, and asked silently in his heart, are you my golden finger, the legendary golden finger? Are you Lao Su's master? Summer Night has a, you seem to be teasing me, expression. Lao Su's golden finger is broken. The system isn't broken, it's just a little uncomfortable to meet the host. Quote, can you make me stronger, then? Asked Summer Night curiously. You can solve this problem by charging money, how can you become strong without charging money, and create happiness with your heart? Clams, penguin, just kidding, this system does not have a recharge function, please rest assured. Quote. Are you happy now? Yes, quite a pleasure. On a summer night, the word, well, began to emerge in his head. Forget it, as is customary, system, open my properties panel. By the way, you have this function, right? Of course, host. Birds swim on summer nights. Age, 4 years old. Personality, secondary 2, comic. Personality, transform can change into any form, but does not increase combat power. Class, otaku. Character card, none. Items, none. Otaku value, 100. Initial, mission, novice quest, surprise of loved ones. You have just awakened your personality and surprise your loved ones who are worried about you. The quest rewards a random character card. Hey, my personality is a transformation, has I just awakened, and what are the character cards and otaku values? The host can obtain the character's ability by equipping the character card. The characters of the items and character cards come from various anime, games, film and television works. The otaku value can be obtained by completing tasks, and 100 otaku value can be used for a lottery, and 10 times the character card must be released. Quote, there's still an initial otaku value of 100, so I hope there's something good. Summer Night rubbed his little hands. The time has come to decide the bloodline, and it depends on the rights and wrongs of Europe in this life. System, start the draw. Congratulations to the host for getting a women's set. Summer Night looked at the familiar women's outfit in the inventory, and suddenly had a bad feeling. You were there at the Comic-Con, weren't you? Yes, that's why I'm so late. I thought it was a female host, and it was a female template that was loaded, so I had to re-modify the loading, the system grumbled, ignoring the darkening face of the Summer Night. System, do you have an uninstall function? Quote. Chapter 4, Default, Dyslexic, Roboto, Laura, Chevron _left, Chevron _right, Knights _stay. Sitting in the VIP lounge, Summer Night watched the queue of long snakes line up outside. There are always some unfairness in the world that cannot be avoided, and noble people naturally enjoy privileges, and Tian Zhongli, as a veteran hero, undoubtedly has the qualifications to enter here. Capitalism of all evils. Summer Night sighed as she drank freshly squeezed juice and turned her head to look at the situation in the lounge. About a dozen children fidgeting next to their parents. Some of them did not reveal their personality to test, and some showed their personality to verify the registration. Summer Night sat quietly next to her mother, not feeling nervous at all. Little sister, I want to refill the cup. Summer Night raised the cup in her hand and called to the waitress passing by. This sound, which was out of step with the tense atmosphere in the lounge, instantly attracted the curious eyes of the surrounding area. Summer Night doesn't care about that, waiting for the waitress to finish refilling, still drinking juice and studying the system by herself. I feel like Xia has changed, although Xia used to look happy, but I always felt like I was hiding something. I was afraid of something, but now I feel confident, as if the real Xia is back. Miu on the side looked at Natsuya and whispered to Sato. I don't know what happened in the car, but isn't this change a good thing? Sato laughs. Is your son here to register his personality, too? He doesn't look nervous at all. At this time, a luxuriously dressed lady next to her took the initiative to talk to Meiyu, and a little girl hid behind her, revealing her little head, looking timidly at Xia Ye's family, but frequently swept her eyes to Xia Ye. No, our family is here to test her personality. Has your daughter already revealed her personality? Yes, it seems to be a creative personality. This time I came here to verify the registration, even then she was very nervous. Your son is really amazing. Mothers are really amazing creatures, and they have a lot of chatter when they talk about their children, even the hot-tempered Miu. Hello, my name is 8,000,000. What's your name? A glutinous voice interrupted the study of the skill of Juice Summer Night. 8,000,000. Isn't that the eldest lady in Class A in the next 1 year who has a figure that is not inferior to that of an adult? Summer Night glanced at the little bean in front of me, and I have to say that the current 8,000,000 is quite cute. My name is Little Bird Summer Night. Hello. Aren't you nervous at all? I heard that you haven't revealed your personality yet, in case. 8,000,000. Little Lori suddenly realized something. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, I'm so rude. It's okay, I don't mind. In fact, I just woke up my personality. My parents don't know it yet. I plan to surprise them, Xia Ye whispered in the ear of little Lori. Really? That's great. Little Lori was happy for this friend she had just met. As the eldest lady, she didn't have many friends of the same age. I've heard that your personality is creative, and it seems like you're all very powerful. But I'm a little scared. I've heard that creative personalities seem to be demanding from users. Don't worry, Bai looks smart. It will not be difficult for you. You can definitely become a good hero. Hey, how do you know that I want to be a hero? Even my parents don't know. 8,000,000. Little Lori asked curiously. Ah, well, how could anyone not want to be a hero? Summer Night wiped a cold sweat and finally came back. Yes, do you want to be a hero in the summer night? My goal is Shanggying. Little Lori clenched her little fists tightly. Bai is so smart and cute, he will definitely be able to enter Shanggying. What about the summer night? Xia Ye was stunned. Yes, I already have a system. Since I have come to this world, how can I not enter Shanggying? That's right, I will definitely enter the of Shanggying. Summer Night and 8,000,000. Little Lori get along very well, chatting about their respective lives. Listening to the 8,000,000 tell about the distress of being the eldest lady, Xia Ye said that he was very envious, and his saliva was about to stay. Let him bear this kind of rich man's trouble, although the family conditions of Xia Ye's family are good, but it must not be compared with the 8,000,000 family whose home is bigger than the park. Next, birds swim in summer nights. In the blink of an eye, it was the turn of summer nights to be tested. Xia Ye waved at his worried parents and grandfather and millions of little Lori, and followed the staff into the testing room. The test room was very large, and there were several testers standing in the center, and when they saw Xia Ye coming in, they planned to let Xia Ye stand under the test equipment. This instrument can detect whether a person's personality has awakened at the moment, even if it is a hidden personality. After all, even if some personality is awakened, the user does not feel it, and does not know how to use it. Out of professionalism, the tester explained to Xia Ye that it didn't matter if a 3 or 4-year-old child could understand it or not. I've awakened my personality, I just woke up today, and I didn't have time to tell my parents, Summer Night quickly avoided. Hey, have you awakened your personality? What kind of personality is it? If it's a destructive personality test, it's not on our side, and we have to arrange it for you. I can be what I want to be, he said, and suddenly became taller and turned into the tester's appearance, which startled the tester. Chapter 5. The bird swims in the summer night, and the change is the personality, transformation, which can change the image humanoid and subhuman at any time without flaws, and there is no obvious combat power bonus. Summer Night's parents looked at the report in their hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it is not impersonal, but impersonality in this society is the same as the existence of disabled people before. It will be despised. No parent would want their child to be a cripple. It's not a combat personality, but if you train well, you can become a hero. Then turn your head to look at the summer night when you are playing by yourself and constantly changing your image, and the most important thing is that the child is happy. Ding, the task family's surprise completion, reward a random character card. System, this sex is too fun, it's so pleasing to me, it's a pity that it doesn't add its own combat effectiveness. While communicating with the system, Summer Night constantly poses with the transformed image that looks ashamed to others. Watching the two-dimensional characters of the original world reappear in one's body, as a two-dimensional expression is very happy. Settle down, you have this system in place, what more do you need a bicycle? Isn't it a matter of minutes to become stronger, and the host will become the strongest otaku? In the lounge, the Summer Night is preparing to say goodbye to the 8,000,000, and by the way, leave a contact information or home address, so that it is convenient to contact feelings or something in the future, wouldn't it be beautiful? Ha ha ha. Old man Tianzhong, I've heard that the grandson of the dignified angry flame hero turned out to be a useless transformation system. I'm afraid that there will be no successor. If I didn't happen to register my grandson's personality, I wouldn't have known the news for the first time. There was a mocking laugh, and an arrogant old man, also red-haired, entered the lounge with a group of people. Lu Shengbang, you, Tianzhong frowned, and was about to speak, but who expected to be interrupted by the old man. Come on, get to know me, this is my grandson Lu Shengen. As for what kind of personality it is, of course I am the fire department, come and say hello to your grandfather Tianzhong, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he pulled out a red-haired imp about the size of Summer Night and an arrogant face from behind him. Dad, who is this old man? It's so annoying, Xia Ye asked Sato quietly. His name is Yanagi Shengbang, and he is a fire professional hero like your grandfather, but he was ranked below your grandfather back then, so he has always been unable to get along with your grandfather. Rian, go and say hello to your brother in the Summer Night, the son is the pride of our Yanagi family, and he will definitely become a powerful professional hero in the future, and he will definitely take care of your summer night when the time comes, ha 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 ha. Tian Zhongli heard Lu Shengbang's ridicule, he just snorted and glared at Lu Shengbang, but he didn't immediately return the favor. Xia Ye looked at Tian Zhongli with an incredible face. This is not like his grandfather's style at all. Ding, release the task. Grandpa's pride. Your grandfather has always believed that you will become a good hero, and now he is actually shaken. Show your strength. Let your grandfather know how good your grandson is, and shut up those who dare to laugh at you. Reward. Otaku worth 300. Quote. Ding, release the quest. Teach the bear child. The bear child is the natural enemy of the otaku no matter what world he is in. Defeat Ryu birthday flame and avenge all otaku wives. Rewards otaku value of 100. Quote. System, it's not good to ask me to beat people when we first met. And people are playing with fire, and I don't have combat effectiveness. Where is the performance of a 3 or 4-year-old child? Don't think I don't know you. Even if the system doesn't release tasks, the host will still take action. Ha ha ha. I hate the system. You really know me. By the way, let me see what role the newbie mission rewards first. Summer Knight's smart eyes rolled, looking at Lu Shengen, who was walking towards him, and suddenly whispered something in the ear of the 8 million little lorry, and he didn't know what the hell he was thinking. At this time, Lu Shengen walked over, looking at Xia Ye in front of him. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Like this kind of waste personality, even if he becomes a professional hero, he is still at the bottom. How can he compare with him? But Lu Shengen still stretched out his hand. Hello brother Summer Knight. Xia Ye tilted his head slightly, ignored Lu Shengen, and continued to whisper with the 8 million little lorry. Lu Shengen's face froze instantly. Boy, you, bang, the Summer Knight suddenly became taller, and a dark-haired boy of 12 or 13 years old appeared in front of him, startling Lu Shengen and retreating several steps in a row. Excuse me, are you talking to me? But I think you should be called brother Summer Knight. Summer Knight stepped forward and stretched out his hand to knead Lu Shengen's hair into a bird's nest. Lu Shengen swept Xia Ye's hand away with an ugly face, raised his right fist and wanted to make a move, but Xia Ye grabbed his wrist tightly. Summer Knight turned her head to look at the adults who were talking to themselves in the distance, and when she noticed that no one had noticed what was happening on her side, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Isn't it very unpleasant? You want to hit me, it's not convenient to do it here. If you want to hit me, come with me. After speaking, without waiting for Lu Shengen to answer, he turned around and walked out quickly. Don't think I'm afraid of you when you get older, it's just a useless personality. I'm a destructive fire personality, Lu Shengen said as if cheering himself on. Lu Shengen stared at Xia Ye's back viciously, glanced at the adults in the distance with scruples, and chased after Xia Ye in the direction where Xia Ye left. The 8 million little lorry next to her looked curiously at the ping-pong racket-like pattern behind Xia Ye, and suddenly remembered Xia Ye's command, and after waiting for a while, she walked towards the adults. No one noticed that in the crowd outside the lounge, a sneaky figure quietly left, chasing the two of them in the summer night. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 6. In the aisle, Xia Ye walked slowly in front, Lu Shengen chased briskly behind, and soon they found an idle testing room. The door was not locked, just hidden. Xia Ye pushed the door and went in, standing in the center of the room. This test room looked like it was for people with destructive personalities. It was big and empty, like a gymnasium. That's it, then turned to look at Lu Shengen, who was chasing him, and said playfully with a raised brow, are you ready to be beaten? HMPH, a mere waste personality, you dare to mess with me. Quote. Lu Shengen's eyes were full of anger. Hey, it was really his eyes that were on fire, and I saw 2 fire snakes shooting out of Lu Shengen's eyes, heading straight for the summer night. Natsuya silently recited, use the character card, Sasuke Uchiha, Juvenile Edition. Sasuke Uchiha, Junior Edition. The second son of the patriarch of the Uchiha family in Konoha village, Naruto, when he was young, he witnessed the Uchiha clan being wiped out by his brother Uchiha Itachi, and thus embarked on the path of revenge. Possess a strong fighting talent. Skills. Uchiha throwing, 3 body technique, lion bullet, fire escape, how fireball technique, fire escape, impatience technique, fire escape, dragon fire technique, thunder escape, 1,000 birds, riding wheel eye. Lu Shengen saw Xia Ye's hands quickly make a few strange gestures, pretending to be a ghost. The fire snake approached the summer night, and Lu Shengen thought that the summer night would be wailing and begging for mercy on the ground, and a trace of cruelty appeared in the eyes of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Bang! Suddenly, he blinked incredibly, only to see that Xia Ye turned into a piece of burning wood after being hit by a fire snake, and he lost Xia Ye's figure in sight, and quickly turned his head to look around. Are you looking for me? A voice sounded overhead. Lu Shengen quickly raised his head, looked at Xia Ye hanging upside down on the ceiling and was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. I can't waste too much time with you. Before Lu Shengen could react, Xia Ye rolled over and landed in front of Lu Shengen, and a whip swept him to the wall and slid down, unconscious. Ding! The quest Teach the Bear Child is completed, and the otaku is rewarded with 100 values. Start draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shuriken 30. He walked over and kicked the unconscious bear child. It hasn't been solved in a minute. Now we can wait for Grandpa and them to find me and complete another task, Xia Ye thought. Bang bang bang. It's really worthy of being the grandson of the angry flame hero, and he can defeat a fire-type personality in an instant, and it seems that they all underestimate your personality. Who? Get out. Summer Night heard this unfamiliar voice, and lowered her body as if her body instinctively put her body down, and assumed a fighting stance. Originally, I just wanted to find an opportunity to catch that little ghost to threaten Lu Sheng to explode that old ghost, but I didn't expect to buy one get one free, and there is a grandson of the angry hero, and my luck is really good. A delinquent young man with a metal nose ring and earrings and metal jewelry pushed open the hidden door and walked in. In that case, I hate him anyway, so if you take him away, I won't see it. Summer Night's eyes secretly looked around to see if there were other exits. That's not good, although the original target is not you, but you can't do without the prey sent to the door, ha ha ha. Ding, release the task, the pond fish suffered, you just won the first victory, and before you had time to share the joy, you flew into trouble. Escape safely from the enemy and reward otaku with 100 values. Defeat the enemy and reward otaku with 300 value. Kill an enemy and reward otaku 500. Is there a reward just for escaping safely? It seems that the enemy this time is very strong. Xia Ye looked at the only exit behind him who was faintly blocked by the bad youth, and had a headache. Then what are you going to do with me? It was in his own favor to delay time, so Xia Ye didn't mind chatting with him, as long as he waited until his parents and grandfather arrived, he would be safe. Anyway, are the current enemies so arrogant, they dare to sneak into such an important place as the personality registry? I know what you're thinking, I'm not here alone, it's probably a mess on the hero's side, this time is enough for me to solve you and then kidnap you and leave. As if to verify the words of the bad youth, several explosions sounded outside the test room one after another, which made Xia Ye's heart sink slightly. So, little ghost, don't try to resist, in case I hit hard and accidentally mess with you. Xia Ye exhaled slowly, and suddenly with a boom of his right hand, several shurikens flew out of his hand, quickly flying towards the enemy, making a tentative attack, and at the same time, his hands began to seal. Since there are no reinforcements, there is only one way to fight. The delinquent young man smiled inexplicably at the shuriken that was shot, and he was not panicked about the attack of the Summer Night. I saw that the flying shuriken slowly stopped spinning in the air, and finally stopped in the air, and then reversed back at a faster speed, and landed on Xia Ye's body without landing. However, the unscrupulous youth did not care at all, but looked around with great interest, and the fallen Summer Night, bang, turned into wood. Hiding behind cover, Summer Night's face was ugly, the enemy's intractability was far beyond his imagination, and the unknown personality made him dare not act rashly, and the situation suddenly became critical. Who are you? What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, and Lu Shenggen woke up at some point. Chapter 7. Damn, it's not the right time for this little ghost to wake up, so please be blessed. Summer Night frowned. Hey, the waste imp has woken up, and there's a new toy. The bad young man smiled and walked towards Lu Shenggen. Who do you say is waste? You, don't you come here. Lu Shenggen originally wanted to refute, but looking at the hideous undesirable young man, he took 2 steps back in fear and leaned against the wall. The unscrupulous young man looked at the 2 fire snakes that were swaying towards him, smiled disdainfully, and waved his hand, only to see 2 yellow lights shooting out of his clothes to scatter the fire snakes, and directly pierced Lu Shenggen's knees, and Lu Shenggen fell to the ground in an instant, wailing non-stop. What a beautiful piece of music this delightful cry is, it's almost addictive. Said the delinquent youth. The Summer Night, who was hiding behind the cover and secretly observing, could see very clearly, and the 2 yellow lights flying out of the bad boy's clothes were clearly 2 metal buttons. Combined with the shuriken that was reversed at the beginning, Xia Ye guessed that the bad boy should be a personality that can control metal objects. But he still had to test it, so he stretched out his hand from the back of the cover, and a few black lights shot towards the delinquent youth. Little ghost, don't you have any tricks? It's useless to try this trick a few times. Quote, those few black lights stopped in front of the bad young man, hanging in the air and spinning, and they were a few shuriken. The delinquent young man still kept walking towards Lu Shenggen, and with a slight move of his palm, the shuriken hanging in the air quickly descended, nailing Lu Shenggen's palm to the ground. However, the unscrupulous youth, who was intoxicated by the screams, did not see that in the attack that came at him, a small black light was not under his control, but fell to the ground, but it was a plastic bottle cap. It doesn't seem to be a substance controlling or telekinesis personality, it should be a metal control personality. Xia Ye looked at this scene and thought secretly. The unknown is the most terrifying, and what I am afraid of is those strange personalities which make people unguardable. Determined by the personality of the enemy, the Summer Night is now not false at all. However, it is too easy to block or dodge the ninjutsu directly, so it seems that some skill is required. Wei Si Yin, a Summer Night rushed to Lu Shenggen, who was lying on the ground, as if to rescue him. The unscrupulous young man suddenly saw the Summer Night rushing out, and he was stunned. Impatient little ghost, you can't wait to join our game, that's not okay, the delicious prey should be saved for the last taste. Several metal ornaments fell off his clothes and shot away, directly piercing the Summer Night, most of which were submerged in the ground, and the Summer Night that was shot through suddenly disappeared, but it was just a clone. What? A phantom. Quote. Taking advantage of the time when the bad young man was attracted by the doppelganger technique, Xia Ye had already formed the 6 seals of Siwei Shenhai Wu Yin, condensed all the remaining chakras into his throat, put the knots of his hands to his mouth, and took a sharp breath, and the hot chakra poured out of his mouth. Fire escape. How fireball technique. A fireball erupted from Xia Ye's mouth, surging forward and began to grow rapidly, and finally formed a huge fireball with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, smashing towards the bad youth. The bad youth didn't even have time to defend, and was instantly overwhelmed by the fireball, and the scorching air wave instantly made the air in the room become hot. The terrible scream sounded in the fireball, and the cry was so miserable that if it weren't for the bad youth in the fireball, I am afraid that even he himself would say it with pleasure. Summer Night stayed in place for a while, and the screams of the bad youth gradually weakened, and even became silent, and the fireball slowly extinguished, revealing a charred black object in the shape of a human body, emitting a disgusting smell of flesh. Summer Night cautiously stepped forward, vigilantly examined the humanoid object, and found that the bad young man was still breathing weakly. Xia Ye looked at the half-dead bad young man in front of him, and secretly raised his head and glanced at the monitor above, hesitated but still didn't throw the shuriken in his hand, accidentally killed the enemy in the battle. It can be explained. If the enemy loses his combat effectiveness and is captured, it will be difficult to explain. Hey, I should have knocked out the monitor first. Summer Night thought regretfully. No, why is his murderous intent so heavy, and is the person who fought calmly just now really himself? When did he become so strong? Summer Night, who came back to his senses, looked at the bad boy again and suddenly vomited. During the novice period, the system will help the host eliminate bad emotions during the battle, and the character's personality preferences may slightly affect the host's behavior. Of course, this influence will not change the host's will, but will temporarily discover the character and combat talent hidden in the host's heart and body, and it will disappear after the battle, hoping that the host can get used to this situation and be able to fight independently as soon as possible. I see, it seems that I am also a big guy with a talent for fighting. The Summer Night after vomiting instantly turned back into a joke. Unfortunately, it's temporary, the system reminded. Don't break the system so quickly, let me be proud first. Quote. Ding, the quest has been completed and the pond fish has been completed, the host has killed the enemy, and the otaku value will be rewarded with 500. Clams. Xia Ye looked back suspiciously, and found that just as he was narcissistic, the bad young man had already burped because his injuries had aggravated because he had not been treated in time. Chapter 8. Xia Ye rummaged through the test room at random, found a few pieces of staff clothes, walked to Lu Shenggen, who was about to scream at the throat, squatted down and bandaged him hastily. As for whether he could stop the bleeding, Xia Ye said that he was not a professional, and it was his business, and the meaning was enough. Looking at the miserable appearance of the bear child in front of him, I don't know if there will be any psychological shadows left in the future, but I don't know how to feel an inexplicable feeling in my heart. Xiao Ye, are you there? A rush of footsteps sounded from outside, quickly from far to near, and it seemed that it was Grandpa and they had arrived. Grandpa, I'm here, I'm fine. Summer Night immediately replied loudly. Damn, these hateful enemies. Xiao Ye, you must not have an accident. When the little girl told her grandson and the little ghost of the Yanagi family to sneak out to make a date, Tian Zhongli was so anxious that he wanted to find someone. What if his grandson was injured? But before he could get out of the lounge, he was blocked by a group of enemies, and when he accidentally learned from the enemy during the battle that they had sent someone to follow Xiao Ye, he was even more anxious and he wanted to burn all the enemies in front of him with a fire. Finally got rid of the enemy, and a group of people who hurried over only saw the scene of the battle in the testing room, and the humanoid object that fell to the ground and emitted a burst of scorching smell should be the so-called enemy. The little ghost of the Yanagi family looked quite miserable, and the old ghost of Yanagi suddenly pounced on him and hugged him and kept shouting for the doctor. But where did Xiao Ye go? Who is this 12 or 13-year-old boy? Grandpa, it's me, Xia. Stopped the Summer Night family who were going out to continue looking for someone, and Summer Night reluctantly changed back to its original appearance. Looking at the cute little Zhengtai in front of him, Xia Ye's family remembered Xia Ye's transformation personality. Who saved you? The hero passing by. Tian Zhongli wondered. It's me who solved that enemy. Xiao Ye, I'm not very good. Anyway, there's a monitor. I can't hide anything when the time comes. It's better to be generous. As for other issues, it's good to sell cute. Aren't you transformed into a personality? This person looks like he is scorched by fire. Don't lie, children. Tian Zhongli looked at the Summer Night that was almost intact compared to the little ghost of the Yanagi family with a suspicious expression. Anyway, I have already told the truth in advance, but you don't believe it, and when the time comes, there will be nothing to do with me when the surveillance video is played. Because of the death of the bad young man, and Xia Ye's insistence that he had solved the enemy by himself, Xia Ye and Lu Shenggen, who were the people present, definitely needed to record a confession, but Lu Shenggen went to the hospital to record it. After watching the surveillance video, everyone turned their heads to look at Xiao Zhengtai, who was selling cuteness with a beautiful female police officer, and couldn't believe their eyes. They just found out the origin of the bad youth who was burned to death. The metal manipulator personality. Don't look at the bad guy didn't put any big moves in the whole process, but that's just in the face of two children is not necessary. The strength is not weak in this group of enemies, and it is known for its abuse and killing habits, and the professional heroes with average strength will weigh it before considering the battle. Are the children so strong now? They said they couldn't accept it, but Xia Ye's parents looked at Tian Zhongli who had just come back from the phone call with a worried and expectant expression, and they didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they saw Tian Zhongli nodding. After all, Xia Ye used his personality to kill people without a hero license, and even if it was an enemy, the consequences were still quite serious. Ding, The quest Grandpa's Pride is completed, and the reward is 300 otaku value. Quote, Xia Ye, who was selling cuteness with the female police officer, looked back at Tian Zhongli and smiled slightly, and then turned back to communicate with the female policeman. After Tian Zhongli came back, he continued to look at the mighty summer night in the video, and silently tore up the personality report of the summer night. To hell, this thing is not allowed at all, and he couldn't help but think of the phone call he made with his old face just now. Old man Tianzhong, it's rare for you to think of calling my old friend. Something happened to me. I don't usually see anyone, but if something happens, you come to me. You can let this tough old man give up his cheeks and call me. I'm afraid it's not a trivial matter. Let's say, what's the matter? My grandson killed an enemy in self-defense. Are you kidding? I remember your grandson is only about 4 years old. Say, what the hell is going on? Quote. Quote. Do you mean it really? Tut tut, your family has a genius. Okay, I know what you want to say. Mushu Yu Lin Feng will destroy it. I will say hello to the following about this, and the file of this incident will not be made public. Quote, thanks. Remember to come to me for a drink when you have time, and bring your grandson by the way, so that I can meet this little genius. Quote, your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 9. By the time Xia Ye returned home after recording his confession, it was already night. Tian Zhongli and Xia Ye's family came back together, saying that they planned to live in Xia Ye's house for a period of time. For this request, Xia Ye's parents naturally had no possibility of objecting. Xia Ye raised his hands in favor. With his grandfather watching by the side, his mother would not threaten him with burning his baby comic game console at every turn. After dinner, I returned to my room on the summer night and remembered that I hadn't had time to exchange contact information with the 8,000,000. At that time, because of the enemy's attack, the entire registration office was in chaos, and after the enemy was subdued, the 8,000,000 family left in a hurry, and when the summer night came out of the personality registration office, it was estimated that the 8,000,000 had arrived home. It's sad that I didn't get to the rich woman's contact information, so Xia Ye plans to draw a wave prize to comfort herself. System, I want a lottery. Summer Night looked at his 800 otaku value, plus he had drawn 2 prizes, and he was able to accumulate 10 times, looking forward to a good roll. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the badge of Qua Taiwan, Kunai 30, Soldier Pill 30, Immortal Beam 3, Detonator 30, Watch Type Tranquilizer Gun 1, Emperor Tool, Beast King Lion King Character Card, Batman please draw your own items such as bat suits. System, you seem to be teasing me. Can Batman be called Batman without a bat suit? And Batman's superpower is rich. I don't care, you have to give me the money. Quote. Quote. Summer Night looked at the character card speechlessly. Of course, Summer Night actually means that Batman is quite strong even if he doesn't have all kinds of high-tech equipment. Not only has high physical fitness, but also is good at various fighting skills. But Xia Ye said that Batman's charm is not his high-tech equipment. Fortunately, the item lottery came out of a few good things. The detonator can be used as a grenade with kunai. Fairy beans are a good thing. No matter how many injuries you have, as long as there's a breath, you can resurrect with full blood. Of course, the most precious thing in it is the Emperor Gu100 Beast King Lion King. Emperor. The King of Beasts Lion King. The belt-type Imperial equipment transforms itself into a beast and dramatically improves its physical abilities, and its sense of smell is also strengthened and it can search for enemies. Mystery. The lion is never extinguished, improves its resilience, and even if its hands and feet are cut off and its eyes are poked blind, it can stop the bleeding and reconnect on its own. Imperial equipment. Summer Night knows that this is a special equipment from the pupil of the Slashing Sister. It is said that the founding emperor of the empire spent huge financial and material resources to make a weapon that cannot be copied. There are 48 pieces in total. Each imperial tool has its own special function. Like the red-eyed village rain, he has the ability to kill with one slash, and all those who are slashed by the blade will quickly be infected with curse poison from the wound and die. The Lion King is Leoni's imperial tool, which greatly improves physical fitness and recovery. Take out the emperor tool from the inventory. Beast King Lion King is worn on his waist, only to see that the belt shrinks rapidly, just stuck on the body. It seems that this emperor tool can change in size with the owner. With the Emperor Gu and the 100 Beast King, the Lion King, Xia Ye felt that he was a small strong protagonist who could not be killed, and his recovery ability was super strong. Ding, release the quest Dark Hero. I don't know how much filth is hidden under the dark night sky. Evil is carnivaling in the night, evil is breeding in the dark. You have just become stronger, it's time to go out and hang out. The task reward is 100 base otaku value, and the reward will increase depending on the completion of the task. It's just time to go out and experiment with new equipment. Summer Night thought about it or equipped. Character card Uchiha Sasuke, juvenile version, it's better to unload it and let it recover. Anyway, with the Emperor, Beast King, Lion King and Batman can deal with most situations. Summer Night lay on the floor and listened to the movement downstairs, and felt that there was no problem, so he quietly opened the window and turned out, and began to wander around the city. Out of a spoof, Summer Night has changed his personality into Batman's appearance to facilitate the camouflage of identity. Of course, it's just a look, and there are no high-tech equipment of Batman, and Summer Night, who keeps jumping between tall buildings, said that he is very depressed. Batman has a bat chariot when he goes out, but he can only rely on his feet. In the night sky, The moon obscured by black clouds sprinkled a faint white light, but it was not enough to dispel the shadows in every corner, and the people who had just finished working overtime at night were in a hurry to go home, and there were always a few naive fellows who had not tasted the horror of the darkness, and entered a secluded alley to take a shortcut home, only to fall into the cobwebs of criminals. Who are you and what are you going to do? Little beauty, play with a few brothers. Don't come here, I'm going to call if you come again. You scream, even if you scream and cut your throat, no one will come to save you. Listening to the classic dialogue downstairs, Summer Night said, different worlds, the same culture, the same stock. Excuse me, Broken Throat asked for leave today, I called no one, can I save her? Quote. Chapter 10. Excuse me, Broken Throat asked for leave today, I called no one, can I save her? Quote. A few bastards looked stunned when they looked at the Summer Night falling from the roof, and suddenly reacted, this is a hero to save the beauty. Don't be nosy, boy, believe it or not, I'm beating you all over the ground looking for teeth. A red-haired thug swore towards the Summer Night. Summer Night watched Redfur walk up to him, and before he could continue to speak, he punched Redfur in the jaw and knocked him away with a dragon fist. Red-haired face leaned back, and the whole person flew some distance off the ground, and fell back in front of the other thugs, several white teeth falling from the air and rolling on the ground. Do you need me to help you find your teeth? A kind smile appeared at the corner of Summer Night's mouth that was not covered by the mask. The little thugs shivered at the slowly coming Summer Night. It's a hero, he's a hero, let's run. As he spoke, he wanted to run out of the alley, but he fell to the ground and screamed with his legs in his hands. Although there are no batarangs in the Summer Night, there are still shurikens, and Batman learned Shi skills from the ninja master back then, and shuriken is naturally not a problem. Where do you think you should start? Xia Ye slowly walked over to the side of a few thugs, and took out the kunai and gestured in front of them. You can't do this to us, you're a hero, and if you kill us, you'll be punished too. A few thugs looked at the kunai in Xia Ye's hand in horror. I'm sorry, I don't have a hero license, so, you know. Summer Night slowly stretched out her hand and continued to scare. Please don't kill me, help. A few little thugs looked at the kunai who was getting closer and closer, and everyone was about to be scared. Scream, even if you cut your throat, no one will come to save you. No, Summer Night inexplicably feels how this plot is so familiar. Enemy over there, put down your weapons and don't hurt the hostages. Suddenly, a righteous voice came from behind him, interrupting the interaction between Summer Night and the thugs. Clam. Summer Night turned speechlessly to look at the person in front of him in a fighting pose towards him. Are you a throat cutter or no one? Xia Ye asked weakly as she looked at the man in front of her who was wearing a suit of armor. This person looks very familiar. It seems to be the turbo hero, Inganem, that is, the father of the Glasses male squad leader Yi Tenya, the leader of Class A in the first year of Shongying. The hero name of the turbo hero, Inganem, has been passed down from generation to generation in their family, and the brother of Yi Tenya in the original plot seems to be also called the turbo hero, Inganem. You may not believe it, I'm also here to save people, you can ask the beautiful woman over there. Only then did the Summer Night realize that the beauty had long since disappeared, and he was left in the alley with the gangsters lying on the ground wailing, and the young people now were really rude, and they didn't know how to say thank you to the life-saving benefactor before leaving. You're a hero too, take out your hero license and I'll take a look. The turbo hero looked at Summer Night with a look of suspicion. The man in front of him was wearing a half-black mask, a black tights, a black cloak, a jet black, and a thug with a knife and a screaming gangster lying on the ground. He didn't look like a hero, but like an enemy. If Summer Night knew the idea of the turbo hero, I am afraid that he would not be able to smile bitterly, and actually said that Batman is not like a hero. Man, what kind of vision do you have? Batman is the city manager of Gotham City, which is simple and simple. I don't have a hero license, so I still have to fight. Looking at the turbo hero who was staring at Xia Ye to prevent him from escaping, and was ready to shoot at any time, Xia Ye said helplessly. Piston engine, burst sprint. Before Xia Ye finished speaking, the legs of the turbo hero suddenly let out a turbo-like roar, and his body shot towards Xia Ye like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters to the front, jumped high and volleyed his right foot into Xia Ye's chest. Summer Night didn't have time to dodge, so in a hurry, he could only cross his hands over his chest to block the incoming attack. Xia Ye only felt a huge force explode on his arm, and then he was hit and retreated 7 or 8 meters. His feet sliding on the ground left 2 deep marks, the corners of his mouth also overflowed bloodshots, and his 2 bloody arms hung down in front of him and trembled slightly. You're really annoying me, then don't blame me for being merciless. Xia Ye swallowed the blood that surged up his throat, waved his arm that had begun to heal, and saw the turbo hero frown. Obviously that Lion King began to work. Self-healing personality, and physical fitness is also quite strong. This opponent is really tricky. Looking at the Summer Night that had recovered from just a few words, the turbo hero's legs were on fire again, ready to attack again. At this time, Summer Night suddenly pointed to the feet of the turbo hero and gestured to him. The turbo hero lowered his head in confusion, only to see that a few small pieces of paper with strange patterns had been pasted on his right leg at some point, ignited by his engine, and were sizzling and sounding, and it seemed that the fire was about to reach the center, which was the detonating charm that was quietly attached to his leg before Summer Night was repulsed. Boom! Several explosions sounded one after another, and the flames instantly drowned the turbo hero, blasting him out and crashing into the garbage heap on the side. This is a tribute to you. Summer Night looked at the turbine hero who was stunned by the explosion. Do you have a mobile phone? Help him call an emergency number, said Xia Ye as he walked over to the stunned thugs on the side. In fact, the Summer Night is still very measured, and he has already experimented with the power of the detonation charm in a no-man's land, and this time the weight plus the defense of the Turbo Hero's own combat uniform can't kill anyone, but it's enough for him to lie in the hospital for a month or two. Now we can continue to solve the problem we just had, and no one will bother us. Looking at the thugs who finished the call, Xia Ye showed a devilish smile. When the paramedics arrived, they saw only a group of naked thugs in the alley with their backs to them, singing conquest to the unconscious Turbo Hero. Chapter 11. Leaving the alley of the Summer Night, continue to wander in the city, but there is no chance to appear. Most of the time when the Summer Night finds out that the situation has passed, the hero has already arrived, he is inconvenient to come forward, can only observe from the sidelines, only occasionally secretly intervene, help them solve some critical situations. Just as Summer Night was about to go home, a burst of gunfire came into the ears of Summer Night, who was hurrying away, and Summer Night frowned and turned around and hurried over to the sound source not far away. When the Summer Night arrived, I saw a man and a woman in extraordinary clothes lying in a pool of blood, their money and valuables scattered on the ground, a torn pearl necklace thrown aside, and the fallen pearls were stained red by blood and rolled on the ground. A little girl about his age next to him threw herself on them and cried. It must have been the daughter of the injured couple. In the distance, there are already heroes and criminals fighting together, and from time to time heroes come to join the battle, and the onlookers next to them all take out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos, but no one comes to comfort the little girl. Summer Night came to the little girl, and the couple in front of them were lying on the ground covered in blood and looking at the little girl who was calling for them, but they were powerless to respond, and their eyes gradually dimmed. This scene seemed to touch Summer Night's heart. Ding! Release the quest Bruce Wayne's Resonance. The scene in front of me is so similar to when Bruce Wayne's parents were shot, and I can only watch the death of my parents be too cruel for children. Heal the little girl's parents and bring the enemy to justice. Reward. Otaku worth 300. Quote. Xia Ye quickly checked the injuries of her parents, and found that the situation was not optimistic, and she couldn't survive the arrival of emergency personnel at all, so she took out two bean-shaped objects from her inventory and stuffed them into the mouths of the little girl's parents, which were two fairy beans. Don't be afraid, your parents will wake up soon. Nah, this is for you, don't cry. Xia Ye touched the little girl's head to comfort her, and took out a quack badge and pinned it to the girl's clothes. The little girl looked up at the Summer Night in confusion and asked with tears in her eyes, really, will my parents really be okay? Xia Ye raised her fingertips to wipe the tears from the little girl's face, and said softly, of course, believe me, your parents will wake up soon. With that, he got up and turned his head to look at the battle in the distance. Damn heroes, go die. The enemy in the distance seems to be a firearm-related personality. Not only is the bullet fired extremely powerful, but also has not changed the magazine until the battle, and has been attacking the hero with impunity. Heroes can only be restrained. Even if a professional hero accidentally kills an enemy during battle, he will be punished, resulting in the hero not being able to take him for a while, delaying time and waiting for the arrival of a stronger hero. It's ironic, the hero's act is more like protecting the enemy's existence. Summer Night took out a watch and put it on his hand, and began to quietly approach the warband and wander on the edge, hiding behind other heroes to find an opportunity, and when he saw that the enemy showed a flaw, he shot a few anesthetic needles, and so on several times. The enemy with the gun began to shake and unsteady the gun, and after a while, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Ding! The quest Bruce Wayne's Resonance is completed, and the otaku value is rewarded with 300. Although he can still take down the enemy with the fighting skills of the Lion King and Batman, but what can be solved effortlessly, why should he go up to fight and kill to attract firepower? Anyway, he is not fighting monsters. This group of heroes only cares about fighting monsters by themselves, and no one takes care of and comforts the victims, so let them suffer more. After the enemy was subdued and pressed into the police car, several heroes leaned over to Xia Ye to talk to him, intending to ask about his origins. After all, there are very few healing personalities in the first place, let alone such a powerful healing personality. If they can pull Xia Ye into their own hero office and fight the enemy by themselves, wouldn't their lives be guaranteed? Apparently they all think that Xia Ye cured the little girl's parents because of his personality. But Xia Ye didn't want to entangle with them too much, smiled at the little girl, and jumped over the crowd and ran away into the distance. The black cloak disappeared into the night, leaving only the people behind him to sigh. What a powerful healer. The little girl touched the badge on her chest, and her eyes kept looking at the distant Summer Night, as if she wanted to remember this figure deeply in her mind. After pretending to be forced home, the Summer Night changed back to its original appearance, but when I looked up, I saw my parents and grandfather waiting in my room, and I was instantly dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, the room is so dark, why don't you turn on the light? Xia Ye smiled dryly and turned on the light, and then tried to slip out of the door, but was unexpectedly grabbed by Xia Ye's mother by the back collar, slipped back and threw it on the bed. Let's talk about it. Where are you going tonight? Summer Night's mother stared at Summer Night with a strong murderous aura. Xia Ye looked at his father behind him with a distressed look, and his father shook his head at him, making an expression of self-help, and Xia Ye had to turn his head to look at his grandfather again. Father, Don't intercede for him this time, you dare not return at night at a young age, and you will have it in the future. Xia Ye's mother stopped Tian Zhongli, who tried to intercede. I have gone out to do chivalry and righteousness, and to eliminate evil and promote good. Really, you must believe me. Stop, stop, I ask for atonement, I can heal my grandfather's injury. Xia Ye looked at the slap raised by her mother and quickly changed her words. What you said true? This kind of thing can't be joked about casually. The faces of the three of them changed, and Xia Ye hurriedly took out the last fairy bean and held it up in front of them. Xia Ye told them about the efficacy of fairy beans and seriously explained to them that he really went out to be a hero, and found the video recorded by those onlookers on the internet, but not only found the news of treating the wounded, but also found the video of him beating the turbo hero. At this time Xia Ye, who was lying on the bed with his buttocks, did not want to speak. Just this little bean can heal my injury, said Grandpa Xia Ye, playing with the fairy bean in his hand, skeptically. Father, it must be that Xia Ye is afraid of being beaten and talking nonsense. Why are you confused? Xia Ye's mother continued to look at Xia Ye with an unkind face, so frightened that Xia Ye unconsciously shrank her neck. No, I was going to give it to my grandfather early tomorrow morning, who knew that you wouldn't sleep at night to block me. I asked for atonement, and you still beat me. Xia Ye touched her ass in distress and muttered. Without waiting for the others to react, Tian Zhongli suddenly ate the fairy bean into his mouth and swallowed it, closed his eyes and slurped, as if he was reminiscing. Father, you. Xia Ye's parents looked at Tian Zhongli with a worried expression. Before he finished speaking, Tian Zhongli suddenly laughed, startling them in the summer night. My injuries are really healed, ha 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 ha. Really, that's great, so that my father can go back to the mountains. The parents looked delighted on a summer night. No, the affairs of the hero office will continue to be handled by Miyu, and I will go over from time to time. Quote, but, in the future, I plan to train at home for a little night, and then take him to meet my old friends. After all, this kid is so troublesome, I have to find something for him to do. Chapter 12. Default. Dyslexic. Roboto. Laura. Chevron_left. Chevron_right. Knights_stay. Little bird swims in the summer night. You get up for me and answer this question. In the angry roar, a teenager wearing headphones took off the comic book covering his face, woke up hazy, only to see him rubbing his eyes, yawning, and when the teacher was about to suppress his anger, he looked up at the blackboard, and quickly said the correct answer in his mouth, and by the way, he pointed out a mistake in the teacher. Sit down, summer night classmate, I hope you don't sleep in class next time, the teacher told with a hopeless face. Obviously the behavior of this student in the class, what can he do? Obviously people who often read comics and listened to music in class, but their grades are surprisingly good, maybe geniuses are like this, the teacher silently comforts himself. Summer night sat down under the admiration or jealousy of the other students, and did not sleep again, looking up at the window, but the thoughts drifted somewhere. It's been almost 10 years since the last night when he went out for a stroll and was caught. And his grandfather has been living in his house to train him in the past 10 years, and these years of combat training have made his combat skills grow like a fly, and during the training period, he also took him to perform tasks to see the world, and his mood has also changed a lot to grow, at least not like 10 years ago, he had to rely on the help of the system to dare to fight. And Grandpa Xia Ye also took Xia Ye to visit his old friends. Of course, in Xia Ye's grandfather's mouth, it was a visit, but Xia Ye felt more like showing off. After all, his grandson was so good, if he didn't pull out to give his old friends an eye, how could he be worthy of his family's good genes? And when Xia Ye's grandfather introduced his old friends to Xia Ye said that he was almost stunned. Okay, all of them are old top heroes, all of them are bigwigs with their own hero firms, and even many of them are high-level executives who manage the professional hero department. If armament is a symbol of peace, they are the creators of peace, and it can be said that they have laid the foundation for this era of professional heroes. With so many big guys covered, as long as you don't run to be an enemy with your brains, you can simply walk sideways. In fact, without the above, there is no need to make a false difference in the summer night, although he has not gone out to do much in the past few years, but the tasks have been done a lot of sporadically, and the rewards he has received have also drawn a lot of good things, and his own combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, coupled with the training of these years. According to his grandfather's words, it is not inferior to some genius heroes who have just debuted. This still doesn't count the combat power bonus of the character card. There are dozens of role cards in the summer night now, although most of them are daily characters with little combat effectiveness. Of course, the daily role card is not useless. Like what kind of halberd spirit Kohei Soma, god of gambling Gao Jin, Kuroko's basketball Kuroko Tetsuya, tennis prince Echizen Ryoma. This kind of person who has a skill in various fields, and now Summer Night can be described as an all-rounder. And there are a lot of character cards in terms of combat, and there are even a few characters with high combat power finale, not invincible in this world, but he feels that he can pick one of the top 10 on the hero list, and he will not necessarily lose. After all, Xia Ye has various combat abilities, and he can adjust his combat style according to the combat opponent, and can adapt to most situations, and there are almost no obvious weaknesses. Now that Summer Night can finally gain a foothold in this world, and can even play in this world leisurely and elegantly, it's a pity that with the growth of Summer Night's strength, it is becoming more and more difficult to trigger tasks. When the school bell rang, the homeroom teacher of the Summer Night class walked in with a stack of papers, interrupting the noise in the classroom and stopping the students who were tidying up their things and preparing to go home. Students, you are all in the third year of junior high school, it's time to seriously think about your future. The teacher raised the volunteer form in his hand. I'm going to hand out the volunteer form now. This is the teacher I specially asked for in advance from the principal. You go home and discuss your volunteer with your parents, and hand over the completed volunteer form to me tomorrow. On a summer night, I stuffed my volunteer form into my school bag and was about to go home. Summer night, my companion, will you embrace the darkness with me tonight? A black crow's head came to Xia Ye and stretched out his right hand as if waiting for his response, and a breath of middle two came to his face. Chong Dark, I'm sorry, my parents haven't been at home recently, and I have to take care of my sister at night. Xia Ye waved her hand, lifted her school bag and put it on her shoulder, and walked out of the classroom. That's right, the second middle school boy who talked to Xia Ye is often secretly stepping into the shade. It's a childhood sweetheart who has been in a class since elementary school. Anyway, the other protagonists are all soft and cute girls. Why did he become a middle school second boy? Summer Night complained secretly, but I don't want to think about how many middle two I was back then. Otherwise, how could he become a dead friend with Chong Dark? It's really like a gathering of things. That's a pity, I can only fight the monster alone tonight. It seems that tonight's battle will be extremely difficult. Chong Dian chased after him, and walked out of the campus side by side with Xia Ye, and kept whispering in his mouth, I left in the firelight after a bloody battle, and behind me was a slowly falling monster. Then don't go out tonight, stay at home for me. Summer Night rolled her eyes and complained. The hugging darkness and monsters in the mouth of Chong Dark treading yin are the little gangsters in the streets and alleys. Once a summer night when I went out to do a mission, I was accidentally bumped into by Chong Dark treading yin, so the nightmare that circulated in the gangster circle became two. Anyway, can I go to your house tonight? Chong Dian suddenly turned his head to Xia Ye with interest. What do you want to do when you come to my house? Summer Night looked at Chong Dark vigilantly, warning you not to hit my sister's idea. Quote. How come? I just think that I and Ling Mei are both dark contractors and partners in the same camp, so naturally there are more topics to talk about. Chong looked at the dead sister in front of him silently. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Telling you that I'm not a sister control, I just don't like the idea of others beating my sister. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 13. Default. Dyslexic. Roboto. Laura. Chevron _ left. Chevron _ right. Knights _ stay. Xia Ye looked helplessly at Chong Dark, who came back with him, sighed, turned around and opened the door, pointed to the phone at the entrance, and said to Chong Dark, you call home, I'll prepare dinner, and walked into the house regardless of the brightness of his eyes. Why hasn't my servant returned? The energy stored in my body has been depleted. When I came to the house, I heard a complaint, and it was a cute girl in her tens with an eye patch on her right eye, eating snacks from time to time, and holding a comic book in her hand lying on the sofa on her side. Under the sofa was already full of scattered snack bags, and the TV in the distance was also on, playing unknown hero anime. You're going through the comic books in my room again, and if my mother finds out, I'm going to be beaten up again. And who do you say is a servant? ? Quote. When Xia Ye was 5 years old, Xia Ye's parents added a younger sister to him, and Xia Ye, who was still a secondary school at the time, overrode public opinion and named Little Bird to her Liuhua. Because of the long-term relationship with the middle two teenagers of Summer Night and Chong Dark, it is natural that she has become a middle two girl. For this matter, Xia Ye's mother has been blaming Xia Ye, girls should be ladylike, and bring their sister into this, not at all like what a girl should be, but Xia Ye feels that her hot-tempered mother is the least qualified to say this. Kukuku, brother, welcome back to you, I've been waiting for your arrival for a long time, it's time to go to the altar surrounded by evil flames to offer me your sacrifice, I can't wait to taste it. As a former senior secondary school, Xia Ye naturally knows what the little bird Yu Liuhua said, which roughly means brother, you are finally back, your cute stomach is almost starving, you should go to the kitchen to make dinner. I've eaten so many snacks but I'm still hungry, I'm afraid I'm going to become a little pig in the future, and if you don't watch the TV, turn it off. Xia Ye put down the school bag in his hand, walked to the sofa and picked up the snack bags scattered on the ground one by one, stuffed them into the garbage bag, and then turned around and turned off the TV. Originally, Xia Ye was also a loose guy, but his parents were not at home, so he had to clean it up, otherwise when his parents came back, he might find that his home had become a garbage dump. Cuckoo, in order to suppress the powerful black flame in my body, my strength is not enough to consume this food at all, and I still need more sacrifices to suppress the evil power in my body, preventing it from breaking through the seal and destroying the world. Take off your blindfold for me, your brother Chong Dark is here today, I'll go prepare dinner first. Summer Night opened the fridge and looked for ingredients to use for dinner. Recently, Summer Night's mother's hero office opened a new branch in another city, so Summer Night's parents and grandfather went to help the town scene, and they couldn't come back in a short time, so the task of taking care of her sister's diet and daily life at home naturally fell on Summer Night. Summer Night's cooking skills are actually not very good, but he can't bear to have a character card, and with a cooking roll card equipped, the kitchen killer can quickly become a master chef, which is why he often comes to his house with a shy face. Summer Night said hello to Chong Dian who walked into the house after calling home, and then went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Chong Dark's family was completely relieved that Chong Dark came to Summer Night's house, and obviously Chong Dark's behavior of going to Summer Night's house from time to eat. When Summer Night came out with dinner, He saw the little bird Yu Liuhua and Chongdark stepping in the living room stalemate, and they argued about who was stronger and weaker between the true eye of the evil king and the night messenger, and even reached the point of a big fight. Kukuku, brother, it is just the right time for you to witness my defeat of the night bringer. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest, O ignorant mortal, be devoured by the black flames. The little bird Yu Liuhua waved his right hand forward, and a pitch-black burning black flame appeared in Liuhua's hand and began to beat. The true eye of the evil king is naturally the little bird Yu Liuhua, which was given to her on the summer night of that year. Not only that, but when the little bird Yu Liuhua awakened the black flame personality at the age of 4, he was awarded the title of the Black Flame Envoy by the summer night, and the little bird Yu Liuhua liked it very much, and it has been used until now. Ha 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 ha, I am the embodiment of darkness, the messenger of the night. How can a mere flame help me feel the fear of being shrouded in darkness? Often dark and shadowy, because he often goes out on summer nights, he calls himself a messenger of the night. You two are almost enough. If you don't clean up the table, you two won't eat dinner today. The faces of the little bird Yu Liuhua and Chongdark suddenly collapsed, so they had to silently put away their personalities, and went to clean up the table aggrievedly, but they kept muttering in their mouths. Really, I still like my brother after transformation, and my brother is so boring now. Yes, I still miss the Night King who led us back then. The two of them, who were communicating in a whisper, didn't see it, and the color behind them quickly turned black, and the embarrassed summer knight couldn't control himself, and wanted to smash the dinner in his hand on their heads. By the way, the little bird who was with them back then was called the Night King. Of course, the current summer night is still a hidden middle too, but it is rarely shown, and only after the transformation will the nature be released. During the meal, the little bird Yu Liuhua and Chongdark treading yin finally stopped making a fuss, but they just swept the food on the table with the reincarnation of the starving ghost, and they didn't plan to give in to each other. Especially the little bird Yu Liuhua, her cheeks are bulging, and her mouth is vague. This. It's mine. That one. It's mine. Too. Like a greedy cute little squirrel, there is no trace of the second middle school girl just now. After eating and resting for a while, Chongdian said goodbye and went home, leaving only Summer Night and 6 flowers in the house. Summer Night tidying up the dining table, while Liuhua covered her belly, squinting on the sofa like a cat. When he came out after washing the dishes on a summer night, he found that Liuhua had fallen asleep on the sofa, and he was still muttering from time to time, the true eyes of the evil king. Burn it. Xia Ye shook her head helplessly, so she had to bend down and pick up Liuhua with a princess. It's so heavy, it's really about to become a little pig. Xia Ye muttered and carried Liuhua back to her own room, gently put it on the bed, slowly covered the quilt for her, and then got up and turned off the lights and closed the door to leave. Chapter 14. On the high-speed train, Xia Ye, dressed in a student uniform, sat on his seat with his school bag in his arms and yawned, looking like he hadn't woken up. Summer Night, who returned to her room last night, suddenly found that she had nothing to do. Go to sleep. He can't sleep now after making up for sleep during the day. Let's go out and do something, but his parents are not at home, and he doesn't worry about his sister being home alone. I simply took out my favorite comic game console and came to have a pleasant all-nighter. I'm going to be late anyway, so there's no need to worry. I can't be late twice a day. Obviously, I was about to be late for school, but I still didn't feel the slightest nervousness on the summer night, just squinted at the scenery that was passing by quickly. Xia Ye had just finished sending his sister to school, and was taking the tram to go back to school. There are so many enemies in this world, there are dangerous disasters or something at every turn, and his parents are away again. He is not worried about letting his sister go to school alone. Xia Ye, who was leaning against the window in a daze, suddenly remembered the volunteer form that had not been filled out yesterday, so he opened his school bag and took out a pen and a volunteer form to fill out. What subject? Of course it's a hero subject. Is it a school? Looking at the school application column on the volunteer form in his hand, Xia Ye recalled the promise he made with a certain little lorry in the personality registration office, so he started to write the words Shangding High School on the volunteer form, but did not fill in the second and third choices. Joke. With his current strength and grades, as long as he wants to enter, there is no school he can't get into. Even if it is a girls' school, it's a big deal for him to change in. If he can't get into Shangding, then I'm afraid that no student in Shangding's hero department will be able to enter. Even if there is really an accident that causes him to fail to enter Shangding, he can also find his god-grandfathers to go through the back door, although if he does this, he will definitely be beaten by his good-looking grandfather. Boom. Rumble. Boom. Before the summer night could put away the completed volunteer form, a loud noise suddenly came from the front of the tram, and the tram, which was originally running rapidly, also began to brake urgently with a squeak, and the people on the train fell to the ground due to inertia, and the people turned into a mess on their backs. Summer Night, who quickly stabilized her figure, looked up from the window to the front of the train, and saw a huge monster blocking the elevated highway of the train, and constantly destroying. It's the enemy. That's the enemy. Notify the pro-hero to deal with it. That enemy is so big. Run. He's coming to us. Open the door and let me get out of the car. An exclamation made all the passengers on the train who were still talking about it panic, and began to rush towards the door of the tram, huddled together. Xia Ye sighed when he looked at all the passengers blocked in front of the car door, picked up a little boy who was squeezed to the ground crying and calling for his mother, hugged him back to his place and muttered to himself, I hope I won't be compensated. I saw Xia Ye put the child down, and the pig-shaped and dragon-shaped runes flashed in the depths of his eyes at the same time, and his eyes suddenly shot out two electric lights, and with a slight turn, he drew a circle on the side wall of the carriage, and the two hands stretched forward, and the firelight flashed, and a large piece of round metal was blown out, and a large piece of dust splashed in the distance, and a passage exploded on the carriage. Quiet, all line up for me, the elderly and children are given priority, if anyone dares to cut in line, hum. A few bursts of flames appeared in the hands of the summer night, and the crowd that was about to crowd over stopped and lined up honestly. Xia Ye nodded with satisfaction, and began to organize the orderly evacuation of the passengers. And the attack method that broke through the carriage in the summer night was the pig charm and dragon charm in Jackie Chan's adventures, although he didn't collect all 12 charms, but he still drew a few good charms, which were the brute force of the cow, the extreme speed of the rabbit, the explosive flame of the dragon, the stealth of the snake, the electric eye of the pig, and the mental power of the chicken. Although there are no horses and dogs that Summer Night wants, and there are no powerful rats and monkeys, Summer Night is not in a hurry, and maybe he can draw it next time. When Xia Ye got out of the car and returned the little boy he was holding to the mother of the little boy who was crying when she was looking for the child, she found that the police were already evacuating the crowd at the scene and isolating it out of the safe range. Not far away, there are also professional heroes who have pinned down the enemy, although they have not caused any damage or threat to this huge enemy, but the scene has been controlled, and from time to time heroes rush to join the battle, and it is only a matter of time before the enemy is taken down. It seemed that there was no need for him to play. Xia Ye rubbed his chin and thought about it, but he still evacuated to a safe place with the others. After all, he seems to be just a student, if he is still standing near the enemy, although the enemy can't hurt him, but the hero doesn't know his strength, he will definitely be distracted to take care of him, maybe he will still be evacuated to a safe place by the hero, it is better to consciously go down by himself. Chapter 15. Sorry, because the tram. Yes, I don't even know when I'll be able to get to the company. It was a good excuse to stay in the crowd and watch the battle, listening to some office workers on the phone and explaining to their leaders why they were about to be late. Ah, there was a scream from the crowd, and a high-voltage tower was interrupted by a huge enemy who was crazy and waved his hand, and smashed down towards the crowd of onlookers. Xia Ye frowned, and was about to make a move, when a burly strong man broke away from the battlefield and rushed over and raised his hand to catch the tower. Attention, everyone, it's dangerous here for the time being, please back off a bit. At the same time, a hero, dressed like a firefighter, spewed two streams of water from his hands that looked like fire hydrants, forming a cordon to block the front of the crowd. It is a death bare fist, a heavy-handed hero who penetrates the doctrine with only wrist strength. The expert in disaster rescue, the fire buster, is also here. The panicked people reincarnated as melon-eating masses and continued their discussions. And the summer night looked at the scene that had been stabilized again, and also relaxed, and began to enjoy the battle ahead. Apparently having found an excuse to be late on a summer night, let alone in a hurry to go to school. At this time, a green-haired teenager with a few freckles on his face was struggling to squeeze into the crowd. A figure crossed overhead, rushed straight towards the enemy, and joined the warband. Ah, Shenwei Dry Daddy. A large group of young girls looked at the man covered in wood and screamed excitedly, as if they had seen an idol star. There should be no shortage of firewood at home for this professional hero, Xia Ye thought in his heart. Who is fighting? It's Milan Shenwei, and it's a young and powerful faction whose popularity is rising rapidly. A self-questioning voice attracted the attention of Xia Ye, who carefully looked at the forgiving boy in front of him, and finally recognized the identity of the young man, Midoriya Izuku. No wonder this scene today is inexplicably familiar, isn't this the event when the original protagonist of My Hero Academia just appeared? This can't be blamed on Summer Night, after all, Summer Night has been in this world for almost 15 years, and the memory is a little blurry, and many things have to wait for it to happen before they can be remembered, and they can still remember some important characters and events in the original book. During the rush hour, the illegal use of personality and robbery and injury are simply the embodiment of evil. After a few rounds of grappling with the giant enemy, the agile jungle Kamui jumped out of the enemy's range of attack and stood on the tram in a cool pose to open his mouth for judgment. The crowd began to cheer loudly, only Summer Night pouted. Flashy. This shape is also barely strong. And if I'm not mistaken, the show is about to begin. Preemptively, the lacquer tree is locked. Deep Valley Cannon. Just as a large number of wooden bars grew in the hands of the jungle Shenwei to entangle the enemy, a tight-fitting giant leg fell from the sky, kicking the giant enemy out with one kick, snatching the head of the jungle Shenwei that was about to arrive. What? Everyone present froze, only Xia Ye seemed to suddenly remember something, and looked at the huge woman wearing horns and tights on the ground with a look of pity. It's a pity that I didn't bring a camera with me. The little girl mountain woman made her debut today, so please advise me in the future. Coming. A group of gentlemen instantly surrounded and turned on the camera mode. HMPH, the world is going down. Summer Night scolded the group of perverts in a low voice, and then silently raised his mobile phone. Summer Night withdrew the phone in his hand and turned to look at Izuku Midoriya, who was reading a note next to him, with the words, Hero Analysis for the Future number 13. Very serious, boy, it seems that you really want to be a hero. If you have a dream, you have to realize it, you have to work hard. Oh, no. I was just, Izuku Midoriya said incoherently as he looked at the teenager in front of him who had suddenly accosted him. The mountain woman is being interviewed by reporters, Jungle Kamui is still kneeling on the tram in frustration, and the other heroes are on the battlefield in the aftermath, and no one notices that the fainted enemy has begun to wake up. Phew. Shaking off the police officers who were installing restraints on their bodies, the enemy became huge again and rushed towards the crowd in the distance, starting with Natsuya and Midoriya Izuku, who were at the forefront. Just grab 1 or 2 hostages, and I'll be able to get out safely, thought the giant enemy, looking at the crowd in front of him. The huge figure rushed in front of the unsuspecting Midoriya Izuku with the wind pressure, and did not stop at all, but swung his fist, as if he was going to run over directly. At such a dangerous moment, Izuku Midoriya lost the ability to think, and his body could not move, and the fear of death and the desire to become a hero constantly intertwined in his mind. Are you going to die, but you haven't become a hero yet? The surrounding professional heroes didn't even have time to stop it, and could only watch as the giant enemy rushed towards the 2 teenagers. A figure flashed, and the enemy who was originally galloping stopped for some reason, and everyone only saw a young man holding his hand against the fist of the giant enemy, which was obviously 2 hands of great disparity, but the enemy could not advance half a step further. Seriously, I'm actually thankful that you helped me find a good excuse for being late, but why can't you just be caught? That's right, it's naturally a summer night to block the enemy and save Midoriya Izuku. Xia Ye raised his head and looked at the enemy in front of him, and with a force, he directly suppressed it on the ground and couldn't move, and a cow-shaped pattern was outlined in the depths of his eyes, a cow charm. Don't hurry up and put restraints on him. Summer Knight looked at the heroes and policemen whose jaws dropped and reminded. Yes, yes, yes. Soon a police officer came over with a straitjacket to put on the enemy, and from time to time he watched with amazement at the Summer Knight that was randomly fiddling with the enemy and cooperating with them. After dealing with the enemy, Summer Knight ignored the heroes and reporters who were going to come up to talk to him, stopped a taxi and drove away. I don't know where the little ghost came from, I'm still a student, but I'm so strong, I just didn't get to know him, the heroes couldn't help but regret. That brother forgot to take this. A little boy and his mother walked over, still holding a piece of paper in their hands, which was the volunteer form that had just been written on a summer night and had been stuffed back into their school bags. Do you want a bird to swim in a summer night? I applied for the heroic hero department, and I really am a hero out of a teenager. Milan Shinwei looked at the volunteer form and sighed. Did he also apply for the hero department? Yes, his personality is so powerful, he will definitely become a hero, but Izuhisa Midoriya, who is not confident, remembers Summer Knight's encouragement, I have to work hard. Chapter 16. The afternoon sun fell on the frolicking classroom, and also sprinkled on the handsome side face of a teenager. My partner, it's time to wake up from your slumber. Sleeping on the seat of the class, the Summer Knight was woken up from a sweet dream. Don't make a fuss, Chong Dark, I'm in a bad mood today, Xia Ye replied listlessly with her head drooping. What's the matter, isn't it just late? This is not like your style on a summer night. The classmates in the front seat turned around to talk, and several classmates around them also leaned in. I have to say that Summer Knight's popularity in the class is still good, and Summer Knight, which is good at learning Shi and playing, is still quite mixed. Don't mention it, I met the enemy on the way to school today, and I forgot my volunteer form and school bag in the car when I was evacuating, but there's the latest issue of comics on it, and the game console I just bought, Xia Yesheng said unlovely, and began to feel sorry for his treasures but he didn't care about the lost textbooks at all. Speaking of the application form, which school are you going to apply for? Where I belong, Shangdiang. Where I want to be, hero, Chong secretly said with a blank face. I originally filled out the heroic course, but now that the volunteer form is lost, I have to go to the head teacher to write a new one, it's so annoying, Xia Ye had a troublesome expression. I really envy you, Chong Dark and Summer Knight are so powerful, it's easy to get into Shangdiang, the classmates said with envy. Come and see, Olmet is in our city. At this time, a student held up his mobile phone and shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the other students. Why don't you go over, I remember you also admire Olmet, Summer Knight looked strangely at Chong Dark. HMPH, how can I compare with these ignorant laymen? I saw Chong secretly open his mobile phone and start searching, and the Summer Knight next to him rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, in the original book, during the time after school today, it seems that there was an incident of the sludge monster, do you want to mix it up? Xia Ye thought as he leaned back in his chair and looked at the news on his phone. Ding, release the mission, arrest the green sludge monster, since you have predicted the occurrence of the enemy's incident, let's stop it. Make sure that the sludge monster is successfully apprehended, and reward the otaku with 300 values. The release of the mission helped him make a choice, and Summer Knight decided to go on this trip anyway. It's just for the mission, not to find the comic game console that I left behind. Yes, that's right, Natsuya affirmed in her heart. Looks like I'm going to buy a camera. Summer Knight looked at Midoriya Izuku, who had just been rescued by Armit from the sludge monster, and took back the mobile phone in his hand that had just finished shooting some inappropriate pictures for children. After school, Summer Knight once again refused Chong Dark's invitation to embrace the darkness together, and called Chong Dark's parents to help pick up his sister from school. Because he didn't know where the silt incident occurred, he used the rabbit, chicken, and snake spells on the Summer Knight, and directly accelerated his flight all the way to stealth, and hurriedly came to Oriji Middle School, and found Midoriya Izuku who was salvaging his notebook on campus, and continued to follow quietly incognito, so there was the scene above. After Omar had disposed of the sludge monster, he carried Midoriya Izuku to a safe place to wake up, but his eyes wandered around from time to time, as if he was searching for something. Is it my delusion? I always feel like there's someone watching nearby. Could it be that the injury has recurred recently? It's worthy of being the number one hero Olmec, even if it's not a reconnaissance hero, but just by relying on his own intuition, he can vaguely feel his existence. Feeling Armit's gaze sweeping over him from time to time, Summer Knight couldn't help but sigh, and then followed more and more carefully. Summer Knight hides his figure and floats in the air, quietly watching the hilarious idle fan meeting between Olmec and Izuhisa Midoriya, and then continues to watch Izuhisa Midoriya and Olmec, who have become thigh pendants, disappear in the sky. Summer Knight hesitated, but chased after the bottle that had fallen from the sky and contained the sludge monster. There is no need for Armit to join in the fun of the scene where he educates his little fans, and he knows the secret of Olmec, or his mission goal is important. If he can run the monk can't run the temple. He keeps an eye on the green mud, and he is afraid that Armit and Green Valley will not come to fight monsters for a long time. I think it must have fallen nearby, and it will be gone after a while. Summer Knight landed on the ground and searched. In the alley on the other side, 3 teenagers wearing the same school uniforms as Izuku Midoriya are walking down the road and chatting. Katsuki, didn't you grow up with Midoriya? Wouldn't you have gone too far today? Asked the 2 passerby-faced teenagers. I can only blame him for standing in my way. It's just daydreaming like a fool, and it's infuriating to look at, the leading boy said, kicking a plastic bottle with something strange in it. The boy who was called Katsuji by his companions had a yellow explosive hedgehog head and a face full of arrogance, especially with the appearance of him smashing the cans in his hand. Don't be so irritable. Go to the game hall to relax, just go to the one near the station, where there are more fat sheep. The 2 attendants looked at each other and smiled and encouraged. Huh, if someone finds out, it will affect my evaluation of higher education. Bao Haosheng looked at his 2 companions unhappily. Bursting Katsumi found that his companion did not respond to him, but pointed behind him with wide eyes. Katsuji turned to look up, and a large shadow fell on his face. An invisible cloak with an excellent personality. A large green silt-like object writhed in front of Blasto Katsumi and poured down on him. By the time Summer Knight found the drink bottle, the sludge monster in the bottle was gone, and listening to the explosion not far away, it was estimated that they had encountered the explosion and had begun to possess it. It looks like I really need to buy a camera. Xia Ye looked at the empty bottle, and did not feel disappointed, but took out his mobile phone with great interest, planning to have a wave of black history that overcame himself. Chapter 17. Default. Dyslexic. Roboto. Laura. Chevron _left. Chevron _right. Knights _stay. It's despicable to take a child hostage. Summer Knight heard a somewhat familiar voice roaring in the street, and then saw the death bear fist in the morning, speeding out of the alley, and after a while it flew back at a faster speed, typical of pretending to fail and being fucked. When Xia Ye came out of the alley with his mobile phone, he found that he was just in time for the show. Milin Shenwei and other heroes had arrived at the scene, and the melon-eating crowd was already in place. Heroes continue to attack the sludge monster, but they don't deal effective damage, and the slim monster doesn't even move, but instead knocks the surrounding heroes flying. The personality of the green sludge monster is an invisible cloak, and it can use other people's personalities by occupying other people's bodies, and when it activates the personality itself, it will turn into flowing silt, and it is almost immune to general physical attacks, which has to be said, this is a pretty strong personality. How could I devour this stinking thing, bastard? Exploding how Katsuji was struggling, and his strong self-esteem made him not open his mouth to call for help, but just roared, and kept attacking the enemy with explosive flames in his hands, trying to get out of the control of the green sludge monster, but obviously to no avail, instead began to ignite the houses and shops around the street, and the explosion and burning caused a lot of trouble to the professional heroes who came to the rescue. It's really lucky to meet such an excellent personality this time. As long as you take this personality for yourself, you can take revenge like that man. Green Silt looked at the explosion Hao Shengji who had been resisting and said in surprise. Hearing this, Xia Ye felt that the old groove in his mouth was really unpleasant. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. When you can occupy Andwa's personality, say this. The heroes have been trying to rescue the exploding heroes, but they are helpless against personalities like the green sludge monster, and with the hostages contained, the heroes dare not attack at will, and appear to be constrained. I'm not very good at dealing with flame-splitting enemies, so I'll leave it to the others today. The new hero Dense Forest Shenwei was very helpless. He couldn't get close to the flames at all, so he could only stay away from the center of the battlefield for rescue activities. The Fire Buster is busy fighting fires everywhere, but he can only avoid the spread of the disaster, and he can't give effective support to other heroes. If I don't have space for 2 lanes, I can't get in. The mountain woman's body is too large to enter the narrow street for her, so she can only stay outside the street entrance. It doesn't seem to be good. Isn't this the enemy that Armit was chasing before? Is Olmec here too? Where has Olmec gone, and why hasn't he shown up yet? The crowd began to stir up as the situation got worse and worse, and they talked about it. It's so humiliating. It's such a shame. Listening to the inquiries in the crowd, Olmec subconsciously put his left hand on his injured abdomen, looked at the heroes who had fallen into disadvantage with a look of self-reproach, and held the billboard pole with his right hand. When the heroes are anxious, our summer knight is still calmly holding the mobile phone to shoot the heroine of the explosion Hao Katsuji, who is wrapped in a cloud of wriggling mud. His body can't move, his mouth is also blocked, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, revealing despair and pleading. Xia Ye said that it was not time to play, and the hero should come to save his heroine immediately, and he couldn't steal other people's scenes. Sure enough, I saw a bald head popping out of the crowd. Phew, Midoriya Izuku directly crossed the hero's isolation cordon and rushed towards the sludge monster in the battlefield. Stop! Danger! Don't go over, stupid! Everyone present was shocked by Izuku Midoriya, who rushed out, and couldn't think of what the boy wanted to do. Only Armit looked at Izuku Midoriya as if he had realized. Even though Xia Ye already knew the plot, he was still shocked. At least Xia Ye felt that if he didn't have a personality, he would have the courage to rush out to save people. Although Midoriya Izuhisa seems stupid to rush to the enemy to try to save people even though he has no personality, I have to say that Midoriya Izuku at this moment is indeed a hero, not a hero of those professional heroes, but a real hero. Of course, it is not ruled out that Izuhisa Midoriya is true love for Hao Katsuji. Laughs. Why did I run out? Midoriya Izuku was running like a puppet. His body rushed towards the sludge monster uncontrollably. His face clearly revealed fear, and even tears of fear surged in his eyes, but Midoriya Izuku still rushed out without hesitation. Come to think of it, think about it, Izuku Midoriya looked at the enemy who was getting closer and closer to attack him, trying to recall the method in his mind that he could deal with the current situation. Hero analysis for the future, page 25, preemptive strike. Izuku Midoriya turned around and quickly took off the school bag on his back, slamming it into the sludge monster's eyes. The sludge monster, which had been hit hard in key parts, could only close its eyes and give up the attack on Izuku Midoriya. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Izuku Midoriya began to frantically pull the restraints of Izuku Blast, but Izuhisa's efforts did not have much impact on the flowing silt, but only scratched the mud in front of Blasto Katsuji's mouth. Why are you coming? Burst Hao Katsumi looked at Midoriya Izuku, who was so scared that he burst into tears in front of him. I rushed out unconsciously. I don't know what's going on. Midoriya Izuku raised his head and looked at Blasto Katsuji with tears on his face. I saw your eyes asking for help. It's so useless. Olmit, who was in the crowd, listened to Izuku Midoriya's words that shocked his heart, and wisps of white gas began to emerge from his shriveled body, and his muscles began to bulge gradually, as if he was going to force a move. You just died for nothing. Do you want to kill yourself? The surrounding heroes began to quickly surround him, trying to save the boy from the sludge monster, who seemed to them to be dead or alive. Chapter 18. Okay, boy, your role is over, it's my turn. A flirtatious voice shattered the imminent atmosphere, and the sludge monster's attack on Midoriya Izuku was blocked by the summer night that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Classmate, now you owe me 2 favors. And you will also owe me a favor. Remember to pay it back, especially you hedgehog head. Looking at Midoriya Izuku, who was so frightened that he closed his eyes in front of him, he turned his head to look at Bao Hao Shengji, and said on a summer night. Where are there so many imps? Let's die together. The sludge monster looked at the summer night in front of him angrily and prepared to attack again. How could there be so many imps who don't know whether to live or die today? Be honest with me before you can say your lines. Please don't steal the show. Okay. Xia Ye raised his head and looked at the mud monster with a cold look in his eyes. Summer Night suddenly disappeared while speaking, and a military uniform royal sister appeared in Summer Night's position. The blue eyes of the military uniform royal sister revealed a cold light, which made people shudder. He wore a military cap studded with a cross insignia on his head, and his long flowing azure hair poured down and fell to his feet, like a blue cloak draped over his body. The belt, which also has a cross insignia, tightens the slim-fitting military uniform, outlining a pair of choppy European styles, almost torn out, and a tattoo in the shape of a bat's wing is tattooed in the center of the ravine, which is even more mysterious. The ultra-short military skirt at the waist and the long-heeled military boots highlight her proud long legs to the fullest. A high-necked trench coat with black edges on a white background is put on his body, adding a touch of domineering. The monotonous combination of black and white all over the body highlights her heroic image. General, this is a cold and heroic female general. For some reason, this evaluation inexplicably appeared in the minds of everyone present when they saw this figure. The weak will be frozen by me. The military uniform lady gently opened her mesmerizing red lips and spat out a cold sentence. I saw that the whip of the mud monster that was originally blocked suddenly came out of the cold air and began to freeze, and the cold air quickly extended upward, without giving people time to react, and directly froze the whole body of the silt monster into a large ice sculpture, and the silt monster with a terrifying face came to life in the ice. Frozen the cold air of the sludge monster, but there was no frostbite at all, and it was terrifying control. The crowd who was still anxious just now suddenly quieted down, and looking at the scene in front of them, the audience was silent. What's going on? Let so many professional heroes fall into a bitter battle, and the helpless enemy is killed in seconds. The military uniform sister smashed the ice cubes on Blasto Katsuji's body, pulled out Blasto Katsuji, and threw it at the hero who rushed behind him with Midoriya Izuhisa. Then a huge cold air erupted from his body and began to spread, and the cold ice spread on the ground, and in just a few moments, it froze the houses and shops that were still burning on the street, turning the whole street into a place of ice and snow. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, looking at the street in front of them and wondering that they hadn't woken up yet, but the chill blowing on their faces made them shiver and brought them back to reality. Armit, who originally planned to forcibly transform regardless of his injuries, was also dumbfounded at the moment. What a tedious battle, the uniformed lady sighed boringly. That's right, this is really our protagonist Summer Knight who used the character card to transform into Estus, and used the demon god manifestation demon essence to freeze the sludge monster. Character card, Estus. From the anime, /Crimson Pupil, Super S Battle Maniac, the youngest and strongest general in the Empire, has the idea of the weak and the strong since he was a child, and has the essence of the Emperor demon god manifestation, which is the terrifying Ice Emperor. The first trick is Machbot Timo, which can freeze the entire time and space for a short time. The disadvantage is that it can only be activated once a day, and if the strength is strong enough, it can still get out of control. The second trick is General Binglin, a special move for group warfare. You can use ice to create a large number of ice cavalry. The ice cavalry itself has a combat power that ordinary soldiers can't match, and it can also store the energy of the Emperor, which can be released to form a super large range of blizzards. Of course, Summer Knight's use of a character card doesn't transform into that character's appearance, it's just Summer Knight's transformation into Estus with her own personality. After all, a person has too many different types of personality abilities for no reason, and it is difficult to explain, so I can't tell people that Lao Su has a system, and Lao Su has a role card, but I am afraid that I will either be treated as a psychopath or I will be pulled to the test bench for slicing and study. Therefore, he can only use his transformation personality to cover up his system Golden Finger, giving people the illusion that Summer Knight can only have other abilities because of his transformation personality. That's right, the transformation is just to conceal it, not because he has a second illness, let alone because he wants to change into a woman's clothes. Xia Ye silently comforted himself. Ding, the quest Arrest the Green Sludge Monster has been completed, and the reward is 300 otaku value. Looking at the Summer Knight that had transformed back into its original appearance, the heroes present were stunned for a moment, and then they seemed to react and understood that the female general in military uniform who had subdued the green sludge monster just now was the young man in front of him. Is there really such a woman in the world? I don't know if I can see it again. The people present, both men and women, regretted when they saw the Summer Knight change back to their own appearance. It's obviously conquered by Queen Estus, and Queen Estus has an unstoppable charm for both men and women. Summer Knight, who had planned to approach the crowd, looked at these people in defeat in his eyes. Forget about women, you men look at yourself with such enthusiastic eyes, what the hell is it? Lao Su takes it out and is older than you. Summer Knight decisively turned and left. At this time, many heroes have recognized this boy as the boy who caused the giant enemy incident in the morning, and it seems that the bird is coming on a Summer Knight. Hey, I didn't pick up a conversation. It would be nice if such a strong imp could come to his own hero office after graduation in the future. Professional heroes such as the Jungle Shinwei Mountain Woman looked at the Summer Knight that was gradually moving away. Hey, he's back like this, is he here to get his autograph? Mibayashi Kamui thought narcissistically as he looked at the Summer Knight that turned around and came to him again. I say, do you remember me? Well, remember, the little bird swims in the Summer Night, thanks to you in the morning, of course, this time. The heroes were secretly happy, and at the same time they were wary of the other heroes to prevent the other party from pulling people first. Great, did you see my school bag that I left on the scene in the morning? It contains my baby comic game console, well, and the textbook with my name written on it. Summer Knight's eyes lit up when he heard the heroes call out his name, and directly interrupted the heroes' words. Quote. The heroes looked confused. Why didn't this kid play cards according to the routine? Shouldn't you humble yourself a few words at this time, and then praise yourself a few more words? By the way, say your name and hero office, and then you are waiting for yourself to throw an olive branch with a face full of admiration. P.S. Next, there should be 10 months before the plot of the Shongying entrance exam. Do you want the author to be more original or enter the plot with a slight transition? And I have 4 tentative heroines, and you can put forward any comments in the book review. You can put forward more opinions in the book review to give the author some motivation, otherwise the author will be so lonely to write alone. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 19. When Summer Knight learned that his school bag had been sent to his school, he was silently relieved. Great, his comic game console was back. Then he turned and left, leaving behind a bunch of heroes who wanted to stop talking and crying without tears. As for Midoriya Izuhisa, of course, he was scolded by a hero who had nowhere to get angry. Even the heroes who have seen the Summer Night have also been raised, and only one of them has been able to win the game. They still want to solicit it. After all, no one will dislike that there are many masters of their hero office, so they just verbally criticized and educated a few words, and then began to sell their own hero office again. As for the plot later, Xia Ye said, isn't it just a death tsunere to threaten and demonstrate to Izuku Midoriya, sincere thanks, and the plot where Izuku Midoriya is recognized and encouraged by Olmut, how important are these cuteness? In case you are hungry for a little more, and you don't want to live the next days, you will be mixed doubles by your mother and grandfather, you will definitely do it, and even my father will not stop it, but will cheer and encourage him. Since the birth of the little bird tour Liuhua, the status of the Summer Night at home has plummeted, and the little bird tour has completely replaced herself as the group pet of the family, and the mother does not need to say much, feeling that she finally has a female ally at home. The father was also very happy because he had a daughter in the family. And my grandfather, who used to love summer nights the most, also felt that he had a successor to his fire system because of the black flame personality of the little bird tour Liuhua, and he was very good to Liuhua. Now I buy my own comic game consoles with my pocket money, which is so miserable. What's even cheaper is the summer knight himself. At home, his status in the group has been greatly reduced, but he is the best for little bird Yu Liuhua. Not only save his little pocket money to secretly buy snacks for little bird Yu Liuhua. The baby comic game console in his room is also ready to use. You know, even if his best friend often comes to his house secretly, he can only read comics and play games in his room. Of course, this is just a normal care for my own sister, so please don't expect to go to the country of day on a summer night. Carrying a large bag of snacks on a summer night, he opens the door and returns home. Cuckoo cuckoo, welcome back to you, brother, is still a familiar taste, and the voice of the second middle school of the little bird tour Liuhua came into the ears of the summer night. Summer night put the snacks on the table and glanced at the bird Yurokuka strangely. Why didn't my sister urge herself to cook today? Didn't she start complaining about coming home so late, and my sister didn't pounce directly when she saw the snacks in her hand? Summer night looked at the little bird Yu Liuhua again and again, and confirmed that the person in front of him was his sister, and he was not pretended, so he turned around and opened the refrigerator. Tell me, what's the matter? Is it another trouble at school? Summer night casually asks the bird Yuruka while looking for the ingredients for dinner. Cuckoo cuckoo, I can't deal with my battlefield alone, I hope my brother can go with me to fight together. Hey, it seems that you have a lot of trouble this time, and you are going to be asked by the teacher to be a parent. It's not that big, it's just a quarrel with my classmates, and the teacher wants the parents to go to the school to solve it, Xiaotiao Yu Liuhua responded weakly. Oh, what a big deal. No, Xia Ye suddenly reacted, his sister was actually talking well, and there was no middle too. Ha, you beat your classmate, is the injury serious? No one died, right? Xia Ye's head poked out of the kitchen, not worrying about his sister Xiaotiao Liuhua's situation, but asked about her classmate's haunt. Xia Ye said that he didn't know his sister's strength yet. Don't look at the little bird Yu Liuhua, who usually is burned by the pitch black flames, looks like a middle too, but in fact, the black flame personality of the little bird Yu Liuhua is really strong. The property of nothing is not combustible, and the little bird Yuroka can also control the black flame at will, it is simply Amaterasu without side effects. The two brothers, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, are estimated to be crying blind. Even if you don't have a character card equipped by yourself, and only use items and props to play against the bird Yurokuka, it will feel quite tricky. Sometimes Summer Night is thinking, who is the protagonist in the end? If it weren't for his own Goldfinger system, wouldn't he become a waste brother who has to rely on his genius sister to take care of? No. Didn't kill anyone, but accidentally burned people's heads, the little bird Yu Liuhua said weakly as she looked at the Summer Night. That's okay, my brother will go to your school tomorrow, why did you quarrel? As long as no one died, it wasn't a matter of a fairy bean, Xia Ye breathed a sigh of relief, retracted his head and continued to stir fry. It was he who laughed at the Black Flame Envoy, saying that the fire system is all garbage, and their water system is the strongest, and he has to challenge me as the Black Flame Envoy. This young man has such a big tone, if my grandfather hears this, tut. That's right, so I taught him a lesson with my personality. It was in the process of fighting that he used water to destroy his brother's game console and comic books. A voice with a weak heart floated into the kitchen. Quote. What do you say? After a moment of silence, Summer Night suddenly rushed out of the kitchen. Woo, I shouldn't have brought my brother's game console and comics to school, I don't dare anymore. Are you going to burn that kid's hair? He'll still be able to get out of bed, right? Brother, aren't you angry with me? That's your most precious comic game console. Little bird Yu Liuhua hugged her head and squatted to guard at the Summer Night with tears in her eyes. It's not your fault, that kid provoked first, how could I blame my good sister? Xia Ye turned her head and looked at the little bird Yu Liuhua, with a kind face. At dinner, the little bird Yu Liuhua ate the dishes that were given to her in the Summer Night with tears in her eyes, what a beautiful and harmonious scene. If you ignore the pasty dinner in the Summer Night when you stare at Liuhua and eat the dishes. Chapter 20. The next day, Xia Ye directly asked Chong secretly to step on the shade to help him ask for leave, and then he went to her school early in the morning with the little bird Yu Liuhua. Hello, I'm the homeroom teacher of little bird Tour Raka, my name is Kitahara Uesugi, are you the brother of Rakana's classmate? In the office, a teacher saw Xia Ye come in with a little bird Yu Liuhua, and quickly got up to greet him, obviously knowing that this time it would be a summer night. Oh, hello Mr. Kitahara, I'm Rokuka's brother, my name is Little Bird Tour Summer Night, my family Rokuhua makes you worry a lot. Summer Night shook hands with Mr. Kitahara and stood at the door of the office to greet him. Come in and sit down, and have a cup of tea. Mr. Kitahara let them into the office and made a cup of tea and handed it to Summer Night. Well, my sister has already told me about it, I want to ask when it will be there. Xia Ye took the tea, took a sip and put it on the table, and asked. Saji-san's parents should be here soon, apparently Saji-san, who Kitahara-sensei was talking about, was the victim. What do you think about this matter, teacher? After all, this matter is very serious, Xia Ye looked at Mr. Kitahara with a serious face. Actually, it's just a fight between children, and Saji-san didn't get hurt. Kitahara-sensei comforted Natsuya. Even if it's a child's trouble, you can't afford not to compensate for it, although this matter is not big in your opinion, but it can't be counted like this. They have to compensate me for the comic game console. Xia Ye directly interrupted Kitahara's teacher's words and said unquestionably. Don't blame Liuhua too much, just let Liuhua apologize. Clams. Game console. Kitahara-sensei was obviously mistaken, and he almost didn't react. What? Your sister burned my son's hair, and you still want me to compensate you? At this time, a tall blue-haired man with a small bald head walked into the office angrily, came to Xia Ye's brother and sister, pointed at Xia Ye and asked. My baby comic game console was damaged by your son, shouldn't this be compensated? You. Okay, let's stop arguing, sit down and have a good chat, and you can discuss anything calmly. Teacher Kitahara hurriedly played around, for fear that they would fight in the office on a summer night if they didn't agree with each other. After everyone sat down, Kitahara-sensei made another cup of tea for Saji's father, hoping that he would lower the fire and dissipate the anger. This is the little bird swimming summer night, and he is the brother of Liuhua's classmates. This is Mr. Shimizusawa, the father of Saji's classmates, and he is a professional hero. Mr. Kitahara introduced the two sides to them, especially pointing out Shimizusawa's profession, and seemed to hope that the summer night would be more restrained and not provoke Shimizusawa's anger again. To this, Xia Ye just smiled disdainfully. I'll pay you for the manga game console you said, but for the hair thing, your sister must apologize to my son. Shimizu was the first to speak, breaking the silence and demanding. Apologize? What do you apologize? Do you want to say, I'm sorry, your son is too weak, my sister is too strong? You must know that this conflict was provoked by your son first, and who is to blame if you are not as strong as others and lose? Besides, you have to be bald to become stronger, don't you know that bald head plus critical hits, my sister is for the good of your son, Xia Ye said lightly. You. Those words full of contempt in the summer night were so angry that the eyes of a water hero were about to start to fire, and Qing Shuizi raised his fist and wanted to smash it on the hateful face in front of him, but he was afraid of his identity as a professional hero, and finally put down his fist. Scared, Mr. Kitahara wiped a cold sweat on the side. This little ghost always talks like this, he is not afraid of being beaten, how did he live so old and not be beaten to death? If Xia Ye knew what Kitahara-sensei thought, I was afraid that he would tell him that with a golden finger, he could do whatever he wanted. In this case, then you should also be very strong. Why don't we fight with each other? You win, my son's hair is settled, and I will pay you the game machine. If you lose, you have to apologize. Shimizu plans to provoke Summer Night and make him fight him, so that he can teach this hateful boy a lesson. Mr. Shimizusawa, this is not good. After all, you are a hero, and Xia Ye-san is still a student, and the difference in strength is too great, Mr. Kitahara hurriedly persuaded. Are you serious? Are you sure you want to fight with me? Said Summer Night, squinting her eyes and saying amusedly. Don't worry, I'm a professional hero after all, I'll be merciful to you, you don't have to be afraid. Qing Shuizi mistakenly thought that Xia Ye was scared, and hurriedly added, but he didn't see the schadenfreude of the little bird Yu Liuhua next to him, looking ready to watch a good show. In that case, let's find a spacious place to talk. Xia Ye looked at Shimizusawa, who thought he had succeeded because he had agreed to talk. Then play with him. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 21. As soon as I heard that the brother of a student was going to challenge a professional hero, the students who were in the classroom didn't even attend the class, and all of them crowded to the windows of the hallway, looking out onto the playground to watch the battle. The windows were filled with dense figures, and some students who couldn't squeeze anyone else sneaked to the edge of the playground to see the challenge up close. The teachers couldn't stop it, and even many of the teachers themselves were very curious, and they came to the window or the playground to watch this professional hero game. After all, not every school is as domineering and rich as Shangying, and dares to let all teachers be employed by professional heroes. Like elementary and junior high schools, there is generally no need for professional hero teachers to teach classes, and a retired hero teaching physical education can already be called a high-quality school. Even most colleges and universities can only be equipped with some retired or generally not famous professional heroes to teach their hero students, and there are only a handful of schools that can have famous and powerful professional heroes to serve as teachers. Of course, the hero students cultivated by these schools are not comparable to other ordinary colleges and universities, and they are all new star heroes who will be scrambled by famous hero firms after graduation. It can only be said that Shangying is not a loss for Shangying, and the configuration of all professional heroes is simply intimidating to other ordinary universities, and it is such a strong faculty that can always stand tall in the #1 position of colleges and universities. Whose brother is that? Who actually dares to challenge a professional hero? The students in the corridor were full of discussions, and everyone seemed to be full of curiosity and anticipation for this battle. Didn't you see the little bird Yu Liuhua behind him? Some sharp-eyed students had already aimed at the little bird Yu Liuhua following behind him in the summer night. Who is little bird Yu Liuhua? A puzzled voice sounded, and a classmate seemed to ask the people around him. Clams, are you from our school? I don't even know the witch in class 1, little bird Yu Liuhua. The people around looked at the classmates who asked the question with eyes full of contempt and envy. Obviously little bird Yu Liuhua is famous in the school, and she has harmed other students. Okay, 2, let's say first, let's only compare with each other, and we are not allowed to destroy items on the school grounds. There are 2 baskets of dodgeballs dyed with paint. Each of you holds a basket and throws it at each other, and whoever gets the least paint in the end wins. Mr. Kitahara loudly announced the rules and regulations. Even professional heroes can't fight people with their personality in public for no reason, and you still need to pay attention to the impact. In case of any harm done to innocent civilians, if there are no big names to protect him or intercede, then his career as a professional hero is basically at the end. You can strike first, Shimizu-sawa said politely as a professional hero. With so many teachers and students watching the battle, Shimizu felt that he couldn't say anything about bullying the small, and if he made the first move, he was afraid that it would be disgraceful to win. Of course, Shimizu has always felt that he has won, but he is dealing with a rude little ghost, how can he lose? No, I'm afraid that if I make a move first, you won't have a chance to make a move. I'm afraid that you will lose when the time comes. Xia Ye stretched his waist and refused. Throwing games. It seems that you can use him. It's been a long time since I've used it. Thinking about the summer night, I began to change my image. A cool boy who looks about the same size as the summer night appeared in place. You, arrogance. Qing Shuizi looked at the lazy summer night in front of him who didn't put him in his eyes, and he was annoyed, but he still had to maintain the elegance of a professional hero, and he couldn't swear, so angry. Qing Shuizi, who was annoyed and angry, stopped talking nonsense, and waved directly, only to see several streams of water flying out of the artificial fountain in front of the teaching building, forming a water whip flying up and down around him, defending and rolling up a few balls ready to throw. He planned to fight quickly, so as not to delay for a long time, and he was afraid that this little ghost would have something to do. Such a gorgeous performance caused a large number of envy from the onlookers, not to be a professional hero, really amazing. Xia Ye looked at the few water whips floating in front of Qing Shu's, and sighed speechlessly, just these few little water snakes. Is this really a professional hero? How did he survive from the enemy for so long? I'm afraid that even Chong Dark or Liu Hua can get him. Can the gap between professional heroes be so big? Obviously, he already underestimated him, but it turned out that he was still too overestimating him. Xia Ye lost interest in an instant, and even the thoughts that he wanted to play with him at the beginning were extinguished, and he even wanted to remove the character card he had just equipped, otherwise he felt that he would bully him and cry. He didn't want to watch a tall strong man kneel on the ground and cry loudly. Forget it, let's end this boring farce early, Summer Night whispered as she tossed the ball in her hand. On the playground, the two players who both felt that they had won the game waited for Kitahara-sensei, who was the referee, to blow the whistle in his mouth to announce the start of the game and quickly solve each other. Suddenly, a figure flew in from outside the school, slashed in an arc in the air, and fell upside down in the middle of the playground, interrupting the game they were about to start on a summer night. Everyone looked intently, and was thrown over was a school security guard who had fallen unconscious, blackened, emitting green smoke, and flashing electric sparks from time to time. Boom, boom, several deafening explosions were heard, and the wall across the school playground collapsed, blasting a gap, kicking up large clouds of dust and smoke that made it impossible to see what was going on inside. Everyone present was confused, obviously still unable to figure out what was going on. Only the summer night began to be secretly vigilant. It seems that everyone is very busy today. Can you allow your uncles to participate in your activities as well? An arrogant voice came from the hazy smoke, causing everyone to turn their heads to look over, and at the same time, the school's alarm bell began to sound, but no security personnel appeared. Chapter 22. It seems that everyone is very busy today. Can you allow your uncles to participate in your activities as well? An arrogant voice came from the hazy smoke, causing everyone to turn their heads to look over, and at the same time, the school's alarm bell began to sound, but no security personnel appeared. The smoke cleared, and I saw several figures dressed in flamboyant clothes appear in front of everyone, carrying a few unconscious people in their hands, and they were several school security guards. It's the enemy. Summer Night came directly to the little bird Yu Liuhua, and looked at the person who came vigilantly. Who are you? What do you want to do? Shouted Shimizu and several teachers. A black line came down on the summer night that protected the 6 flowers. Big brothers, isn't this obvious enough? At first glance, it's here to find fault. Is it still here to pay New Year's greetings to you? Step, trample, step. A few people stepped over the collapsed bricks on the ground and slowly stepped into the campus, and with a flick of their hands, several security guards rolled to the feet of everyone. Guys, I'm sorry, those damn heroes caught our boss and refused to let go, so I can only wrong some of you to come with us. Of course, I also respect the old and love the young, so children come first. A yellow broom head walked out of the attackers, and said with a flash of electricity in his hand. You are dreaming. If you want to take hostages, you must pass my pass first. Qing Shuizi was furious, grabbed a water whip around his body, and quickly whipped it towards the head of the yellow broom. The yellow broom head didn't seem to expect to encounter resistance, frowned at the attacking water whip, and stretched out his billy hands. Wait, hey! Before Xia Ye could stop it, he saw Qing Shuizi falling to the ground with convulsions, and there was still electric smoke on his body from time to time. I'm afraid you're a professional hero who bought it with money. People have lightning on their hands. What kind of fun are you, a water hero going up to join in? You do this, I'm going to report you for giving away people's heads. Of course, it's not that the yellow broom head is too strong, it's just that Shimizu is too weak. You must know that in fact, there are not a few civilian professional heroes like Shimizu, and most of the professional heroes are not strong. There are only a few powerful professional heroes like those who appeared in the original book, and they can already be regarded as elites. Of course, it is rare for a water hero like Shimizuzi to make up for the enemy of the human and electrical system. There's actually a hero. There's no such person in the intelligence. Forget it. It's a street fighting thing anyway. The yellow broom head skimmed the Qing Shuizi who fell to the ground and ignored him. As soon as he waved, the rest of the enemies who had been waiting for a long time smiled evilly and began to walk towards the students and teachers. From time to time, they also used their strange and not strong personalities to put down the weaker resisting teachers. Ah, run, the enemy is coming, hide quickly. The students looked at Shimizuzi who fell to the ground in confusion, and it took a long time to react and start to flee in a panic. Ding, release the mission enemies in the campus. The enemy tried to hold the children in the school hostage, but the heroes present have fallen to the ground. Stand up and protect students from harm. Reward otaku 500. There is actually a 500 otaku value reward. It's rare now that it's stronger in the summer night. Is there a strong person in this group of garbage? Xia Ye grabbed the little bald head who was shouting that his father was going to pounce, stuffed it to Kitahara-sensei, and then raised his head, but instead of looking at the enemy who was walking towards them, nor at the yellow broom head that subdued Shimizuzi in an instant, he looked at a man dressed as a samurai who had not moved since he stepped into the schoolyard and had been standing at the back of the enemy. Compared to other enemies, he was very low-key, standing there clearly, but people ignored it. Even a huge katana behind his back could not make him be noticed, as if he did not exist. But if you look closely, this person doesn't look strong, but it makes people feel uneasy. Just looking at him has a piercing feeling. It was obviously two contradictory feelings, but they unexpectedly blended perfectly in him. Little ghost, get out of the way, you're too old. Brother Dian said that the younger ones can arouse more sympathy, and the probability of the police letting the boss go is greater, and the little girl behind you is not bad, a strange-looking pig-headed man said and was about to reach out and push away the summer night. Oh, are you talking to me? You want my sister as a hostage? Xia Ye, who heard this, withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the pig-headed man in front of him, with a cold light in his eyes. Ah, my hands. The pig-headed man looked at his hand blankly, and suddenly fell to the ground and shouted, only to see that the hand that was originally stretched out to Xia Ye was broken at the root, and blood gushed out, and was dodged by Xia Ye. The other enemies who heard the screams turned around and saw Summer Night, who was playing with kunai, and looked at them with a sneer. And the samurai's eyes lit up unconsciously when he saw the kunai on Xia Ye's hand. What did you do, little ghost? Don't you want to live, do you? All the enemies gave up their goals and surrounded them towards the Summer Night. Wait a minute. At this time, the samurai man suddenly walked out, stopped the people who were about to make a move on the Summer Night, and said, which little ghost are you, Iga, Koga, or others? What are you talking about? Summer Night was about to make a move, but was interrupted by a samurai man. Aren't you a ninja? The kunai in your hand is of very high quality. It's not that the big ninja family can't make such a good ninja at all. The samurai man looked at Xia Ye strangely. Do you know a lot about ninja equipment? Aren't you a samurai? Xia Ye looked at the samurai man even more inexplicably. My name is 100 Ground Chop, the samurai man said. Clams, and then, Summer Night thought there would be a follow-up, but the samurai man said a name and stopped what the hell it was. Is it true that our Hyakchi family has not become like this in this era of individuality? Even the younger ninja generations have never heard of the Hyakchi family, one of the three families of Iga-ryu. Is it impossible for you to be from Koga-ryu? So what, then why are you a samurai? Summer Night forgot that she was still in battle, and asked Hyakchi/curiously. My father was a ninja and my mother was a samurai. But the two families didn't agree that my parents were together, so they left the family. I know both ninja and samurai things, and that's just because I prefer samurai attire. Momochi/seemed to fall into memory. It's really a bloody family drama, Xia Ye complained secretly. I'm sorry, but I'm still going to say that you recognized the wrong person. I'm not from the Koga Iga ninja family. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Natsuya thought about it, but still didn't say his real name. Chapter 23. Xia Ye turned his head to look at the enemies who were all staying in place, as if they were reminiscing about the story of the 100 lands and slashing, crying and laughing. Please, are you all dedicated? You are here to kidnap, not to chase the drama. It is difficult for me to do this to you. Come to think of it, Xia Ye still made a decisive move when it was time to do it. What a pity to waste such a good opportunity. The art of impatience. More than a dozen basketball-sized flames scattered towards the enemy surrounding the Summer Night, and almost everyone could eat one or two fireballs, which were instantly extinguished, and they fell to the ground howling and losing their combat effectiveness. That's right, what Summer Night is equipped with now is the Uchiha Sasuke Junior Edition character card that was rewarded for the first mission. Originally, I wanted to use Uchiha throwing to play games with Shimizusawa, but I didn't have time to unload it until the enemy attacked. No, not all enemies fell. The smoke cleared, and there were still two figures standing on the field in the distance. One was naturally a samurai man, only to see him pull out the big knife like a door panel behind him to protect him, blocking the fireball of the Summer Night, and then looked at the Summer Night with a surprised face. He was taken care of by Xia Ye, and he ate at least 5 fireballs, but he didn't leave a trace on his broadsword, which seemed to be a weapon of quite good quality. The other is the yellow broom head at the beginning, but in the face of the fire escape of the Summer Night, he is not as easy to block as the 100 ground chops. The yellow broom head is tattered and sparkling. Damn little ghost, you go die. Looking around at the companions who had fallen to the ground and lost their combat effectiveness, the yellow-haired broomhead rushed over angrily with a flash of lightning on his hand, intending to attack Xia Ye and the others. But apparently, Summer Night was quicker than him, and when the smoke cleared and he saw that there were still people standing, he began to seal it, and now he had just finished the last seal. Suddenly, everyone present heard a strange and noisy sound, as if hundreds of birds were chirping, and at some point the eyes of the Summer Night showed a strange blood red. The black and evil Magatama was emerging and turning, the hands were placed in front of them, and the palms were facing down, and the pale blue chakras kept converging in their hands, forming a mass of high-intensity electricity. Thunder escape, 1,000 birds. Summer Night sprinted towards the yellow broom head at high speed, and most of the eyes of the people present could barely catch Summer Night's moving figure, and when they found Summer Night again, Summer Night was already standing in front of the yellow broom head, and the 1,000 birds in his hand pierced his chest like a sharp blade. The yellow broom head stared blankly at the Summer Night in front of him, and looked down at the hand piercing his chest in disbelief, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something but couldn't, and the electric spark on his hand no longer flickered. Xia Ye ignored him, pulled out his right hand, shook off the blood on it, and then turned around and faced the direction of the 100 earth slash. The head of the yellow broom, which had lost its support, slowly fell to the ground, and his eyes gradually dimmed, and the blood flowing from the wound quickly stained the ground. The people around looked at Xia Ye silently, and didn't react for a long time. Bang bang bang, are the current ninja imps so strong? Speaking of which, I really haven't heard of the Uchiha ninja family. It seems that your ninja family will shine soon. Momochi broke the silence and applauded. I'm not from the ninja family you said, and I'm not a ninja, Natsuya emphasized again, standing next to the corpse of the yellow broomstick's head. Then what did you use just now? I heard you shout fire escape thunder escape, but it's the first time I've seen such a strong escape technique. You should have fused your own personality. Our ninjutsu isn't that strong, it's just for fooling people to assassinate. Obviously, when Xia Ye Zhong'er shouted the name of the move when he attacked just now, Xia Ye always thought that the move that didn't shout out the name of the move was soulless. Quote. Aren't you angry that your partner is dead? Don't you want to help them get revenge? Summer Night watched the sword drawn by the 100 slashes secretly vigilant, ready to change the character card at any time to deal with the battle that might happen next. When did I say that I was their partner? I just took the money to do things, and now that the people are gone, I can't get the rest of the money, so I naturally don't have to be your enemy. Beiji finished speaking, and then withdrew the big knife in his hand and turned around to leave. Is this okay? Xia Yelling stared blankly at the back of Beatty slashing away, stunned and didn't react. Xia Ye looked at the Beatty chop that was gradually moving away, and after thinking about it, he still didn't plan to keep people. The Beatty chop still looked a little strong, and there were still a lot of people on the scene, so he really wanted to fight. What if the Wave and Liu Hua were injured? Although using those finale character cards can definitely easily leave him, but the use of character cards also consumes energy, and the recovery of high-power character cards is slow. Yesterday I had a hot brain and 2 illnesses, and I used the Estus character card, even if it was only used for a while. I didn't put any big moves, and the energy consumed was not much, but the Summer Night was still distressed for a long time. Of course, the strength of the sludge monster was also strong in the enemy. So this kind of unnecessary battle can still be saved. It's good to complete the task, pretend to be forced or something, or wait to draw more combat character cards. Ding! The task enemies on campus is completed, and the reward is 500 otaku value. Just solve a few garbage, there's an income of 500 otaku value, and Xia Ye feels like he has made a lot of money, and he doesn't want to fight with Beatty. Little ghost, grow up quickly, you're still too weak now, I'm looking forward to fighting you. Beatty paused around the corner, and disappeared from everyone's eyes after speaking. Hey, let's go, I'm going to pretend to be this before I leave. I'm a little grumpy, I won't hit you next time we meet, and all. You, Summer Night jumped up in anger, to hell with the roll card consumption cooldown. If it weren't for the fact that he ran fast, Xia Ye would have planned to teach him how to be a man on the spot. P.S. The author has only watched anime. I haven't seen much of the comic part, so I've been thinking about whether to write the comic part. In case the comic author comes to a global college league behind. How does the author write? It's okay to help Shongying hit schools in other countries, but how to do colleges? Do you want the protagonist to transfer? Of course, the plot behind the comics is still watching, so it's hard to determine. Well, the author admits that he doesn't really want to make up manga. I usually read manga after watching anime. And the theatrical version is really good. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 24. As with most movies and TV series, when the curtain is over, the professional heroes and police officers are belated, watching the ineffective enemies begin to pick up the pieces. Some of the professional heroes and police officers deal with the inactive enemy lying on the ground, while some record confessions next to the students and teachers, and from time to time turn their heads and look at the Summer Night that has changed back to its original appearance with incredible eyes. Hello Xia Ye-san, we may need to arrest you for excessive justification, please come with us to investigate. After a while, Xia Ye, who was chatting with the little bird Yu Liuhua, saw a professional hero and a police officer walking over with handcuffs. After all, Xia Ye killed 2 enemies, and the pig-headed man who dared to stretch out his paws to fight Xia Ye's sister at the beginning also hung up because of excessive blood loss. Well, please wait a moment, I'll make a call, don't worry, I won't run away. Summer Night motioned for them to wait, and then comforted the little bird Yu Liuhua took out her mobile phone and wanted to call. The professional hero and the police officer communicated or decided to wait for the Summer Night for a while. Through the description of the teachers and students present, they all roughly knew the strength of the young man in front of them, and it was he who defeated the attacking enemy and saved the teachers and students. However, the professional heroes still vaguely surround the Summer Knight to prevent him from escaping. Grandpa Sunset, it's me, Summer Knight, the call was connected. It's a little Summer Knight, how do you remember to call your grandfather at sunset? You won't get into any trouble again, an old man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha 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 ha, when did your old personality become prophetic? I have something to trouble Grandpa Sunset, Summer Knight laughed awkwardly. You skin monkey, you have the same virtue as your grandfather, and you will only remember to call me when you have something. Say, it's not a trivial matter, I didn't call your grandfather but called me, Grandpa Sunset in the mouth of the Summer Knight scolded with a smile. I came to my sister's school, and I was met by a group of enemies who attacked the campus and wanted to take hostages. What, is Xiao Liuhua injured? Asked with concern when the other end of the phone directly interrupted Xia Ye's words. My sister is fine, but I accidentally shot hard and killed 2 enemies, and now the police here say that I was overly defensive, and they are handcuffed to arrest me and go with them. That's right, there's a little Summer Knight, even if you are injured, Xiao Liuhua will not be injured, okay, I know about this. I've asked the people below to go and call. I knew Grandpa Sunset wouldn't leave me alone. Can you not tell my parents and grandfather about this excessive defense, especially my grandfather, who will definitely count me down again, and will give me more practice, Xia Ye hurriedly flattered. Ha ha ha, and when you're scared, a monkey, then you'll cause less trouble in the future. Oh, by the way, when are you free to come to Grandpa Sunset this time recently? I also have a little bit of a little thing to ask you to help with, and your grandfather has already agreed. Okay, I'm free at any time, or I'll come over on Saturday this week. Xia Ye thought about it and agreed. After all, with my grandfather's consent, it shouldn't be a dangerous thing. Of course, the dangerous thing Summer Knight is not afraid. He has more than one trump card in his hand, and it is a big deal to equip those finale characters to card a wave of anus, and recently Summer Knight has saved a lot of Imperial House value, and he was going to smoke a big wave before the start of school, but if he is really, he can only temporarily hold his feet. The day after tomorrow, then you will come to my house to find. Forget it, I'll pick you up at your house. It seems that this matter is quite urgent, and I can actually bother Sunset to go out in person. Grandpa Sunset, by the way, you can help my sister find a better school again. It's best to rely on Shangding to get closer. Xia Ye, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly remembered something and spoke again. You should be looking for your grandfather Agasa for this kind of school. He is the Ministry of Education, and I only manage the professional heroes and the police department, asked Sunset puzzled. You know, Grandpa Asa has been trying to match me and his granddaughter lately, so it's better for Grandpa Sunset to make a phone call for me. Xia Ye smiled bitterly. I've seen the granddaughter of the Asa family, it's pretty good. It's not as good, Sunset encouraged. Ah, my signal is not good, I'm going to hang up. Scared Xia Ye quickly hung up the phone, although he hadn't seen the girl, but he couldn't believe it with Sunset's eye aesthetics, and last time he looked at a strong mother and said it looked good. The Summer Knight when I hung up the phone remembered that I forgot to ask about the situation of the 100 Land Slash. There won't really be a ninja family in this world. Is it the kind of ninja you think? But the 100 Land Slash seems to have never seen his own ninjutsu. Forget it, let's ask next time we meet. Most of the professional heroes and police officers next to him began to leave, leaving only a few police officers standing respectfully aside, and the handcuffs had been put away. Mr. Xia Ye, we apologize to you for the gaffe just now. We just need your cooperation to go to the police station to record the confession, and there is no other meaning. Please forgive me. Of course, if you are busy, it is the same for recording here. Seeing that Xia Ye finished the phone call, a police officer who seemed to have a bit of identity stepped forward diligently, and his attitude was completely different from just now. Obviously it was Sunset's phone call that worked. No need, just go to the police station to record. Anyway, we're pretty idle now. Summer Knight rejected the officer's kindness. Teacher Kitahara, I found that the security and security forces of your school are a bit poor, and I am very worried about my sister's safety at your school, so I plan to help my sister transfer to another school. At this time, Xia Ye looked at the teacher Kitahara who came over and said without waiting for him to speak. Summer Knight, this time it's just an accident, please believe it. Teacher Kitahara was anxious when he heard it, and hurriedly spoke. I'm just informing you, not consulting you. And my sister's thing, my comic game console doesn't have to be compensated by them, just treat it as a medical expense sponsored to that professional hero. Xia Ye directly interrupted Kitahara-sensei's words, and then turned his head to look at Shimazuzawa who was carried on a stretcher into the ambulance, and after speaking, he took the little bird Yu Liuhua and followed the police officer directly into the police car and left. P.S. Regarding the reader's question about the protagonist not having a hero license to kill the enemy, the author explains it here. Although the first protagonist grew up in a family of professional heroes and was influenced by his family, the protagonist is an adult after all and has his own thoughts, and the protagonist does not want to be a professional hero, but a hero. These 2 points should be distinguished, that is, the protagonist's thinking is a bit similar to the hero killer, of course, not so extreme, but I think that professional heroes are eating national jobs, similar to the profession of super police, and I want to create a more free protagonist. I believe you don't want to see a protagonist who is tied to the enemy and the police. The second is about the situation where the protagonist kills people without a hero's license. In fact, professional heroes can't kill enemies casually, but that's only set for grassroots civilian professional heroes and ordinary people, just so that this society will not run wild because of the appearance of personality. Rich bodyguards can still hold guns, and if they are really in danger of their employers, will they be careful to prevent the death of their enemies and put their employers' lives in danger when using their personalities? For example, if Armit kills the enemy, and even accidentally causes the death of innocent people, it may be questioned by the people at first, but it is impossible for Armit to really lose his identity as a professional hero. You must know that the 5% crime rate and the 20% crime rate are completely two concepts, and Armit will dig his own grave if he really steps down. So in the author's imagination, there are naturally exceptions to this kind of law, and a person with great potential and connections like the protagonist will naturally not punish him for endangering the enemy of society, and if he accidentally forces the protagonist to the enemy camp, then the police department must not cry to death. As long as the protagonist doesn't cause a lot of trouble, maybe the high-level people want the protagonist to trouble them a lot and owe a little more favors, and everyone will be counted as this account. The above is the author's personal opinion, no need to delve into it. Chapter 25. After recording the confession, Xia Ye declined the officer's offer to take them home in a police car, and if he got out of the police car, the neighbors would definitely misunderstand something and maybe call their parents at that time. Of course, this is not because he is afraid that he will get into trouble and be known by his parents and grandfather, but he just doesn't want them to worry, and if his grandfather knows that he has gone to Sunset for help, he will definitely feel that he owes a favor, but this favor Xia Ye feels that he can pay it back with his own strength, and there is no need to bother his grandfather. As for killing the enemy, Xia Ye didn't pay attention to it at all, and if it wasn't for Xia Ye's coincidental visit to the little bird tour Liuhua's school today, I don't know what would have happened. Usually the murderous intention of the summer night is not heavy, and when encountering an enemy, he will try to bring him to justice and hand it over to the police, but an enemy like this who dares to put his claws on his relatives and friends, Xia Ye doesn't care so much, and it is already very merciful to leave you a whole corpse. When Xia Ye and Liuhua left the police station, it was almost lunchtime, and Xia Ye didn't plan to go home to cook by herself, so after asking Liuhua's opinion, he took her out for a big meal, and then took her to the amusement park for an afternoon. Anyway, I asked for leave, and Liuhua's school hasn't been refounded, so I'm very idle, just to appease my sister's mood. As the sun sets, people bathe in the colorful glow of the afterglow, the students laugh and play on the road in twos and threes to prepare for home, the evening breeze slowly blows the grass on the side of the river, and also sends a burst of cherry blossom fragrance, which makes people feel refreshed and happy, and from time to time there are cherry blossom petals falling in the quietly flowing river, and the sunset is infinitely better. On a summer night, he and the bird tour Rokuka hiked on the breezy riverbank and prepared to catch the tram at the tram stop. Cuckoo, I'm having a lot of fun on the battlefield today, next time I'm going to fight again, the little bird Yu Liuhua jumped in front of him. Next time you have time, can you call your parents and them together, or call Chong Dark? Xia Ye held his hands behind his head and followed Liuhua comfortably. Ha ha ha, do you know, this frog girl actually applied for the hero department, and I laughed to death. No, even a frog like her also wants to be a hero, but she really can't do it, and she wants to eat swan meat. That's it. Hey, you say it yourself, are you, beyond your means? Quote. At this time, a few laughs came into the ears of Xia Ye, who was squinting and enjoying the morning glow and evening breeze, making Xia Ye tilt his head slightly, and his eyes began to look for the source of the sound. On the sloping grass under the river embankment, several hot girls dressed fashionably about the same age as Summer Night were laughing and pointing around a girl squatting on the ground, all wearing the same school uniform, which looked like the same school. And the girl did not have the slightest intention of resisting, just lowered her head and silently endured the ridicule around her without speaking, as if she was she to all this, but the sharp-eyed Summer Night could still see a few drops of liquid occasionally falling into the grass, which seemed to mean something. Xia Ye frowned and shook her head, considering whether she should step forward to stop it. After all, she didn't know how to resist, let others laugh at her, even if she stopped this time, then next time she was not there, she would probably be bullied even worse. Boring mortals, it's too late to retreat now, or you'll be devoured by my pitch-black flames. While the Summer Night was still thinking about it, the little bird Yu Liuhua had already come to several hot girls, and pointed at them in the pose of a black flame envoy. Little sister, are you talking to us? The hot girls turned to look at the secondary two girls in front of them. My brother is right, the real weak is when he doesn't dare to chase his dreams, and he doesn't allow others to chase them, Liuhua said as she looked at the hot girls with contempt. Stinky girl, who do you say is the weakling? See if I don't tear you. Before the words fell, I saw a figure fly out directly upside down and plunge into the river. Actually, I don't really want to hit a woman, but the problem is that you really need to wash your stinky mouth, so I choose to use my feet. Summer Night slowly retracted her legs and looked at the river with an expressionless face. The hot girl who was kicked into the water kept splashing in the water, and when the river soaked, the makeup on her face was all spent, and she was all pasted on her face, like a water ghost. Finally swam to the shore and was about to climb ashore, only to see a chicken-shaped rune appear in Xia Ye's eyes, and the water ghost hottie suddenly floated up from the water, dancing and shouting in the air, and before she could react to what was going on, she was thrown out again and fell into the middle of the river. What are you doing in such a hurry? Wash your mouth more in the water. Anyway, the river is not cold. Xia Ye looked at the river and began to flutter again, and the water ghost hot girl who didn't know if she should swim back said lightly. Well, what, you want to go down and wash your mouths too? Xia Ye asked, turning her head to look at the other hot girls who were already stunned, and raised her eyebrows. The babes looked at Xia Ye as if they saw a demon, and hurriedly covered their mouths and shook their heads in a panic, for fear that they would also be kicked into the river to wash their mouths. Then do you still want to bully your classmates? Xia Ye looked at them with a smile, kindly like a clerk who was asking what help the customer needed. The crowd continued to cover their mouths and shake their heads. I'll leave her a call, if you let me know if you dare to disobey. Believe me, it won't be as simple as washing your mouth then. Get out. Summer Night picked up a stone on the ground, held it in the palm of her hand, kneaded it into powder, sprinkled it, and drifted away with the wind. In the process, Xia Ye was still smiling, laughing so terrified that the hot girls were frightened, and when they heard that they could go, they were so scared that they didn't care about their companions who were still in the river and the school bags on the ground, and ran away, as if they were all speed personalities. And the one who was kicked down the river by the Summer Night did not dare to go ashore, and swam to the other side with a plop. My brother is so annoying. I can solve my battle by myself. How can I hurt me by just ants? The evil king's true eye is the strongest. Little bird Yu Liuhua looked at the few fleeing figures and complained loudly to Xia Ye. Yes, the true eyes of the evil king are the cutest. Xia Ye smiled and touched Liuhua's head. Chapter 26. Thank you, give me. A voice like a mosquito came from the side, so light that it was almost inaudible. Frogs blowing the rain. Xia Ye turned his head and carefully looked at the girl who was squatting on the ground like a frog in front of him. Isn't this the frog blowing the plum rain in the original book? Do you know me? Frog blowing Mayu tilted his head in confusion and looked at the Summer Night curiously. Damn, I said that I missed my mouth. How do you explain it? I've heard of you, Summer Night forcibly explained. You are. Why don't you rebel against them, and let them laugh at you like this? The frog blows the plum rain and wants to ask, but fortunately, the little bird Yu Liuhua opened his mouth in time to attract the attention of the frog blowing the plum rain. Maybe they're right. How can a person like me get into the hero department? Maybe it's really me who is too self-conscious. Give it. Frog blowing Mayu said resignedly, looking very inferior. Hey, it's strange. Summer Night remembers that the frog blowing plum rain in the original book should be a strong and straightforward girl. Why does it look like an inferior girl now? Is it because you haven't been admitted to Shangyiang? Since you have chosen to set foot on this battlefield, then you must face the monster with the determination to win and the strongest attitude, instead of thinking that you will be defeated by the monster. The little bird Yu Liuhua looked at the frog blowing the plum rain with a look of hatred, but the words that came out made the frog blowing the plum rain very confused. My sister is saying that since you have applied for the Shangyiang exam, then you should be brave enough to try and work hard, instead of being afraid that you will fail, Xia Ye explained. Do you think I can be admitted to Shangyiang? Believe that I can become a hero. Why can't it? But the most important thing is not what we feel and believe, but that you have to believe that you can succeed. Be brave enough to do what you want to do. Say what you want to say. Why bother with the ridicule of others? Summer Night picked up a bowl of chicken soup and poured it into the plum rain of frogbui. At this moment, a warm current rose in the heart of the frog blowing plum rain, and the pair of brothers and sisters in front of them, who had never known each other, protected her when they were hurt and ridiculed, and did not dislike their own appearance, giving themselves encouragement and confidence. Thank you for your encouragement. I like that my friends can call me Plum Rain instead of Frog Blow. Give it. Frog Blow Plum Rain looked at them expectantly. Of course, Mayu Sauce. My name is Little Bird Yu Summer Night. She is my sister Little Bird Yu Liuhua. Summer Night naturally will not refuse to be a friend of the frog blowing the rainy season. Cuckoo. I've gathered another battle buddy, and the day of victory over evil is getting just around the corner. Liuhua laughed loudly with her right hand on her right eye. Do you really not dislike me and want to be friends with me? It turned out that because of her frog personality, she seemed out of place with most people in the school, and was ridiculed and excluded by her classmates, so she began to inferiorize her frog appearance. No wonder Frog Blowing Plum Rain likes to be called Plum Rain instead of Frog Blow, Summer Night suddenly understood. Summer Night looked at this kawaii frog girl and said that the girl was the most high. How come? The frog is very cute, and so is the Plum Rain Sauce. Everyone else is just jealous of you, don't care about them. Nah, give this cute ornament to the Plum Rain Sauce, Xia Ye said and took out a quack pendant and handed it to the frog blowing plum rain. Although the Summer Night has drawn a lot of practical things in recent years, but more of these useless ornaments, there are more than a dozen pieces in the Summer Night inventory of the Quack 2 class. Brother, I also need such an enchanted equipment, said the little bird Yu Liuhua, whose eyes suddenly lit up. Then mine for you, give it to you. Frog blowing Mayu reluctantly looked at the pendant, and wanted to hand it to the little bird Yu Liuhua, although frog blowing Mayu likes this pendant very much, but she cherishes Liuhua's new friend even more. If you like it, take it yourself, you don't have to give it to her. Liuhua has a lot of these things in her room, and I still have a lot of them. Xia Ye stuffed things back into the hands of the frog blowing Mayu, and looked at Liuhua with tears in her eyes, so she had to take out another pendant for Liuhua. The useless things that are usually drawn out on summer nights will basically be given to Liuhua. Like a ninja forehead guard. Figures, COS costume procs or something. Summer Night and Six Flowers have a collection of a set and a lot of repetitions. Even Summer Night has one Heaven and Earth obedient sword cuz simulation version. Yes, that's right, it's not really a natural enemy obedient sword. It's just an ornament for cuz. You must know that when Summer Night first started drawing, I thought I was going to be invincible. Who would have thought it was fake? There are many more similar items, which fully shows how non-chieftains are in this life of summer night. Then goodbye first, when the time comes, we will see you, said goodbye to the frog blowing plum rain on a summer night. He wanted to invite his sister to go home and sit down for dinner to exchange feelings, but he was afraid that the frog blowing the plum rain and the family would be worried, so he didn't invite. Hey, is Xia Ye also a Shangiying who applied for the exam? Yes, you are so good that you will definitely be able to pass the exam. Mayu Sauce will definitely be able to, then we will be classmates. Xia Ye waved his hand to the frog blowing Mayu and planned to leave home with the bird Yu Liuhua. Suddenly Xia Ye seemed to remember something, and ran back with a note. This is my mobile phone number, if they still bully you, call me. Frog-blowing Mayu stood in place and looked at the brothers and sisters who were drifting away in the sunset, shook the pendant and note in his hand, and made a silent decision in his heart. I must also be admitted to the Shangiying. Chapter 27. Time. Saturday morning location. Summer night's home entrance. I said, my brother is going to help your grandfather do the task, not to travel and play. What are you going to do? You can stay at home. The summer night that was about to go out looked helplessly at the little bird Yu Liuhua who was going to go out with him. Cuckoo, I'm the only one guarding this place, who will sacrifice for me. Little bird Yu Liuhua clutched Summer Night's clothes, for fear that as soon as she let go, Summer Night would leave her and run away. Didn't I give you money to order takeout? I don't know if this mission is dangerous or not. If I accidentally hurt you, I won't be beaten to death by my mother and grandfather. Xia Ye whispered to persuade the little bird to swim Liuhua while trying to walk towards the door. I don't care, brother, don't want to leave me alone at home. At this time, the little bird Yu Liuhua changed her usual middle tone and said resolutely. Ding dong ding dong. Just when the brothers and sisters were still at a stalemate at the entrance on a summer night, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hey, forget it, let's go together. Don't worry about you little trickster at home. I would have sent you to my parents' grandfather first. Xia Ye looked at Liuhua who was sitting on the ground and dragged by herself, looked at her clothes that were about to be torn in distress, and finally sighed and agreed. Yay, the little bird that was sitting on the ground jumped up from the ground with a bang and ran to open the door. Isn't this Xiao Liuhua? I haven't seen it for a while. It's beautiful again. Is your brother here? An old man who looked dignified and righteous stood at the door of Xia Ye's house and looked at the little bird Yu Liuhua who opened the door for him. Brother-in-law is still preparing. Grandpa Sunset, can you bring me with you this time? Little bird Yu Liuhua didn't see the tone of the previous middle two at all, and asked Sunset with a well-behaved look. I'm sorry, my sister is going to go with me. It's useless for me to persuade me. Xia Ye stepped forward and said apologetically. It's okay. Xiao Liuhua can go if you want. This mission is not dangerous, it's just a little difficult. Sunset smiled and touched Xiao Liuhua's head. Hey, what kind of tasks will make it difficult for you? You have so many professional heroes and policemen under your hands. Grandpa Sunset, Olmet will also give you face to help you solve it. Summer Night asked curiously. You must know that Sunset is the head of the Metropolitan Police Department, and he also serves as the high-level supervisor of the Professional Hero Department. If he has anything difficult, there should be many professional heroes under him who are willing to help him sell personal favors. The matter of the mission, we will talk about it slowly and in detail on the way to the car, and we have to go back to the police station for a meeting. There is still plenty of time. Sunset turned around and beckoned the Summer Night brothers and sisters to get into the car. A black sedan was parked on the side of the road, and the driver standing next to him had already opened the door for them, and after Summer Night and little bird Yu Liuhua got into the car, he respectfully closed the door for them, and then trotted to get ready to drive. Summer Night, who got into the car, smiled at the middle-aged man dressed as a co-pilot Matrix agent, who was Sunset's bodyguard and a professional hero. Xiao Liuhua's school, your grandfather has already done it for you. It is a noble school, the security force is very strong. There are even a few professional heroes as teachers. It is a good school, and it is very close to Shangiying. Sunset looked at the little bird Yu Liuhua who was restless and began to move as soon as he got into the car. Oh, I'm much more relieved in that way. Xia Ye touched the little bird Yu Liuhua, who was full of frustration when she heard the news, and smiled dotingly. Speaking of which, are you going to apply for the Shangiying exam on Summer Night? Do you need a few of our old guys to say hello and let you take the recommended exam? Sunset asked Summer Night. No, the entrance exam is interesting, and you still don't believe in my strength, Xia Ye said confidently. Although he has not revealed all his strength over the years, just the strength he occasionally shows inadvertently can already make people marvel at the strength of Xia Ye. After all, Xia Ye is only in the third year of junior high school, and it is not impossible for the future potential to become a symbol of peace for the next generation in the eyes of his grandfather. That's right, this kind of exam is a breeze for Xia Ye. It seems that your family is going to have another one. No, two powerful professional heroes. The old man Tianzhong is too good, but it's a pity that my kid. Hey, Sunset sighed as she looked at the Summer Night and the little bird Yu Liuhua, and sighed helplessly. Actually, if you don't want to be a professional hero, it's not a big deal if you want to be a policeman. At least Brother Shiratori and you, the grandfather of the Metropolitan Police Department, will also have a lot to do in the future, Summer Night comforted Sunset. The white bird in their mouth on Summer Night is Sunset's grandson, called Sunset White Bird, a few years older than Summer Night, and he met when he was a child when he visited old friends with his grandfather. Every time they play the hero game, the other children shout to play the role of professional heroes. Only Summer Night and Shiratori don't fight with others. Summer Night is not so naive and doesn't want to fight, but Shiratori wants to play the policeman. Speaking of which, that kid came back from studying abroad and was transferred to the area near Shangying. The two of you have had a good relationship since childhood, and when the time comes, you can call him when you get into trouble in Shangying on Xiaosha night, Sunset teased Xia Ye. Don't tease Grandpa Sunset, it's not like you don't know what Brother Shiratori is. If I get into trouble, maybe he's the one who will press me back to the police station. Maybe it won't be useful for you to come forward and talk at that time. Xia Ye smiled bitterly. He dares, does he dare to say my words? Okay, maybe you're right, I can't control him, his personality is too straight, that's why I can't worry about him. Sunset sighed, and had to admit that Summer Night was right. The atmosphere in the car suddenly fell silent. Chapter 29. In the middle of the night sky was like thick ink, not even a crescent moon or a trace of starlight appeared, like a pale blue curtain covering the earth, and the dark streets were empty, only the flickering street lamps were quietly isolated on the side of the road, and it was so desolate and miserable. In such a dark corner where adults dare not set foot, there is a little girl in a skirt jumping and walking. It is a cute lorry with long fiery red hair, and a bestier hair ornament with the same hair color on her head adds a touch of cuteness to her. She has a childish melon seed face, a pair of bright and pure eyes, like a clear spring in the desert, but in the blink of an eye there seems to flash a hint of cunning and black, carrying a small red children's school bag, and an inconspicuous teddy bear pinned to the school bag. This is a cute thing that people can't wait to hold in their arms and love well. In the dead of night, there is such a cute little lorry on the sparsely populated street. No matter how you look at it, there is an inexplicable sense of disobedience. The camera zoomed in, and the cute and well-behaved little lorry, who originally looked from a distance, kept cursing something in her mouth. The old man who stinks at dusk threatens me with my sister's safety and pretends to be lorry to seduce perverts. And the dog system. What's on your side? At the critical moment, you pushed me. Actually use the task reward to seduce me. I know I can't resist the temptation, that's right. This red-haired little lorry walking on the street is naturally our protagonist Summer Night. Summer Night, who was originally killed and refused to pretend to be lorry as bait, knowing that the perverted ninja is almost near his home. Summer Night is not calm in an instant. There's a lorry controlling the enemy to lurk around his sister. How can this work? So Summer Night can only be really fragrant. Minister Sunset, the helper you found is unreliable. If you let the criminal run away this time, it will be even more difficult to catch next time. Yes, Minister, how can you find a teenager to carry out such a dangerous mission? What if you can't rescue the teenager in time? At this time, a large group of police officers and professional heroes are ambushing in a nearby residential building, and from time to time, professional heroes and police officers look suspiciously at the Summer Night in front of the monitor screen and ask Sunset uneasily. Of course, it's not that every professional hero is not at ease, such as Summer Night's old acquaintance Dense Forest Shenwei and Death Red Fist. As one of the few professional heroes present who have seen Summer Night's strength, they feel that what they have to worry about is not Summer Night, but the rebellion. At least they feel that Summer Night's self-protection is absolutely fine. You must know that this is just a ninja enemy who is not strong, but this time the police have found so many professional heroes, and they don't plan to let him have a chance to escape. After all, the huge social impact caused by this renegade with special preferences has made the pressure on the fishing boat faced by the police very great, and it has increased the determination of the police to arrest this criminal. And the professional hero, this rat has no chance of escaping. This is the grandson that the old man of Tianzhong often mentions that he is proud of. It's a pity that it's not a fire personality but a transformed personality. At this time, a majestic man with fire and strong muscles walked in. As obviously a fire-based professional hero, but his tone is full of coldness, which makes the professional heroes present dare not speak out. Andra, you're here, I'll ask you this time, you must catch this enemy, and an order has been issued from above, whether you live or die this time. Sunset looked at the professional hero number 2 Andra who had just arrived and said in a deep voice. Is it necessary to dispatch so many professional heroes for such a powerful garbage ground mouse, and even require me to do it myself? Anvar said disdainfully, looking around at the large number of professional heroes in ambush in the room. This lineup, not to mention a garbage ninja, can be easily won by some weaker enemy forces. The social impact of this enemy is too great to be delayed any longer. In fact, our police have also tried to invite other heroes who are in the top 10 on the hero list. But the paper shooter Ekashute didn't come over because he had concerns. Olmet seems to have been busy with something lately, and he can't be contacted for the time being, and the others also have their own tasks, so they can't get out of the way. Only you can come over, Sunset said helplessly. Obviously, if it weren't for the fact that other heroes didn't have time, Sunset really wished that the top 10 heroes on the list would come over to ensure that this mission was foolproof. The ninja's ability to hide and escape is not to be talked about, it is their ability to eat before, and if he accidentally lets him slip away this time, it will be even more difficult to catch it next time. Armit, hum. At the mention of Armit, Ander's face turned a little colder, and then he turned his head to look at the Summer Night on the screen. You're not afraid that something will happen to this kid and let the angry hero come to you to play with your life? Brother, nothing will happen to you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful that my black flames will burn your hair. At this time, the little bird who was protected by Sunset's side, Yu Liuhua, couldn't help it anymore. Others looked down on his brother, and a black flame jumped out of his palm, and retorted loudly to Andwa. This is. Andwa looked at the black flame in the hand of the little bird Yu Liuhua with jealousy. It was obviously just such a small flame, but it brought a sense of danger to him, a fire professional hero. This is the younger sister of the Summer Night, the little bird swims the 6 flowers. This time I brought Xia Ye to the recommendation of the old man of Tianzhong. Don't look at this kid just a transformation personality. But his transformation personality is actually quite strong, and his strength is not inferior to some of the newly graduated Shangyingji students, and this kid may still have hidden strength. Just a ninja can't hurt him. Sunset said so, but his eyes were still looking at Xia Ye deadly, for fear that the enemy would suddenly appear, and the rescue would not be timely and cause Xia Ye to be injured. As the kid from the old man's family in Tianzhong actually so strong. And this little girl's black flame should not be underestimated. It seems that he will meet an opponent in the future. Andwa's pupils shrank, and he looked at the summer night that was still jumping on the screen and thought secretly. Chapter 30. Tut tut, it's really in vain that I took the risk to come out hunting when I came across such a superb product. Suddenly, an obscene and disgusting voice sounded in the empty and quiet street, interrupting the summer night's whispered curses and cheering up the professional heroes who were lying in ambush. There is a situation, everyone is on guard, don't do it without my order. To prevent the grass from startling, Sunset ordered the professional heroes and police officers in a deep voice. On the monitor screen, Summer Night looked around in confusion and found nothing. At this moment, a distorted black shadow began to slowly emerge in the shadows in the shadow corner that could not be illuminated by the street lamp, turning into a ninja wearing a black ninja costume. The man was wearing a black ninja hat, a black mask on his face, revealing a pair of small eyes, and two ninja knives crossed behind him, dressed as a traditional ninja. But what makes people laugh is that this person obviously has an adult accent, but he is very short, not even much taller than the Summer Night that transforms into Lori. Little sister, don't be afraid, what's your name? What about your parents? Why are you walking on such a dark road alone? The ninja's eyes flashed with obscene light from time to time, obviously he had taken the Summer Night as his prey. My name is Annie, my mom and dad went far away, my pet Teebs was lost, and I came out to look for something. Lori, played by Summer Night, replied timidly with her head down and grabbing the corner of her skirt, but her heart had already started MMP. And the little bird in front of the screen, Yu Liuhua, looked at his Lori brother Summer Night with bright eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Isn't a person scared? Our uncle will accompany you to find it. What kind of pet is Tibbs? If you ignore those lustful eyes and hands that are about to touch, you may be mistaken for a kind person who wants to help the little girl. Annie's little bear is lost. Have you seen my little bear? Annie's little Lori raised her head and looked at the ninja in front of her with a pair of cute big eyes. Little bear, little sister, you can't be talking about the little bear on your school bag, the ninja asked, looking at the teddy bear pinned to the red-haired Lori school bag in front of him. Hey, really, thank you, uncle, then Annie will give you this little bear. Annie Lori took off the teddy bear on her school bag in surprise, and planned to throw the teddy bear in her hand to the ninja, but I don't know if it was too hard or something. The little bear was thrown into the sky. It's really a confused little Lori, but such a superb is more valuable for torture. I'm really looking forward to a frightened and panicked expression on this innocent face. The ninja thought pervertedly, and without raising his head, he tried to reach out and catch the teddy bear in the sky. Hey, how does the teddy bear in the sky feel so much bigger? The ninja thought as he looked at the growing shadows on the ground. Phew, a majestic flaming bear fell from the sky and smashed directly on the ninja's head, and before the ninja could react to what was going on, the giant bear sat him into meat sauce, and the terrifying weight even smashed the street into a big hole. The ninja never understood how a teddy bear could have stoned him to death, let alone imagine that he would one day die at the hands of his prey. However, the people in front of the monitor screen saw it clearly. They saw that the teddy bear that was thrown into the sky suddenly burst into flames, and then the toy bear that originally looked a little well-behaved and cute suddenly began to expand and change, with sharp claws growing between their palms, and their fangs slowly showing their mouths, and their body size and hair grew wildly, and they witnessed a teddy bear that could be seen everywhere on the street turn into a terrifying and vicious flaming giant bear, and then crushed the ninja to death. The cute daddy Lori who transformed into a Summer Night is naturally Annie, the Dark Daughter, also known as the Fire Girl, and the giant bear that stoned the ninja to death is naturally Annie's pet shadow bear Tibers. Character card, Anne, the Daughter of Darkness. Anne, the Dark Girl, comes from the game League of Legends, and her profession in the game is a mage, and she is a very cute and black-bellied little Lori. At the age of 2, Anne used magic to tame the ferocious shadow bear from the fossil tree forest, turning it into her pet. To this day, she has Teebs with her. Anne usually turns it into a teddy bear, just like a regular child's doll. The combination of Anne's lineage and the dark magic of her birthplace gives this little girl amazing arcane powers. Fire Thirst. When using a fire attack, there is a small chance to stun the opponent. Shattered Fire. Summons a burst fireball to attack the enemy, returning the cost if the target dies from the shattered fire. Incineration. As the Dark Fire Maiden, Anne is simply the darling of the flames, and can use the flames as she pleases, and is not damaged by the flames. Lava Shield. Summons a fire shield to protect yourself, as enemies who attack you will take reflected fire damage. Wrath of Tibbs, summoning Teebs the Shadow Bear. When the professional heroes and police officers rushed out of the ambushed residential buildings, they could only look at the meat in the big pit on the ground in a daze, and the professional heroes said that they were very depressed, and they didn't know what so many of them were here to do after so many of them had worked hard for a long time, so they came to make soy sauce. Sunset and other police officers were also speechless looking at Xia Ye and the little bird Yu Liuhua who were teasing the bear not far away. They racked their brains to plan a plan, and invited so many professional heroes, for fear that the enemy would run away, but the enemy was killed by Xia Ye so simply, it seemed that their efforts were meaningless. Ahem, cough, cough. To celebrate our hard work. Ahem solves this tricky, ahem, abominable enemy, for the reward. Ahem, reward everyone's efforts. Ahem, we're going to hold a banquet here, please be sure to show your face to participate. Sunset invited the professional heroes present in a complicated tone, and the professional heroes present also agreed with complicated faces. Chapter 31. Hehehehe. The little girl that my brother has transformed into is so cute, and she is almost comparable to me who is the true eye of the evil king, and I will call you Sister Summer Night in the future. Oops, said the little bird Yu Liuhua, who was sitting on the bear's head and looking at the image of Anne, said with a smile on the summer night, but was teary-eyed by brain collapse in the summer night. It's not big or small, your brother is always your brother. Summer Night turned back to her own form and caught the 6 flowers that had fallen due to the disappearance of the shadow bear. Ding, the quest Perverted Ninja is completed, and the reward of the otaku value is 500 inches. The reward of 500 otaku values barely appeased the fragile heart of Xia Ye's sacrificial human being laughed at by his sister, and Xia Ye said that he was going to a banquet to eat a big meal, turning grief and anger into appetite and taking revenge on Sunset. At the banquet, everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 5 holding wine glasses in their circles and chatting, and from time to time they looked at a corner of the hall. There is no doubt that the brothers and sisters who are eating at the table are the focus of everyone. Mr. Xia Ye, I heard that you applied for the heroic hero department. I don't know if you have an ideal hero firm after graduation. Do you want to consider our office? Your little office is too embarrassed to take it out and talk about it. Mr. Xia Ye, don't listen to him. Come to our office. Our office is large and famous. This is the place where an excellent talent like you live. Come to our office. Our office is well treated, and there are many beautiful big sisters. Quote. Quote. Summer Night, who was tasting the food made by the food heroes, suddenly gathered around a large number of professional heroes, scrambling to start selling their own hero office to Summer Night, and the jungle Kamui on the side, who had failed to solicit them, was also ready to try to see if he could pull Summer Night to his office again. Although Summer Night didn't show much strength, the fierce and mighty size of the shadow bear tease that he summoned was enough to attract their attention. Most of the pro heroes are not very powerful, and many of them are not even combat-oriented pro heroes, and are only suitable for rescue activities. If they can book this young man with great potential in advance, their firm will definitely be able to quickly stand out and become a famous hero firm. Did I say that your news is so closed? I don't know if people already have a home. When Xia Ye wanted to open his mouth to explain his refusal, a cold voice came, and Andwa walked into the banquet hall with tiger steps. Could it be that Mr. Summer Night has been invited by Lord Andwa and plans to enter his hero office? The professional heroes around Summer Night began to shut their mouths. How could a small office like them compare to the office of other number 2 heroes? Mr. Xia Ye, there are all kinds of inconveniences in big firms, and the competition is very strong, but a small firm like ours will definitely tilt its resources on you, so let's consider our firm again. There are also some unwilling professional heroes who persuade Xia Ye. I would like this outstanding teenager to join my hero office, but his own family runs a hero office. Summer Night is the grandson of the famous angry hero Tian Zhongli. Andwa walked over, and the professional heroes around Summer Night couldn't help but make way for him. I've heard the flame hero talk about you, and he's very proud every time he mentions you. The burly Andwa came to the front of Summer Night, looking down at him expressionlessly, and a strong sense of oppression hit Summer Night. I often hear my grandfather mention you, and he is very proud every time he mentions you. Xia Ye withstood Andwa's tremendous pressure, and his eyes were not to be outdone, looking back at Andwa and said. The eyes of the two looked at each other as if they had stirred up electric sparks in the air, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the people around them did not dare to gasp for breath, for fear of triggering something. Ha ha ha, you kid, yes, look forward to my boy's encounter with you. Andwa burst out laughing, breaking the simmering situation. Andwa patted Xia Ye on the shoulder and turned to leave, but he began to think about going home to train his son, and he didn't know what Boom Scorcher's expression was on this inexplicable training. Summer Night looked at the departing Andrew, feeling his strength in his heart. Don't look at the original book and feel that Andrewat has no outstanding battles, but in fact, this professional hero is really strong, but it is covered by the stronger Armit. You must know that after Ulmit retired, Andva, who was not very popular, suppressed other powerful professional heroes and became the number 1 professional hero on the hero list. Maybe the strength of the heroes on the other hero list is a little watery, but Andva's strength is beyond doubt. Now the strongest character card of Summer Night is estimated to be the Queen of Estes. Although it is very strong, it is not easy to say that it will definitely win Andrwa. Of course, this is not to say that Estes is worse than Andrva, but that Summer Night himself can't fully play Estes' strength. After all, Xia Ye is not Estes himself, even if his combat skills have improved under his grandfather's training in recent years. He is definitely not as good as Estes, who has been fighting with dangerous species all year round, so compared to Estes himself, Summer Night is definitely much inferior, and his strength may even be 1 level worse. This gap is especially evident in the battle between the 2 opposing forces of fire and ice. If there is no bonus of Estes' strong strength, but a duel between the same strength, then once the fighting style of Summer Night is seen through, Andrwa, who has rich combat experience, will definitely be able to play with the low combat experience of Summer Night. After all, the battles before Summer Night are basically to crush the enemy, and there is no combat skills and actual combat experience. It seems that you usually have to cultivate your actual combat experience, and if it is not very important to go out to do tasks in the past 10 months, try to use the character card of the same combat power to fight with others or find some powerful characters to do things. Summer Knight touched his chin and looked at it and thought. Chapter 32. Early in the morning, on the second floor of Little Bird's residence, a figure crept into Summer Knight's room, looked at Summer Knight who was still asleep, and laughed. Brother Sama, it's time to wake up from your slumber. Bird Yu Liuhua came to the bed of the Summer Knight, suddenly jumped high, put her legs together, her knees down, and shouted in the air. Liuhua, don't. Ah, their brother and sister are so friendly. Sato, the father of Summer Knight, who was making breakfast in an apron downstairs, smiled and handed Summer Knight's mother, Miu, a freshly made breakfast. Yes, since Raka asked Xiao Ye to get up, Xiao Ye has never been in bed again. Miu took the breakfast and said with a smile on her face, but there was something unclear in her smile. After the affairs of the Hero Office branch were almost done, Summer Knight's parents came back early. After all, the affairs of this office can't be ignored all the time. At this time, the brother and sister who were friendly to the parents in the mouth of the Summer Knight, one was lying on the bed holding his stomach retching, and the other was looking at the Summer Knight with an innocent face. Liuhua, next time, can you wake me up in a normal way? If you continue like this, my brother will die in your hands sooner or later. No, on your feet. It took a long time to relax on the Summer Knight, and I looked at the smiling Bird Yu Liuhua angrily. But my mother said that my brother loves to lie in bed too much, and if I don't do this, my brother won't be able to wake up from his slumber. If you do this again, my brother won't buy you snacks, and I won't play my brother's game consoles and comics. Summer Knight threatened the little Bird Yu Liuhua, and then got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. It's been almost 10 months since the last rebellion. In these 10 months, Summer Knight, who has always wanted to make trouble, hasn't encountered any major incidents. That is, every night and often go out to take care of the little gangsters. I can't even find a powerful enemy organization, but it's normal. If the enemy organization can be found so easily, then the police and professional heroes won't find it sooner. Then it's the turn of the Summer Knight. When Xiao Ye finished washing up and went downstairs, Xiaotiao Yu Liuhua had already sat down at the dining table and was ready to eat breakfast, and Xiao Ye's parents had already finished breakfast and were ready to go out. Don't forget that you're going to take the Shangiying exam today, but don't be late. Sato, the father of Summer Knight, reminded when he saw Summer Knight coming downstairs. Your grandfather will come over later, and let him drive you to school then. Miu suddenly remembered, ordered, and went out with Sato. That's right, Xiao Ye is going to Shangiying for the entrance exam today. Of course, Xiao Ye doesn't have any special feelings, and there's no need to be nervous with his strength. At most, it's a little bit of anticipation to meet the original characters. And last Summer Knight drew a wave of prizes for the otaku value that had been accumulated for a long time. Although it's still non-chief as always, but there are still a few good character cards and items. At least Summer Knight feels like his high school campus life won't be very boring. Brother, I want to taste the sacrifice of your sacrifice. The little Bird Yu Liuhua fiddled with the breakfast on the plate, and as soon as her parents went out, they started to get up again. If you're like this, Dad will cry. Eat it honestly, otherwise you'll be ready to go to school hungry. Xiao Ye ignored Liuhua, sat down on the chair and ate breakfast, so angry that Liuhua wanted to smash the plate on Xiao Ye's face, and finally lowered his head and ate breakfast angrily, but the eyeballs kept turning, and he didn't know what the hell he was thinking. Since my parents came back, Summer Knight has rarely used the kitchen utensils anymore, and although Sato's cooking skills are not as good as those chef roles, it is normally very good, so that lazy Summer Knight is back. Ding dong ding dong, doorbell rings. It should be Grandpa coming. Xiao Ye put down the tableware in his hand and was about to get up to open the door, who knew that the little Bird Yu Liuhua ran out first. Hey, it's Xiao Liuhua, I haven't seen you for a while, do you miss your grandfather? Tian Zhongli saw that it was the little Bird Yu Liuhua who opened the door, and suddenly his mouth opened and he touched Liuhua's head with a smile. Think, Liuhua misses her grandfather so much. But someone bullied Liuhua, saying that he wouldn't buy snacks for Liuhua in the future, wouldn't give Liuhua game consoles and comics, and wouldn't even give Liuhua food, so he would starve Liuhua. Liuhua looked at Tianzhongli with a pair of big tearful eyes. Who dares to bully my precious granddaughter like this? Don't buy snacks for Xiao Liuhua, don't give game consoles and comics, and actually starve my baby granddaughter. Tell Grandpa will help you teach him a lesson. Tianzhongli's eyes widened, and his head began to catch fire. Xiao Ye's face turned blue when he heard it. Not good, this little girl is waiting for him here. This is okay, hurry up and beg for mercy to the little Bird Yu Liuhua. It's a bad brother, he always bullies Liuhua while his grandfather is not there. Little Bird Yu Liuhua didn't even look at Xiao Ye, and directly sentenced Xiao Ye to death. Little rabbit, now I have learned to bully my sister, you come over to me. Tian Zhongli directly glared at the Summer Knight that was about to slip away. It's so miserable, I was my own little grandson back then, and now I'm a little rabbit cub. Hey, Karma. Stinky boy, if it weren't for your Shangiying exam today, I would have to practice for you. If you can't pass the exam, you will wait for me to go to the deep mountains and old forests for the next month to practice. Tian Zhongli looked at Xiao Ye angrily. Ha ha ha, how is it possible? Don't you know the strength of your grandson? How can you get my Summer Knight in the Shangiying exam? I just let them pass the test with a pair of feet. Xiao Ye looked at Tian Zhongli with a smile, but the words he said were very arrogant, and he said the craziest words in the most cowardly tone. Alright, let's go. By the way, since you are so confident, Then take the first one back. Tian Zhongli suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Xia Ye, who was still playing with Liu Hua just now, and said in a hurry to stop. What, Grandpa, who are you chatting with and getting choked again? Xia Ye said amusedly as he looked at his grandfather. Now Tianzhonglai is becoming more and more like an old man with a good face, and he shows off his grandchildren to others at every turn. HMPH, you don't have to worry about it. Anyway, if you can't get the first place, just wait for the next few months to stay in the deep mountains and old forests. As if Xia Ye said something, Tian Zhongli turned around and left directly, leaving Xia Ye's two brothers and sisters behind him giggling and snickering. Chapter 33. After nearly 30 minutes of driving, they arrived at their destination on a summer night. It's really worthy of the number 1 school Shangdiang. It's really magnificent. Xia Ye sat in the car and looked at the Shangdiang school in the distance. Although I have seen it on TV more than once, but a city-like school really appeared in front of me, and Xia Ye was still shocked. There is no doubt that the number 1 school in the country can cultivate generations of heroes and new stars, become the best among professional heroes, and support social peace. Only such a school can attract a large number of teenagers with heroic dreams to work hard to be admitted to this school, in order to enter Shangdiang and show their heroic ambitions. Wow, is my brother going to fight such a battlefield? Wait, my pitch-black flame envoy will join this battlefield one day. The evil king's true eye is the strongest. Little bird Yu Liu Hua lay on the car window, her face was almost flattened, and she said enviously and confidently. Of course, our little Liu Hua is the most powerful, and we will definitely be able to enter Shangdiang in the future. Tianzhonglai smiled and looked at the little bird Yu Liu Hua and said, then turned his head and looked at Xia Ye with a tense face. It's not good to drive in front. You can go in by yourself. If I have time after sending Liu Hua to school, I will go to Shangdiang to see you take the exam. If it's too late, I won't go. Remember not to embarrass me. Xia Ye rolled his eyes. If he hadn't heard you call Principal Shangdiang on the road, and he almost believed it, wouldn't I have allowed you to come and you wouldn't have come, Tsunere grandfather. After getting off the bus on a summer night, I looked around the school gate, and some students wearing different junior high school uniforms came one after another. All of them seemed to be here to take Shangdiang's exam, and everyone had a more or less nervous look on their faces, and they all looked a little uneasy. Summer Night smiled lightly and planned to follow the crowd in. Brother, come on for the exam. Little bird Yu Liu Hua leaned out of the car window and waved his hands to Xia Ye and shouted, attracting the curious eyes of the passing students. I will. Xia Ye turned around at the school gate and waved to Rokuka and Grandpa, made another okay gesture and entered the school. My companion, you have finally appeared. Fang Kaiwu heard the voice of the pitch-black flame envoy and knew that you were coming. I just entered the campus on a summer night, and before I had time to observe the campus environment, a second voice came. Hey, why haven't you gone in yet? Let's see if it's not early. The 9 o'clock briefing will begin. Xia Ye looked at Chongdian who was walking towards him slowly, ignoring the surprised gaze around him because of Chongdark's words. As a former senior middle 2, now hidden middle 2, this kind of gaze summer night is trivial. I fought with the monsters until dawn last night, and I just arrived at this battlefield, Chongdark replied faintly, and walked into the school building side by side with Xia Ye. I have an exam today. You went out to find trouble with the gangsters last night, and I'm not afraid that I will fail the exam today. Xia Ye carefully looked at Chongdark, wanting to see the dark circles on his face, only to remember where did a black crow's head come from. It's just a trial. How can I stump me as a messenger of the night? I can pass the trial even if I don't have 2 legs, often secretly stepping on the yin and saying the same arrogant words as the morning of the summer night. But it is not often dark and arrogant, but often secretly stepping on the yin and often going out with the summer night to move, and the strength is much stronger than the original book. As he said, just an exam, summer nights and often dark didn't pay much attention to it. According to the signs on the road, Xia Ye and Chongdark walked in the shade, and soon found the examination description venue of the Shangdiang Hero section, and after receiving their own admission tickets and materials at the door, they entered the venue. When they found their seats and sat down on a summer night, they found that they had arrived quite late, and the others had already almost arrived, and the spacious hall of nearly 500 seats was almost full. Xia Ye glanced at the venue and found a few acquaintances, but the distance was too far to say hello, so Xia Ye simply looked at the materials in his hand boredly and quietly waited for the start of the exam briefing. Ding! Release the task, Shangdiang exam. The entrance exam will start in this strongest university soon. As a future star, you can't be underestimated. Please get the top 10 in the actual combat exam, and the base reward is 100 otaku value, and each promotion will increase the reward by 100. Tut tut, this task came in time, just when I was planning to do something big, a reward of up to 1000 otaku value. Then I booked the first place, and the corners of my mouth lifted confidently in the summer night. Suddenly, the lights above the venue gradually turned on, music sounded all around, and the large display screen on the podium in front of him also began to play the picture, which was the Shangdiang school emblem, and at the same time, a loud voice sounded in the venue, which shook people's ears. Listeners who are taking the exam, welcome to my singing scene. The spotlight fell on a sunglasses teacher dressed in pumpkin with punk hairstyle. Summer Night immediately recognized this as the famous professional hero Brescent Mac, an English teacher at Shangdiang High School. Brescent Mac has a top-notch vocal personality, and can use his voice to carry out sonic attacks and spread sound over a wide area. Even in the face of opponents who are far away, he can make the sound from a distance and in a wide area, which may damage the eardrum, and it is said that the cry at birth shocked the eardrums of doctors and parents out of blood. After the opening remarks of Everybody say hey. Bresson Mac, he put his palm to his ear to hear the audience's reaction, as if he were actually doing a concert. But there was silence in the venue, and most of the students were still nervous, and they did not react at all to the teacher's interaction, wasting Bresson Mac's kindness. Chapter 34. After the opening remarks of, everybody say hey, Bresson Mac, he put his palm to his ear to hear the audience's reaction, as if he were actually doing a concert. But there was silence in the venue, and most of the students were still nervous, and they did not react at all to the teacher's interaction, wasting Bresson Mac's kindness. You're really boring, Bresson Mac sighed helplessly. Then let me give the audience a brief summary of the actual exam, are you ready? Bresson Mac quickly regained his senses, asking the students aloud again, as if he didn't want to give up yet. There was silence in the hall again, and even the summer knight began to feel embarrassed for him. Yes, Bresson Mac could only ask himself, probably already secretly saying that these students were the worst class he had ever led. Just like the exam essentials, listeners are going to participate in a 10-minute simulated block Xi after this. As Bresson Mac spoke, the screen on the large screen behind him turned, marking the location of the venue in the 7 Xi venues. You are free to bring any belongings. After I finish explaining, please go to the designated Xi venue, okay? Hearing Bresson Mac's explanation, Summer Knight picked up his exam certificate and glanced at it, and at venue G, he turned his head to look at the exam venue that was often dark, venue C. Don't you want the students from the same school to help each other? I just plan to play a big game, so that it won't affect Chong Dark, Xia Ye thought as he rubbed his chin. There are 3 types of imaginary enemies in each Xi room, and there are a large number of imaginary enemies. According to the difficulty of their respective strategies, the corresponding points are set. Please use their respective personalities to defeat them and earn points. This is the goal of the listeners. Bresson Mac continued, and the screen of the monitor behind him began to change images again, showing the information of the 3 types of imaginary enemies. Of course, it is strictly forbidden to attack others and act contrary to the heroic spirit. Although Xia Ye has a vague memory, he will quickly recall it after experiencing it, and if he remembers correctly, there is another way to score this exam, that is, rescue scores, but it is useless for Xia Ye who is bent on doing big things. I have a question, can I bring it up? Said Bresson Mac, when a bespectacled, serious-faced boy stood up and raised his hand. Okay. Bresson Mac held out and pointed at the bespectacled boy who was standing up, as a spotlight from above also hit the classmate. The man with glasses picked up the materials on the table and pointed to the contents on them. There are 4 imaginary enemies printed on the document, and if this is a mistake, it will be a shame for UA, the strongest university in Japan, and we candidates are sitting on this exam site in pursuit of the guidance of exemplary heroes. By the way, curly-haired Jun over there. As he spoke, the man with glasses suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to Izuku Midoriya, who had been whispering something behind him. Midoriya Izuku pointed at himself suspiciously, not knowing what the situation was. You've been whispering there since just now, and your attention has been distracted. If you're going to come to see the show, please leave Shongying immediately. Said the man with glasses, staring at Midoriya Izuhisa. I'm sorry. The stern tone of the glasses man frightened Midoriya Izuku and quickly covered his mouth and began to apologize, causing a burst of laughter from the surrounding students, while the explosion on the side stared at the glasses man with eyes that wanted to kill people. Tut tut, this kid is a virtue with his father. Xia Ye looked at the glasses man and smiled. That's right, this serious glasses man is the son of the turbo hero who was beaten by Summer Knight back then. Iida Tenya, that is, the class leader of Class A in the first year of middle school in the original book, and his personality is the same as his father and brother. Okay. Student with exam number 7111, great question, thank you. Bresson Mac hurriedly motioned for Iida Tenya to sit down, and cleared the siege for Izuku Midoriya, and the large display screen behind him also changed the picture. The 4th type of enemy is 0 points, in other words, this guy is here to interfere with you. Every venue will have such a mechanism that is always rampage around. It's not that you can't be defeated, but there is no point in defeating him. I advise the audience to try to avoid him as cleverly as possible. Teacher, I have a question for me too. At this time, Summer Knight suddenly stood up, and without waiting for Bresson Mac to agree, he directly said the question, is there any restriction on what you just said about being free to carry any items? It's him, he's really here too. The acquaintances in the venue recognized the Summer Knight who stood up, and each looked at him with complicated expressions. Don't worry, you can bring anything you can bring in. After all, there are many students whose personalities depend on external objects, Bresson Mac immediately explained to Summer Knight. Oh, yes, that's great. Xia Ye smiled playfully on his face when he heard this, and Chong Dian next to him seemed to see something, and began to be glad that he and Xia Ye were not in the same examination room, and mourned in silence for the candidates in the same examination room as Xia Ye. That's all I can say. Finally, as a gift, I would like to present the motto of the university to the audience. A great hero named Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is a strong man who can constantly overcome the misfortunes of life. Alright, then please enjoy the ordeal to the fullest. After Bresson Mac finished speaking, the candidates in the venue got up and walked out of the venue one after another, and went to the locker room prepared by the school to change into the clothes they had prepared. Of course, there is no need for a Summer Knight, because he didn't wear a school uniform at all, and with his transformed personality, he can change his clothes at any time, and he often doesn't wear a school uniform either, and he went out to find trouble with the gangsters last night. How could he go out to fight monsters in a school uniform? So on the Summer Night, the two of them came directly to the dozen or so school buses that Xiaotiao had prepared for them, and found the school buses that went to their respective examination rooms to sit down. After a while, the other candidates who had changed their clothes also got on the school bus one after another, and when everyone got on the bus, they set off. Summer Night looked inside the car and found that there were no characters she knew. It seems that the cannon fodder of this car, the Summer Night, is extremely depressed, but there is no way. Who told him to lose the volunteer form and turn it in late, and he didn't even connect the exam number with Chong Dark. Just like that, it doesn't prevent the Summer Night from doing big things. When I arrived at the exam hall on a summer night, the venue that looked like a small city was very satisfying for the Summer Night. This land must be barely enough to toss, and it hasn't been taken out since I drew it, Summer Night thought as she looked at something in her inventory. Chapter 35. This is your grandson who shows off every day, right? He looks very energetic, but I don't know if I can pass our exams. In the monitoring room of the entrance exam, a white mouse with a scar in his right eye and a small black dress looked at a certain surveillance display screen in front of him and asked Tian Zhongli, which was standing outside the gate of the examination room on a summer night, and the white mouse was naturally Principal Xiaotiao. It's just an entrance exam, how can it be difficult to defeat my grandson? This time he will definitely be able to get the first. I will definitely be able to enter the top 3. Tian Zhongli thought about it, and was still modest. After all, there were so many heroic teachers sitting here, in case something happened on a summer night, it would be a shame if the cowhide was blown up. Hey, this boy is very familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Armit on the side looked at the summer night on the surveillance screen and seemed to be recalling something, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, I remembered, it was the very powerful teenager in the green sludge monster incident. Oh, I'm interested in the boys who can give Armit a good evaluation. Midnight, who was sitting in his seat, licked his lips as he watched the candidates who had begun to encounter robots on the screen. Speaking of which, the personality shown on the profile of this candidate named Summer Night is a transformation, a personality that can change its image at any time, and this personality should not be as powerful as you say. Aizawa Shota seemed to pick up the information at hand and found the name of Summer Night, looked at Olmut and said, "Impossible, I remember that this Summer Night boy obviously froze the enemy with ice, it should be an ice personality." Armit had already re-observed Midoriya Izuku's surveillance screen with renewed concern, and when he heard Aizawa Shota's words, he turned back incredulously, thought about it again and said, "But it seems that the Summer Night boy changed his image at that time." Xiao Ye's personality is indeed a transformation, but his transformation has a lot of combat power, and from time to time he can come up with some strange gadgets, which is estimated to surprise you. Looking at the inquiring eyes of the teachers in the monitoring room, Tian Zhongli explained calmly, in fact, his heart was already darkened. Really, when did the transformation personality become so powerful? The teachers looked at the Summer Night that had just changed on the monitoring screen and questioned, this transformed dress is quite strange, a bit like a racing suit, and a bit like a flight suit, but what kind of combat power does this have? Okay, then look forward to your grandson's performance, but it's been almost a minute since the exam started, and he hasn't scored a single point yet, but he doesn't know what he's doing when he's standing on the avenue, and he's already in trouble to find him. The White Mouse principal looked at the Summer Night in front of the screen and calmly picked up the black tea and tasted it, and even Tian Zhongli began to mutter in his heart whether his grandson was going to drop the chain at a critical moment. Poof, is this the gadget you are talking about? Principal Mouse suddenly squirted out the black tea in his mouth, and looked at the monitor screen in a daze, and the other teachers turned their heads when they heard the noise, followed Principal Rat's gaze at the monitor screen, and then they were all stunned on the spot. Only Tian Zhongli began to laugh after a while, obviously relieved. So what did Summer Night do to make Jian Wang Young's teachers lose their temper? Let's go back to before the exams began. The quality of these robots doesn't look good, I don't know if it's enough for me to play. Xia Ye, who entered the examination room, looked at the imaginary enemy that suddenly appeared. Find the target, hunt and kill. I saw a tall green robot that relied on 2 wheels to turn its scarlet electronic eyes to the Summer Night, and the electronic eyes began to flash bright red light, and then raised the mechanical arm and drove towards the Summer Night. Come on, my warrior, it's time to show your charm in this world. Summer Night just glanced at the imaginary enemy and left him alone, instead taking out something from her inventory. There was a loud boom, and I saw that the robot that had locked the Summer Night was smashed on the head by something that fell from the sky, and the entire body was pressed to the ground, and the parts flew everywhere and flashed with electric sparks, and it was directly paralyzed on the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. In the dust, a silver-white mecha stood like a mountain and appeared in the eyes of everyone, full of floating light, shining and dazzling. This is a humanoid mecha, about 10 meters high, with a white background and gold edges, and the overall image is long, not at all as bulky as the hypothetical enemy's inferior robots. The body glowed with a faint strange metallic luster, and the pieces of protective armor on the chest were like toned muscles, but there was no sense of bloat. The cold face has knife-like lines, and the dark green electronic eyes flash regularly and make people feel a little demonic. The mecha is also equipped with a variety of long-range melee weapons and armor, and from a distance, it is simply a work of war art. Mecha Lancelot, the mecha piloted by the second male protagonist Suzaku in the first season of The Rebellious Lelouch, can be said to be the strongest mecha except for the protagonist mecha, even Kalyan's Red Lotus mecha is only between the best. Chapter 36. Mecha Lancelot. the mecha piloted by the second male protagonist Suzaku in the first season of The Rebellious Lelouch, can be said to be the strongest mecha except for the protagonist mecha. Even Kalyon's Red Lotus mecha is only between the best. The summer night slowly floated, and the cockpit behind the fuselage automatically popped open to reveal the driver's seat, as if waiting for his king to ascend the throne. After sitting down on a summer night, it automatically closed the cockpit again and entered the airframe. Start scanning the nearby mechanical bodies. Xia Ye was not nervous at all when he looked at the various high-tech equipment in the cockpit. On the contrary, he was very skilled in activating and controlling the mecha Lancelot. Obviously Xia Ye was already equipped with Suzaku's character card. The pulley of the traveler on Lancelot's leg popped out and began to drive at high speed unscrupulously through the streets of the examination room, while pulling out the two scarlet metal swords that the mech had brought with him, looking for the imaginary enemy in the examination room. Lie, how could there be such a terrifying guy in the same examination room as us? Several candidates who witnessed the summer night summon the mecha Lancelot and drove away were already shocked in place, muttering to themselves as if they had lost confidence. The power furnace of the mecha Lancelot was spinning at full strength, and before the candidates who were fighting hard could even react, they felt a huge white shadow suddenly flash past them, and they went away with strong wind pressure, leaving only their original target to be destroyed at some point, leaving them looking at each other at a loss. Ha ha ha, sure enough, the mecha is a man's romance, it's so cool. Xia Ye sat in Lancelot and drove the mecha. Those inferior robots in the examination room were simply vulnerable. Xia Ye just controlled the mecha to hold the scarlet sword in his hand and slashed over them, like a knife into tofu, without the slightest sense of blocking. Those imaginary enemies were all cut in two, and there was no need to stay for a moment, leaving behind the machine remnants and explosions from time to time. At the same time, Mecha Lancelot constantly shoots metal ropes from his shoulders that retract like a three-dimensional maneuvering device, or attacks imaginary enemies in other streets, or shoots into nearby buildings to assist movement to avoid obstacles on the road. But in just 5 minutes, nearly 100 imaginary enemies have been destroyed, and it is estimated that the score is more than 200. This strength gap is too big. The imaginary enemy robot we sent is not the opponent of that white mecha at all. In front of the monitoring screen, a teacher with a square face sighed. It was the Shongying teacher cement division. If our robots were equipped with live ammunition, we might be able to suppress this mecha in numbers, speculated a teacher with a gun, who was none other than the male hero marksman. After all, it's just an exam, and in order to avoid harming the candidates, it is impossible for these robots to be equipped with live ammunition. No, it can't be suppressed. You see, its defense system is pretty impressive, Principal Mouse said, looking at the monitor screen. Maybe it's because Summer Night is too conspicuous to drive the Lancelot mecha. And it's the same Mishik as the imaginary enemy. Many candidates began to attack Lancelot in the Summer Night as a hidden boss in the exam target. What lasers, bullets, ice and flames and other attacks overwhelmingly attacked the Summer Night's mecha. But the Lancelot mecha raised its right arm to stimulate an energy light shield and blocked it. Even if some fish that slipped through the net attacked the mecha, it didn't leave any trace in Lancelot, and not even a piece of paint fell off. Looking at the candidates who mistakenly attacked their mecha as an imaginary enemy, Xia Ye thought about it and still didn't fight back against them. Attacking the candidates would be disqualified from the exam. Summer Night turned his head to look at the imaginary enemy Zero that appeared not far away, and began to control the mecha to change weapons. Due to the fact that there are too many imaginary enemies destroyed in the Summer Night, the Zero imaginary enemy was automatically triggered in advance. You must know that the teachers in the monitoring room are basically the teachers in the monitoring room to consider whether to send the number 0 imaginary enemy to test the candidates and then trigger it manually. These candidates obviously didn't realize that they were pitted by the Summer Night, and they didn't notice that the super robot behind them was comparable to a high-rise building, and they began to surround the mecha, as if they were planning to fight the boss together. But I saw the mecha in front of me stick the dual swords in the street, and then took out a weapon like a gun launcher, raised it and began to aim and charge. The muzzle of the gun flashed with light. I saw a huge beam of energy erupt from the muzzle of the gun, shooting past the crowd of candidates towards the street in the distance, and the oversized Zero imaginary enemy body blocking the way, which was obviously stronger than the defensive armor of other imaginary enemies, was pierced like papier-mâché, and the energy beam continued to shoot through several buildings without diminishing power, flying into the sky and producing a violent explosion. The candidates stared at the oversized fallen robots and the huge empty void in the distant building, wondering what was going on, and then looked back at the mechs that seemed to be about to move the muzzle of their guns towards them, and swallowed with difficulty. Wow, mommy, help! A loud scream woke up the candidates who were still doubting their lives, and all the people present began to flee hand and foot in the direction away from the mecha as if they had seen a ghost, eager to have a few more legs. And some of the candidates who were frightened and weak sat on the ground with tears of fear on their faces, and they still covered their eyes and did not dare to look at the white mecha passing by them. Isn't this a violation? This is simply a weapon of war. In the monitoring room, a teacher unconsciously asked the principal of the White Mouse, in front of such a powerful mecha, even they professional heroes dare not say that they will be able to defeat, and even looking at the mobility of this mecha, it is a question whether they can retreat. Although it was not reasonable to bring such a strong mecha to the test, at that time, we considered that many students' personalities would depend on foreign objects, so we allowed candidates to bring their belongings freely. But we really haven't thought about the situation like the bird touring Summer Night, Principal Mouse replied with interest as he looked at the white mechs that continued to roam the streets of the exam room on the monitor screen. Although I can't see the situation at the scene, if you are talking about a dark-haired teenager, I think he asked me about the restrictions on what he can bring in at the exam briefing, and I told him that as long as he can bring it in himself, it will be fine. Suddenly Brescent Mac's voice sounded in the monitoring room, and he heard everyone's discussion through Lian microphone outside the exam room, and hurriedly explained. Well, there's no way around it, and the little bird tour didn't violate the exam rules on summer nights, so it seems that our school is going to welcome a pretty good student. Okay, the exam is not over yet, let's continue to observe the situation of other candidates. Principal Bairat picked up the black tea again and said calmly. Tian Zhonglai just silently looked at the monitor screen and didn't speak, although he could watch this exam because of a private invitation, but now this is a discussion among their teachers within Shangying, and he has no right to intervene as an outsider, but it seems that if there is no accident, Xia Ye has already obtained the qualification to become a student of Shangying. Chapter 37. It's almost time to play, just go to the entrance of the exam room and wait for the exam to end. After Summer Night continued to destroy some imaginary enemies, she watched as the robots in the examination room stopped their mechs. Now Xia Ye has destroyed more than 150 imaginary enemy robots, almost one person has rounded up the imaginary enemy in the G examination room, and it is estimated that the points are more than 300 and he has not run steadily. Although there are still more than 2 minutes before the end of the exam, Summer Night has temporarily passed the addiction of opening the mecha, and there are not many imaginary enemies left in the examination room who can't arouse the interest of Summer Night, and with the mecha energy pack given by Lancelot is not much, there's no waste of energy, wait for the next time you draw the mecha energy pack, or find someone to see if you can make mecha energy packs in batches and then have a good time. This actual combat test does not tell the candidates the number and location of imaginary enemies, in the limited time and huge examination room. The conditions for them to stand out are intelligence, mobility, judgment and combat effectiveness, the White Mouse principal said and looked at the white mecha on the surveillance screen. Obviously all these summer nights are all possessed, and then continued, there is also the ability to protect the city will be shown in the form of scores. This year's harvest has been quite. It's very good. Midnight, who was observing the situation of the other candidates, turned his head to look at the white mecha of the summer night, and changed his words. Quote. Yes, but we also have to look at the situation of those candidates. The teacher in the monitoring room will occasionally turn his head to look at the mecha that turned around and walked towards the gate of the examination room while observing the candidates in his area. The teachers also began to release the number 0 imaginary enemy in each examination room according to their own judgment, causing panic among the candidates in each examination room, except for the summer night examination room, of course, because each examination room Shangying School only prepared a 0 imaginary enemy, so that it can basically be announced that all the people in the G examination room except for the summer night have been wiped out. A classic scene also began to play out in the B examination room where Izuku Midoriya was, but the imaginary enemy 0 who was vulnerable in front of the Lancelot mecha was enough to bring panic to the other candidates, and as soon as the super large robot appeared, all the candidates scrambled to take care of themselves and began to escape, and no one came to the rescue of those trapped candidates. Of course, this has nothing to do with human nature, but just a normal physiological reaction when faced with an invincible object. As everyone else rushed to flee, a green-haired teenager watched as the candidates in need of help overcame their fears and began to attack the oversized robot. This green-haired boy is Izuku Midoriya, who has just inherited the power of Armut, and although he successfully defeated the imaginary enemy 0, he also fell to the ground and couldn't move because he used more power than his body could bear, and even then Izuku Midoriya wanted to crawl to get a point. The exam is over. Accompanied by Brescent Mac's announcement, Izuku Midoriya still failed to get a point, and fell unconscious on the ground with tears on his face. When Xia Ye walked out of the actual combat examination room and was about to take back the Mecha Lancelot to go to the written examination room, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Ha ha ha, the stinky boy didn't embarrass me, it's not bad. As soon as Xia Ye was connected, there was a loud laugh from my grandfather on the phone, which shocked Xia Ye and unconsciously took the phone a little farther away. Quote. Okay, don't say much else, your kid has basically been able to enter Shangying steadily, your future principal wants to say a few words to you. Pay attention to politeness. Tian Zhongli praised himself for a few words on the summer night, and then planned to change people. As for whether Xia Ye can pass the written test, I don't have to worry at all. Xia Ye's results are among the best in the junior high school grade, coupled with the exaggerated scores of Xia Ye's actual combat. Even if you don't take the written test, it is already stable to enter Shangying. Hello, Xiaotiao Yu Summer Night. As the principal of Shangying, I wish you success in our school. A cute voice came from the other end of the phone, but Summer Night didn't dare to underestimate it. Principal Shangying is a rare animal with a personality, but if you underestimate him because he's just a little mouse, you'll end up miserable. The principal of the White Mouse has a personality of a high-spec mind with intelligence beyond that of humans, and can produce a destructive chain of destruction effects by destroying the points of a specific object after complex calculations. Although he usually has a hearty and approachable personality, but because he was played with by humans before the awakening of his personality, it has a black belly that people don't know about playing and ravaging opponents. Hello, Principal, it's my honor to be able to study Xi at your school. I don't know what the principal is asking me for. I still need to go to the written examination room, Xia Ye replied modestly and vigilantly. Oh, Xia Ye-san, I'm very interested in your mecha, I wonder if you can borrow me to study it. Rest assured, I won't destroy the structure inside, and you can also supervise it and return it to you after the written exam. In return, You can pass the written test without taking it, Principal Mouse tempted. Phew, with my grades, I still need you to be exempted from the exam. I can pass the written test without taking the exam, and taking this kind of inconsequential thing in return, I really deserve to be the black-bellied Shangying principal. Really, that's great, then I'll come over right now. Xia Ye smiled on his face, and he was MMP in his heart. However, without Xia Ye's authorization, no one else can use any of the items drawn out of the lottery, so Xia Ye is not afraid that the principal of the White Mouse will only be able to get anything from the outside of the mecha in this short period of time, and at most it will strengthen Shangying's exam robot according to the external structure of the mecha, but for the Lancelot mecha, it is still a matter of 1 or 2 swords. Of course, in fact, the technology of this world is not low. For example, the technology of the artificial technology island is very powerful, if you really want to engage in mecha. Although you can't create an enhanced mecha like Lancelot, but in a short period of time, the general civilian mecha can still be studied, and the police mecha is not impossible, although for Lancelot, even the military mecha is still a matter of 1 or 2 swords. Then our school is waiting for the summer night classmates to report. At the gate of Shangying School, Xia Ye looked at the White Mouse principal who was reluctant to himself. No, to be exact, it should be reluctant to give up on his mecha. Just now in the research room, Xia Ye watched the White Mouse principal jump up and down on his Lancelot mecha, and he couldn't start it. Fortunately, Xia Ye explained to him that this mecha appeared because of his own personality and that no one else could use it, so he barely stopped the Principal Mouse's desire to open the mecha and turned to study the shape and structure of the mech. Hey, that person, Summer Night, who was separated from the headmaster of the White Mouse, suddenly saw an acquaintance. It was Izuku Midoriya, who had been healed by the young girl, but he was not injured, but he was depressed and looked very depressed. What, do you see an acquaintance? Do you want to go up and say hello? Grandpa Summer Night followed the eyes of Summer Night and saw Midoriya Izuhisa. It's him. This young man is not bad, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to have done well in the exam. Obviously, Tien Zhongli also saw Midoriya Izuhisa's performance in the monitoring room. Well, but he should be my classmate. He is much better than me. Shangying will not let go of such a talent. Xia Ye looked at Midoriya Izuku's back and said lightly, but he had no intention of going up to say hello. Oh, it's rare to see a guy who can make you feel ashamed of yourself, Tien Zhongli said with a smile. Usually on summer nights, I look like my eldest and second in the sky. It's rare to be so modest. I'm not talking about strength, I'm talking about quality. I don't think it's going to be like him to help others without thinking about himself. I only lend a helping hand when I can. Maybe he's the real hero. Xia Ye smiled bitterly. According to what you say, he is indeed a hero. Tianzhong solemnly watched Midoriya Izuku leave. And Izuku Midoritani, who was in the distance, didn't know at all that he was in the middle of a discussion between the two, or walking, depressed. Chapter 38. Chong Dark. Don't always go out at night to fight monsters, especially when I'm not around. Don't forget that Shangying's transcript is coming out today. Go back and see the results. A week after Shangying's entrance exam, Xia Ye once again rejected Chong Dark's invitation to form a team, and left the school alone. Hey, strange, why not? When I got home on a summer night, I didn't go in, but I rummaged through my mailbox and found that there were no letters, so I opened the door and entered the house in confusion. Kukuku, brother, I have information from you on the battlefield in the future. As soon as he entered the living room on a summer night, he found that his parents, grandfather and sister were at home, and the table was full of good dishes, obviously ready to celebrate, and as soon as the little bird Yu Liuhua saw him, he came to him with an envelope printed with the school emblem of Shangying to invite him. It's already arrived. I thought Shangying sent it to the wrong place. Xia Ye took the envelope, saw that it hadn't been opened yet, looked at his parents strangely and said, why don't you open it and take a look, aren't you curious? Of course, I'll have to wait for you to announce the good news. Xia Ye's parents couldn't help but be happy on their faces, glad that they had produced a heroic and high-achieving student. Grandpa also smiled like something on a summer night, and couldn't close his mouth at all. Entering Shangying, he basically stepped into the threshold of professional heroes with 1 foot, and he is not an ordinary professional hero, and the students who graduated from Shangying are all promising professional heroes. Under the expectant gaze of the family, Summer Night tore open the envelope, revealing the letter paper and a disc-like object inside. Xia Ye put the disc aside first, opened the letterhead, and found that inside was a transcript and Shangying's admission letter. Brother, what's written on it? Asked the little bird Yorokuka curiously. Xia Ye brushed aside the little head that Liuhua had put up, and began to check the scores on the report card, but Xia Ye started to look at it from behind, because he was confident that his name must be in the first place, so he wanted to see other people's scores first. Mei Yu-chan is also on the list, Xia Ye said lightly to Liuhua. Really, I knew that my partner would succeed. Katori Yu Liuhua was also happy that her friend she had only met once had been admitted to Shangying. As Izuku Midoriya the 10th, 0 points for killing enemies and 60 points for aid, it doesn't seem to be so backward in the original book, is it because of yourself? Summer Night whispered suspiciously, and then swept his gaze upwards again. The other few seem to be basically the characters of the original book, but nothing has changed. Hey, Bang Hao Shengji is actually only in 4th place, and the killing score is 87 and the aid score is 0, but it seems to be a lot higher than in the original book, and is it because of himself? Xia Ye was surprised. It turned out that Bang Hao Shengji saw the performance of Xia Ye in the green silt incident. Obviously he was his age, but he was so much stronger than himself, which was a big blow to Bang Hao Shengji with strong self-esteem. Bang Hao Shengji was very unwilling, so he had been secretly training himself before the exam, but unfortunately although the killing score was much higher than the original one, he was ranked 4th, which was really miserable. The 3rd place is Chong Dark, and the enemy is divided into 93 and the 8 is 15. What's going on? How is Chong Dark the 3rd place, and who is the 2nd place? Xia Ye looked up quickly in even more surprise. The 2nd place is Thousand Emperor Wei Yi, the enemy is killed and the 8 is divided into 20 points. Who is this? I remember that there is no such person in the original book, but the surname of Thousand Emperors seems to have heard of it. Could it be that it is also crossed? Xia Ye rubbed his chin and thought. Have you ever heard of the surname Qiandi? Asked if he didn't understand, and asked his parents and grandfather with the attitude of giving it a try. I know, our school board has people from the Thousand Emperor group, Katoryu Liuhua immediately replied excitedly. Liuhua is now studying in one of the best aristocratic elementary schools. It seems that this Thousand Emperors are amazing. Such a character doesn't take the recommendation exam. Come to the entrance exam to join in the fun. It's also a confident guy. The Qiandi group is the 2 major Japanese business groups comparable to the 8 Million group, and unlike the 8 Million family, the Thousand Emperors basically started with arms and weapons, and there are many important figures in the military in the family. Speaking of Xia Ye, you have some relationship with them. The 2 couples you saved with Shondo are the current patriarch and wife of the Qiandi family. Of course, they don't know that you saved them, Grandpa Xia Ye explained to him. Summer Night then remembered that she was young and vigorous, and the couple she inadvertently saved when she sneaked out at night to do chivalrous deeds, and the little girl who was about the same age as herself. Wow, it's terrible, it's terrible. It turns out that I once saved such a hanging character, but it's a pity that I didn't leave a name or anything back then, otherwise I wouldn't have developed. Summer Night regretfully picked up the juice on the table and continued to look at the results. The 1st place in the Summer Night of the Birds Tour, 312 points for killing, and 312 points for aid. Poof, Xia Ye looked at his aid, and sprayed all the juice in his mouth on the head of the little bird Liuhua who was gathered next to him, which caused Liuhua's dissatisfaction. What the hell? Why is Lao Su's aid score -50? Can this thing still be negative? This is revenge, naked revenge. It is definitely the idea of that white mouse. Summer Night casually threw a towel to Liuhua, and then scolded angrily. At this time, the disc on the table was activated for some reason, and I saw that the disc projected a screen on the wall, on which was the white mouse principal who was cursing on the Summer Night just now. Nah, don't be afraid, this is not a remote call, it's just a video, I just set the opening password to -50. In the projection, the white mouse principal said kindly, which made Xia Ye, who thought he had been arrested just now, breathe a sigh of relief, but the white mouse principal then made Xia Ye gasp. Of course, what Xia Ye said is not right. Our Shangyiang school is the strongest university. How can there be a matter of the principal retaliating against the students? Such a thing as tampering with the students' scores because the principal is dissatisfied will never happen. The white mouse principal still smiled and said, showing a kind look, but how did Xia Ye look at it? But it's worthy of being the principal of the white rat. High-level mind personality can even calculate your own reaction. It's really amazing. I'm going to explain the reason why Summer Night's classmates lost their aid points, because Summer Night's classmates not only destroyed the buildings in the examination room on a large scale. At this time, a screen appeared behind Principal White Mouse again, which showed that Summer Night piloted the mecha to destroy the Zero imaginary enemy with an energy gun and at the same time penetrated the high-rise building. And it has also caused many candidates to lose their qualifications for the exam, although this is not your intention, but you still have to count it on you to give an explanation to other candidates. The screen once again appeared in the scene of other candidates in the examination room besieging the Summer Night mecha. But even so, Xia Ye's classmates are still well-deserved first, so we are here to welcome Xia Ye's classmates to become a member of Shangyiang. Please report to the school in a month. Principal Bai Mouse finished speaking, and the disc projector on the table stopped projecting. Ding! The task Shangyiang exam is completed, the first place in the exam score, and the reward is 1000 otaku value. Wow, brother, what are you driving on the battlefield? It's so powerful. The image on the wall disappeared, and the little bird Yu Liuhua, who had already been unable to hold it back, asked impatiently. Oh, it's just a mecha. I'll take you out for a ride next time I'm free. Turn on the mecha and go for a ride. This forced outfit on a summer night is very fresh and refined. Then the family sat down at the table and began to celebrate Summer Night's successful admission to Shangyiang. Chapter 39. Jingle Bell. Just when they were happily eating dinner on a summer night, the mobile phone in the pocket of the Summer Night rang. He took out the mobile phone and frowned when he looked at the electricity. Chong Dark. Partner, I'm on this battlefield. Ran into a little trouble and may need. Thou shalt support. Came the intermittent sound of Chong Dark stepping on the other end of the phone, still panting for breath, and the sound of hurried footsteps, as if he was running away. What's wrong with you? Tell me where you are now. I'll rush over right away. Xia Ye immediately stood up and asked eagerly. This is where I am now, and when you came. Be careful, the other party has a master. After saying that, he hung up the phone. What's wrong? I seem to hear you mention your classmate Chong Dark. Summer Night's parents, grandfather and Rokuku looked at Summer Night with concern. Chong Dark, that kid didn't listen to me. He went out alone tonight. It seems that he has encountered a hard scum. I have to rush over immediately. Xia Ye looked at the position where Chong Dark stepped on the shadow, and hurriedly rushed out of the house like a gust of wind. Wait a minute, Wheel, too. When Xia Ye's parents and grandfather also chased him out, they found that Xia Ye had almost disappeared into the sky, and he couldn't catch up at all, obviously using the chicken charm and the rabbit charm. Brother Chong Dark will be fine, right? Xiaotiao Yu Xiaye looked worriedly at the direction of Xia Ye's departure and asked. The relationship between Xia Ye's brother and sister and Chong Dark's Taoyin is quite good. After all, they grew up together since childhood. It's going to be fine. Trust your brother. Natsu Knight's mother, Miu, touched rock on his head and comforted her, but there was also an indelible worry on her face. What are we going to do? Do we have to notify the police and the parents of Chong Dark? Summer Knight's father, Sato, looked at Tanei and asked. Notify the police first. Forget it, I'll make a call. You go and inform Chong Yan's parents. Tian Zhongli frowned and commanded Xia Ye's parents, and then turned around to make a call. ... Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, damn it, I knew I would go out with him tonight. You can't have an accident in the dark, otherwise how will I face your parents? Summer Knight, who was flying rapidly in the sky, anxiously looked at the position of Chong secretly stepping on the phone and kept raising the speed, and the anxious Summer Knight even forgot to use the snake charm to become invisible, but fortunately it flew high and Xia Ye was not conspicuous in the dark night in black clothes, otherwise he might be stopped by some professional heroes and delay time. At the same time, Chong Dark's treading yin on the other side was also forced into a dead end. Run, run, aren't you kid quite capable of running? Why don't you keep running? Several people dressed in black blocked the entrance of the alley, looking at Chong Dian who ran into the closed alley, and said with a grim smile. My fate is to cough up. Is it over here? I'm really coughing up. Unwillingly, Often secretly stepped on the shade with his back against the wall, looking at the enemies who gradually surrounded him, and there was no strength to resist in his body. Boy, blame you for seeing things you shouldn't see, hearing things you shouldn't hear, and killing people you can't afford to mess with. Remember to be honest in the next life. The man in black raised the knife in his hand, and the knife reflected a trace of demonic light in the moonlight. I wouldn't have called Xia Ye if I had known. I hope nothing will happen when Xia Ye comes. Chong Dian looked at the blade that was about to fall, closed his eyes and thought. Ding, said that it was too late and that it was fast, only to see that the blade that was about to cut to the shadow was shot by an electric light that fell from the sky, and it was directly broken into two, and the huge force shook the enemy holding the knife to retreat again and again, unable to stop, and before he could stand firmly, he was drowned by the explosion of flames falling from the sky. Who? The rest of the enemy quickly guarded with knives, and looked up for the trace of the attacker, only to see a young man floating in the sky, looking down at them, with flames in his hands. Obviously he launched an attack. That's right, the boy in the sky just arrived in time for the summer night, and at the critical moment, he used the pig charm to send out electric light to break the blade, and then used the explosion of the dragon charm to kill the enemy. You kid don't dare to come out alone in the future. Come, open your mouth. Xia Ye flew down from the sky and landed beside Chong Dark. Looking at Chong Dark, who was covered in blood, he breathed a sigh of relief and scolded with a smile, and took out a fairy bean and fed it to him. I'm just careless, and I was plotted, but there is indeed a powerful monster on the other side. Shondo entered his throat, and the resurrected Chong Dian began his middle two nature again. Oh, I can defeat you in the night. It seems that this time I really met a hard scum. I want to see who dares to hit my brother. After saying that, Xia Ye turned around and looked at the enemies who did not dare to act rashly after Xia Ye appeared. Hey, this dress is a ninja. It seems that I really have a relationship with these ground rats. Xia Ye looked at the black-clothed people dressed as ninjas in front of him, squinted his eyes and smiled, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Be careful, these ninjas are not strong, but there are all kinds of strange methods that can interfere with other people's judgment and make people unguardable, often secretly reminded of the summer night. Who are you? Dare to break into the jurisdiction of our Shangquan family, obstruct us from pursuing the enemy, don't you want to live? One of the ninjas led by yelled at Natsuya, but his hand slowly touched behind him and began to gesture quietly, and the other ninjas also secretly moved their hands and feet after seeing the order. Is there a master you said here? Xia Ye pressed the Chong Dark treading yin who wanted to remind him and asked, how could these small movements of ninjas hide from Xia Ye's eyes, but Xia Ye didn't take them to heart at all. No, I was ambushed in their yard, he shouldn't have chased him out. Chong Dark treaded yin glanced at the other side and replied summer night. Tut tut, are you alone in someone's spring? But it doesn't necessarily mean that you didn't chase it out. Xia Ye smiled inexplicably, her eyes skimming a dark corner. What did you do? Why can't we move our bodies? The ninjas on the other side suddenly called out in shock, still holding the shuriken in their hands but not throwing it. Chong Dark, they can do whatever you want to make you angry. Go and avenge you for being hunted down by them. Xia Ye ignored them, and said to Chong Dark treading yin beside him, and then turned to look at another place. Strangely those ninjas also began to turn their backs to Chong Dark. Come out, old gentleman, do you want me to invite you personally? Xia Ye said lightly. Chapter 40. Papa Papa. Bursts of applause rang out from a dark corner where no one was around. The little ghost now is really amazing. He can actually find the old man, and he can subdue the old man's subordinates so easily. This method is really good. You must know that the old man almost fell in touch with your way. The shadow in the corner suddenly began to writhe, rippling like ripples on the surface of the water, and an old man in a home kimono slowly emerged from the shadow, looking at Xia Ye and his subordinates and praised. Master of the house, save us, master of the house. The ninjas heard the voice of the old man in kimono, as if they had found a savior backer, and shouted incessantly, but they still couldn't move and couldn't turn back. Shut up, a bunch of embarrassed guys, the kimono old man rebuked angrily. This group of useless men made him very angry. If it weren't for the fact that his family was now short of manpower, he would have been able to deal with this group of unscrupulous rubbish by himself. Hee, a little shadow imitation technique, naturally can't get into your old eyes. Xia Ye smiled modestly, but a cold gaze shot out of his eyes. Then may I ask how my brother offended you and killed him? Character Ka, Nara Shikamaru Kamishinobi. The son of the patriarch of the Nara family in Konoha village, Naruto, he is a deer in the new generation of pig deer butterflies, with outstanding enemy strategies, a cool head, improvisation, and an IQ of over 200. The trick is shadow imitation. Although his character is a little negative, but he wants a peaceful life, good at using the secret ninjutsu of the Nara clan. Skills: shadow mimicry, shadow head neck binding, shadow twisting technique, shadow seam, shadow imitation shuriken. It's not a big deal. If Ling Yu can guarantee that what he saw today will not be spread out, the old man will not only no longer pursue it, but also thank you again. The old man in the kimono looked at Xia Ye with a smile, as if he had a plan to reconcile. After all, the young man in front of him has shown all kinds of different abilities since he appeared. Whether it is personality or not, it is not easy to mess with. Hush money, Xia Ye smiled, and suddenly said in a deep voice, if you don't pursue it, it doesn't mean that I won't pursue it. My brother almost died at your hands. It's not so easy to forget it. Shadow hanging technique. Not good. Ah yes. Ah, you, shameless face, since you toast and don't eat and drink, then don't blame the old man for being polite. The old man in the kimono became angry, his body began to sink into the shadows again, and the alley began to become murderous. It's worthy of a ground mouse. Hide first. After releasing cruel words, Xia Ye smiled disdainfully, although he didn't know why his shadow imitation technique didn't hit the kimono old man just now, but it didn't mean that his shadow secret technique didn't work for him. Maybe it was just because the opposite side was also an expert in playing with shadows, and now it depends on whose shadow is better. Chong Dian looked at Xia Ye's body without moving at all, but the shadows under his feet were constantly dancing wildly, sometimes tense, sometimes rounded up, as if he was competing with someone. It seemed that the battle situation was very stalemate, and the atmosphere was also very tense. Hee, I've caught you. Suddenly the shadow under the feet of the summer knight paused, and began to laugh, happy like a cat that caught a mouse. Chong secretly walked around looking for the old man in the kimono, but he didn't find any trace of the enemy. Summer knight, he's in. How do you know that the old man will come this way? And he actually ambushed the shadow here in advance. Before Chong Dian Taoyin could ask, there was a panicked and confused voice of the old man in the kimono behind him, and he was so frightened that Chong Dian hurriedly turned around, and found that the old man in the kimono was actually standing behind him with a knife but couldn't cut it down, only 2 meters away from him, with a shadow under his feet, and his body couldn't move at all. As a Ratshi sneak attack, how can he only compete with me openly, and not solve the better deal with Chong Dark? Summer Knight slowly walked towards the old man in kimono, and similarly, the old man in kimono also walked towards Summer Knight over the usual darkness and stepping on the shadow. You can't kill the old man. The old man is the head of the Shangquan family. If you kill me, you can't bear the anger and pursuit of the entire Shangazumi family ninja. The old man in the kimono looked at him with a frightened face and handed the knife in his hand to Xia Ye, and he couldn't control his movements with all his might, so he could only watch Xia Ye swing the knife and fall. The knife is a good knife, but I found the wrong master. I will help you find a good master. Xia Ye shook off the blood stains on the knife, and began to look at the ninja knife in his hand that was whispering in the moonlight. Xia Ye didn't like this knife very much. He had a lot of good knives drawn out of his inventory, and there were not a few that were far better than this knife, but the white knife was not in vain, and it could also be given as a gift in the future, so he wore it behind him. It's not that the knife is not put away but is carried behind the back is not cool and handsome on a summer night, but that things that are not produced by the system cannot be included in the inventory, and it will be much more convenient if you can draw out a space ring next time. Let's talk about it. What's going on? Chong Dark, you saw something terrible, being chased and killed like this. Xia Ye turned his head to look at Chong Dark, and asked curiously. A head fell to the ground at his feet, and his dead eyes revealed horror and unwillingness. Xia Ye was very angry this time, although he didn't show much on his face, but the murderous intent in his heart couldn't be suppressed at all. If he hadn't arrived in time, he was afraid that he would only be able to see Chong Dark stepping on the shade in the morgue, or wait for himself to draw character cards and items that can resurrect others. When I was teaching a few thugs, I overheard that a few people dressed as ninjas were actually planning to blow up the police station, so I subdued them and tried to ask them. I didn't expect to be run by 2. I chased after it. When I chased to a compound, I was injured by the old man just now. Even if I let go of the control of my personality in the back, I can only break through the encirclement of many ninjas. Barely escaped. You can see the situation in the back as well. Chong secretly stepped into the shadow to hear Xia Ye's inquiry, and it was rare that he did not quickly state what had happened. And the more Xia Ye listened, the more solemn his expression became. This group of ninjas actually dared to blow up the police station. Are they crazy? Even if they attacked and killed professional heroes, they didn't attack the police. The situation was serious. You must know that the police represent the law and order of the government. This is a blatant rebellion. Such an important secret. This old man has no intention of reconciling at all. He is just delaying and waiting for reinforcements. We have to leave here quickly. Xia Ye looked at the corpse of the old man in kimono on the ground and said with an ugly face, and as he spoke, he controlled Chong Dark to step on the shadow and take off with himself to prepare to go home. Summer Knight is not afraid of those miscellaneous ninjas, but afraid that there are many enemies who can't take care of Chong Dark, and the ninja family may not be able to tell if there are any masters who have not come out. Besides, these enemies don't have to worry about Xia Ye. Naturally someone will come to solve the troubles, and this explosion news will naturally have someone more urgent than him. Thinking about Xia Ye, he took out his mobile phone in the air and dialed a number to call. Chapter 41. What? Someone wants to blow up the police station. They can't do it. Who is so bold? A deafening voice came from the other end of the phone, almost causing the flying Summer Knight to lose control of the spell and fall from the air with Chong Dark. Grandpa Sunset, don't be so loud, my ears are about to be deafened by you. Summer Knight hurriedly stabilized his body and landed on the roof of a tall building with Chong Dark, for fear that he would be so frightened by the twilight that he would kiss the earth. Stinky boy, don't be poor, tell me what you just said about blowing up the police station. I heard your grandfather say, didn't you save your classmates? Why did you get involved in such a big matter? Sunset interrupted the Summer Knight and said hurriedly. That's right, my classmate often accidentally bumped into it when he went out for a walk. Then the old man actually wanted to sneak up on Chong Dark, and I killed him by mistake. Summer Knight told the situation in Sunset, and of course changed some inconsequential plots slightly. Chong Dian next to him rolled his eyes. Was that what you killed by mistake? Of course, Chong Dark, as a close friend, naturally wouldn't expose the Summer Knight. Ninja Kamizumi family, I see, no wonder they're coming to blow up the police station. This is the family of our renegade criminals last time, and the old man you killed today is the father of the renegade, the head of the Kamizumi family. It seems that the head of the Kamizumi family blamed us police for the loss of his son, Sunset said on the phone. Is it so coincidental? Summer Knight feels that this world is really small, and the two fathers and sons are all planted in their own hands. What a sin and a sin. Then what are you going to do with this ninja family? Xia Ye asked. This kind of family with such a big feud can't let them lurk around them, even if they don't know that they did it themselves, but who let them still have a lot of people who have seen Chong Dark stepping on the shadows. The most important thing for the family is to be neat and tidy, so it's better to send them to the following to catch up. HMPH, this kind of ninja family who dares to provoke the police doesn't know it. Of course, it will be dealt with by the enemy's forces, and I will contact the professional heroes to encircle and suppress it. Sunset said fiercely, the Shangquan family has violated the bottom line of the police, and it is estimated that the entire family will be destroyed, and the family members outside will also be wanted. Come back first, your parents, grandfather, and the parents of your classmates are all worried about you, and I've already asked someone to call them to report that they're safe. Sunset hung up the phone and hurriedly went to gather people for a meeting. Obviously the news of the explosion was going to blow up even more in this unquiet night. Summer Knight patted her head and remembered that after rescuing Chong Dark, she flew all the way, and only called Sunset halfway, forgetting her parents who were still worried at home. Why? Can't stand it. You think I shouldn't kill them? Xia Ye looked at Chong Dark, who had been a little distracted since just now, and seemed to be a little repulsed by his act of killing the ninja and the old man in the kimono. It's no wonder, although often secretly stepping on the yin often says something about monsters, blood light, and other middle two words, but in fact, he went out to teach the gangsters on a summer night, and basically subdued and threw them at the door of the police station, and rarely saw blood, let alone killed the enemy like this. And now he not only saw Xia Ye kill the enemy, but even he himself killed a lot of ninjas by mistake when he broke out of the encirclement, and now that he was relieved, he was naturally a little uncomfortable. Well, can't we hand them over to the police? And I also killed a lot of ninjas when I broke out of the encirclement. I obviously want to be a professional hero. Can I still be a hero like this? Well, let me tell you a story. This is still the same thing when I went out on a mission with my grandfather before. Summer Knight remembered something like a memory, and began to slowly. Xia Ye, who had just entered junior high school, received Tianzhongli's training and was taken by his grandfather to prepare to go out to do tasks and test the results of training. However, not all tasks are suitable for Summer Knight, a new hand who does not have a hero license, and most of the time he follows other professional heroes to patrol the streets, and Summer Knight also met a good professional hero Uncle Chinganao. Although Chinganao's strength is not very strong, his popularity is very good, and he is a person who pays attention to the laws and regulations of professional heroes. Say something like that, and always ask yourself and other professional heroes to strictly regulate their behavior. Xia Ye, we are professional heroes, we must abide by the law of professional heroes, even the most vicious enemies, we must arrest them, hand them over to the law and prison, and we can't kill them. Summer Knight can still remember the side face that shimmers in the sun, it is so convincing. Until that incident that blasted the enemy. Why don't you save my child? You can do it, you just need to kill that hateful enemy at that time. That's right, you hypocritical professional hero, you're in league with that enemy. Quote. Summer Knight looked at the excited protesters outside the window, and then turned to look at Uncle Chingya, who buried his face in the palm of his hand and was deep in the sofa, only to see him stand up with difficulty, and slowly walked into his studio with his body bent and staggering. I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm a professional hero, a professional hero. As the door closed, Summer Knight heard him whisper, as if he was explaining to others, and seemed to be convincing himself. The public outrage outside the window is still noisy, but no one knows that the professional hero they accuse has also lost his best partner in this incident. The criminal, who had already subdued the unconscious, not only woke up and killed the professional hero who guarded him, but also reactivated the bomb in the mall, killing all the innocent people who had not had time to evacuate. You wait, I remember you, I'll be back sooner or later. In the face of the enemy's threat and the death of his partner, Uncle Xiaotiao still only subdued and arrested the enemy, did not harm the enemy, and escorted him to the police car to be handed over to the police. The police car escorting the criminals to the prison was attacked last night, and the police officers and professional heroes in the car were all killed, and the criminals escorted by the police this time also escaped, and after the police investigation, it is suspected that they were the accomplices of the last blasting incident, and the blasting enemy is also absconding. Quote. Summer Night accidentally saw this news. My heart began to be deeply uneasy. When I was escorted to the police criminals news report, the fierce and crazy face that threatened Ching Bird, Summer Night is also vivid. So the next morning I came to the office to communicate with Uncle Ching Bird. It's okay, if I can catch him once, I can catch him a second time. I will definitely catch him, Uncle Xiaotiao said firmly as he looked at the Summer Night that was worried about him. Chinganao, I also believe that you can do it. By the way, I saw that there's your delivery, so I will help you get it. A professional hero came over with a huge package. Hey, I haven't bought anything lately. It's strange. Uncle Xiaotiao took the courier strangely, and after confirming that it was correct, he began to open the courier. Maybe it's a bomb, the others said jokingly, even on a summer night, because with the security facilities of their office, it is not so easy for dangerous items like bombs to pass through security. I saw two black ball-shaped objects rolling out of the package on the ground, and they were two heads. Ha ha ha, I said I would definitely come back, and then a recording sound came from the package. Wife, daughter, Uncle Xiaotiao, who was stunned, suddenly threw himself to the ground as if he had come to life, hugged the heads of his family and cried bitterly. Chinganao, don't worry, I will take action in person, I will definitely help you catch him, and when the time comes, I will ask the police to let him be at your disposal. When he heard the news, Tian Zhongli looked at Chinganao, who was holding his wife and children, and promised with a blank face. It's too late, it's too late. I was wrong lol, I was really wrong. Kyo just hugged the head in his hand and laughed miserably. From the silent gaze of the other professional heroes present, he slowly left the office, never came to the office again, and disappeared from everyone's sight until. Chapter 42, Chinganao, how could you degenerate like this? How can you mess with these people? I have always felt that you were a model for all the heroes in our firm. I still remember you as a hairy boy, the ambition you said when you first joined the firm. Tianzhong looked at Chinganao in front of him with hatred. He didn't expect to see him again in such a situation. Yes, Uncle Chinganao, haven't you always been proud of your status as a professional hero? Why did you become an enemy? Xia Ye looked at Chinganao, who was rounded up by them in disbelief. He still couldn't believe that the kind uncle who regulated himself as a professional hero every day would actually become an enemy. If it wasn't for someone who knew each other, he wouldn't be able to recognize that this decadent uncle dressed as an enemy was actually a hero. I didn't expect it, although I knew that I would be caught one day, but I still didn't expect that the old director, Xia Ye, it would be you who would arrest me. Uncle Xiaotiao, who was being shackled by the police, laughed self-deprecatingly. Old director, can you go out first? I want to talk to Xia Ye alone. Okay, Uncle Xiaotiao sat in the police car and looked at Tianzhongli sincerely. Tianzhongli glanced at Chinganao deeply, but agreed under the pleading gaze of the summer night, and turned around and got out of the police car. Uncle Xiaotiao, I have found the person who killed my wife and daughter in the first place, and I have tried my best to kill him, and finally take revenge, but I am not comfortable in my heart, but I am indescribably empty. Xiaotiao interrupted the opening of the summer night and continued to talk to himself. Xia Ye, do you know, it's ironic to say, that person used to be a professional hero, and when I raised my knife to kill him, he wasn't afraid, but asked me if I regretted it. Do you regret it? Xia Ye looked at the tired man in front of him. Oh, that's a question worth asking. If you say that your family was killed because you didn't kill the enemy at that time, it's all false to say that you don't regret it, but I regret it even more about being an enemy. Every night I would dream that my wife and daughter were standing in front of me covered in blood, and I knelt in front of them and begged for forgiveness, forgiving me for having harmed them in the first place, but they blamed not me for letting the enemy go, but for their husband, father, who had changed from a proud professional hero to an enemy who endangered society. Xiaotiao looked up at the roof of the car, 2 lines of tears streaming down his face. Chinganao, what did he tell you? He was originally a professional hero that I was very optimistic about, who knows? Hey, Tian Zhongli stood on the road and looked at the police car carrying Chinganao away, and asked with a sigh. Nothing has been protected in the greenhouse of the summer night seems to really recognize the world. Yes, this is a real world, not just the original anime that makes people's blood in front of the screen. The darkness of this world is far more than I think. It is heavier. The crime rate of 5%. This originally distant crime rate appears more clearly in the cognition of summer night. This is still in this country. If the crime rate of other countries is 20%, it is even more unimaginable. Summer night looked at the sky and thought about her future path, and seemed to be determined in this incident. So, Chong Dark, I made up my mind. I won't let go of any enemy who dares to threaten my family and friends, and I don't want to regret it because of this. If I can't become a professional hero just like this, then I won't do this so-called professional hero. Just let me be a hero to my family and friends. I believe you don't want your parents to be in any danger. Xia Ye looked at Chong Dark and said resolutely. Nana, don't be so heavy. Don't you really don't want to be a professional hero? And if you don't be a professional hero, you can't help others. It's really not good. Wouldn't it be good for us to be heroes secretly? Can't we also help others? Summer Night looked at Chong secretly, who couldn't reminisce for a long time, smiling and enlivening the atmosphere. And Chong Dark, I think you better think about how to explain to your parents first. After Xia Ye finished speaking, he controlled Chong Dark to step on the shade and gallop away in the direction of his house. Chong Dark's parents didn't know about Chong Dark's adventures that often went out at night, and they thought that Chong Dark's home was because he stayed at Xia Knight's house, and Chong Dark told them the same thing. Before the two of them flew home on a summer night, their parents greeted them with anxious faces, hugged their children and began to check whether they were injured. Especially Chong Di's parents were angry and distressed when they looked at the blood stains on Chong Di's body. Uncle and aunt, I'm sorry, it's all because I always go out with Chong Dian at night. This time something will happen. Xia Ye left his family, walked to Chong Dark's parents and bowed and apologized. Xia Ye, how can this be your fault? My stinky boy told us that he was going to follow you out in the first place. Today, he didn't listen to your advice and went out alone. And if you hadn't arrived in time this time, we wouldn't have been able to see my kid, but my uncle and aunt would like to thank you. Chong Dark's parents hurriedly helped up Summer Night and thanked him. After everyone sat down and chatted for a while at the Summer Night's house, Chong Dark's parents took Chong Dark's words to say goodbye. Looking at Chong Dark's depressed bird's head outside the door and the faint sound of Chong Dark's parents scolding, Summer Night knew that Chong Dark's stepping on the shade was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully tonight. It's not easy for you to provoke this time. Sunset just called me, and actually asked our office to transfer as many people as possible to assist the police. Let's talk about it. What's going on? Tian Zhongli waited for Chong Dark and they all left before he spoke silently. I'm afraid that not only our office, but also the manpower that can be mobilized by the nearby office will be dispatched. After all, the police are really annoyed this time. Summer Night didn't expect Sunset to start contacting the professional heroes so soon. What's the situation? There are so many professional heroes in the office. Is it a huge enemy force? Xia Ye's parents stood up in shock and said. It's been a long time since there has been an event that requires so many professional heroes to be dispatched, and the last time was almost 6 years ago in that unknown war. So many professional heroes were mobilized to rescue the people in the city. And Xia Ye's grandfather also changed his face, but he didn't open his mouth but waited for Xia Ye to continue to tell. And the little bird Yu Liuhua who was sitting next to Xia Ye looked at his parents for some reason, not knowing what they were surprised about. She was still young and didn't understand what it meant to be a professional hero in so many offices. Don't worry, this time it's not a difficult enemy force to deal with, but a small ninja family, because their actions this time have violated the bottom line of the police. So this time the police have to make some big moves to completely exterminate this ninja family. And by the way, warn other ninja families, kill chickens and make an example of monkeys. Xia Ye gently pinched the confused little face of the little bird Yu Liuhua with her hand, and said to her parents in a relaxed tone. When Sunset called me just now, I asked if I wanted to take you with me. After all, you were also a participant in this incident. Originally, I wanted to refuse, but according to you, this time it is not dangerous, so you decide whether to participate or not. Grandpa Xia Ye hesitated and opened his mouth to convey the meaning of Sunset. Ding! Release the mission. Demise of the ninja family. How can this kind of family-level war be missed? Our slogan is to make trouble. Do things, do things. As the young son of his own hero firm, let his own firm shine in this war and stand out, make the professional heroes of his own firm proud, and make the professional heroes of other firms ashamed. Depending on the size of the host's reputation gained in this war, the otaku is rewarded with a minimum of 100 and a maximum of 1000. Quote, of course I'm going to join in the fun, but I can also meet the professional heroes of other firms to broaden my horizons. Xia Ye smiled inexplicably as he looked at the system task, making the six-flower face that was still playing in Xia Ye's hands even more exaggerated. 2-0. Chapter 43. The next day, in a large sports venue, the police summoned professional heroes from various hero offices to gather here, waiting for everyone to arrive, and then let the police executives hold a meeting for their bosses or people to distribute tasks to them. Summer Night's parents' office has already been in place in the venue. Summer Night's mother Mei Yu should have been waiting for the meeting in the conference room now. But tonight Summer Night's grandfather will also arrive, so the task of going to the conference room to have a meeting with others naturally falls on Tian Zhongli's head. Mei Yu herself is leading her own team. Is that the young son of our office? He looks quite handsome, but he doesn't know what his strength is. At this time, Tian Zhongli also rushed to the venue with Xia Ye, preparing to enter the conference room, and was inadvertently seen by the professional hero of the Summer Night office, and began to discuss softly. I heard that the young boy is just transforming into a personality, so his strength shouldn't be very good. A professional hero secretly glanced at the leading Summer Night mother Miu and whispered. Hee, then you guessed wrong. Young Master Xia Ye's strength is very strong. He is definitely a genius. I saw it with my own eyes. Another professional hero retorted loudly, obviously one of the few people in the office who had performed a mission with Xia Ye, but there were very few people present who believed that it was true, and most of them thought that this thing was filming Xia Ye's ass to curry favor with their own strengths. Because Xia Ye is the news finder of this incident, he is also allowed to enter the conference room for a meeting, and the people sitting in the conference room are all talking about the heroes and some powerful professional heroes. They are very curious when they look at the summer knight who followed Tian Zhonglian, and Xia Ye glanced around the people in the room and found a lot of acquaintances, including grandfather's friends and acquaintances. Old man Tianzhong, this is the genius grandson you often brag about in front of us. He looks like a water spirit, but this time it's such a big thing. What kind of fun are you bringing this little doll to join in? A blue-haired old man who was about the same age as Tianzhong Lai laughed at Tian Zhongli and Xia Ye, who had just sat down. Although I don't really agree with the old man Tianzhong bringing the little summer knight, but old man Yanagasawa, don't underestimate this little doll. At least it's much better than your kid. A blue-haired old man said to the blue-haired old man Yanagasawa, obviously a grandfather and friend who had seen Xia Ye. When did the old man Shichi start to blow nonsense? Can this little doll compare to my grandson who has graduated and become a professional hero? You must know that my grandson is a masterpiece graduated from high school. The blue-haired old man Yanagasawa was instantly unhappy. Although you Shichi and Tianzhong Lai are old friends, but you can't belittle my grandson to praise other people's grandsons. Juwu University, not Jieshi University. Xia Ye is now admitted to Shanming University with the first place, and it is far from the second place, nearly double the score. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Shanming teachers present. And Xia Ye has not helped the police to complete the task more than once. Is your kid okay? How do I remember that your kid is still a masterpiece that you entered through the relationship? The blue-haired old man Nishichi laughed at Yanagasawa. Obviously they were not targeting each other for a day or two. As for why Shichi is so aware of the situation in the summer night, the summer night said that there is no way. There is a grandfather who loves to show off and spread the news everywhere. How is it possible? Is this kid so powerful? Not only Yanagasawa didn't believe it, but even the other professional heroes present who were watching the excitement couldn't believe it, and only a few people who had seen the strength of the summer night still watched the excitement calmly. Yes, he is right. This summer night student was admitted to our school this year with the first place score of more than 260 points, and some points were deducted for some reasons that were not summer night students, and the actual score was 310. A voice confirming Shichi's words sounded among the Shangying teachers in the corner of the conference room. This time, among the teachers who came to Shangying were the cement division, the marksman, and the ethereal ghost, and there was no armament among the people who came. But come to think of it, Olmet's injuries don't allow him to participate in such large-scale combat operations, and it would be embarrassing if he recovers his true body in the middle of the battle and reveals his secret. Similarly, Aizawa Shota didn't come. After all, most of the ninjas haven't started to use personality combat, and almost all of them use their so-called garbage ninjutsu to fight, although Aizawa Shota doesn't use personality and has good combat effectiveness, but it's still not suitable for this battle. Sorry, I've kept you waiting. At this time, Sunset hurried to the conference room with a group of police officers, breaking the mysterious atmosphere in the room. Everyone should know the reason for summoning everyone here this time. The information provided by our police informant has been reviewed and verified by the police. The ninja Kamizumi family is simply provoking the stability of our police and society, so this time we will not tolerate anyone in the Kamizumi family. Even the elderly and children will be arrested and brought to justice. An order has been issued from above. All those who resist, young and old, can be killed on the spot, and those who are arrested will be washed away and thrown into prison. Sunset loudly announced the verdict against the Kamizumi family in front of the conference room, and although the professional heroes present felt that this disposition was a bit excessive, they did not say anything. And many discerning people have seen that this is the police killing chickens and monkeys. Taking advantage of this incident of the ninja Izumi family, they plan to start vigorously suppressing and rectifying those ninja samurai and other old forces, and naturally they will not disobey the decision of the government police. In fact, this incident is not small, but it is not big. If it is just an ordinary small enemy force to bomb the police station, it is estimated that it will be a small-scale cleanup war, and the most that is issued is to try to arrest all the people as much as possible, and the order to kill and punish lightly is given, but who let the Kamizumi family just hit the muzzle of the gun? The Kamizumi family, which had already symbolized the old power, was unlucky when they ran into a government that wanted to re-establish its majesty. Our police invited a total of more than 20 powerful hero officers and various personnel who can participate in this operation this time, with a total of nearly 3,000 people, of which more than 900 people can directly participate in the battle, and the rest are professional heroes and police officers who assist in the battle. Therefore, this operation is bound to wipe out the enemy forces of Kamizumi. Sunset then began to assign tasks to everyone present. Wow, is every police operation so large-scale? A small ninja family can have 300 people to reach the sky, excluding the old, weak, sick and disabled. It is estimated that there are less than 100 people who can directly fight. Xia Ye asked Tian Zhongli quietly. This is simply a knife to kill chickens. Since you have guessed that the police have the intention of killing chickens and monkeys, you should know that this operation must not be allowed to fail, and so many people do not necessarily have to be all involved in the battle, and you also have to guard against some people from other ninja families, a Mei explained for Xia Ye. The police are the representatives of authority and government law and order, and other times it is good to say, like this kind of other big families, big groups are staring at how the police deal with the rebellious Shangquan family. If it fails or the disposal is light, it is not enough to deter some careful forces. I am afraid that the peaceful environment that the society has managed to maintain will be turbulent again, so it is no exaggeration to say that this battle is absolutely beautiful, so as to knock some restless forces, so that they dare not underestimate the existence of the police and the government. Grandpa is saying that other ninja families may take action. No, at this time, there are still people who dare to provoke the angry police. Do you think your family has existed for too long? Asked Xia Ye incredulously. At this time, you dare to touch the tiger's buttocks. Do you really don't know how to write dead words? And now in this situation, I'm afraid that whoever stands in front of the police will be treated as a rebel and solve it together. There's always nothing wrong with making a little more preparation. What if there is? Tian Zhonglai took notes on the tasks assigned by Sunset to his own office, so that he could easily check it out for Xia Ye's mother. Chapter 44. Hey, Xia Ye sighed and walked out of the conference room, obviously not in high spirits. It's no wonder that 3,000 people fight a small ninja family of less than 300, and 10 people compete for an opponent, and in order to take care of the Summer Night family, Sunset actually assigned the task of the rear town to their office, which makes Xia Ye how to do the task. In other words, in order to justifiably clean up the Shangquan family, the police seem to have forged a lot of criminal evidence. What abduction and trafficking in human beings, drug trafficking, and assassination of business competitors are all detained on their heads. It's really miserable. Xia Ye looked at his grandfather and smiled. No, most of them are true. These criminal evidence files are obviously not temporary forgeries. Looking at the number and date on them, it is obvious that the evidence has been collected for a long time. Tian Zhongli stared at the police badge hanging above and said with a complicated expression. What? It's all true, so why didn't you clear it up earlier? It didn't start until now. Xia Ye was still surprised to ask, but when she saw her grandfather's heavy look, she seemed to suddenly understand something. Why can such a filthy and evil family exist in this world for so long and not be eliminated? These crimes are not once or twice, and only in this way can such a ninja family be supported. The police have been letting it go, and they didn't plan to deal with the Shangquan family until they were provoked this time, and sure enough, the police also harbored darkness. Hey, Mom, why did our office come to these people who are less than 20 years old? Xia Ye wondered as she looked at her sparse team. The office has a lot of tasks recently, and it's good to be able to draw out so many people, but it's still up to your grandfather at Sunset, and there are fewer people in other offices. Xia Ye's mother took the notes in Tian Zhonglai's hand and began to seriously check the tasks assigned to her. It's impossible. Didn't you say that there are more than 20 hero offices? There are more than 900 combatants, and there are not even 500 people here. Xia Ye went to the teams in other offices and found that there were fewer professional heroes in other offices, and he felt very puzzled. That's because the police hired us people, and there are still military people who haven't arrived. Xia Ye suddenly remembered a somewhat familiar voice behind him, startling him. When did someone touch behind him? Hi Akshichi, why are you here? Aren't you from the ninja side? Natsuya said vigilantly as he turned to look at the sword-wielding samurai man in front of him, and secretly assumed a combat stance, ready to equip the character card at any time. Don't be nervous, little ghost. I was hired by the police this time to bring my brothers to beg for food, whether it's a ninja or a samurai. I'm curious how you met me. We should be meeting for the first time. Momochi looked at Summer Night with interest. Oh, by the way, he transformed himself last time he fought. No wonder he didn't recognize himself, but last time he said that he would fight him until he bloomed when he saw this thing again, but now he has become a person from his own camp. It's not easy to do it. I've heard of you, Summer Night reluctantly explained. Hey, I'm already so famous, a little ghost has heard of my big name. But I feel like you're a bit like a ninja imp I've seen before, Momochi said narcissistically, before spitting out something that made Summer Night scareless. Is this thing's intuition so accurate? I can vaguely see the similarities before and after my transformation. Hey, no, I'm afraid of what he will do, so I found an opportunity to avenge the last time I was forced to take revenge with him. Isn't it more like it now, not last time? Natsuya said with a thud that turned into Sasuke Uchiha. Hey, is it 100 lands? It's been a long time. Suddenly a voice came over and interrupted the provocation of the Summer Night, and the Summer Night's father Sato actually came over and greeted the 100 places. Yes, it's been almost 17 years, Instructor Sato, Momochi replied as he looked at Sato. His attitude was completely different from just now, and he looked very respectful. The writing wheel eyes on the Summer Night on the side were dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? Did anyone come to tell me? Instructor, Dad, what's going on? Do you know? Xia Ye looked at the two people in front of him with a confused expression. Hey, don't listen to his nonsense. I'll teach him for about a year. What kind of instructor is it? Sato's squint became smaller at this moment. Oh, it's only been a year, so I'll just say. What the hell? What's going on now? My own cooking dad has become a mercenary instructor. Instructor, this kid is your son. It's really fateful. I can see the strength of this kid. It's really strong, right, ninja imp? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the transformed Summer Night playfully, and deliberately accentuated the tone on the surname Uchiha to tease the Summer Night. What Uchiha Sasuke? The father of the Summer Night looked at the two of them in the fighting eyes in confusion, and only understood when he noticed the transformation of the Summer Night, and introduced the two of them funny. This is my son Little Bird Tour Summer Night. It is a transformation personality, usually too naughty and always loves to play tricks. This is 100 lands, an old friend that my father hasn't seen for a long time. Xiao Ye, you have to call someone uncle. Clams, I don't want to call this pretending old uncle. And Dad, you were also a mercenary. Why haven't you ever heard you mention it? Of course, I love to pretend to be forced in the summer night, and I am very unhappy to look at the 100 places that can also pretend to be forced. If I hadn't been interrupted by my father, now Xia Ye is probably already beating up with this hateful face. However, Summer Night is now more curious about his father's past, and the squinting boss is finally going to show his true colors. Oh, I didn't work as a mercenary, but I was a killer who was a human body mechanic for a while, and then I was saved by your mom during a mission. I won't wash my hands. Don't tell your grandfather. He was quite against me being with your mother back then. The big guy is worthy of being a big guy. The mercenaries are not qualified. Do you have to be a killer? And the episode where my father and mother met, my god, it's another bloody family drama, and I can't complain in my heart anymore in Xia Ye. Dad, what else are you hiding from me? Tell it all at once. Xia Ye was surprised too much today and was numb. Ha ha ha, probably not. Hey, your mother is calling me, I'll go first, ha ha ha. Summer Night's father suddenly smiled perfunctorily, and found an excuse to run away. There's a problem, there's a big problem. Xia Ye looked at his father who fled in a panic, and even told himself that he had been a killer, but he still had something to hide from himself, which was a big problem. Don't look at me, I've only been with Instructor Sato for a year, and I don't even know your own son for more than 10 years, how would I know? Beiji looked at Xia Ye's glance and quickly shook his hand to deny. Mom should know, see if there is a chance to get some information from mom's mouth, and rub her chin in the Summer Night. Hey, I have nothing to do with this thing, my parents really want to say that sooner or later, anyway, they are their own family in this life, and when the time comes, what is really going on, with their own strength, they are afraid that no one will succeed. Xia Ye didn't plan to think about it anymore when she thought about this, but put her eyes back on the 100 land slashes who had also turned away, although everyone is familiar now, but it doesn't mean that the last time the 100 places were forced to be in vain, and there is always a way to fix you if you can't beat you. That's right, that's how summer nights hold grudges. Chapter 45. In a dimly lit traditional Japanese wooden house, a group of old people wearing traditional kimonos sat quietly in their positions, looking very anxious, watching the old people who were indifferently drinking tea on the first seat to stop talking for several times, and the atmosphere seemed very strange and calm. On behalf of the head of the family, we need an explanation, why the previous generation of the head of the family had the intention of blowing up the police station. Why didn't you, as his younger brother, stop him from giving this kind of irrational order? Don't you know that this will drag our family into the bottomless abyss? Finally, an old man in a kimono couldn't hold his breath and slapped his hand on the small wooden table beside him, breaking the calm and strange atmosphere, and then caused a chain reaction like a little water falling into the boiling hot oil. That's right, this is pushing our family to a desperate situation. Just because his son's death has affected our entire family, he is simply a sinner in our family, and the most hateful thing is that he actually leaked the news, not only died himself, but also left a mess for us. We can't resist the anger of the police and the attacks of professional heroes. We must find a way to calm the anger of the police, otherwise the foundation of the years will be ruined. Not only do we have to find a way to calm the anger of the police, but we also have to make preparations for the children of the family to go to a safe place to go incognito, and if the family is really finished, they will also be the seeds of our family. Quote. When the old people in kimono questioned and discussed, the old man led by him still drank tea calmly, squinting at the tea leaves floating and sinking in the teacup, as if the noise in his ears was not as important as the tea leaves in his own teacup. On behalf of the head of the family, you. A burst of applause rang out from outside and entered the house. I didn't expect it, although I always knew that Shangquan was a small family, but I didn't expect a ninja family to be cowardly before a fight, and before the police could find the door, they started fighting first. The Japanese-style wooden door was pushed open suddenly, and a group of heavily armed black-clothed ninjas appeared outside the house, and it was a short ninja who led the way to speak. Who are you? How did you get in? What about the family's guards? Why did you let so many ninjas enter the core area of the family, and they all ate? The old men in the kimono in the house stopped arguing and looked at the ninjas outside the house vigilantly. If they weren't allowed to bring knives to the meeting, they were afraid that they would take out their knives and face the incoming. Calm down, I ordered the people below to let them in, the dead soldiers sent by other ninja families to assist us. It is absolutely impossible for the police to let us go this time, so we can only fight them to the end. Not only for my eldest brother, but also for the glimmer of life for our family. The old man on the first seat finally put down the teacup in his hand, looked at the other old men in kimono in the house and said fiercely, obviously, this group of ninjas who have just arrived, this is the source of confidence that the old man has always been able to drink tea so confidently and calmly. That's right, the police have always been dissatisfied with us ninja families, and this time they won't give up this opportunity no matter what, so you should stop the idea of reconciling with the police, and prepare for a fight to the death. The ninja who took the lead outside the house also spoke. Then you don't have to ask which family we come from. These people are all made up of dead soldiers from several other ninja families, and they have no identity in the family, and the police can't find out. The leading ninja directly interrupted the question that the kimono old people in the house wanted to ask, and it could be seen that the other ninja families were not completely afraid of the police, but they were still afraid of getting into trouble. Are you going to send these people? This is not in line with our agreement. The old man in the first seat of the house looked at the people outside the house and frowned. The group of ninjas outside the house of less than 50 people could not resist the attack of professional heroes at all. On behalf of the head of the family, what kind of agreement did you sign with others without us knowing? You. An old man in a kimono stood up and asked the head of the Kamizumi clan loudly, but before he could finish asking, he screamed miserably, looked down at the tip of the knife stuck in his chest, and was speechless, and his body gradually fell to the ground. Everyone, if you have any questions, I'll ask him myself when I discuss it with your family master. Please don't intervene now, okay? And now you don't think you can resist this catastrophe besides relying on us. In this case, your head of the family can't promise anything. The leading ninja who flashed into the house at some point withdrew the ninja knife in his hand, looked around at the old people in the house, and mocked in a low voice. I'm sorry, the head of the Kamizumi family, I took the trouble to deal with a disobedient old dog for you without permission. It doesn't matter. Then he raised his head and looked at the head of the Kamizumi family and apologized, but there was no apology in his tone. It's okay. It's our family that made you laugh, or is it that problem? You guys can't resist the police and professional heroes. The head of the Kamizumi Dai family waved his hand, stopping the other kimono old men who were about to get up, staring at the leading ninja. This time, our families sent a total of 500 dead soldiers. Here is only a small part. The rest will arrive later. I believe that so many dead soldiers are enough for the police and those so-called professional heroes to return, and there are many group tycoons who refuse to disclose their origins are willing to provide a large number of arms and weapons and long-term materials for us to fight against the police this time, so that those hypocritical police and professional heroes are all wiped out here. The lead ninja said confidently, apparently because the police operations were well kept secret, and these ninja families had no idea how many personnel and professional heroes the police had mobilized. However, the number of 500 dead soldiers still caused a stir here. You must know that Shangquan is only a small family of ninjas. All of them are less than 300 people, except for some who really can't fight, even if they are children, old people, and women. All of them have weapons. There are only about 200 people, and the combat unit of the dead soldiers is far more than ordinary combatants, and the training of the Shangquan family for so many years is only about 20 dead soldiers. I have to say that the 500 dead soldiers still gave a lot of confidence to many people present, and in addition, there are still people who are willing to provide arms and weapons and other materials, and it is not impossible to beat the police to give in. That's good. It's time to let the world know that we ninjas haven't disappeared from history, and to let the police and the government who underestimate ninjas know the power of our ninjas again, said the head of the Kamizumi family, laughing, as if victory was at hand. The leading ninja also laughed when he looked at the head of the Kamizumi generation, but he said disdainfully in his heart. Fool, do you really think that your family can survive? Do you really think that you can fight the country? Your family is just a small pebble for our ninja family to test the police. If we can let the police fail and suffer from this operation, we ninja families will not be underestimated in the future, and we can also put pressure on the police to fight for more benefits and chips. As for your family, disappear into the next wrath of their police. Crazy, our family is going to be finished. We have to find another way. We can't accompany this madman to finish like this. Several clear-eyed people present thought with flashing eyes. They understood that their family was no longer saved, and began to have other ideas in their hearts. Chapter 46. The forest at night was too quiet, and the original sound of the wind and birds had disappeared, as if they already knew that tonight was destined to be unpeaceful, and they had rested early. Only the air seemed to be filled with the smell of blood, indicating the coming war. The dark clouds obscured the moon, the whole land was shrouded in darkness, and the dead branches of the woods were soaked in a dead light, which seemed so depressing, and the darkness in the forest devoured the eyes of the people, as if there was some kind of devouring beast hidden, which made people shudder. Summer night followed the police and their professional heroes to the forest, looking out at a small hill surrounded by forests not far away, on which the Shangazumi family's territory was located. Xia Ye couldn't help but sigh that these rich people are really good at playing, and they will charter a mountain and a forest to be a local tyrant at every turn. Hey, what's the mission going on tonight? Why is my office assigned to patrol around the command center? I'm going out to do something. The summer knight squatting in the corner is now depressed to death. What is there to do in the command center? A group of masters are all on standby here, and the enemy who doesn't open his eyes dares to come. Even if one or two ninjas who really come over to assassinate or spy on intelligence, it is not enough for him to brush up his reputation, and he may be robbed of his head. Just when Xia Ye was thinking about whether to drive away, he suddenly heard a quarrel in the makeshift conference room surrounded by several police cars, which shocked Xia Ye, who was still listless, and thought that rats had slipped in here, so he hurried over. Andra, we won't agree to your battle plan. The price paid is too great. We can find a new way. If we really burn the forest, in case we can't control the fire and spread to other places, then the matter will be serious. We can wait for dawn before attacking. Maybe it will be better. As soon as summer night came in, he saw Sunset and others persuading Andra. Why don't we have the military transfer some men and helicopter gunships over and parachute directly into it? Several middle-aged men dressed in military uniforms suggested in a loud voice. This time, they just politely brought some personalities who were neither strong nor weak, but they just came to help strengthen their momentum, and they didn't think about really making a move. No, according to intelligence, they have obtained a lot of arms and weapons, and it is too conspicuous to enter the target from the air, but I am afraid that the helicopter will be shot down, some people in the police objected. And this time it's their police business. If it really depends on the military to solve it, I'm afraid that the majesty and image of the police that have been low since the beginning of the era of personality will be even more difficult to save. This can't do that. It doesn't work. Do you really want to let professional heroes just break into other people's territory, and take their lives to the traps and ambushes of these ground rats? There are already people from other ninja families who have taken action, although we are more numerous than each other, but we can't enter the forest where we don't know anything like this, and let them go on an adventure. Anderwal snorted coldly. Although Anderva is a little unqualified as a father, he is very good at professional heroes. Even if he is a professional hero who has already realized sacrifice, it is impossible for him to watch them die in vain. Don't look at me, although we mercenaries collect money to do things, but you can't let us do the work of sending death. We are only about 300 brothers, but we can't deal with 500 dead soldiers in the away game. Beatty looked at some people's eyes and swept towards him, and quickly refused. Grandpa, what's the situation now? Asked Xia Ye as he quietly walked up to his grandfather. A few elders of the Shangquan family have surrendered. According to the information they just secretly sent, the Shangquan family has foreign aid, almost 500 dead soldiers, and a large number of traps and ambushes have been arranged in the forest. But most of the professional heroes on our side are not good at jungle warfare, and the nearly 100 professional heroes who just started to sneak in to investigate have all not responded, and I am afraid that they have already been killed. That's why Anvar proposes to gather as fire heroes to burn down the forest, both to open up a safe path and to inflict massive damage on the enemy. But Sunset and they think that once the forest burns and the fire can't be controlled, the loss will be too great. Grandpa Summer Night looked at the two gangs of Andwa and Sunset who were still arguing, and explained their confusion to Summer Night. Hearing my grandfather's explanation, Xia Ye couldn't help but pout. This Andwa is too violent. There is a fire on the mountain. The director is in love with me, and he actually wants to set fire to such a big forest. There is no one. But it's a good idea. At least you don't have to take your life to fill in the professional heroes. Suddenly, the eyes of the Summer Night lit up. Isn't it time for me to perform? But in this kind of thing that everyone can't do, I can only show my excellence by solving it myself, so that my prestige task can be completed better. If you don't let me try, as long as I let me make a move, I can not only help you sweep away the traps and ambushes in the forest, maybe there will be an unexpected gain. When everyone was still arguing about the ambush in the forest, a voice that seemed a little immature compared to them sounded, making everyone suddenly quiet, and turned their heads to look at the Summer Night in disbelief, thinking that their ears had auditory hallucinations. Little Summer Night, do you really have a way? This is not the time to joke. You take it back now. I'll treat you as if you didn't say it. Sunset rushed to Summer Night and asked eagerly. Of course, I'm not a big talker in Summer Night, and if I can do it, I have to be able to do it, Summer Night said confidently. So many people can't solve it. What kind of ability do you have as a little doll? Sunset, don't you really believe this little doll? The blue-haired old man Yanagasawa looked at Xia Ye questioningly. Shangying's teacher suddenly remembered something, thinking that Xia Ye was going to use the white mecha he had piloted during the exam to open a path for them. But Shangying's teachers thought about it carefully and shook their heads and found that it was not feasible. Although this can indeed open up a road, but the ambush on both sides of the road is still a problem. If you just open a road without traps, many professional heroes present can barely do it, but if the road is not big enough and not wide enough, it still won't help. Come with me. Xia Ye didn't want to say anything more, and turned around and walked outside, and everyone followed curiously. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 47. When they came out, they just saw that the Summer Night began to transform, and a blue-haired military uniform lady appeared under the moon that appeared due to the dispersion of the dark clouds. The long blue hair like a cloak danced in the wind, and the blue hair fluttered in the moonlight, and everyone was falling for the beauty under the moon. That's right, it's Shake's Queen Estes, and it's also the strongest character card in Summer Night now, and this time Summer Night is preparing for the task to do big things. I saw that the Summer Night transformed into Estes pointed down the ground with his feet, and the cold air began to rise on the ground, and a huge icicle held up the Summer Night and began to rise into the sky. Rats, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Now obediently come out and surrender, and release the professional heroes who originally entered the forest, so that you can still save a small life, otherwise you will wait for my sanctions. Summer Night, who was side by side with the full moon, stared at the forest and said coldly. Bang! There was still a dead silence in the dark and silent forest. No sound came out, just dozens of cold corpses were thrown, and in the eyes of everyone in front of the forest, they were professional heroes who had disappeared since entering the forest before. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, there's only so much you want. The rest of the people have become stumps and broken flesh. It's inconvenient to come out, or you come in and accompany them. An ethereal and low voice came out of the forest, causing the noise and indignation surrounding the forest professional heroes present. If it weren't for the others, I am afraid that they would have lost their minds and rushed into the forest desperately to avenge their relatives and friends, even if they were in the mouth of a tiger. Summer Night looked at the corpses lying on the ground that were no longer warm. These professional heroes also have family and friends. They also have their own lives. They don't care about their lives to protect and maintain the hard One Piece now, but why are there always people who want to break the hope they are guarding for the sake of not knowing the so-called desire? I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Guys like you should be strung up and stabbed to death. Standing on the top of the icicle on a summer night, he coldly glanced at the forest that was still dark under the moonlight, and from time to time in the forest he could see a few black shadows flickering and jumping between the trees, so he raised his hand and condensed a large number of ice spikes in the sky, the size of which was about the same as an ordinary war spear, and was suspended in the air overwhelmingly. White piercing. Summer Night waved his hand and the ice spikes shot out, densely inserted in the forest at the foot of the mountain. The dark corners of the woods were filled with screams for a while, and blood splattered everywhere, making the smell of blood in the forest air even stronger, and there were some explosions in the forest from time to time. At that time, the sparks that bloomed in the forest were obviously the attack of the summer night that inadvertently hit some missiles and other munitions, and it seems that the firepower of the munitions possessed by the enemy is not small. However, the fire caused by this was quickly extinguished in the ice spikes that followed the summer night, and did not get out of control. The white piercing move, Estus, had been used against giant monsters, but at that time, there were many ice spikes than these, and summer night made them smaller, but there were more of them. The professional heroes under the icicles were stunned, and when they saw the ice spikes that covered the night sky, their first reaction was whether they were asleep or dreaming, and they didn't wake up until the screams in the forest came out. Although they could not see what was happening in the dark forest, they could already imagine the misery of the enemy inside through these screams. Giant ice assault. Summer night looked at the territory of the Shangquan family on the mountain not far away, and a sharp and huge ice pick quickly extended from the top of the icicle, connecting the icicle and began to rush towards the top of the mountain, slamming into the mountain, and the people on the mountain even felt that the mountain seemed to shake. The ice pick plunged into the mountain to form an ice bridge, and the summer night rushed along the ice bridge towards the mountain, and after a while, he stopped in the middle of the ice bridge, and looked at the panicked old and sick people of the Shangquan family below and began to shout loudly. Now you lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, crouch in place and wait for the police to arrive, if not, Ice meteorite. I saw a snap of my fingers on the summer night, and a giant ice ball tens of meters large appeared out of thin air in the night sky above the forest, and began to fall rapidly to the ground. Dozens of meters of giant ice balls, just afraid that the weight is not less than dozens of tons. The sound of the sudden fall is no less than a meteorite falling from the sky. The ice meteorite in a short period of acceleration, with an unbeatable momentum smashed in the forest. No matter what the object is under the ice meteorite, all are shattered. The small half of the ice ball fell into the ground, leaving a large pit. Countless cracks around the big pit meandered in the forest, as if a piece of glass was broken, and soon spread out a dense large area. The professional heroes not far away and the old, weak, sick and disabled people left behind on the mountain were shaken to the ground by the huge movement of the ice meteorite landing, looking at the ice meteorite in the forest and the summer night on the ice bridge and speechless. Chapter 48. Shangying, I'm coming. Xia Ye stood at the gate of Shangying's school, looking at this magnificent but no one in his heart, and was still a little excited. You must know that he usually hasn't gotten up yet. It's been a month since the last family extermination war, and although Summer Night doesn't know if there were any fish that slipped through the net in that battle, and where the remaining members of the Kamizumi family will be sent after their memories are washed away, it doesn't matter what happened to Summer Night. There are only a handful of people present who know that the Valkyrie who fought under the moonlight is a Summer Night transformation, and they are all some high-level bigwigs and professional heroes of their own offices who happen to be patrolling nearby. Fortunately, even so, Summer Night's mission was completed perfectly, and the highest reward of 1,000 otaku was obtained. It's just that recently, the Summer Night house has always been visited by guests and old friends, and they are basically here to find the Summer Night, which makes the Summer Night annoying. It's rare to not stay in bed tonight on a summer night, and before my parents and sister get up, I went out early. Of course, it's not that Xia Ye has become diligent, and it's not that he is too excited to come to Shangying to go to school, but the system has issued him another school opening task. Ding! Release the task. Friendly meeting of classmates and teachers. Your college career is about to begin. How can the wonderful campus life be without your participation? On the first day of school, say a friendly hello to your classmates and teachers, and make them impressed, and reward otaku with $300. Friendly greeting. This task is very friendly. The troublesome Summer Night smiled evilly. So there was a summer night early in the morning at the beginning of the school gate. There were no students, planning to explore the terrain first to familiarize themselves. The Summer Night thief turned his head left and right to investigate, and found that no one noticed him, so he quietly slipped to a remote corner of the campus, and after a while, the Summer Night changed his appearance and came out and began to wander around and step on the spot. In addition to the 4 places guaranteed, the rated number of students admitted through the examination is 36, of which 18 people in the examination and 2 people in the guarantee are in one class, and this class will be divided into 2 classes in total. As the head teacher of Class A in the first year, it is rare that Kota Aizawa did not enter his favorite sleeping bag today, but sat in the office and flipped through the student roster on the desk, and the information about the Summer Night of the Bird Tour was picked up separately by Kota Aizawa and held it in his hand, his brows tightly locked. What a tricky student. Obviously, Xia Ye's performance a month ago had been told to Aizawa by the teacher Shangying who was present at the time. Not only that, but the Shangying school held many meetings to discuss the situation of Xia Ye, and in the end, there was no good plan yet. After all, such a powerful student is not easy to teach. And Aizawa Shota deliberately rummaged through the Summer Night Junior High School, his teachers and classmates on the Summer Night's win comments, although most of the above are good, like what is good good popularity, helpful, etc., but some of the evaluations mixed with not bad reviews make Aizawa Shota very uneasy. He likes to play pranks, and from time to time he will make some big news at school. But if you let Xia Ye see these comments, he will definitely cry out for being wrong. These are all tasks issued by the trouble-loving system, and he is just completing the task. Of course, these prank tasks Xia Ye himself is also very happy. Aizawa, why are you still here? The principal asked you to come over to discuss the situation of your classmates in the Summer Night. At this moment, the door to the office suddenly opened, and Brescent Max Coxcomb had reached in, whispering to Aizawa Shota. "Hey, is this problem again? I don't know how many times this is, it's such a troublesome student." Aizawa Shota stood up helplessly and walked out listlessly, but he still felt that something was wrong when he passed by Brescent Mac, but he couldn't say it for a while, so he shook his head and left to go to the principal's office. At this moment, in front of the classroom of Class A of the first year, a green-haired teenager was standing outside the door with a worried face, that is, Izuku Midoriya, who had just found his classroom in a hurry. "It's all the elites who stand out from so many candidates," said Izuku Midoriya, looking at the huge classroom door in front of him. "It's better not to be in a class with horrible people." Midoriya didn't know what suddenly came to mind, shook his head in a panic, trying to shake the things out of his mind, and pushed open the classroom door. "Don't put your feet on your desk." A solemn sermon came out of the classroom, and a serious-looking man with glasses was scolding a yellow-haired hedgehog who had put his feet on his desk. "What?" The yellow-haired hedgehog had heard the man's preaching, and sneered disdainfully. "Don't you think you're sorry for Shongying's predecessors and the people who make desks?" The yellow-haired hedgehog had stretched his neck, and he said with a delinquent boy's expression, "I don't think so. Which junior high school graduate of your kid is?" The quarrel between the two made Midoriya Izuku, who had not had time to observe the situation in the classroom, pause, and when he saw clearly the two people who had the dispute, he couldn't help but have a black line flowing down. He was really afraid of something, and the two of them he was most afraid of were actually in this class. That's right, the two people who quarreled were none other than Iida Tenya and Blasto Katsuji. I'm Amaya Iida, a graduate of a private smart junior high school," Amaya Iida said solemnly, gesturing to reinforce his explanation. "Smart, isn't that the damn elite? It seems that there is a value for slaughtering." "The value of slaughter? You are so brutal, is your voluntary school really here?" Iida asked, with a cold sweat on his face. "Cut," burst how Katsuji cut disdainfully, and out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced at Midoriya Izuku outside the door, and then turned his head to look over. "You are," and Iida Tenya also followed the gaze of the explosion to Katsuji and saw Midoriya Izuhisa reminiscing, attracting the other students in the classroom who were watching the excitement to Midoriya Izuku outside the door. "Good morning, I'm Amaya Iida who graduated from a private smart middle school." Izuku Midoriya looked at the eyes cast by everyone in the classroom and wanted to say something in a panic, but was interrupted by Amaya Iida. My name is Midoriya, please advise, Iida-san." Izuku Midoriya looked at Iida Tenya, who came over seriously and hurriedly waved his hand. "Midoriya-san, you have already found out that the score of that actual combat exam is constituted, but I didn't find out. I really underestimated you too much. I apologize to you for what happened before," Iida Tenya said to himself, completely ignoring the already confused Midoriya Izuku. "I said these two classmates, you are blocking the door, can you say anything in the classroom?" Suddenly a hand was placed on Midoriya Izuhisa's shoulder, and a weak voice sounded in his ears. Izuku Midoriya and the classmates in the classroom all looked at the owner of the voice, and found that it was a listless and decadent uncle who put his face next to Izuhisa Midoriya's head. I'm sorry. Izuku Midoriya apologized non-stop, and quickly entered the classroom, finding his seat and sitting down, but he was worried about whether he had left a bad impression on the teacher. When the students in the classroom were quiet, the decadent uncle slowly walked onto the teacher's podium, staring at the students in the classroom with dead fish eyes, and everyone realized that the decadent uncle was not only sloppy but also dressed strangely. What a strange person. This is the feeling in the minds of the students about the decadent uncle on the teacher's podium. "To be honest, my first impression of you wasn't very good," Uncle Decadent said listlessly, causing many of the students in the classroom to chuckle in their hearts. "But since everyone will have to learn Shi in the same classroom in the future, I won't say much. Everyone change their clothes, you go to the playground and wait for the teacher first, I'll come over in a while." The decadent uncle still looked unenergetic. However, there is still a classmate who didn't come. It seems to be the first-place student of the Small Bird Tour summer night. Someone suddenly stood up and reported, and then everyone realized that there were only 19 people in the classroom, and there was a vacant seat. And Chong Dian also looked at the vacant position with a strange face. Today he went to Xia Ye's house early in the morning to find Xia Ye to go to school together, but was told that Xia Ye, who originally loved to be late, actually went to school a long time ago, but when he got to the classroom, he didn't see any trace of Xia Ye. Summer Night shouldn't have gone to the wrong classroom, and this teacher's dress is inexplicably familiar, Chong secretly guessed. No, all 20 students have arrived. It's not early, just go to the playground and wait for the teacher. Uncle Decadent waved directly to the students to go out. Everyone was helpless, although they were puzzled, they still stood up one after another and took their clothes and prepared to go to the locker room. "Anyway, don't you need to introduce yourself?" Was about to leave the classroom, a female classmate looked at the decadent uncle on the teacher's podium and suddenly spoke. "I know everyone's name, so I'll tell me my current name." Uncle Ran carefully looked at the silver-haired girl dressed as a noble lady and said, "My name is Kakashi Hagi, and others call me Kakashi Hagi for face, please give me more advice." Chapter 49. Oh no, I've been deceived. Kota Aizawa, who was knocking on the door of the principal's office, suddenly reacted, and when he was in the office just now, that Bresson Mac didn't call himself a rubberhead, and was actually talking in a low voice. "Hey, Eraserhead, you're just in time for us, we're talking about that problem student in your class, Birdie Bird, Summer Night." "Hey, Eraserhead, where are you going?" said the door to the principal's office, and Bresson Mac behind the door said loudly as he looked at Aizawa, who had turned away. Of course, Aizawa was deceived not because he was too easy to deceive, but Aizawa Shota really couldn't imagine that there were students who dared to pretend to be teachers to play pranks, most likely the ghost who was the headache of the little bird you summer night. Of course, Aizawa did not suspect that it was an enemy invasion, because he believed that it was impossible for the enemy to enter with UA's defensive forces. However, when the USJ Enemy Alliance invasion incident occurred, I don't know if he would think so. When Aizawa arrived in a hurry, he looked at the empty classroom and sighed, it's really not a stop. At the same time, the students of Class A who gathered on Shangying's playground finally waited for the teacher they thought they were. Teacher, you're coming too slowly, everyone complained as they looked at the masked silver-haired and decadent uncle in front of them. Ha ha ha, I'm just lost on the road of life. The decadent uncle Kakashi Hachiki touched his hair and smiled. While you're old, well, let's take this opportunity to warm up and play a little game to promote friendship among our classmates, Kakashi Hachiki said, taking out a few bells and looking at the students, smiling and encouraging. How do you warm up? The students asked, confused, looking at the bell in Kakashi's hand. The rules of the game are that I have 5 bells here, and you have to find a way to take one of them from my hand, and keep it in your hand for 1 minute to qualify, and 10 minutes later to end the game. How's it going? Isn't it fun? Kakashi Hachiki shook the bell in his hand, and a hint of an inexplicable smile curled into the corner of his mouth. Not only do you have to snatch a bell from the teacher's hand, but you also have to keep it in your hand for a minute so that it won't be taken away, although the opponent on the surface is just the teacher, but in fact, other students are also potential opponents. Midoriya Izuku once again used his broken thoughts skills at this time and began to analyze. Well, I feel like it's fun, and several other students who were more lively and optimistic, such as the pink girl Sana Ashido and the Teipo Ryo Fonta, said that they were looking forward to the game. Oh, isn't it interesting? Then I would like to remind you kindly, your last class of seniors also trained in Shangying with interesting ideas, but they were all expelled and dropped out of school in less than a year. I hope you don't underestimate Shangying's teachers too much. Kakashi Hachiki stared at the students and threatened. What? Expulsion and withdrawal? This is too much, the Class A students shouted in disbelief. No way, this is the heroic department. Natural disasters, major accidents and selfish enemies. I don't know where the danger came from. If you don't even have this faith and strength, how can you be someone else's hero? If you want to talk and have fun after school, then I'm sorry, in the next 3 years, Shangying will give you continuous exercise and tribulation. Go into the distance and do your best to cross it, Kakashi Hachiki said, squinting at the students in front of him. Is this the strongest university UA in university teaching? I can only go up. Iida Tenya listened to Kakashi's teachings and made up his mind. Okay, you can attack me at will, I'm very strong, remember to be determined to kill me. Of course, you can't hurt other students in the process of snatching the bell. So, the game begins, let's play together, Kakashi Hachiki said and tied the bell around his waist, and then took out a book from his ninja bag and looked at it. The cover of the book was printed with some pictures that made people blush, so that the girls who looked over were shy, and scolded secretly, while a certain Grape and Shanming Electric looked like they had seen a confidant, and their eyes lit up as if they had seen a confidant. I'm not going to participate in this game. At this time, Kakashi Hachiki had been frowning since he appeared, and Chong Dark Tredian, who was staring at Kakashi's forehead guard on Kakashi's head, suddenly seemed to understand something, turned around and walked to the edge of the playground and stood still with his hands folded, looking like he was ready to watch a good show. What? This classmate? I won't participate in this game anymore. Looking at Chong Dark's departure, some students wanted to persuade them, but 3 more students announced their withdrawal from the game, namely 8,000,000, Bang Zhaoliang and the silver-haired girl who seemed to see something at the beginning, which made everyone dumbfounded. Although there are fewer competitors, there is also less power to cooperate in grabbing the bell from the teacher. Izuku Midoriya analyzed in distress as he looked at the 4 classmates who suddenly quit. Niuchi was still thinking about tactics in Midoriya Izuhisa and the others were at a loss, but Blasto Katsuji couldn't hold back anymore and rushed directly to start an attack on Kakashi Hagi, only to see Blasto Katsuki's hand erupt with blazing flames, drowning Kakashi Hachiki. Wait, Ka-chan, how is it possible? Izuku Midoriya originally wanted to stop the reckless behavior of Kakashi Hachiki, who was engulfed in flames in an instant, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. I didn't use all my strength. I didn't know that Shangying's teacher had no appearance, he was so powerful, but he was so weak. Bao Hao Shengji also looked at his hands in a daze, and said to himself, but he seemed to be explaining something to others. Ah, murder, Kakashi-sensei, he was. The students who were still in the playground were shocked and completely stunned. Only a few students outside the playground did not have panicked expressions, but instead looked for something everywhere. First lesson, no matter what happens, don't let down your vigilance. I saw Kakashi, who had fallen to the ground, bang, and turned into a burning stake, and then a voice came from under the feet of Hirokatsu. 2 done, the art of decapitation in the heart. Stretched out a hand on the ground at some point, and put it on the ankle of Bang Hao Shengji, and Bang Hao Shengji only felt a huge force coming from under his feet, and the whole person began to fall down uncontrollably, and when he reacted, the person had been pulled to the ground, leaving only a head exposed on the ground. Sine. Explosion. Hao Shengji continued to bombard the land with his hands buried in the ground, trying to get himself out, but to no avail. At most the stones on the ground jumped a few times, and the person was still unable to move underground. Ka-chan. Looking at the explosion that was trapped in the ground, the other students retreated in a panic. Only Midoriya Izuhisa shouted and threw himself at the explosion hero. Lesson 2. Concern is chaos. When a companion is imprisoned, don't impulsively just focus on rescue and ignore the hidden enemy. A figure suddenly popped out on the ground where Midoriya Izuku was advancing, and it was Kakashi Hachiki. Illusion. Magic tree binding kill. Midoriya Izuku saw Kakashi Hachiki make a few strange gestures, and then he felt that his body was entangled by trees from nowhere, and his body couldn't move at all, and the more he struggled, the tighter the roots of the tree were entangled, and Midoriya Izuku felt that the air in his chest was pressed out, and he was almost out of breath. But in the eyes of the other students, it was Izuku Midoriya who began to make strange movements after being stopped by Kakashi Hachiki, and his body seemed to be tightened by something. Nah, don't be nervous, your Ka-chan is fine, don't use that power, that will only hurt you. Seeing that Midoriya Izuku seemed to be struggling with all his might, Kakashi Hachiki reached out and whispered in Midoriya's ear. Kakashi Hachiki jumped away from Izuhisa Midoriya in a backward jump, dodging the attacks of several other students, watching as the lasers, dissolved liquids, and electric currents shot at the ground and kicked up a large amount of dust. Very good, it seems that you have the determination to kill me, so let's dance together. The water escape, the waterfall technique, the thunder escape, the ground walk. Out of thin air, a wave appeared and slapped everyone to the ground, and then Kakashi pressed his electric hand to the ground, and then saw that all the boys except Kamaime began to twitch uncontrollably in place, and after a while, they were all trembling and speechless with a new style of exploding head, and the hairstyle of exploding hero Katsuji, who was originally an exploding head, became more and more inflated. However, even if Shanming Electric survived, he looked at the water stains all over the ground and did not dare to attack again, for fear of causing more damage to the other students. Of course, Kakashi Hachiki would not let too strong ninjutsu hurt them. He deliberately reduced the output of his chakra, reduced the power of ninjutsu, and did not cause them too much damage, but the body was numb. Maybe this weak current was still good for their body. As for the girls, Kakashi Hachiki deliberately avoided them. No way, I don't know if the girls hold grudges. If he dares to call them, I'm afraid that the future campus life will not be peaceful. Stop, little bird swims in the summer night. At this time, an angry voice came, and then Kakashi Hachiki changed back to the summer night with a bang, only to see Aizawa Shota glaring at his dead fish eyes at the summer night, apparently using his elimination personality to temporarily crack the transformation personality of the summer night. Of course, Xia Ye had already discovered Aizawa Shota, and he cooperated with the ninjutsu in his hand in a timely manner. Otherwise Aizawa Shota's elimination personality could only crack his transformation personality at most, but it couldn't stop his character card ability. Chapter 50. Stop, little bird swims in the summer night. At this time, an angry voice came, and then Kakashi Hachiki changed back to the summer night with a bang, only to see Aizawa Shota glaring at his dead fish eyes at the summer night, apparently using his elimination personality to temporarily crack the transformation personality of the summer night. Of course, Xia Ye had already discovered Aizawa Shota, and he cooperated with the ninjutsu in his hand in a timely manner. Otherwise Aizawa Shota's elimination personality could only crack his transformation personality at most, but it couldn't stop his character card ability. On the playground, the buried explosion Hao Shengji had been dug up with the help of his classmates, covered in mud and standing in the middle of the team with a dirty face, gritting his teeth and looking at the summer night standing outside the team. His eyes were about to spew out sparks of anger. If it weren't for the fact that Aizawa had just stopped one of his attack attempts, he would have really pressed his hands on Natsuya's hateful face to unleash his personality, letting Natsuya know what would happen if he fooled him, and revenge for burying him. Most of the other classmates were also unhappy, especially the boys who were electrocuted looked at Xia Ye like a resentful woman, and stared at Xia Ye with goosebumps. Aizawa Shota breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the students on the playground who were not very good looking, but had not been harmed, and then turned to look at the summer night with a hippie smile on his face, not knowing what to say. Summer Night-san, although you are very strong, this is not the capital that you can pretend to be a teacher instead of me, the head teacher, to train your classmates. Aizawa thought about it too much or didn't care about Summer Night becoming a matter of Brescent Mac deceiving him for the time being. After all, it was not a glorious thing to be deceived by his own students, and began to investigate the matter of Xia Knight pretending to be him, the head teacher, to engage in personality battles with other students without authorization. Aizawa-sensei, I never told them that I was a teacher. They took it upon themselves to think that I was standing on the podium in the classroom as a teacher, and I was at most transformed into the classroom, so you shouldn't punish me for this little problem, teacher, said Xia Ye in surrender. Since you're not a teacher, why do you ask us to participate in your assessment? Iida Tenya, who had a serious face, suddenly spoke, obviously dissatisfied with Summer Night's behavior that was in line with school discipline. I didn't say it was an assessment. I explained at the beginning that this is a warm-up game before the assessment begins. I just invited you to participate in this game to promote friendship among classmates. You see that a few of them didn't participate and I didn't say anything. Xia Ye spread his hands, making an expression that it doesn't matter what I do, it's you who are too easy to deceive, and many of the students present clenched their fists in their hands, and found that they didn't seem to be able to beat this cheap guy, so they could only look at Xia Ye helplessly, and the eyes of several boys who were shocked even began to burst into tears. That's right, It's true that we take it for granted that we have to take the transformed Summer Night's classmates as teachers to participate in the assessment we think, and this lesson at least tells us not to self-righteously and casually believe in judgment when the situation is unclear, but to confirm it. Here, the frog-blowing Mayu standing in the student team suddenly spoke for Natsuya, and Natsuya, who was standing behind Aizawa Shota, secretly beckoned to her. Aizawa already had a rough idea of the situation of this prank, but I have to say that there were almost no loopholes in the arrangement of Summer Night this time. Even if you want to investigate the unauthorized use of personality to fight, it is the first hand of Bang Hao Shengji and other classmates. Xia Ye just counterattacked and subdued them, and did not cause any harm to the classmates. If you insist on dealing with it, I am afraid that everyone will be punished together. But it's bad enough for these students to be teased by Summer Night, and if you still punish them, I'm afraid you won't be wrong to death. Although Aizawa is a strict teacher, he is not an unreasonable person. Besides, even if it is punished, in terms of Xia Ye's strength, it will exhaust the other classmates to death, and it will only be sprinkled with water for Xia Ye. But there is no way to punish Xia Ye. It doesn't mean that Aizawa Shota intends to let him go so easily. But, then why did you let us come to the playground to wait for the teacher? Aizawa-sensei, did you ask the Summer Night classmates to bring us here? Obviously, Iida Tenya still can't accept it. As a good student from an elite school, he doesn't agree with Summer Night's prank at all. Oh, is that so? I don't know how Summer Night knew that I was going to give you an assessment on the playground. You seem to know that there is an assessment waiting for you, has already made up his mind to reward the first place in his class in the assessment, and he is also quite curious. The most important thing in all warfare is to know oneself and know one's opponent, so that one cannot be defeated in 100 battles. Intelligence and data analysis is the top priority. Before entering Shongying, I asked someone to get the general information of all the teachers in Shangmi, and when I learned that my homeroom teacher was Mr. Aizawa, I focused on analysis, learned some about your deeds and rumors, and combined with the experience of being all expelled seniors in the last session, I roughly guessed that you would give us a dismount on the first day. Summer Night fooled everyone with serious nonsense, and shamelessly blamed the foreknowledge of the original book on his own efforts and wisdom. Of course, Xia Ye did try to get some information about the male teacher, but what he got was only basic information such as the teacher's name and personality, and the more esoteric information was probably impossible to get if he didn't ask Sunset, but at least 2 of the students present should be able to get it, Xia Ye thought as he looked at 8 million Bai and another silver-haired girl. What Xia Ye's classmates said at the beginning is true. Was he really expelled? No, I thought it was also a prank of Xia Ye's classmates who began to feel relieved, and now my heart is lifted again. Quote. The faces of the students in the team became tense again, and they discussed one after another. What Xia Ye said is right. In the last class one led, your seniors were all expelled from school by me. If you just entered the heroic hero department with interesting ideas, then I want to tell you, natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish enemies, I don't know where the danger came from, if you don't even have this bit of faith and strength. Aizawa Shota looked at these noisy students with bloodshot eyes, and slowly planned to start his tirade, but he didn't want to be interrupted. Teacher, these Summer Night classmates have told us just now, and they are exactly the same as what you said now. Here's it. Frog-blowing Plum Rain finished speaking, and looked at the Summer Night in amazement with the other students. Now that you all know, so we've wasted enough time now, let's hurry up and take a personality mastery test. In order to give you motivation, the last student will be in danger of dropping out. Aizawa Shota, who was interrupted, turned around silently, and looked deeply at the Summer Night who touched his head and couldn't stop smirking. Personality mastery test, and, report to the teacher, I don't have a personality, seem to be mixed up with some kind of, answer in the students' loud questions. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 51. A thin teacher in a yellow suit sits in his office and looks at the materials of Aizawa and the students in his class with a sad face, worried about his inheritor, Izuku Midoriya. Hey, there's a personality in Victoria's junior class. Or entered Shongying with the second place results in the actual combat exam. Thousand Emperor Kagaya is really a powerful and strong girl. Olmed looked at the photo of the silver-haired girl on the list, and wrote some basic information about the silver-haired girl under her photo. Qiandi Wei, the daughter of the Qiandi group, has no personality, but can rely on the latest scientific and technological weapons developed by the group to have strong combat capabilities, and since he was a child, he has invited to visit various ninjas, martial artists and other masters to train his combat skills. Even if he has left the assistance of scientific and technological weapons, he has a lot of combat effectiveness. At the same time, personality mastery test, and, report to the teacher, I don't have a personality, seem to be mixed up with some kind of strange answer in the students' loud questions. The information revealed by this voice made many people present stunned, especially Izuku Midoriya, as if shocked by something, looked at the source of the sound in disbelief, the silver-haired girl with a calm face. Oh, Thousand Emperor Wei Yi, I have read your information, no personality, since elementary school she various combat skills, and also has a team specializing in the development of high-tech equipment to build combat equipment for themselves, and even entered our school with the second place in actual combat. I'm actually quite curious about what makes a noble big man like you want to enter Shongying. Even if you have no personality, do you want to be a hero? Aizawa looked listlessly at Sendi Kagaya and said her situation, and when he said that he was impersonal, he looked at Midoriya Izuhisa who was still stunned. It's really amazing, it's incredible, even though he has no personality, he can be admitted to Shongying with a second place score. Because I want to be a hero. I want to be a hero like him who can help people out of a desperate situation and make people trust. Sendi Kagaya replied loudly as if he remembered something, but the people present did not know why, and even thought it was Olmut. As for whether it was or not, it was up to her to ask. She doesn't even have a personality, but she still doesn't give up her dreams, and it's amazing to be admitted to the heroes department with her own efforts, and I can only rely on inheriting that power. Izuku Midoriya seemed to have been hit by something, and felt that she was not as good as a girl. Boy, you think too much. People are rich second generations, and what they have is the ability to make money, not that you can compare with this dick. You better take the current road honestly, and you also have the heart of a hero. I don't know when I walked to Midoriya Izuku in the summer night behind him, looking at the silver-haired girl who was inexplicably a little familiar, comforting Midoriya. Although he couldn't remember, he instinctively told him in his heart that he had definitely seen this person somewhere, but it was hidden in the depths of his memory. Although this is a personality mastery assessment, in fact, the assessment does not say that it must be a personality, but just a performance to help you get better results. It depends on how you operate. I think the worst assessment is not necessarily you. Aizawa Shota looked at Midoriya for a long time, and scared Midoriya so much that cold sweat came out on his face. Then, the first place is the little bird swimming summer night. You go to the gymnasium with me to get some assessment tools, and the other students are on standby. Aizawa turned around and left after speaking, and he hurried over just now, and he didn't have time to get any assessment supplies at all. Retaliation. This is definitely revenge. Does the first place have anything to do with going to the gym room to get the assessment textbooks? Looking at the back of Aizawa Shota leaving, Xia Ye complained in a low voice, and reluctantly followed. As soon as Aizawa Shota and Natsuya left, several active students in the team regained their vitality as if they had been freed from their shackles, and began to chatter together to discuss. After all, they were young people of the same age, and after a while, they basically knew each other's names and knew each other, and they were familiar. This little bird tour summer night classmate is really strong. He can beat so many of us at the same time. I really don't know what his personality is. After the students exchanged with each other, they began to be curious about summer night. After all, powerful people are the focus of everyone's attention wherever they are. Yes, when I saw the exaggerated score of Xiaotiao Yu summer night in the actual combat exam transcript, I thought Shongying had made a mistake, and it was misprinted. It was terrible. Yi Yintu, who could only see the clothes and couldn't see people, said exaggeratedly. Anyway, why did you quit the game? Do you know that the teacher is pretending to be a classmate of summer night? Ashido-sen asked curiously in front of the people who quit the game at the beginning, such as Chongdark and 8,000,000, who had quit the game at the beginning. I am close friends with Xia Ye, partners who have been fighting together all year round, and the clothes of his battle form this time. I have already seen it when I fought with him. Chongdark Tredian was still speaking in a cold dialect, but fortunately, the people present who said it could barely understand. Actually, I had a relationship with Xia Ye's classmate when I was a child, and I accidentally saw him change this look, but I didn't remember it for a while. And I've already read the information of our homeroom teacher, and at first when my classmates appeared on summer night, I thought it was a temporary change of teachers from the school, but then I saw that someone had withdrawn, and I thought about it carefully before I reacted. 8,000,000 looked at everyone and explained curiously. I've also collected information about teacher Shongying, but I haven't seen the so-called Kakashi Hachiki-sensei. Obviously there are only 19 classmates, but he said that the students have arrived, and I was curious that the actual combat score can surpass my summer night classmate. I collected some basic information about him, and found out that he was a transformation personality. At that time I suspected that it was a fake from summer night's classmate, and after seeing his friend quit, I was sure. Thousand Emperor Kagaya calmly analyzed. I've heard the name Birdie Summer Night mentioned many times, and I focused on his personality and character. It's not a loss to be the person who makes that person talk about it. I look forward to fighting with him in a dignified manner. At this time, Bang Jiaoleng, who had not been integrated into the communication environment of Class A, suddenly spoke, but he gave Xia Ye a war letter with a high fighting spirit. Chapter 52. These, and these may all be used. You move out, be careful, don't break it. Summer Night looked at the things that Aizawa Shota pointed out with a black line, and the 2 baskets of softballs and the 2 boxes of grip strength testers didn't say much, although the number was a bit large, and 20 students couldn't use it at all, but at least they still used it. You Shongying are rich, and it's okay to have a test robot for one project, but if you want me to move out 20 weightlifting barbells the size of a grinding disc, it's too much, and you may still need to use it. Don't think that I don't know the items of personality assessment, and I can't use them at all. Looking at Aizawa Shota, who turned to leave after making things, Xia Ye shook his head helplessly, only to see a chicken-shaped rune flash in his eyes, and everything swayed and floated, leaving the gym room with Xia Ye. Wow! The students of Class A, who were still familiar with each other, shouted in surprise when they saw all kinds of sports equipment moving out of thin air behind Xia Ye. When he returned to the group and found that everyone was still looking at him in a demented state, he smiled at them shyly and made them all come back to their senses. Then let's demonstrate the first place summer night. How far can you throw a junior high school softball? Aizawa Shota motioned to Xia Ye, who had just stood back in the line, to come out and start. I don't know, I didn't have much gym class. Don't look at me like that, if you don't believe me, you ask Chong Dark, Xia Ye replied loudly as she looked at the disbelieving eyes of the others. Generally, when other people go to physical education class, Summer Night is still sleeping in the classroom, and the physical education teacher can't. Xia Ye, who has various ability roll cards, is better than him in sports, basketball, football, tennis, long-distance running, sprinting, swimming, whatever you choose. The physical education teacher was almost hit to resign, and he never mentioned the matter of absenteeism in physical education class on summer nights. Then you weigh. It's still often dark. What was your highest record in junior high school? The demonstration is just to compare the difference between before and after the use of personality. Summer Night is hopeless. Aizawa Shota, who originally wanted to call the Thousand Emperor Kagaya, finally called Chong Dark to step on the yin. More than 100 meters, Chong Dark Tread and Yin stood in the team and replied coldly, because he often went out with the Summer Night to practice, so Chong Dark enhanced not only his personality, but also his physical skills and strength. This record is still the result of Chong Dark's physical education class not being serious and retaining his strength. It's a lie. How is this possible? Isn't it forbidden to use personality in junior high school? Sure enough, it's also a monster who can become a classmate with a monster like Xia Ye's classmates. Hearing this unusual data, the other students talked one after another, looking at Chong Dark's not burly figure and expressing doubts. If the tall Shoji Muzo who was present said this data, they might have believed it. Then you try it with your personality. As long as you don't get out of this circle, you can play whatever you want, said Aizawa Shota, rubbing his dry eyes. Is this so? Although it is not my strongest moment. But I am still willing to fight. Chong Dian looked at the sun hanging high in the sky, and then stretched out a black shadow that was also a bird's head from his body, grabbed the softball on the ground and continued to wave and shake it in the air like a cowboy noose, and after accumulating his strength for a while, he got out of his hand, and the softball broke through the air like a cannonball. The test robot at a distance of 794 meters, recorded the data and sent it to the instrument in the hands of Kota Aizawa. Oh, what an exaggerated data. Is this the bonus brought by personality? Everyone looked at this data and exclaimed, no, not everyone, like Summer Night, Bang Scorch, 8,000,000, etc. Who have never been bound by the personality bill, have no fuss about this data. They see this a lot, both in themselves and in others. Only those who are controlled and dare not use their personality will not be able to let go of their hands and feet to exercise their personality, and people like Summer Night, Bang Jiao Freeze, know better than anyone where the limits of their use of personality are. While everyone else was amazed, Izuku Midoriya looked preoccupied, worried about his situation, although he reluctantly accepted the power of Ultimate, but every time he used it, he would bring great harm to himself, and he could only use it once in a short period of time, and he didn't know if he would be ranked last, and then he was expelled from school for failing to live up to the expectations of his idol Ultimate. However, the personality mastery test will not stop because of his worries, and with the round after round of assessments, Izuku Midoriya has not played a strong advantage in each item. Even if he wins the weaknesses of others a little bit, he will be instantly surpassed by the strengths of others, and the ranking is already at the bottom. As for Xia Ye's performance, with his strength, even if he didn't get serious, he was suppressing others in the assessment, like a 50-meter sprint, repeatedly jumping sideways, and understanding the rabbit charm. The grip strength assessment cow charm is understood, and the long jump chicken charm is understood. Of course, as a retaliation, Xia Ye smashed several grip strength testers one after another, and did not stop until Aizawa stopped it. Soon it was the 5th assessment of softball, although there were a total of 8 assessments, but Xia Ye decided to do something, and the endurance run, sit-ups and sitting body forward bend. Xia Ye didn't plan to participate. If he was so honest and was restrained by Aizawa Shoutai's dismounting, then Xia Ye felt that the future campus life was not very boring. Xia Ye politely handed the softball in his hand to Midoriya Izuhisa, signaling him to come first. Anyway, although this assessment is an assessment on the surface, but it is actually just Aizawa Shota used to test and observe the student's personality, potential and character. If it is not allowed, Xia Ye does not want to participate in an assessment, and there is no reward to take it. There's no way back. I'll be the last one if I go on like this. Izuku Midoriya stared at the ball in his hand with a heavy face, recalling the time when he and Ultimate trained hard together, and the encouragement that Ultimate and his mother had given him. Just when Izuku Midoriya was about to use the power that Armit had passed on to him, he found that he didn't use it, and the softball only fell not far away. And Xia Ye looked at Aizawa Shoutai, whose bloodshot eyes widened again, and had to sigh at the power of eliminating personality, and even the power that Armit passed on to Midoriya Izuku could be temporarily eliminated. It was simply too powerful, and if it weren't for the fact that his strength mainly depended on the system's character cards and items, it couldn't be eliminated. Otherwise, no matter how strong the personality is, I can't help Aizawa Shoutai to come this time. The master has a move, even if it will only be eliminated for a second. It may lead to failure, but it's a pity that such a strong personality is actually in people with dry eye syndrome. I don't know if the system has any items that can treat dry eye syndrome. Anyway, I don't rely on personality, and I'm not afraid of being restrained if I cure Aizawa Shoutai. Just when Summer Night came back to his senses after thinking about it, Izuku Midoriya had been educated to the point that his brain was open, and he used his strength at the cost of one finger to complete the exam. Looking at Izuku Midoriya holding his hand, Xia Ye knew that the time had come to test his acting skills. Ah, what's wrong with Midoriya? Midoriya, are you okay? 10 fingers and hearts. Come, I'll take you to the infirmary. Summer Night came to Midoriya with a pounce, said with concern, and then pulled up Midoriya Izuku, who hadn't reacted yet, and the rabbit rune in his eyes flashed and slipped away, leaving the confused Aizawa Shota and the students on the playground who didn't know what the situation was. When did the relationship between Natsuya-san and Midoriya-san become so good? Iida Tenya asked the classmates around him suspiciously. It's not good, I was put in a position by this kid. He dared to leave like this because he saw the intention of my assessment again, Aizawa said with a headache as he looked at the 20 huge weightlifting barbells on the playground. Summer Night-san, we haven't finished the exam yet, I'll be expelled if I leave like this. In the infirmary, Midoriya Izuhisa, who was being examined and treated by a young hero, looked at Summer Night worriedly. It's okay, you've been recognized by Mr. Aizawa, believe me, no one will be expelled from today's assessment, Xia Ye said confidently. What are you afraid of, Midori Valley? You have Olmut covered, and no one will expel you. As for yourself, you really can't take the mecha to find the White Mouse Principal. You must know that the White Mouse Principal calls and harasses himself every day, and asks Xia Ye to take the mecha to study him again. Chapter 53. Since there was no task, Xia Ye didn't get up so early to go to school today as yesterday, but walked into the gate of Shanming School leisurely, stepped into the classroom with the class bell ringing, and came to his seat to sit down, the position of the legendary protagonist, the penultimate on the left. This position originally belonged to a certain Grape Peak field, but it was bought by a treasure photo of the turtle immortal drawn by the Summer Night. I have to say that this location is good. The front is Midoriya Izuku, next to it is often dark, and the back is 8,000,000, all of whom are old acquaintances. Yesterday was just the beginning of the school, and today is the official start of Shangbing's class. I have to say that the whole morning was very boring, similar to the general course for students, and I couldn't experience the atmosphere of the hero department at all. No way, in this era, being a hero also requires culture, and professional heroes don't need reckless men who don't know anything. However, during class, it is rare that I didn't sleep or do anything else on a summer night, but listened carefully to the teacher's lecture with everyone. Of course, this is not because Xia Ye was dropped, nor because Xia Ye has become diligent, but Xia Ye plans to observe the teachers of various subjects well, so that he will not have anything wrong when he does things in the future. Bye, it's been a long time, you won't remember me, right? After class, Xia Ye turned his head to look at the 8,000,000 bai in the back seat and said with a smile. Tut tut, the little bean ding of the year actually grew so big and had such a good figure, it was really a female college 18 changes. Xia Ye inadvertently glanced at the hot figure of 8,000,000 and secretly swallowed his saliva. How so, Summer Night? I've been looking forward to meeting you in Shangbing. Speaking of which, I left in a hurry last time at the personality registry. I didn't have time to exchange contact information. Obviously, 8,000,000 bai still remembers this friend who had a relationship when he was a child. After all, Summer Night is still quite good at coaxing little Lori. The two of them got along very happily at that time. My partner, are you an old acquaintance with this noble lady? Chong secretly walked over his crow head in confusion, and after yesterday's mutual exchange, everyone has a certain understanding of the identity of the rich lady of the 8,000,000. Although Xia Ye's family is not bad, it is still from a different class from a wealthy family like 8,000,000, and Chong Dark doesn't quite understand how Xia Ye intersects with people like 8,000,000 bai. I've known 1,000,000 people earlier than I met you. Xia Ye rolled her eyes and gave Chong Dian a step. God knows why his childhood sweetheart was not 8,000,000, but this middle two crow. I often step in the shadows, my dead friend. You don't care about him, he talks like this, just get used to it, Xia Ye explained as he looked at the puzzled 8,000,000. Hello, you may know my name, but let me reintroduce myself. My name is 8,000,000, and my personality is the Department of Creation. It's a pleasure to meet you, 8,000,000 said and stretched out her hand in a friendly manner, worthy of being a noble lady from a big family, obviously a normal self-introduction, but from her mouth, it was full of etiquette, and there were almost no mistakes in her manners, which made people feel elegant and polite. Chong Dark looked at the hand of 8,000,000 and seemed very shy. I don't know how to respond. Don't look at Chong Dark's usual appearance of middle two, but in fact, the friends he can talk about are just a few such as Summer Night and Liuhua. Bang! Just when Summer Night was amusefully looking at the cramped Chong Dark stepping in the shade, suddenly a hand slapped heavily on his desk, attracting the attention of the students in the classroom, and it turned out that the explosion in front of Midoriya Izuku's seat came to the Summer Night position at some point. Little bird swims in the Summer Night. I won't forget about yesterday's things, I'm going to challenge you. Burst how Katsuji stared at his eyes that were about to erupt into flames, staring at the Summer Night, as if he was going to eat people. Hey, it's your hedgehog head. Why, you just spoke to your savior. Wouldn't your conscience hurt? If I hadn't saved you from that lump of mud, you would be now. Tut tut, people's hearts are not ancient, the world is going down, my heart hurts so much. Summer Night turned around and leaned back in the chair, put his feet on the table, and teased himself with a cheap face. Little bird swim Summer Night, It seems that the scar has been exposed by Summer Night. The silt incident has always been a thorn in the heart of Bang Hao Shengji. Bang Hao Shengji can't help it anymore. He wants to slap his fist on Xia Ye's face, and he was all hugged by Midoriya Izuhisa, and other onlookers also helped to persuade him. Ka-chan, don't be impulsive, Xia Ye-san-chan did save us at that time. Midoriya Izuku hugged Blasto Katsuji with difficulty and persuaded him. He was not afraid that Bursty Shatsuji would really beat up the Summer Night, but he was afraid that his Ka-chan would be cleaned up by the Summer Night again, Of course, he didn't dare to say this, for fear of arousing the anger of Blaster Katsuji even more. HMPH, yesterday's shame and the last time you saved me were offset, next time don't think I let you go so easily. How Katsuji finally pulled away Midoriya Izuku, looked at Xia Ye and said unwillingly. This can't be done, I still have a useful life-saving grace, don't you want to challenge me? There will be a practical class in the afternoon, and then come and solve the matter between us. Xia Ye looked at the explosion how Katsuji who was reluctant to return to his seat and proposed. Summer night, do you really want to fight against that explosive hero Shengji in the afternoon? At noon, on the way to the cafeteria one after another, 8 million Bai asked with concern behind Xia Ye and Chong Dark. It's okay, it's just a big man, and there are not many people in our class who are not weaker than him. Xia Ye's face comforted 8 million hundred with a relaxed face. Although the system has not released a mission, the summer night of the Hero Basic Combat class in the afternoon is going to do something to the death again. Hey, Mayu-chan, are you waiting for me here? When Xia Ye was looking for a place with a sumptuous lunch, he suddenly saw the frog-blowing Mayu waving at them, and beckoned 8 million hundred and often to step over the shade. Well, I was afraid that there would be too many people in the cafeteria, so I came here first. Here, frog-blowing Mayu said curiously as he looked at the 8 million hundred behind Xia Ye. It's been so long, I haven't congratulated you on your admission to Shongying, I'll just say that you can succeed. Xia Ye sat down opposite the frog-blowing Mayu and said with a smile. Oh, this is a frog blowing the Plum Rain, and I also met before Shongying, you can call her the Plum Rain. This is 8 million hundred and often dark and tread in the dark. Everyone is in the same class now, so we have to help each other more in the future. Xia Ye looked at the 8 million hundred and often secretly stepped on the shadow and introduced them to them. Hello, Mayu-chan. 8 million hundred sat down next to the frog-blowing Mayu and stretched out his hand to her, while Chong Dian nodded and sat next to Xia Ye. By the way, are you interested in doing something big with me in the afternoon? Summer Night, who was eating lunch, coldly encouraged the three companions present. Chapter 54. In the afternoon, the students of Year 1 Class A sat in the classroom with a look of anticipation, waiting for the arrival of the teacher, and they all heard some rumors that the man would be their teacher in Shongying, and the most likely was undoubtedly this Hero Foundation course. Very ordinary, came in through the door. A blond muscular man in an American comic-style costume suddenly pushed open the classroom door, with a trademark smile and two golden hairs raised high like rabbit ears, holding the door frame with both hands, and the cloak was swept by the wind driven by the opening of the door on the big man's well-defined muscles, posing in an exaggerated pose. Wow, it's Olmec, it's really Olmec. It's amazing, he's really come to be a teacher. He was dressed in the clothes of the Silver Age. It's a completely different style of painting, and it gives me goosebumps. Without exception, almost all the students in the classroom showed expressions of surprise, even the faces of the hot-tempered Bang Hao Shengji and the unapproachable Bang Zhao Liang began to slow down, obviously all the staff of the European chef. I have to say that even Xia Ye was a little excited in his heart, that is, the man in front of him, with his unyielding will and strong strength, made the enemies who endangered social stability fearful, suppressed an era, and vividly reduced the crime rate from 20% to 5%, becoming a symbol of peace. Maybe Summer Night doesn't worship Armid as obsessively as others, but Summer Night, who knows the real situation of Armid better than most people, truly admires this Armid who has to carry the burden of social peace even if he has serious injuries. Of course, respecting and admiring Olmec does not mean that Summer Night wants to be a person like him. Summer Night is not a person who likes to take any responsibility and burden of society and country to himself. Summer Night wants to be a hero just because he wants to be. If you insist on saying why, it is just because of interest. The subject I'm in charge of is basic herology, which is a subject that shapes the foundation of heroes through various heroes. Armid walked to the podium and stood still, with his hands on his waist and making a superhuman standard pose. In order to allow Armid to watch the growth of his disciple Midoriya Izuhisa, he deliberately took care of Olmec, a student with no teaching experience, to teach the basic herology of this class, which is the subject that tests the student's combat effectiveness and judgment of combat situations and other abilities, and for Olmec, who has experienced various enemies, his experience in 100 battles is what these flowers in the greenhouse lack the most. Without further ado, today's lesson is him, combat training. Olmec, who still hadn't forgotten to show off his muscles on the podium, said something that made the class uproar again. At the moment when Olmec's words fell, everyone looked at Summer Night and burst hero, obviously remembering the battle between them. Combat training. Bao Hao Shengji looked at Xia Ye with an arrogant and provocative face, wanting to avenge yesterday's shame, but he didn't think about spending the Summer Night without fighting today. And with this, Armid waved his hand and pointed to the wall on the left side of the classroom, only to see that the wall began to slowly pop up one by one, and on the mezzanine were placed numbered boxes. A battle suit based on the personality profile and future expectations you handed in before entering the school, Armid said aloud what the students were looking forward to, causing a cheer in the class. Before students enter the school, they need to submit specific requirements such as personality introduction, body information, and design drawings, and the company sponsored by Shongying School will equip students with the most advanced combat uniforms, which is very user-friendly. However, Midoriya Boy, Summer Night Boy, and Kagaya Girl didn't submit a request for a battle suit for some reason, so they don't have a battle suit for the two of you, Armid said apologetically, as if suddenly remembering something. Ah, my mom made me a battle suit, and I want to wear it to become a hero, Izuku Midoriya explained in a panic. Report to the teacher, I already have my own combat suit, and there is more than one set. I will equip the required combat weapons according to the combat environment and situation, so there is no need to redesign and manufacture. I only brought a simple and portable combat suit to school today. Emperor Kagaya took out a metal suitcase from under the table and opened it, revealing a variety of weapons and a set of combat clothes inside. Summer Knight, have you forgotten to hand in the requirements for combat uniforms? What if you don't have combat uniforms? Do you want me to ask the company at home to help you make a set? I just don't know if the time will come up. 8,000,000 looked at Xia Ye anxiously and said with concern. It's okay, because of my transformation personality, the combat uniform is dispensable to me, and if it's just the appearance, I can wear whatever kind of combat uniform I want. Summer Knight's clothes changed repeatedly, and all kinds of handsome and stylish combat clothes flashed on Summer Knight's body, causing the envy and amazement of the classmates. There are a lot of combat uniforms drawn by Xia Ye, but there are not many that can really get combat power bonuses, and Xia Ye is not very dependent on combat uniforms, so he only glanced at the combat uniform design table that he sent together, and he didn't know which corner to throw it in. Then let's change our clothes and go to the training ground. Let's take the first step to become heroes, Armit said with a wave of his hand. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 55. On the training ground, the long-awaited Armit looked at the teenagers and girls who had changed into combat uniforms, and his heart couldn't help but surge. Every time he saw these energetic young professional heroes or candidate professional hero students, he could remind him of the time when he was training hard in school and just entering the professional hero circle, so that his heart also became younger with these thriving seeds, making him feel that these years of hard work have not been in vain, both relieved and proud. It's also very important to be outside. Boys and girls, from today onwards, you have to realize that you are a hero. Armit looked at the high-spirited students who walked in front of him, and encouraged loudly, very good, everyone is very handsome. Although in the eyes of Summer Knight, most of the students' strange shapes are not so much combat uniforms as cosplay, and they hardly pay much attention to practicality and combat power bonuses, but pay more attention to appearance. Hey, what about the Summer Knight? Doesn't he have to change into a combat uniform? Why hasn't he arrived yet? 8,000,000 strangely looked for the Summer Knight. He's there. I saw a white resemblance to a vintage-style bachelor's uniform squatting on the top of a bell tower building on a white knight, wearing a white hood with a triangular shape at the top, and his face was hidden under the shadows and he couldn't see any expression. The figure in a white robe stood on the edge of the extremely high bell tower, the white robe, neat and white, with a kind of scholarly elegance and even a kind of elegance of a god's robe. The figure was as arrogant as an eagle soaring in the sky, and the white pointed hood added a special sense of mystery to them. Xia Ye looked at the handsome and stylish combat uniforms of his classmates and his blood boiled, and he used his personality to change a set of Assassin's Creed combat uniforms on his body. Summer Knight stretched out her arms and relaxed herself, as if she wanted to embrace the world, jumped down from the high bell tower, and landed firmly on the ground amid the exclamations and worries of her classmates. All things are empty, all things are allowed. Cultivate the darkness, serve the light. Summer Knight did not forget to pretend to be forced when he came to the front of everyone, and whispered a quote from the Assassin's Creed, leaving the unknown students confused. I don't know what it means, but I just feel so tall and compelling. My best friend is back. Only Chong secretly looked at the concave Summer Knight happily, and sighed that the familiar Summer Knight had returned. Ahem. So let's get started. Olmec coughed loudly, returning the students' attention to combat training. While we've seen that the enemy is repelled outdoors, the probability of vicious enemies being inside is higher according to statistics. Incarceration, house arrest, underground dealing, ahem in this hero-saturated society. Olmec coughed, looking at the students who were listening attentively. The most intelligent enemies lurk in the dark, so I want you to be divided into enemy groups and hero groups for 2-on-2 indoor battles. When Olmec was nervously talking about the lecture she practiced many times before class, when he was suddenly interrupted by Summer Knight standing up. Teacher, I don't think 2-on-2 embodies our spirit of unity and cooperation. Since there are 20 students in our class, why don't we have a 10-on-10 training? What do you think? Summer Knight ignored Olmec, who was stunned in place, and turned around to encourage the other students. I think it's a good idea, said Chong Dark, who received the gesture from Summer Knight's eyes. What if I could, I'd be more in favor of the proposal of the Summer Knight. I, too, approve. Give it to you. The 8,000,000 who had already colluded with the frog-blowing plum rain also stood up in support of Summer Knight, but in the end they were a little embarrassed and observed Olmec's expression while talking. HMPH. Anyway, as long as you don't be in a group with him, it's okay. Bao Hao Shengji looked at Xia Ye's provocative eyes and responded arrogantly. I'm also looking forward to fighting with the little bird in the Summer Knight, said Boom Scorch, looking at the Summer Knight who raised his eyebrows at him. It seems to be a lot of fun. Yes, it's only lively when there are more people. Quote. Quote. A few activists in the class who were not afraid of things also said that this idea is too good. Even those who want to train according to the normal curriculum, such as Izuku Midoriya and Iida Tenya, can't intervene. Then let's decide it, or let's just team up on our own. This is also a test of your understanding of your own personality and that of others, and how to match it to make the most difference. Summer Knight continued not to give Armit a chance to speak, and gave this training a decisive word. In order to prevent everyone from joining my team, this time my team will be the enemy. I believe that everyone should want to be a hero compared to the enemy. Xia Ye said confidently, and then looked at Bang Hao Shengji defiantly, and then turned around and walked aside with Chong Dark, 8,000,000 and frog-blowing plum rain to think about the candidate. Then everyone dispersed and began to form their own teams, leaving Armit to kneel on the ground in frustration with a look of grievance. Wu, however, Olmit, who has just stepped into the teaching profession, is afraid that his teaching career will not be easy. Chapter 56. Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Zhao Freeze can be ruled out. They will definitely not be on the same team as themselves, but since Bang Hao is not on his side, Midori Valley can fight for it, and that person. Xia Ye stood in this four-person team and looked at the scattered classmates who were forming their own teams and thought. Hello, Kagaya-san, do I have this honor to invite you to join my team? Xia Ye politely invited as he came to the side of the Thousand Emperor Kagaya, who was empty. Oh, I don't know why Xia Ye-san-chan invited me to be this personality-less. Is it just because I am second only to you in the actual combat test results? But this does not mean that I am necessarily better than others. After all, I am just a personality-less. Thousand Emperor Kagaya looked at the four-person team in front of him with interest, especially Xia Ye, who surpassed her in the actual combat test results. No, I never think that having personality is strong, and not having personality may not be able to become stronger, especially a technology boss like you. Personality, technology, or other powers, are just the basis for us to realize our dreams and hopes. It doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, the one that can catch a mouse is a good cat, Xia Ye said with a smile as he looked at the Thousand Emperor Kagaya, who was dressed in tight black, and when he talked about his impersonality, he glanced at Midoriya Izuhisa who was hesitating towards their team. Summer Knight's opinion is very unique, so happy to cooperate. Thousand Emperor Wie stretched out his hand and shook Xia Ye, indicating that the alliance was successful. That, Summer Knight-san, I can join. Do you want to join your team? When the Summer Night was brought together by the Thousand Emperors Kagaya, Midoriya Izuku came to their side and asked stumblingly, looking very unconfident. Although he prefers to be in the hero team, but Blasto Katsuji will definitely not come to the enemy team on Summer Knight's side. Compared to facing the hot-tempered Blasto Katsuji, Midoriya Izuku still gave up his idea of joining the hero team and chose to join the enemy team of Summer Knight. Of course, I also want to hear the opinion of you, the tactician who knows the best about Boom Hero, to consider how to deal with Boom Shot. Summer Knight naturally wouldn't refuse Midoritani's request to form a team. Then the next words, I have to pull 4 people. Baihei Mayu-chan, you want to find a way to pull Erlang Shangshang and Leary Yuchazi, and you take it. Forget it, I'll go in person, you go and pull the Shoji Muzo over. Xia Ye obviously doesn't plan to pull too many classmates with 2 strong personalities to form a team. It's not interesting to win like that. He plans to have a battle to teach them how to behave in a way that defeats the weak over the strong. Little Grape, the book from last time was not good. Come to my team, I'll show you a baby. Summer Night came to a small man with a purple grape-like head on his head, and secretly revealed a book in his arms, so that a certain grape accepted the invitation with his eyes shining. When Summer Night led a certain grape back to the team, he found that his team had already arrived, and everyone who should be invited readily agreed. No matter where you are, the strong are respected or feared existences. Obviously the strong strength of the Summer Night can't be refused, and being a teammate of the Summer Night is always more reassuring than being an opponent. Teacher Olmit, we're going to start actual combat training, shouldn't you, as a teacher, watch and supervise and protect? Summer Night looked at Olmit, who was still lost in doubting his life, and smiled, and then led his team into the building and came to the simulated nuclear bomb props on the top floor. Summer Night-san, why did you invite us? Our personalities are not very strong, will it hold you back? While waiting for the preparation stage for the start of the actual combat training, Leary Mikako couldn't wait to ask. And the ears on the side, Shangshang and Shoji Muzo are also looking at Xia Ye, obviously very confused about Xia Ye coming to them. Obviously with Xia Ye's strength, inviting those students with more aggressive personalities will not be refused. Don't be presumptuous and underestimate your own personality. There is no strong or weak personality, as long as it is in the right place at the right time. Even the seemingly useless personality can play a huge role, it just depends on how you use it. And I think Kagaya-san and Midoriya-san may have already guessed my intentions, so why don't you explain it for me? I'll add it. Summer Night looked at the thoughtful Thousand Emperor Kagaya and Midoriya Izuku and smiled, intending to be lazy. I think Xia Ye-san is planning to completely cut off the source of their intelligence information collection, and Erlang-san and Shoji-san are obviously both intelligence-gathering personalities. And without Riri-san's personality, the other party would not be able to enter the upper floors of the building directly from the outside on a large scale, so he had to break into the building and explore slowly from the ground floor, and Minoru Mineta's personality is very suitable for being a trap. Midoriya Izuku analyzed each person's personality in fragments. Not only that, but Xia Ye's classmates seem to have studied their personalities very thoroughly. Obviously, without the support of intelligence, there will be a lot of differences in their combat operations, and among those people who are really qualified to be the leaders, they are none other than Bang and Bang Hao. And the other students are either not strong enough to convince the public, or they do not have the ability to be self-assertive, that is, they follow the crowd. And it just so doesn't look like people who will discuss cooperation together, so it's inevitable that the team will have disagreements and eventually split, Xiandi Wie continued to add. Hiss, several other people couldn't help but gasp when they heard Midoriya and Kagaya's analysis. They didn't expect Summer Night to be so thoughtful. Not only them, but even Armit in the monitoring room looked at Summer Night with an incredulous expression, he always thought that Summer Night Boy was a powerful type, but he didn't expect to be so good in terms of strategy. No, Kagaya-san said one less person, and that is Iida-san. He can graduate from an elite school like Smart Junior High School, and you can't underestimate his wisdom, but I still didn't choose to pull him in, because his personality will be somewhat limited indoors. And compared to Bang classmates, he is more likely to have conflicts with Bang Hao's classmates if he is serious, and the differences in the team will definitely be more intense at that time, so that Bang Hao's classmates, who might have thought calmly, are afraid that they will be added to the fire, Xia Ye added with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 57. At the same time, the explosion in the mouth of the Summer Night Katsuji was looking at Iida Tenya, who stopped in front of him with an unhappy face. I don't think we can act rashly and rashly break into the enemy's base camp where we don't know anything when we don't have a reconnaissance personality, but let's discuss and communicate well, and use with the personality of the team. Idiot, I don't want to listen to your bespectacled boy's orders. When the game starts, you just wait here for Uncle Ben. I will defeat that bastard Summer Night, and come back with victory. Explosion. Hao Shengji is not an irrational person, on the contrary, he is also very smart and careful. It's just that he was provoked by the provocative gaze of the Summer Night before leaving and the incessant preaching of Iida Tenya, and now he has been holding a fire in his heart, and he is waiting for the training to start exploding. The rest of the team just stood next to each other and didn't dare to persuade each other, not knowing how to deal with the situation, and the other one who had the right to speak, just stood silently in the crowd and didn't speak. Compared to cooperating with Bang Hao to defeat Summer Night, Bomb's Scorching Jelly was more inclined to defeat Summer Night alone in a bright light. Contrary to the hero team, the enemy team of Summer Night gets along very well. Alright, let's talk about tactics before we start. By the way, Kagaya-san, can I know what kind of battlesuit you are more inclined to in this battlesuit now? What weapons and tools are probably equipped with, and it is suitable for frontal combat or what? Xia Ye couldn't stop looking at the Thousand Emperor Kagaya in front of him, who was dressed in tight black, and his face turned red when he saw the frosty and cold Kagaya. My set is just a simple and easy to carry combat suit, and it is not equipped with weapons of mass destruction, only with some of the most basic small arms and reconnaissance robots, such as pistols, tranquilizer guns, small bombs, knives and daggers, etc., and the firepower is not very high, but even without the bonus of these technologies, my own combat ability is still good. Thousand Emperor Wei, who was looking at Xia Ye and was hot, quickly diverted Xia Ye's attention, took out some weapons and props equipped with his body, and handed them to Xia Ye and others to watch. Xia Ye looked at the weapon handed over by Kagaya, and couldn't help but sigh. Being rich is also a plug-in. Take the small bombs the size of fingernails in the box in his hand. Don't look small, but it can not only be detonated by human ultra-remote control, but each power is not small, not much weaker than the detonators in his inventory. What's more important is that people are mass-produced, unlike the fact that he wants to use the Imperial House value that he has worked so hard to get from the task. This box alone is almost 100, and seeing that people don't take these things back at all, it seems that they are going to give them away. You can see how cheap these things are in Kagaya's heart, and you can really do whatever you want with money. Well, now that I probably understand your personality and ability, it's up to me to assign your tasks now. If you have different opinions, you can bring them up after I finish speaking. What do you think? Seeing that the teammates around him were not opposed to giving instructions by himself, Xia Ye continued. When I came up just now, I asked Xiao Grape and Bai to make a lot of traps in the building, and when I waited for the Shoji classmates to continue to take Xiao Grape to set traps, pay attention to reconnaissance, and try not to have a head-on conflict with each other. Well, you can make a few communicators and contact machines, and everyone will wear them, and keep in touch and report the situation at any time. Xia Ye took the communication headsets that 8 million Bai had just made and distributed them to everyone. In this actual combat basic training, Xia Ye didn't want to crush the hero team with 2 strong character cards, and even dealt with classmates other than Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Zhao Frozen. Xia Ye didn't plan to take action in person. Erlang stayed here to be responsible for the investigation, and reported to us the actions of the other party's personnel through the communication contact. Especially pay attention to the other party's Yi Yintu. Her stealth personality is difficult for others to detect, so you have to focus on her to prevent her from slipping in. Erlang Shongshong listened to the task given to her by Xia Ye, and nodded to show that he understood. Mei Yu-chan and Kagaya-san went to the middle floor of the building, and cooperated with the grapes to sneak up on their traps, so they didn't need to fight hard. Mei Yu-chan observes the outside of the building more. As soon as the other party borrows the tape of Zero Fantai from the outside to force the login, notify us immediately. Of course, if it's just Zero-san, let him pass. It's okay to hand it over to Chong Dark and Midori who stay here. Green Valley, because your personality is relatively unstable, just stay here with Tsunami. The 8 million who have a universal personality also stay here to avoid unpredictable accidents. Leary-san, protect the nuclear bomb. If the opposite side really breaks through the defense line, you immediately transfer with the nuclear bomb. Although Xia Ye has this confidence, it is unlikely that he will be broken through by the other side, but what should be explained still has to be explained, which can also play a role in training them. And I'm going to do it this time, except for Bang Hao and Bang classmates. I don't plan to shoot anyone else, and I'll leave it to you to solve. This time I hope everyone will not die in this actual combat basic training, and win this game perfectly and beautifully. Do you have any opinions? Asked Summer Night as she looked at everyone after assigning the task. After all, this is a basic training for heroes, and if the Summer Night is solved, it will not be meaningful to train everyone. Everyone shook their heads and said they had no opinion, and Xia Ye let them start to act, and they also watched for a while after the training began, and then went downstairs to prepare to deal with Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Zhao. Chapter 58. I said, why do you two bastards follow me? Don't go with that glasses boy. Bao Hao Shengji arrogantly walked on the stairs with an unhappy face, his hands hanging on his sides, as if carrying 2 grenades, followed by Kirishima Ruerlang and Shanming Electric. At the beginning of the training, Hiroshi Katsumi ignored Iida Tenya's obstruction, and plunged directly into the building to vent his long-suppressed anger. I think hot-blooded men should not be afraid of danger and bravely face their enemies, just like my idols. Rijima Kuraishima clenched his fists with a passionate face, and the personality in his hands began to harden unconsciously. But having said so much, in fact, it's just a word of recklessness. What kind of trap ambush? Reckless past and it's over. I just think that the strength of Bang Hao's classmates is more powerful, and it is more reliable to follow you. Shanming Electric was meditating in his heart. It would be good if he could join the summer night. After all, if he has a thigh as thick as the summer night to hold, he has a big chance of winning. Maybe he can lie down and win, but unfortunately when he wants to come over, people have already found a good person. Although Shanming Electric also felt that what Iida Tenya said was right, he should not be so reckless when he was not clear about himself or herself, and without intelligence, he still thought that he should follow the explosion to defeat himself. Regardless of whether there are traps in the building or not, at least he feels that when he finally faces a powerful summer night, he still has to rely on someone as powerful as himself to win a little bit of victory. And the bombardment that he was also optimistic about was too cold, and Shanming Electric didn't dare to approach him a little, so when Bang Hao Shengji rushed into the building, he also followed Kirishima Ruerlang with his hot head. HMPH, the guy who wants to be a hero for a long time actually joined the enemy team of Summer Night. Is he looking down on me? Do you think I can't win? Bastard. When he thought of this, he didn't get angry, and directly slapped one hand on the wall, leaving a charred palm print on the wall. But having said that, it is estimated that when Midoriya Izuku is really on his team, he will be unhappy again and angry at Midoriya. And that bastard of Xia Ye actually looked down on me like that. This time I want him to know. I was just careless yesterday, and I must defeat him today. When he thought of Xia Ye's contemptuous and provocative eyes when he left, he felt that his whole body was about to explode, and he couldn't wait to rush to Xia Ye now, press him to the ground and beat him. Thinking about Hao Shengji, he couldn't help but speed up the speed of climbing the stairs under his feet. Summer Night-san, I can ask you to be merciful to Ka-chan's subordinates. I'm afraid that if you defeat him easily, it will make him unhappy. Of course it's no problem. Just a durian head. I haven't paid attention to it. I'll let him subdue him with one hand later. No, if Xia Ye-san's victory is so easy, Ka-chan will be even more unhappy, so you can pretend to fight him first, and then win him, hard. Just as Bang Hao Shengji and his party climbed the stairs past a floor, the sound of 2 people communicating suddenly faintly floated out from the depths of the empty and quiet corridor, obviously feeling that the owner of the voice was in a room far away, but in this silent corridor, it was very clearly transmitted to the ears of the 3 people on the stairs. Hey, it seems to be the voice of Xia Ye-san and Midori Ji-yu-san. They seem to be talking about Bang Hao-sang. Kurijima Rujiro and Shanming Electric looked at each other, and looked at the parties in the chat in exchange. Bang Hao Katsuji. At this time, Bang Hao Sheng's eyes were about to pop out, and his hands began to constantly crackle sparks, gritting his teeth and almost wanting to tear up the 2 bastards who looked down on him inside. It's just that bastard on a summer night with a little bird. When did even this waste who he hasn't care about all this time look down on himself so much? Obviously, compared to the ridicule of him on a summer night, it was his childhood sweetheart, Midoriya Izuku's small vision that annoyed him even more for Hiroshi Katsuji. Otherwise, Xia Ye classmates should not make a move. I'm afraid that Xia Ye will not be able to keep your hand if you don't take it lightly. Leave the task of dealing with Ka-chan to me. I will definitely be able to complete the task and subdue him without hurting Ka-chan. Listening to the 2 voices that were more and more outrageous, as they chatted, Shanming Electric, who was already one position behind Bang Hao Sheng, took a few steps back again, away from this teammate who was about to blow up, and by the way, he also pulled Rui Erlang of Kirishima back. This ceiling is so white. The whistling Shanming Electric looked up at the ceiling as if he hadn't heard anything, but he was secretly saying in his heart, this Midoriya Izuku didn't see it at all. He usually looked submissive, and he was afraid of the appearance of being so arrogant behind his back. Midoriya-san's strength is indeed very strong, and with Xia Ye's classmates also there, our strength seems to be a little insufficient. Bang Hao, we have to be careful. Bravery is not reckless, my idol once said. Kirishima Rui Erlang looked at the inexplicable Shanming Electric suspiciously, and walked back behind Bang Hao Shengji again and began to persuade, but the flame of blood in his eyes was still not extinguished, just a little more cautious, but this rare trace of caution was burned by the more surging blood flame when he talked about his idol. This guy doesn't know how to look at the atmosphere at all, and it's adding fuel to the fire at this time. Kamaime Electric rolled his eyes, intending to reach out and cover the mouth of Rijiro Kurijima, trying to save this lost lamb again. Nichi, Kirishima Rujiro and Shanming Electric were still pulling, and the explosion in front of them couldn't hold back anymore, and roared angrily and directly blasted away the corridor door that was originally just a cover, and then rushed into the corridor and jumped out of the way at once, leaving the 2 teammates in place staring at each other, and they didn't react at all. Bang Hao, I'm sorry, this road is not passable. Waited for Shanming Electric and Kirishima Rui Erlang to come back to their senses, and when they were about to get up to chase Hao Shengji, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the building, blocking them both, and after this delay, Bang Hao Shengji disappeared from their sight and didn't know where to go. Thousand Emperor classmates, Shijima Ruerlang and Shanming Electric looked at the Qiandi Kagaya who was blocking the entrance of the building and prevented them from passing, and they didn't see where she jumped out of the corner at all, and they suddenly appeared here. Both of them were startled, and they were stunned for a while. Oh, are you here to deal with us? The two of them, who were still a little confused and at a loss, suddenly remembered that they were still in actual combat training, and the two opposite were not teammates, and one retreated and put on a fighting posture, looking at the Thousand Emperor Kazuya vigilantly. Captain, the Bang Hao squad has completed cutting, Kirishima and Shangming have been stopped by me, and Bang Hao has entered the net. Well, but okay, I see. Sendi Kagaya ignored Kaminari and Kirishima, who were in a battle posture on the other side, and just pressed his right hand to his ear, not knowing who was reporting something, but the eyes that swept over from time to time proved that Sendi Kagaya didn't really ignore the two opponents, and was ready to resist the attacks of the two at any time. The captain in the mouth of the Thousand Emperor Wei Yi is undoubtedly Xia Ye. Since the explosion of Hao Shengji and their entry into the building, they have been monitored by the Thousand Emperor Wei Yi reconnaissance robot, and they have all been clearly transmitted to the monitoring screen on the wrist of the Thousand Emperor Wei Knight. It can be said that every move of the three of them, the Summer Night team knows everything about it. So the question is, why did the Summer Night squad, who knew the whereabouts of Bang Hao Shengji, suddenly exposed their location when the three of them came to this floor? Obviously, this question has just found the sound of the room, and there is no way to know the news for the time being, but he should know the answer with an angry face and is about to kick the door. Chapter 59. What do we want to do when you separate? Hearing Qiandi Kagaya report to the other end of the headset who didn't know who it was, Shanming Electric and Kirishima Ruerlang were shocked, but they didn't expect that there seemed to be some conspiracy hidden in it. Blasting Hirokatsu is in danger. We must find support for him immediately. Kirishima Rujima's hands became hard, and Shonari Den's hand flashed with electric sparks, and began to lean towards the Thousand Emperor Kagaya, who was still listening to the mission instructions, intending to subdue her and then go to join Blasting Hero. Just as the two of them were about to make a move, they didn't expect that Qiandi Wei had just finished listening to his new task, stared at them coldly, and began to dig something out of his pocket, making the two of them stop cautiously. Wait, if you want to get over it, you can go over now. I'm not going to stop you, I've already done my job anyway. But I just don't know if when you look for the past, is it more likely to meet the Summer Night or the more likely to be a classmate of Bang Hao? Or do you think you two plus Bang Hao can win the Summer Night? Just when Rujima and Shanming Electric exchanged glances with each other, and were about to pounce on it together to attack, Qiandi Wei, who was guarding the entrance of the building, seemed to be afraid, and began to take a few steps back to his side while talking, and let go of the entrance of the building that was originally blocked by her. Kaminari and Kirishima looked at the now unobstructed entrance of the building, and suddenly remembered the mighty summer night yesterday, instinctively took a few steps back, stunned in the stairwell at a loss. Obviously the friendly game of last summer night impressed them. Found it. Thousand Emperor Kagaya finally touched what he wanted, and a subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If it was her own things, she was naturally familiar with it, and it was clear where to put it, but before the operation began, Xia Ye divided some gadgets that were not very powerful in attack, but had a slight effect in other aspects, so that they could be more convenient when they were free from the sneak attack, so Qiandi Wei spent some time looking for it. No matter what, we still have to deal with Qiandi first, and then think about the next move. It's rare to encounter a lone enemy, and Qiandi classmate still surrenders obediently, so as not to hurt us. Qiandi Wei took advantage of the fact that Shanming and Kirishima were still chattering, so he threw out a few smoke bombs, and ran upstairs to avoid the smoke area while they were still coughing, but I don't know if it was a girl or something else. The speed of climbing the stairs was not very fast. Two fools, discuss tactics if you can't be so loud in front of her, completely treat her as if she doesn't exist, or treat her as deaf. Even the cold Thousand Emperor Wei couldn't help but complain. But then again, the captain's smoke grenades were so easy to use, they seemed to be better than the ninjas she'd seen using them. After the training is over, I will ask for the opinion of Xia Knight. Can I let my R&D team study and make a little more? It's a pity that the other team downstairs has also begun to enter the building, and it's not suitable to fight with the other party here, so for the sake of conservatism, it's better to listen to the captain's advice and pull it up to fight. Qiandi Wei looked at the two people who began to launch their personalities in the smoke area to defend in confusion and regretfully thought that if it wasn't for the contact just now, Xia Ye insisted that it was not appropriate to start a war in place. Qiandi Wei was only afraid that she was going to attack directly, and she felt that she was fully capable of quickly solving these two stunned people who lacked a string in their brains before the other team came. What should we do? Where are we going? Why don't we go to meet up with Bang Hao's classmates first? Ryu Kirishima turned his head back and forth at a loss, looking at the unknown in the depths of the corridor and the black-clothed figure on the stairs that was not yet in sight, hesitating whether he should chase Bang Hao Shengji to join his teammates or chase the enemy team's lone Thousand Emperor Kagaya. No, let's not talk about who we will find first, even if we converge with Bang Hao first. Xia Ye's classmates in Midori Valley's two powerful people are there. It is estimated that we will not be able to help in the past. It is better first to take advantage of Bang Hao to drag them down, first solve Kagaya's lone teacher, and then join the others to smash Wanglong, and go directly to disarm the nuclear bomb. Shanming Electric looked at the empty and silent corridor and couldn't help but shrink his neck. But Bang Hao it's okay, it's just a combat training, and it's not a real battle, Bang Hao will be fine. Karijima Rui Erlang was still worried about Bang Hao's victory, but it seemed to make sense to hear Ming Electric say this, so he strode upstairs with him and began to pursue Thousand Emperor Kagaya. The entrance of the building soon quieted down, but after a while, there was another team of people here. It was Iida Tenya and others, and the newly left Kirishima Ruerlang and Shanming Electric didn't expect that they would miss the front foot with their teammates, and the opportunity to meet with their teammates passed by. Hey, it seems that there was a battle here, maybe Bang Hao defeated them and they encountered members of the enemy team, and Bang Hao may have fought back. There were 4 vaguely visible footprints at the scene, among which the series of footprints heading towards the corridor were widely spaced apart, and they left in a hurry, which may have been left by the enemy and the enemy who were defeated after the battle with them. And there are 3 different people's footprints heading upstairs, which are undoubtedly the footprints of Bang Hao's victory over their 3-person team. It should be that Bang Hao they did not choose to pursue the enemy, but continued to move forward. After all, he just started to wait to defeat Xia Ye's classmates. This smoke doesn't seem to have any harmful substances, it may just be a general. Iida Tenya looked at the smoke at the entrance of the corridor that had not completely dissipated and the corridor door that was blown to the ground, and helped his glasses to analyze it with a serious face. In Iida Tenya's opinion, the general situation should be similar to his own analysis, and it will definitely not be a summer night when they encounter an enemy, and with the strong strength of summer night, even if they are really defeated by the 3 of them, they can retreat more calmly and there is no need to be so panicked. And with his understanding of Bang Hao Shengji, if it was really a summer night, Bang Hao Shengji would definitely not give up and leave, and would definitely catch up and entangle with Xia Ye. However, Iida Tenya didn't expect that he had made a mistake in his analysis from the beginning, and what he never expected was that it would be the one who left alone, and the footprints of the 3 together were the members of the enemy team who left one after another and the other 2 members of the blasting team. This situation is completely illogical, although Iida Tenya, who has always been sensible and serious, knew that Bang Hao Katsuji was hot-tempered, but he didn't expect that Bang Hao would lose his mind and be separated from his teammates alone, let alone that his 2 teammates would not chase Hao Katsuji but would be led away by the enemy. It's really a mistake, every step is wrong. Chapter 60. Anyway, wouldn't it be nice for us to leave Hun-san out like this? If he could join us, maybe the odds would be better, the pink girl Sana Ashido asked, interrupting Iida Tenya's chattering tirade. We invited him, it was he who said that he wanted to fight with his classmates in the summer night in a bright and open way, and refused our invitation. It is not advisable for him to fight alone, and his individualistic behavior is by no means what a professional hero should be. Iida Tenya still stopped his analysis, and he was angry when he mentioned the scorching cold, and Iida Tenya, who received elite education, always believed that professional heroes could not do without team spirit, and cooperation could better guarantee victory. But, when the hero team reacted, they only saw a syringe on Aoyama's shoulder, but there was no liquid in the syringe, it was empty, and it was obviously injected into Aoyama's elegant body. What is this? Aoyama, who didn't know what was going on, touched his itchy shoulder gracefully, looking at the thing he had just taken off in his hand, looking dazed. Aoyama-san, are you alright? Aoyama's elegant teammates said with concern. This little thing can knock me down so brightly, I don't. Hey, gorgeous me, how does it feel? Generation, world, turning. Aoyama Grace, who had begun to continue to exude his charm, suddenly spun around, and after a while, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Everyone looked back at the window in the direction of the attack, and found a green shadow lying on the glass outside the window, and waved at them in a friendly manner. From the perspective of Iida Tenya, you can just see that the gecko-like suction cups on the hands and feet of the frog blowing the plum rain are firmly attached to the glass. The hero team shouted in panic, and when they heard the screams of everyone, frog-blowing Mayu began to crawl upward, as if they were about to evacuate. I like it when people call me Mayu. Here, the frog-blowing Mayu, who had disappeared from the window, suddenly came out to warn again, and then shrank his head again and disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Although she is in a hostile state now, frog-blowing Mayu still stubbornly cares about what others call her, and even if she evacuates, she doesn't forget to turn around and correct it, which looks a little cute. Calm down, everyone, Aoyama-san is just asleep, don't panic. Iida Tenya clapped his hands and signaled everyone to calm down while everyone was still flustered. We should now find a way to deal with the lone frog. Mayu-san, so as to regain some advantages, Iida Tenya rushed to the window and cautiously stretched out his head to look up, and found that the frog-blowing Mayu was attached to the wall above his head, crawling slowly upward like a gecko, and turning back from time to time. When he saw Iida Tenya below him, he seemed to look nervous, as if he was afraid that they would catch up. Mayu's speed doesn't seem to be fast, it's rare for someone on the other side to be alone, and this opportunity should not be missed. The only person in our team who can compete with her outside the tall building is Shiro-san. Shiro-san, you go outside the building to pursue and find a way to force her indoors. We will go upstairs to meet you now, and when the time comes, we will subdue her together, and by the way, we will join up with Blasto and them, gather forces to launch a general attack on the enemy together, and I will find a way to convince Blasto Katsumi to work with us. Iida Tenya began to issue orders like a captain and began to command his teammates to act. Before entering the building, Iida asked about everyone's personalities, but because he didn't have time to do so, he only got to know each other briefly. And the others don't seem to have any opinions, and they do whatever Tenya Iida says. Only the tailed white ape man looked at the staircase leading to the upper floor, as if he vaguely sensed something, and it might not seem to him a good idea that the team, which was already small in number, was going to disperse again. However, looking at the others who had already begun to act, the tail white ape husband opened his mouth and finally did not express his concerns. After all, in the current situation of not knowing the enemy, Iida Tenya's arrangement was already the best and most effective counterattack they could take. In the end, the tail white ape could only suppress the uneasiness of his instinct as a warrior and followed Iida Tenya, and the four of them began to walk together into the road that awaited them, while Zero Fantai climbed out of the window and began to climb outside the building with the help of his own tape personality, chasing the frog blowing the rainy season. The frog blowing the plum rain, which was still climbing slowly outside the building, changed his nervous and cramped look when he saw Zero Fanta, who was rapidly rising with duct tape, chasing after him. Summer, Captain, the fish has successfully bitten the hook, and the other prey is about to enter the trap area. Got it. After communicating with his own contact headset, Frog Blowing Mayu began to slowly speed up without the other party noticing, maintaining a speed similar to that of Zero Fanta, and from time to time it seemed to be very thrilling to dodge the tape launched towards him, or using the props distributed by them in the Summer Night and the Thousand Emperors Kagaya to harass and contain Oro Fantai, leading the other party to the top floor like a fish. It's obviously impossible for Iida Tenya to know this, and even if he does, there is no way to contact Setasuro and ask him to stop chasing him. Iida Tenya and the others were being overwhelmed by the traps set by the Summer Night team, and they were still following the footprints of what they thought was the three-person team of Oro Katsuki, but after a while, they looked at the ground that seemed to have been cleaned and covered up and lost clues and could not be traced. Just when they were about to give up the confluence of the explosion and win themselves and wanted to go to the confluence of Lufanta to deal with the frog-blowing plum rain, a little man with a purple grape on his head broke into their field of vision with a confused face, and it was undoubtedly Minoru Minda. At the same time that Iida Tenya and the others saw Minoru Minda, Minoru Mineta didn't seem to expect to meet them at all, and was startled and showed a pompous expression, fleeing in a panic like a frightened rabbit. But if Xia Ye sees it, it is estimated that he will only give this garbage acting a score of 60, which is still due to Iida Tenya, and they were fooled into catching up before they barely gave a passing grade. Damn, with such a narrow and complex terrain environment, I can't effectively use my personality at all, and this annoying attack has been interfering with me. Iida Tenya jumped over an obstacle, narrowly avoided a few incoming purple grapes again, and looked up at the Shoji Mezzo who was scurrying around with Minoru Mineta on his back in the distance, and thought depressedly. Although Iida Tenya didn't know what the danger of the purple grapes that Minoru Mineta picked from his head, after all, most of the students in the class had only seen the personalities of others in the first place, and they didn't have much in-depth understanding. However, out of caution, Iida Tenya still carefully bypassed the purple orb scattered on the ground, which also caused the already uncontrollable pursuit to become slower and slower. Originally, I was about to catch up with this prey that fell from the sky, but who knew that the tall and big Shoji Muzo rushed out from a corner, picked up this little purple short leg and ran. And there is no place for your own engine personality to play here. And I don't dare to run too fast. If I chase too closely, it will be bad if I get separated from my teammates or be subdued alone. Iida-san, I think we seem to be lost. The terrain of this level is very complicated, we can't figure out the way at all, and they can actually know this place so well in this short period of time, said the tailed white ape husband as he stopped to wait for his teammates. As a person who practices martial arts, although he doesn't have an acceleration personality, with his extraordinary physical strength and skills, he can barely hang behind Iida Tenya, who has been restricted in his personality, and if it weren't for the fact that he has been carrying the unconscious Aoyama Grace, he can even run in front of Iida Tenya. The Shoji classmate on the opposite side should also be regarded as a reconnaissance personality, but we don't have a reconnaissance class, so we will obviously suffer in terms of intelligence, and this place is full of traps, maybe we have been tricked. Iida Tenya looked at Minoru Minda and Shojiko Mezzo, who stopped looking back at the two of them in the distance and responded helplessly to their teammates. It's really infuriating. If only we had a ranged attack personality, or if Zero-san's still there, it should be much easier for him to move here than us. The tailed white ape man looked at the little man who waved at them with a cheap face, and said unwillingly. There's no way, Aoyama-san is still. Wait, did they use this idea to get Aoyama-san in the first place, and then lure away the mobile Zero-san? The more Iida Tenya thought about it, the more terrifying it became, feeling that he was being played with by someone, as if all the actions of their team were predicted, and this feeling of being led by the nose made him faintly breathless. Hey, what about Yi Yinto and Ashido? Why haven't the two of them caught up yet, could it be? Iida Tenya, who finally came back from his thoughts, suddenly realized that after so long, the two girls hadn't caught up and converged, and they had bad thoughts in their hearts. However, they don't seem to have much right to worry about others, and their own situation is not optimistic. Through this lesson, I realized that I still need to grow, and the actual combat experience is too poor. Obviously, at the beginning, I accused others not to be impulsive and should think carefully, but I was still irrational. Iida Tenya looked at the disappearing enemy around the corner in frustration, and then looked at the dark environment around him, as if there were countless traps waiting for them to pamper. Chapter 61. Ahu is thinking about me. In a room on the floor below the building, Summer Night, who sneezed a few times one after another, couldn't help but rub his nose, and then looked at Bao Katsuji, who was scolding. Bastard, you have the ability to let me down, I'm going to kill you, Sinasine. I saw that Bang Hao Katsuji was hung from the ceiling by a metal net, and kept struggling, using his hands to mobilize his personality to try to tear this hateful metal net, but to no avail, but he was running out of strength. No, don't struggle with the durian head, this arrest metal net is specially made by me to imitate the police, it can withstand the attack of fire and flooding, and the more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Xia Ye stretched out his right index finger and shook it left and right, smiling and staring at the bursting hero who was about to run out of breath. Little bird swims in the summer night, you actually dare to pretend to be a waste of a long time to lie to me. Wait for me to come down, I'm not finished with you, Shine. Ha ha ha, I didn't lie to you, I did solve you with just one hand. You say yes, Green Valley. Yes, Xia Ye's classmates did subdue Ka-chan with just one hand. Summer Night sometimes turns into the appearance of Midorigu, and sometimes changes back to his own appearance, asking and answering himself, and that cheap look is almost unbearable even for Armit in the monitoring room. It turned out that Boom Hao Katsuji heard the two chatting at the entrance of the building, but in fact, there was only one person from beginning to end, and Midoriya Izuku was just transformed into a personality by Summer Night. When the furious burst Hao Katsuji found the sound and kicked open the door, he only saw Xia Ye smiling and waving his right hand to greet him, and he didn't seem surprised at all by his sudden intrusion. The other hand untied a rope, and before he could vent his anger, he was caught in the net and hung in the air. That, Natsuya-san, can you stop being like me to provoke Ka-chan? I'm so scared now. Midoriya Izuku's voice suddenly came from Natsuya's headset, and he seemed to be about to cry. Midoriya Izuhisa, who was still on the top floor, leaned on the wall with trembling legs, listening to the headset in the headset Xia Ye teasing and provoking Hao with his own voice. Midoriya began to have tears in his eyes. Okay. He is now so afraid that he will be affected by the pond fish, and he will not leave after school by his ka sauce, and he will become a sandbag for Bang Hao Shengji to vent his anger for no reason. Because Summer Night's contact headset has been turned on the public channel, the teammates who stayed behind around him have begun to look at him with silent eyes, obviously they all know how miserable they will be. Bastard. Cinecine. Exploding Hao Katsuji looked at the Summer Night in front of him and couldn't help but tease him, so angry that his durian head was about to explode, and his hands, which had stopped activating his personality, once again stimulated the burst of flames, indiscriminately attacking the metal mesh that trapped him, but he still couldn't break free. Okay, I'm going to fight the boss, you can sleep well, I wish you a sweet dream with Green Valley. Summer Night feels like it's almost time, and it's time to go find Boom Scorch Jelly and clear the customs. Sign, West, inside, West. Xia Ye took out a primary schoolboy brand watch that he hadn't used for a long time, and shot a few anesthetic needles at Bang Hao Shengji, so that the durian head that was still in a rage began to gradually quiet down, and he fell unconscious after a while. Xia Ye looked at the explosion of Hao Shengji who did not move in the net, and directly loosened the metal net hanging high. Only heard the bang of Bang Hao's victory, and he fell heavily on the floor, and even Bang Hao's iconic durian head was playfully flicked on the ground, making Shang, who had been listening to the movements on each floor, feel frightened, for fear that there would be another student in the class who would be stupid. Summer Night glanced at the quiet and honest Bang Hao Shengji on the ground, slowly walked to the corner of the window in the room and gently opened the curtains. He covertly observed the scorched cold that was still waiting outside the building, rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, then chose a character card and equipped it, ready to conquer the last boss. Outside the building, he leaned against the wall with his arms in his arms, and he didn't feel the eyes of the snooping eyes, and he didn't know that his teammates were in trouble. He only knew that Summer Night had quietly come to find him before entering the building. I heard you've been trying to beat me. That's it, I'll come to you when I get rid of Bang Hao. I promise not to bring any teammates to deal with you. I believe you don't bother to deal with me with Bang Hao. So Bang Jiao Jelly has not directly launched a personality on the building, carrying out a large-scale range attack, waiting for the Summer Night to come to the door. As for whether Summer Night will be defeated by Bang Hao Shengji and unable to come to him, Bang Scorching has not worried about it at all. And if Xia Ye will be defeated by Bang Hao Shengji, this also proves that Xia Ye is not as strong as that person said. As long as the bomb Scorch Freeze changes the challenge target and finds a chance to defeat the Bang Hao Shengji who can defeat Xia Ye, it can also achieve the same effect. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, half of this heroic combat lesson had passed. Looking at the building that had not moved for a long time, even the cold bombardment was a little unbearable, and began to get up and walk towards the building, planning to find Summer Night by himself. As for whether they will encounter their teammates on a summer night or something, they didn't care about it. Dealing with their teammates was enough for them to be busy, and they might have already been cleared. And even if it's still there, he's not afraid of scorching jelly, and he won't worry about what threat a few of them will pose to him. Although Bang Jiao Jelly felt that the strength of his teammates was weak, the problem was that Xia Ye's teammates were even weaker. In his opinion, the victory point of the enemy team was undoubtedly Xia Ye, and the other things that could be put in his eyes were only Chong Dark Treading Yin and Midoriya Izuku, and even the second place in the entrance exam was nothing more than a personality who relied on external equipment in his opinion, so there was nothing to worry about. Of course, Bang Jiao Jelly does not mean to despise the Thousand Emperor Kagaya, but I have to say that this kind of thinking is universal in this era of individuality. Even if he hates his father for using personality marriage to create himself as a tool, he can't deny the strength of personality and the weakness of impersonality. Of course, when he sees the strength of Thousand Emperor Kagaya in the future, or if he knows that Izuku Midoriya and his idol Armut were both impersonal in the first place, he will change his concept. Boom Scorch, let's join forces, let's go to defeat the birds and swim in the summer night together. Just as Boom Scorch was about to walk into the building, a familiar voice suddenly floated from the depths of the building, stopping Bomb Scorch's steps that were about to enter the building. The silhouette of a figure appeared in the shadows of the dim corridor and began to approach the exit of the building, and as he stepped out of the building step by step, the sunlight gradually moved upwards from under his feet, slowly illuminating the figure of the person who came, until the whole face was exposed to the sunlight, and it was. Chapter 62, Aren't you going to take revenge on the summer night of the little bird, and you actually want to team up with me to deal with the summer night? Although the contact time is not long, with his understanding of Bang Hao Shengji's self-esteem and pride will not allow him to join forces with others to deal with Xia Ye, because even if he wins, it will be disgraceful, which Bang Zhaoliang feels that Bang Hao Shengji is very similar to him. It's nothing, I just want to see Summer Night fail now, so I don't care how I defeat him, so what about your decision? Blasto Katsuji began to approach Boom Scorch. I'm sorry, I refuse, you can stop your steps and turn away. Bang Zhao Jelly refused directly, and stared at Bang Hao Shengji, who was getting closer and closer to him, ready to make a move at any time. Bang classmate, be careful, that Bang Hao Shengji is fake. Just as Bang Hao Shengji was about to say something, a loud shout suddenly came from the building behind him and interrupted him. I saw 3 people running out of the building behind Bang Hao Sheng in a panic. No, just 2 people running, and one was taken out by the other 2 people on their shoulders in a coma. Bang Zhao leached his head, looked over the 3 people who had just appeared, and the pupils of his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly, and he directly retreated and distanced himself from the so-called Bang Hao Shengji in front of him, and looked vigilantly at the Bang Hao Shengji who appeared first. Because of the 3 people who just appeared, the 2 who ran were the first to follow Bursty Shatsuji into the building, Rujima Kuritsu and Shanming Electric, and the one who was in a coma and was framed by them was Bursting Hiroshi Katsuji. However, Bang Zhaoliang carefully looked at the 2 explosive heroes in front of him, exactly the same explosive durian head, exactly the same arrogant face, completely similar battle clothes, and even the voice was the same. There was almost no difference between the 2. The only difference is that the 2 teammates set up the explosion of Hao Shengji like a dead fish without making a sound, and the first, Bang Hao Shengji, is still trying to get close to him. Xia Ye's transformation personality is really worthy of the name. The appearance of the change is just the same as that of the explosion Hao Shengji. If it is not extremely familiar with him, I am afraid it will be difficult to identify it from the appearance alone. Bang Zhaoliang praised the 2 explosion Hao Shengji loudly and determined that Xia Ye was on the scene. There are 2 explosions in front of him. There is no doubt that someone is pretending to be mixed in. As for those who can do this, the enemy team is just the transformation personality of Summer Night, so Bang Zhaoliang is sure that Summer Night must be among the 2 explosions of Hao Shengji. Bang classmate, we were separated from Bang Hao before, and when we find him again, he will be in a coma in a room. Kamaime Electric and Kirishima Rui Erlang carefully bypassed Bang Hao Katsuji, intending to converge on Bang Hao. Unexpectedly, Bang Zhaoliang retreated defensively, and ice began to condense in his hands, so that Kamaime and Kirishima had to stop moving forward. Boom classmate, you, Shanming, Kirishima, how can you be sure that the explosion in your hands must be real? After all, you and the explosion hero have been separated. I've been paying attention to the movement of the building here, and there has been no big noise coming out from beginning to end. With the strength of the blaster, it will be subdued by someone who has no time to fight back, although it is not impossible, but the probability is very small. Boom Scorched said that, but the suspicious eyes stared vigilantly at the first. Boom Hero wins himself. This, explosion heroes win themselves, has an indescribable awkwardness since it appeared, although it can't be seen from the outside, but it feels like the behavior is a little inconsistent with the temper and character of explosion heroes. Although this, explosive hero, behavior is a bit problematic, but that person said that the little bird can perfectly transform in the summer night, and even the temperament and personality can be imitated, and even because of this task of assisting the police, it is theoretically impossible to make such a mistake. Bombardment thought secretly in his heart, although most of his suspicious eyes were on explosive hero, but he still used the corner of his eye to guard against the dead fish-like explosive hero, preventing him from suddenly storming and sneaking up on himself. When we found Bang Hao, there was a metal mesh on the ground. It must have been a trap that would have been subdued without a fight, so that, Bang Hao Katsuji, must be a summer night. Kamaime Electric and Karijima Rui Erlang set up the unconscious blast Katsuji and shouted at Bang Zhao Jelly. This, tut, it seems to be lucky. I didn't expect you to be able to find a big win. I thought it would be easier to win. Who knew that there was such a loophole? It's a headache. When the bombardment was still hesitating and didn't know how to tell the difference, the Bang Hao Shengji on the opposite side suddenly changed to the voice of the summer night for some reason and blew up his identity. Sure enough, this explosive hero Shengji, who found the cooperation of Bang Zhao Jelly at the beginning, was faked by Summer Night. Summer Night, you and I thought. Forget it, it's the same for now anyway. Bombardment Jelly originally wanted to ask Xia Ye why he didn't find him in a dignified manner, but planned to use such a means to sneak attack. But thinking about it, Xia Ye didn't say how to fight him at that time, just said that he wouldn't bring his teammates to him. And Boom Scorched thinks there's nothing wrong with summer nights like this, so make reasonable use of your personality. Bang classmate, we'll deal with it later. The transformation technique was lifted. I saw that, burst how Katsuji had a handprint, and he changed his image with a bang, but instead of changing back to his own appearance on the summer night, he became a black-haired boy wearing the same forehead guard as Kakashi yesterday, Sasuke Uchiha, juvenile version. Shanming, Kirishima, you two are bad for me, then let's lie down with the durian head together. Xia Ye took advantage of the fact that the three of Shanming had not completely converged with the bombardment, and directly began to attack, throwing out a few shuriken, and shooting towards Shanming and Kirishima at a very fast rotation, actually going towards their vital points, but for some reason, they perfectly avoided the unconscious explosion how Katsuji on the ground. Be careful. Realizing that it was not good, Boom Scorched Jelly directly activated his personality to build an ice wall in front of Shanming and Kirishima, narrowly blocking Xia Ye's deadly attack for them, and dodged to protect his teammates behind him, staring solemnly at Xia Ye to prevent him from attacking again. While Scorched Jelly doesn't need his teammates to intervene in his fight, it's impossible to watch his teammates being attacked in front of him and ignore them. Summer night, are you crazy? Why are you so cruel to your classmates? Wake up, we're just training, you're not an enemy. Boom Scorched Frost thought that Summer Night was obsessed with playing the role of an enemy, and couldn't help but roar angrily, trying to wake up the crazy Summer Night, and at the same time wondering why Armit hadn't come to stop this training. Summer Night's merciless attack on his classmates was obviously illegal. What are you afraid of? My attack won't see blood. Natsuya shrugged her shoulders, unimpressed by her merciless attack on Kamina and Kirishima just now. It's troublesome. What the hell is going on? Bang Jiaoling stared at the Summer Night with an evil smile on his face, completely confused. I'm going to fight too. Boom, I'll help you. Bang Hao must have been knocked unconscious by his classmates in the Summer Night. I want to avenge him, and he actually wants to kill us. Just when the atmosphere of the scene was about to erupt, Rijiro Kirishima suddenly began to scream with blood, and then stood behind Boom Scorched Freeze and confronted the opposite Summer Night, as if he was planning to fight side by side with Bombardment Scorch. Tut tut, do you bully more or less? I don't care, I like to bully more and less. What about you, classmate? Xia Ye seemed to look at Rui Erlang Chejima, who was standing behind Bang Jiao frozen, and a trace of an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Seeing the smile on the corner of Xia Ye's mouth, Bang Jiaoling thought that he was mocking himself for bullying more and less, but he still looked at Xia Ye vigilantly, not irritated at all. Boom still knows the seriousness of the matter, and now this situation is too weird. It is not the time for him to be rash and challenge the Summer Night, but he still has no intention of letting Kamaime Electric and Kirishima Rujiro join them in the battle. Boom Scorched thought that he should be about the same strength as Xia Ye, but there were two laggards and a comatose burden to protect, and he couldn't take care of them at all. Kirishima, don't you join me in the battle with Xia Ye. I can't be distracted to take care of you. You go and take care of Bang Hao with Shanming. But I want to take care of you now. Staring at Xia Ye's scorching words before he finished speaking, suddenly Xia Ye's voice came from behind him. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his neck, as if he had been pierced into something, and his consciousness began to blur. What's the matter? Who is attacking me? Bang Jiao froze in the process of falling, struggled to turn his body that was not under his control, and had begun to numb, and forced his eyes that were about to be opened, and finally saw clearly the person who attacked him behind before he passed out. Shanming Electric and Kirishima Ruero, who were obviously behind him just now, are now completely gone, and two black-haired teenagers with the same appearance appeared behind him at some point, looking at him with a smile. One of them was still holding a watch to him, and the ground was still lying in a coma. Why are there so many summer nights? Before Bang Jiaoling understood what was going on, he couldn't hold on and completely lost consciousness, so he went to find Zhou Gong as a companion with Bang Hao Shengji. Hehehehe, the shadow clone tactics are successful. I saw that the summer night behind the bombardment made a gesture, and the other two summer nights turned into smoke and dissipated with a bang. That's right. In fact, except for Bang Haosheng, the other people who appeared in front of Bang Jiao Jelly were all pretending to be summer nights, which was nothing more than taking advantage of people's common blind spots. When the deliberately flawed explosion Haosheng Ji is exposed, Bang Jiao Liang will unconsciously believe the person who debunked him, and this time the contradiction is originally focused on the true and false explosion Haosheng Ji, naturally no longer suspect Shanming and Kirishima, coupled with the lying corpse friendship cameo of the real explosion Haosheng Ji. The disguise of summer night was so successful. Chapter 63. Well, everyone else has solved it. Xia Ye kicked the explosion on the ground and Bang Scorch, and began to ask about the progress of his teammates' missions. Hero Fonta has been lured to the top floor and was solved by Tsune-san. Here, Frog blows the Plum Rain report, saying that she has completed the task given to her by Summer Night. At that time, Seru Fan felt that he was inseparable from the frog blowing Plum Rain, and he still suppressed the frog blow, and he almost could take down this enemy with a little strength. Just as he was using duct tape to chase frogs outside the building, a black shadow broke out of the building as he swung through a window, and he felt himself hit hard in the abdomen and flew out. In the process of falling from the building and falling unconscious, in the haze, he only saw a black shadow with a bird's head sticking out of the broken glass window, entangled him and tried to pull himself up, and then he passed out and fell unconscious. Captain, we have a little problem. The prey that entered the trap has been captured, but we can't be sure whether Hagakuri has completed the capture. Shoji Mezzo and a certain grape mine Minoru also began to report, but they couldn't confirm the traces of Hagakure in the stealth state. After all, Yi Yintu, who has an invisible personality, took off her clothes, and even if their trap really caught her, she couldn't confirm it. Classmate Yi Yintu broke away from the team and tried to sneak up alone. I have already informed Chong Dark, he has already put on a night vision device made of 8 million to go after him. I believe that even classmate Yi Yintu, who can be invisible, has nowhere to hide. Erlang Shangshang also reported excitedly, because she had also completed her reconnaissance mission. Hey, no, how did someone break through here soon? Shangshang suddenly let out an unexpected exclamation, breaking the joy of his teammates wanting to start celebrating the victory. Quote. I'm sorry, Captain, but I've only solved the problem of Kamineta-san. I was stopped by him, and Kirishima-san went upstairs alone. And in the end, Kaminaru-san's current destroyed all my reconnaissance equipment and communication equipment, causing me to lose the trace of Kirishima-san for a long time, and I can't report it to you. I have just joined up with Chong Dark-san, and I borrowed his headset to contact you. After a moment of silence, her voice came out and began to apologize. The others have basically successfully completed the tasks assigned to them by Xia Ye, only they have made such a big mistake, and Thousand Emperor Wei feels that it is a shame. Qiandi Wei remembered that Shanming Electric, who began to have a strong expression after the outbreak, gave a thumbs up and smirked, and had to admit that she underestimated Shanming Electric, but she didn't expect this Shanming Electric to be so strong, and it could release such a powerful current, if it weren't for her battle instincts to remind herself that there was danger, and stay away from the outbreak of Shanming Electric in time. Now it's not just a matter of equipment destruction, I'm afraid that the person who fell to the ground and fell unconscious is her. It's okay, Shanming Electric is already very strong, and it's already good that you can defeat him with just a simple combat uniform. As for Kirishima, I'll leave it to Midoriya, I'm sure he can solve this accident. I won't come up, I'm waiting for your victory here. Summer Night comforted Thousand Emperor Kagaya and assigned a task to Midoriya at the same time. Xia Ye didn't plan to let Qiandi Kagaya deal with Shanming Electric, the task he arranged for Kagaya was obviously waiting for an opportunity to solve Kurijima Ruorang. It is estimated that Qiandi Kagaya despised them, so he planned to solve them together, but he didn't expect Shanming Electric to have a big move and capsized in the gutter. As for Shanming Electric, Xia Ye was originally going to be handed over to 8,000,008 and Erlang Shangshang. Erlang Shangshang's personality is not only reconnaissance, but also has sonic attacks, and with the insulating armor made by 8,000,000, it can be easily solved by Shanming Electric. Don't worry, I'll definitely stop Kurijima-san. Izuku Midoriya heard Natsuya's words, his eyes began to burst into tears again, and he swore to Natsuya and his teammates that he would never live up to his teammates' trust. Little bird swims in the summer night, I'm going to kill you. Bursting Hao Katsuji, who woke up on the bed, began to roar before he opened his eyes, and then looked at the unfamiliar ceiling in confusion. Don't scream, it's just time for school to get out, everyone may have gone home, now you're in my infirmary, do you want to eat a candy to calm down? When Bao Hao Shengji opened his eyes and saw that the unfamiliar ceiling was confused, an amiable grandmother's voice came from the side, and the short white-haired recovery girl appeared next to Bao Hao Shengji's bed and handed out a sugar cube. Recovery girl, the school doctor at Shongying High School, who calls herself a young girl, also likes to be called that by others. But in fact she is a short old lady, very amiable, and likes to give candy to students. One of the few people who knows, one for all, secret man. Personality is a super activation of healing power, which fully activates the healing power of the target, so that it can quickly heal injuries, but since it uses the injured person's own physical strength, it may cause death if used in the event of a serious injury. Summer Night, this bastard, actually used such a despicable means. Bang Hao Katsuji shook his head in a broken state, and it took a long time to barely regain his senses, slowly recalling the scene before he fell unconscious, and cursed in a low voice with an ugly face. How long have I been sleeping? What about the others? Bao Hao Shengji finally calmed down. After all, the summer night was not here, and he couldn't vent his anger if he wanted to, so he could only swallow it silently into his stomach. Oh, if you're asking your opponents, who have just finished school, they probably left with what you call a summer night, as if they were going to have some kind of celebration. If you ask your teammates, it's pretty much all here, and when it comes to sending the 3 unconscious men, you're waking up early. The recovery girl opened the isolation curtain of Bang Hao Katsuji, revealing the 2 people behind her, who were also lying on the hospital bed and had not woken up, and the dejected Iida Tenya and others in the infirmary, and they were more or less hung up. As soon as he saw the listlessness and frustration of his teammates, he understood, if nothing else, this actual combat training should be the loss of his team, and when he thought that he actually won in the summer night, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Chapter 64. Blasto-san, our hero team lost, most of us lost without even seeing the target, only Kirishima-san, who had seen the nuclear bomb model from afar, was still stopped and defeated by Midoriya-san. None of us did well enough in this training, especially me, Bang Hao, and Bang have to pay the main responsibility for this failure, Iida said with his head down and frustrated. Iida Tenya is not a person who shirks responsibility, although he believes that the main reason for this failure is the disagreement between their team, the impulse of Bang Hao and the non-cooperation of Bang Zhao Jelly, but he himself did not communicate with them well to solve the conflict, but instead parted ways with Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly, plus he issued a wrong action, which led to his team being broken by each one. What? Did you lose? Hey. Before he could get angry, a low sigh came from the adjacent bed. It turned out that he didn't know when he woke up, and he looked at everyone with a flat face, but his clenched fist still revealed his mood. I'm really unwilling. I haven't seen the strength of the summer night. Did you fall? Summer night is really as the man described. It's always unexpected, but I'll definitely win it back next time. Unlike the explosion of Hao Shengji, the aftertaste of the bombardment did not feel that there was anything wrong with this summer night's approach. Wisdom is also a kind of strength. Being defeated by summer night with strategy and tactics is nothing to admit and escape. Failure is failure. I said if you really don't need treatment, can you please leave? There are so many of you standing here, and other students who need treatment can't get in, the recovery girl said helplessly as she looked at all the students crowded at her place of work. Most of them had some minor injuries that didn't matter, but when they came to the infirmary, they refused to treat them, endured the pain and kept the injuries, saying that they wanted to teach themselves a lesson and motivate themselves to work harder next time. I'm sorry. Excuse me, let's go now. Iida Tenya couldn't stop bowing to the recovery girl and apologized, and then lifted Aoyama, who was still asleep, with the others and gracefully evacuated from the infirmary. Bang Hao, Bang, and other students, don't go back yet. Teacher Armit gave me a copy of the surveillance video of the hero's basic combat training, so that we could take a good look at it for ourselves and then think about the reasons for the failure of this battle. I propose that we go back to the classroom and watch it together. Iida Tenya stepped in to stop Katsumi and Scorch, who were about to leave and go home, and quickly accelerated his speech before they could get impatient. Hey, why didn't Armit explain it to us himself? Everyone asked curiously. Obviously Armit was the teacher of this course. Shouldn't he analyze the reasons for their defeat this time and their performance in battle? Oh, I seem to have seen Midoriya-san's voice whisper in front of Olmit after the training and said something. Olmit's face changed greatly, and he announced that he would leave class early, and then he handed over the surveillance video to me, saying that he would explain it in the next class. Iida Tenya said seriously, but his eyes hidden behind the glasses also flashed a trace of curiosity, but unfortunately he didn't hear what Midoriya Izuku said to Olmit, and he could make the powerful and experienced Olmit leave in a hurry. At this time, Izuku Midoriya did not leave from school, and was silently following behind Armit to find Summer Night, but he recalled the previous scene in his heart. Under the attack of Izuku Midoriya, who launched a personality to injure the enemy by 1000 and damage 800, Rujiro Kurijima, who had just appeared on the top floor, only had time to see the nuclear bomb model, and was directly subdued before he could see how many people were at the scene, but Izuhisa Midoriya's fingers were bruised again. When Izuku Midoriya reported with his captive teammates preparing to go to the training ground to wait outside the training ground, he was the only one on the enemy team who was left behind by the crowd and was secretly stopped by Summer Night and pulled into a corner. Tut tut, Midoriya has worked hard for you. Your fingers must be very painful. It's a lot of way to the infirmary. You can't bear the pain. Xia Ye looked at Midoriya Izuku with a concerned look at the fingers of the cloth belt. It's okay. Don't worry, I can stand it, Midoriya Izuku said reluctantly with a pale face, but the cold sweat that fell to the ground on his face betrayed him. Actually, I have an ancestral miracle medicine for healing injuries, covering all injuries, as long as people haven't swallowed their breath. As long as they eat it, they will be resurrected with full blood in an instant, and they will be alive and kicking up. I don't want to buy ordinary people, for the sake of today's teammates, don't want 99.8, don't want 98, as long as I pay for tonight's celebration banquet, I'll give it to you, don't tell others. The Summer Night thief turned his head left and right, and then mysteriously took out a bean from his arms, and sold it to Midoriya Izuhisa with the appearance of a god stick that bought Daikya. No need, Xia Ye, it's okay with my little injury, I'll endure it and go to the young hero for treatment, don't waste your cough. The ancestral elixir, and I didn't have so much money with me. Izuku Midoriya still looked at Xia Ye in a cold sweat, but this time he was speechless by Xia Ye. He didn't suspect that Xia Ye tricked him into buying fake medicine, but he really didn't have much money on him. The consumption of a team of 10 people, plus Xia Ye just tried to invite a few classmates from the hero team to join him, but he was afraid that everyone else would go home happily after eating, leaving only Izuhisa Midoriya alone to be mortgaged to wash dishes in the restaurant. Oh, are you sure? This fairy bean can cure any injury, even if you lose a few organs in your body, you can recover. If you don't want it, it would be a pity. Xia Ye had an inexplicable smile on his face, and looked at Midoriya Izuku again. This fairy bean Summer Night was not originally taken out for Midoriya Izuku's small injury. Midori Valley's injury can be handed over to Shongying's excellent school doctor recovery girl. It's really not good. There are a lot of red medicine pills in his inventory that have a weaker healing effect, although it doesn't have the effect of immortal beans against the sky, but there is no problem in treating a small injury and pain. Although Xia Ye has the Emperor 100 Beast King, Lion King, he rarely uses fairy beans, so he has saved a lot of lottery over the years. But it's not so extravagant as to waste it. His target is someone else, and the drunkard doesn't mean to drink. Not really. Natsuya-san, what did you just say that the injury is okay? Even if you have a few fewer organs, can you heal the lungs and stomach? Midoriya Izuku originally planned to continue to refuse Natsuya's kindness, but he seemed to suddenly think of something, and asked Natsuya with a nervous and expectant expression. Of course you can. It's not me who brags to you on the Summer Night. As long as you don't die and still breathe, no matter what injuries you have, I will heal you. Summer Night has a look of who is with us. I can still get you. I have a very reliable expression. I want to buy this fairy bean, so that Armit cough. My wounds will be saved. Midoriya Izuku burst into tears, so excited that he almost missed his mouth, but fortunately he remedied it in time, and then glanced at the look of the Summer Night in fear, and was relieved to find that there was nothing abnormal. As long as he gets this fairy bean, Armit's injury will be saved, and the thought of this makes Midoriya feel joyful in his heart. Hey, didn't you just say that you were a little injured, and now you look like you're about to die and be saved? I'm not going to sell it. This is an ancestral miracle medicine. How can it be enough for a small celebration banquet? I regret it now. I don't sell it. Summer Night didn't seem to hear Midoriya Izuku's gaffe, but his heart blossomed, and he continued to tease Midoriya Izuku. You know the aftermath of my personality on Summer Night, so I want to buy it and keep it for later. Please be sure to sell it to me. I want this fairy bean no matter what the price. Midoriya Izuku bowed heavily, his head almost hitting the ground, startling the Summer Night. Midoriya, it's not that my brother doesn't want to sell it to you, it's just. Okay, I'll just sell it to you, but don't be too happy yet, I'm going to increase the price. Summer Night quickly stopped Midoriya Izuhisa, who had got his wish, and was about to bow again. Chapter 65. Recently, I've run out of pocket money, and my pocket is cleaner than my face, so said Xia Ye shaking her head. Recently, the expenses of Summer Nights are quite large, and now he doesn't have a steel hammer in his pocket, and the poor can't even make a jingle sound, and can't even sit on the tram on a summer night when he goes to school today, and he flies all the way stealth, which is so sad. Well, in fact, he didn't spend much money on Summer Nights, mainly because he was searched by his sister Xiaotiao Liuhua. After all, girls have to be rich, especially since Liuhua is still studying in that kind of aristocratic school full of rich ladies, so he can't let his sister be wronged without money to spend and be looked down upon, right? However, Xia Ye automatically ignored the degree of the little bird to her Liuhua's group pet at home. In terms of the comparison of the status of Xia Ye and Liuhua can receive at least 3 times his pocket money. Xia Ye can only receive money from his father, but Liuhua can still receive a huge amount of pocket money in the hands of his mother and grandfather. So, asked Midoriya eagerly, look, as the captain, do you want to thank my teammates for their trust and support during training, so the celebration banquet is far from enough. I plan to take them shopping before the celebration banquet, buy some victory souvenirs or something, and promote the friendship between classmates, but my brother is shy and strapped for money, you know, The Summer Night Lion said greedily like a big mouth. Of course, the Summer Night is not really short of money, and when there is no money, he goes out at night to find a few gangsters to uphold justice, rob the rich and help the poor. It's really not good. There are a lot of things in the inventory of Summer Night that you don't need but are very precious to others, and by the way, you can make a lot of money by selling anything. Summer Night's goal was not set on Izuku Midoritani, but he just wanted to use his hand to catch someone who should be hooked. Midoriya Izuku nodded uncontrollably, and then prepared to reach out to pick up the fairy beans in Xia Ye's hand. For him, as long as he could buy the fairy beans to heal Olmet's injury, it would be worth the cost. To put it mildly, even if Xia Ye wanted his life, I'm afraid he would change it. Maybe this is a true love fan. When Midoriya Izuhisa touched the fairy beans on a summer night, he suddenly clenched his fist and pinched the fairy beans, and then shrank his hand back to avoid Midoriya Izuku's hand. Summer Night, do you need anything? As long as I have it. Midoriya Izuku looked at Summer Night pitifully. He was not afraid that Summer Night would increase the price again, but he was afraid that Summer Night would regret not wanting to sell it again. Don't worry, do you have so much money? You must know that there are a lot of people this time, and there is a lot of consumption. Summer Night directly poured cold water on Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku hurriedly opened his wallet, looked at the pitiful few small bills in the wallet and was dumbfounded, and began to rummage through his coat pockets and trouser pockets, but he only found a few coins, and he didn't add much at all. That, Xia Ye-san, can I take credit, or you keep the fairy beans and don't sell them? I'll scrape together the money and buy them again. Midoriya asked cautiously. He really didn't want to give up this opportunity. It's not okay to pay on credit. I announced to them that we will have a meeting today, but I can't break my promise, but... Xia Ye refused, but the words changed, and began to say in an encouraging tone. You can't afford it. It doesn't mean that others can't afford it. I see that you have a good relationship with Olmet. He seems to be very optimistic about you. You go and ask him to borrow some. As soon as Izuku Midoriya heard Natsuya mention Armit, he immediately looked at Natsuya nervously, and was relieved to find that Natsuya didn't seem to mean anything else, and began to think about it. Thinking about it, Midoriya Izuku felt that this opportunity really couldn't be missed, and finally walked hesitantly towards Olmet under the gaze of Summer Night, but Midoriya, who had his back to Summer Night, didn't see that Summer Night behind him began to show a treacherous smile at all. Midoriya, wait a minute. Summer Night looked at Midoriya Izuku, who was about to go to his old father for pocket money, and suddenly remembered something, and called Midoriya Izuku to chase after him. Summer Night Sama-san. Just when Midoriya thought that Summer Night had a change of heart and was finally willing to take credit, he saw Summer Night snatch the wallet in his hand and open it, and pour it into his own hand, only to see a few coins and a few yen bills floating out of the hungry wallet. Alright, there you go, said Summer Night, shoving her empty purse and a bottle of red potion that she had pulled out of nowhere into Midoriya's hand. Quote. Izuku Midoriya looked at the extra glass bottle in his hand in confusion, not knowing what the summer night meant. That's called Zhaohong medicine, although it doesn't have the anti-heaven effect of fairy beans, but ordinary small injuries can be treated, and it's more than enough to treat the injuries on your hands, so it's a gift for fairy beans. Xia Ye waved his hand, as if he was a generous and conscientious businessman, making Midoriya Izuku very speechless. Since it was a gift from fairy beans, why did you still search my poor wallet? The drugs produced by the system will naturally not only be fairy beans, other drugs like little red medicine, small blue medicine, big red medicine. I don't know which garbage game is a copycat medicine compared to fairy beans. The probability of being drawn out of the summer night is greater. All of them are produced in groups of 20 or 30 at a time, and now I don't know how many groups are in the summer night inventory, and they may be enough to fill a swimming pool to dive. Of course, the healing effect of these potions is not satisfactory, except that there are no side effects, and even slightly weaker than the general healing personality effect. Among them, the best potion is not as good as the recovery effect of the Emperor Lion King. Some minor injuries are completely unnecessary to drink. Serious injuries have no significant effect, and he can use the Lion King's passive healing when he has the time to drink the potion, so it is very chicken for the summer night. From time to time, the summer night party took out a batch of potions and distributed them to his mother as a security benefit unique to his own office. After all, the scarcity of healing personality makes most of the healing personality people are covered by wealthy families, and even many powerful hero offices do not cure personality people. And for the summer night, the potion is very weak, but for the professional heroes below, it is a life guarantee. Their chance of casualties when performing dangerous missions is greatly reduced, and it can also win their gratitude and sense of belonging, so why not do such a thing? What are you doing looking at my money? It's mine. Xia Ye quickly covered the money in his hand to Midoriya Izuku, who was looking at him counting the money blankly. But Izuku Midoriya was very puzzled, why there was such an affordable potion in the summer night, and what did he do with the rare fairy beans? Okay, give, these are enough for you to take the car home, you're welcome, classmates should help each other. Summer Night obviously misunderstood what Midoriya Izuku meant, and after thinking about it, he returned a few banknotes to Midoriya Izuhisa, leaving only a few coins in his pants pocket. Chapter 66. Is the thing real? I want to see the thing first. The goods are naturally real, but did you bring the money to buy the goods? No one followed them on the road. No, as soon as I received the news, no one rushed over without notice, they all came from a road with few people, and no one saw it. That's good, I want to look at the money first. The money is in place, the goods are naturally real, after all, you are also famous on the road, I don't dare to lie to you, right? Quote. In a secluded corner of Shangying's campus, two figures were whispering to each other, and not far away, there was a person with his back to them to avoid being inadvertently broken into the transaction. I said, why do I have a feeling that I'm committing a crime? Aren't we a hero school? Midoriya Izuku listened to the misleading conversation behind him, and couldn't help but have an inexplicable illusion in his heart, and paid attention to the wind and grass nearby. And the two who traded like gangsters were none other than Armit and Summer Night, a muscular blonde man and a handsome brunette boy sneaking in an indescribable deal, full of discord. Armit didn't know what was going on with him, obviously on the bright side he was buying fairy beans for Midoriya Izuku, but he still couldn't stop his heart and felt a little sneaky, which made Armit, who had always been upright and bright, a little uncomfortable with himself. And Summer Night is purely boring, and there are many plays, so he cooperated with Armit and began to act on his own. Summer Night boy, do you really want to take it all? Can you leave some for me? This is my first month's salary after becoming a teacher. It is very commemorative, for tomorrow when I bring the wallet I forgot at home, I will give you twice as much tomorrow. Armit pinched his salary card with a painful face, very reluctant. Less nonsense, pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. Bring it to you, you must know that you can make a lot of money, and others can't buy it with millions. You only gave me a month's salary. I lost a lot. Okay. Xia Ye finished speaking, snatched Armit's salary card, ignored Midoriya Izuku, who was about to reach out for the fairy bean, and directly threw the fairy bean to Armit like garbage and then turned around and left without looking back. Armit easily caught the fairy beans in the air but did not check it, but as if he had lost what he cherished the most, watching the Summer Night when he pinched his salary card and went away, it seemed that he had seen his first month's salary with wings and waving goodbye to him. The card will be returned to you tomorrow. I heard that the salary of Shangying teacher is very good, and I don't know if the salary of only 1 month is enough for our consumption. If it is not enough, I will come back to you for reimbursement at that time. Armit, who was mourning his passing salary, saw Xia Ye turn around and shouted at him, completely petrified and immovable, and Armit, who had experienced all kinds of dangers and enemies back then, suddenly had the urge to cry. Are you right? Can this bean really heal Armit's injuries? Impossible, this is an injury that even young heroes can't heal. In the principal's office, all the teachers who were qualified to know the true situation of Armit were gathered here, looking at the beans in Armit's hand with antiquative and suspicious expectations. Yes, you shouldn't have been deceived by the birdie Summer Night. I heard Eraserhead say that this student is very prankstered. Brescent Mac was still loud, and the noise was so loud that Aizawa Shota, who was sitting next to him, reached out and gouged out his own ear. If it weren't for the good soundproofing of the principal's room, I really wouldn't dare to let Brescent Mac come to the meeting, otherwise I'm afraid that the whole school would know Armit's secret. After all, the news that Olmec has an incurable injury is too shocking. As a symbol of peace, Olmec touches everyone's hearts, whether it is a hero or an enemy. But Olmec, who brings hope and order to people, has always had a serious injury that most people don't know about that cannot be treated. If this news spreads, I am afraid it will cause a shocking earthquake in society. The people will be frightened, but the enemy will cheer and be more arrogant. In particular, those who know are much more burdened by the psychological burden than those who don't know the truth outside, and now that there is hope that they can cure Olmec, how can they not be shocked, for fear that this dream will be broken? I'm sure Summer Night Boy won't deceive me. I have a vague feeling that he seems to know about me, otherwise he wouldn't have signaled Midoriya Boy to come to me. And if this medicine is really as miraculous as he said, there is no need for Summer Night Boy to take it out. I think he came for me in the first place. Armit said something that the teachers present could not believe. However, as soon as Armit thought of the things that were exchanged for by the summer night, Armit felt a pain in his chest, although he definitely earned it by exchanging it for fairy beans, but he still felt distressed. Of course, as a professional hero number 1, Olmec is not short of money. On the contrary, some people send him money, not only for tasks, but also for commercial appearances. Professional heroes have a large number of fan worship, and Olmec only needs to advertise the company's products he approves of and be a spokesperson, so he naturally doesn't have to worry about money. In this era of saturation of professional heroes, there are many professional heroes who have entered the entertainment industry, and they are even as famous as the heroes on the hero list. What Armit was distressed about was not the money, but the cruel fact that he left himself before he had such a commemorative first month's salary as a teacher. What? How could it be on a summer night? No, Xia Ye does know about Olmet's situation, because I once made a deal with Summer Night through Summer Night's grandfather. As long as I can tolerate Summer Night's pranks on campus and turn a blind eye and don't punish him, he will help Olmet heal his injuries. Principal White Rat, who had been silent and calmly drinking black tea when everyone was talking about it, put down the cup in his hand, interrupted everyone's inquiries and said with a wry smile. It turned out that the last time the White Mouse principal and Tian Zhonglai were talking about the old days, he inadvertently asked Tian Zhonglai how his injuries were healed, and Tian Zhonglai explained that he had accidentally obtained a miracle medicine to cure his injuries. The wealth is not exposed, and his family has such a powerful healing medicine. If it is known by bad people with bad intentions, I am afraid that it will cause a lot of trouble. So in addition to Xia Ye's own family, he is just a person who often mixes with Xia Ye, and knows that Xia Ye has a god like a fairy bean. Summer Night actually has such a powerful healing item. Although Tian Zhongli said that he had swallowed the last one at that time, the White Rat principal, who had a high-level mind and personality, still saw the clues, which made him have a certain suspicion. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Principal White Mouse still told Tian Zhonglai the true situation of Olmec, and also learned from Tian Zhonglai that the whole family would carry a few fairy beans on the summer night in case of emergency. However, even if Tian Zhonglai gave the immortal beans on his body to Olmec, it was useless. If it wasn't for someone authorized by Xia Ye, even if someone else got the immortal bean, it would be just an ordinary bean, and there would be no healing effect. Therefore, if you want to heal Armit's injury, you still have to tell Summer Night about Armit's situation and get his consent. Fortunately, the headmaster of the White Mouse also got a promise from Tian Zhonglai. This time he would try his best to let Xia Ye cure Olmec, and even Tian Zhonglai talked to Xia Ye earnestly. As a veteran professional hero, Tian Zhongli has really seen the dark era before Armit's birth, and at that time, even if so many professional heroes went forward and tried their best, they could not suppress the arrogant flames of the enemy and improve the chaos in society. Therefore, Tian Zhongli still admires this symbol of peace that one person can suppress the entire era and greatly reduce the crime rate in society. Xia Ye also promised that he would personally hand over the fairy beans to Armit, but yesterday, Principal White Rat, who came to report Xia Ye's behavior, Aizawa Shota's front foot had just left, and Xia Knight's back foot touched his office and added a condition to him as a deal. Everyone was speechless when they heard the words of the headmaster of the White Mouse, and then they were all speechless, and looked at Olmec, who began to kneel on the ground in frustration at some point, and mourned for him. Although I don't know what he exchanged for the fairy beans, he exchanged them for the fairy beans that were originally his with extra things. Armit may not be losing, but Summer Night is definitely making a big profit. Ding! The quest healing piece symbol Olmec is completed, and the reward for the otaku is worth 1,000. Summer Night is not only a big profit, it is simply blood earning, and one task is paid 3 times. But it's worthy of the task about Armit. The emaciated camel is bigger than the horse, even if it's just a healing task without danger. The reward is as high as 1,000 otaku value, which is enough for 10 times at a time, which is still a rich reward that has never been seen before. Ding! Release the quest healing piece symbol Olmec. Olmec, as a professional hero number 1, is the hope of the people and the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the enemy. But the world didn't know that the sword, though still sharp, was close to breaking. Heal the serious wound of Olmec, the symbol of peace, and reward the otaku with 1,000. At that time, after Tian Zhonglai conveyed the request of the White Mouse principal to Xia Ye for medicine, Xia Ye received the task released by the system, but Xia Ye did not make a move for a long time, and waited until now to send the medicine to Olmec. Although Xia Ye paid a fairy bean, but in exchange for his, do whatever he wants, on campus in the future, as long as he doesn't die, Principal Shongying will open up to him, and he won't have to be tied up when he starts tasks in the future. Xia Ye is happy when he thinks about it. However, this does not mean that this task is simple, at least from the fact that Olmec, a symbol of peace, has been seriously injured but has not been able to heal it. it can be seen how serious this injury is, and summer night is just a coincidence, with a magic medicine like fairy bean. Chapter 67. Well, today I have a treat, to celebrate today's happy cooperation and not to know each other. Don't save money for me, everyone has fun is the most important thing. Xia Ye stood at the school gate and waved his hand, and said generously. However, Xia Ye found that everyone did not have any happy expressions, but stared at their faces strangely, as if they had seen some strange species. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me? Is my face dirty? Summer Night touched her face suspiciously, and even took out a small and delicate mirror from her inventory to look at it. No, it's still so handsome and handsome. Ah, how can there be such a handsome young man in the world, and I don't know which big girl will be cheaper in the future. Summer Night rubbed his chin and thought shamelessly. Ahem, Summer Night, this. 8,000,000 next to him pointed to his ear, and couldn't help but remind Summer Night. What? Well, it's beautiful, Summer Night praised as she looked at her small earlobe along 8,000,000's hand, looking soft and fleshy, and faintly had an urge to touch it. It's not mine, it's yours. 8,000,000 listened to the Summer Night's flirtatious compliment, and their faces began to flush at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading rapidly, and after a while, even the earlobes began to redden. Ah, my, Xia Ye touched his ear suspiciously, touching a hard object, but it was a contact headset made by 8,000,000 during actual combat training, and it had not been turned off since the end of the training, and it was still a public channel. Quote. What did you all hear? What did you hear? Xia Ye had a ghostly expression on his face, and the scene where he used fairy beans to coax Midoriya Izuku and blackmail Armut was broadcast live. No, I definitely didn't hear that, Natsuya-san. You actually dared to use Midoriya Izuku's injury to blackmail Armut. Ah. Leary Yuchiko denied it for fear of Natsuya killing people, but she said everything cutely, and after realizing it, she quickly covered her mouth, but her eyes still looked at Natsuya widely, as if she had seen an alien on Earth. I didn't hear it either, my headset was already broken. However, I probably know from other people's mouths that you seem to have sold something to Izuku Midoriya and then cheated Armut's salary card to use it as our celebration money. Xia Ye said coldly, but there was a little surprise in his eyes. There were still people who dared to blackmail Armut. The bird swims in the summer night, what an interesting person. Although it was Armut who volunteered to pay for Midoriya Izuku, Xia Ye obviously knew that Midoriya Izuku couldn't pay, indicating that he was playing Armut's wallet from the beginning. Yes, it's obviously Armut's salary card, but he said that he had a treat, and he said that he didn't want to save money for himself. And he was ashamed. I saw a suit of clothes and a pair of gloves floating in front of everyone's eyes out of thin air, and a glove stretched out a finger and kept sliding above the clothes, smiling and laughing at the Summer Night. It was Yi Yintu of the hero team. As for why Yi Yintu is here, because there are a total of 11 people who went out to celebrate together this time. Midoriya Izuhisa actually went to find Banghao Katsuji because he cared about his childhood sweetheart Ska-chan, and he didn't participate in this party, and he didn't know if he would be pulled into the grove by Banghao Katsuji. And the two extra people, one is Shanming Electric who was invited by Xia Ye, and the other is Yi Yintu who came uninvited. Of course, it is not that Xia Ye did not invite her, but Yi Yintu's sense of existence is too low, and Xia Ye ignored and forgot. Originally, Xia Ye also invited a few members of the hero team, but unfortunately they all had to go to the infirmary to guard their sleeping teammates. Only Yi Yintu, who was not injured and hung the color, followed with great interest, and because of the big move, he was temporarily stupid, and he kept smirking and smirking his thumb in circles, and he was directly restored to his original state after being poured a bottle of little red medicine and a bottle of little blue medicine by Xia Ye, and he also gladly accepted Xia Ye's invitation. The reason why Xia Ye held this party was actually an unknown ambition, that is, he wanted to set up a hero office of his own after graduation, and then recruit the classmates in his class as much as possible to his command, so he wanted to get along more now to deepen the relationship between his classmates so that he could pull people in the future. Well, I've exchanged my things too. And can the matter of students using the teacher's money be called blackmail? It has to be called enjoying the teacher's deep care. Xia Ye seemed to be said to be embarrassed, and suddenly his eyes widened and his face turned red and argued. Besides, there are 11 of us, alas, eating to celebrate and buying things. It is a question whether Armut's monthly salary is enough or not, and I may have to advance money into it when the time comes. I will be angry if you do this again, and I will be angry with my little fist to beat you. But Xia Ye naturally won't really be angry. The ridicule between friends is really normal, and Xia Ye is just making fun, so that the sense of alienation that was originally caused by his strength far beyond others has disappeared a lot. As far as I know, the teachers of Shongying University are very well paid. After all, they are all famous professional heroes. Especially the treatment of the hero list number 1 Armut, not to mention, as long as we don't go to any top hotel, our personal consumption is more than enough, Xia Ye analyzed rationally. Okay, we may be late today, let's call home first, so they don't worry. Xia Ye clapped his hands and instructed everyone. Xia Ye looked at the classmates who turned around one after another to call their parents to explain, and also raised their mobile phones. Unexpectedly, the mobile phone indicator flashed, indicating that the battery was insufficient, and it was automatically turned off after just a stunned effort on a summer night. Mayu-chan, can I borrow your mobile phone? My phone is out of battery. I'll call my sister and ask her to come to our party together, otherwise I won't be able to sleep peacefully when I go out to eat delicious food alone. Speaking of which, you haven't seen each other for a long time, but she is quite worried about you. Summer Night originally planned to borrow Chong Dark's mobile phone, but looking at Chong Dark, who was holding the phone and constantly repeating the explanation to his parents, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to end the call for a while. Since the last time Chong secretly had an accident, his family's discipline of him has become much stricter, and he hasn't come to find a summer night to team up and go out at night for a long time. Now, it just so happened that I didn't get your sister Liu Hua's contact information last time. Frog-blowing Mei Yu took out a green and small frog-shaped mobile phone from her school bag, and there was a pendant on it that Xia Ye gave her. Hey, you still have this little thing. Summer Night held the mobile phone of the frog blowing the plum rain, and played with the hanging ornament with his fingers. The ornament that was given away at the beginning, but the reckless girl in her own house didn't know where to throw it in her room and couldn't find it. It was given to me by Summer Night, and I usually carry it with me, and I feel a lot more confident all of a sudden. Frog-blowing Mei Yu blushed slightly and looked at the ground and didn't dare to look up, but unfortunately he didn't see this scene on the Summer Night when he started dialing. Doo-doo. Hey, it's my brother. Our class has a party today. Anyway, the office is very busy today, and my parents are going home late. Why don't you go to dinner with me? Okay, that's it, then you wait for me at your school. I'll pick you up. Summer Night and little bird Yu Liu Hua finished talking on the phone, and returned the phone to the frog blowing plum rain. At this time, Xia Ye was the first to come back after making a phone call, looking at the school bag that had just been reclosed by frog-blowing Mei Yu, and vaguely felt that he had missed something very important. Well, everyone has contacted the family, then let's go to the station to take the tram first, but I need to get off the train halfway to pick up my sister and come over, Xia Ye commanded the classmates who had started to gather back after the phone call with home. Summer Night, that's the case, I think there are too many of us to move, so I asked the family to arrange a few cars to come over, and it will be there in a while. Let's act together. 8,000,000 pairs of Summer Nights who were about to take the lead in setting off proposed. Oh, that's better, then let's wait a little longer and discuss the itinerary first, whether we will go to dinner or go shopping first. Summer Night touched the few coins in his pocket, and it seemed that the money for the car home was there. After discussion, everyone finally decided to go shopping first by 7 votes to 4. All 6 girls wanted to go shopping first, but there were only 5 boys, and the Summer Night of the final vote felt powerless, so they also betrayed the male compatriots and chose the girls' camp. Driver, let's go to Deedon Primary School to pick up someone first, you know the way. After the convoy of 8 million families came, Xia Ye directly followed 8,000,000 and got into a car and commanded the driver. Hey, is Xia Ye's sister studying in Deedan? That school seems to have the participation of our Thousand Emperor family. Thousand Emperor Wei Yi heard Xia Ye's words and stopped chatting with 8 million Bai. Thousand Emperor Wei and 8 million Bai are the daughters of the same family, and they seem to have a lot of common topics, so she also got into this car. I think I've heard my sister talk about it. In that case, if it doesn't bother, I'll ask you to take care of my sister. This little girl is very naughty. She always loves to get into trouble, and I'm afraid it will give the teacher a headache at school. Summer Night said that there's only so much she can do, and I hope that little bird Yu Liu Hua will be a little more angry and don't make a big mess. What's the matter? Why is it quiet? Xia Ye finished speaking, and found that there was a lot of silence in the car all of a sudden, and when he turned around, he found that 8,000,000 and Thousand Emperor Wei Yi looked at him speechlessly. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. Obviously I'm a troublemaker at school, but I actually say that my sister, Xia Ye's classmates are really not ashamed. Suddenly Yi Yintu's voice couldn't stop laughing from the Summer Night headset. Obviously, I forgot to turn off the headset again on a Summer Night that was always lost, and the conversation just now was also shared. In addition to Yi Yintu's laughter, there were also some other people's laughter from time to time in the headset. Bastard, where did you get the headset? Summer Night turned off the headset on her ear in annoyance, and then took it off and put it in her pocket. Ha ha ha. The other cars that followed behind began to let out bursts of laughter, happily floating on the road, full of the smell of youth. Among them, Yi Yin's smile was the most exaggerated, and the frog-blowing plum rain who was taken away from the headset next to her looked at her helplessly. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 68. In the distance, a luxurious motorcade drove mightily and finally stopped on the side of the road, attracting the attention of many people. Bye, this place you are looking for is really prosperous and lively. Xia Ye got out of the car and stood in the crowd, looking at the bustling and crowded Times Square in front of him inside. The square is surrounded by shops, and the carefully arranged windows are displayed in front of people like beautiful paintings, and the front of the door is full of colorful neon lights, flashing and flashing, like ribbons decorated with pearls. In the middle of the square, there is a small garden, where couples in love are sitting on benches by the garden fountain pool, holding snacks in hand, attracting flocks of white pigeons flying in the air to land in the garden to feed. Cuckoo, the atmosphere here is exactly what I want. I hope I can find good equipment today, so that I can burn the current set of garbage armor that is useless and affects my battle. Little bird Yu Liu Hua stood behind Xia Ye and pulled her clothes, her cute little face all revealing a look of disgust. Quote. Are you going to let me be called to your school again? On a summer night, I looked at the little bird in the uniform of Deedan Elementary School, and you had 6 flowers in a black line. I have to say that Deedan is worthy of being one of the best aristocratic schools, and the school uniform on Liu Hua is not an ordinary fabric, and the price is estimated to be worth all the clothes of a summer night. Of course, you don't need too many clothes for a summer night with a transformation personality, and you can ensure that you can wear new clothes at any time with a few sets of clothes. If it weren't for the fear that one day Aizawa would be too cold or someone with a similar personality would be cold to him, he could even use his personality to cross-dress without wearing clothes on a summer night. It's okay, when the time comes, I will order the school to make a special exception to Xiao Liuhua. Actually, when I was in Dedan primary school, I hated the school uniform with limited mobility, and I couldn't even carry a knife, so it wasn't practical at all. Xia Ye, who was standing behind the little bird Yu Liuhua, had a cold face, and said as if she didn't care, as if the school was opened by her family. Well, it seems that it was indeed opened by her family, and I really envy these wayward bosses. Nonsense. Dedan is a noble girls' school, which is full of young ladies from big families and big groups, and it is a place to train ladies. What kind of trouble did you make when a primary school student brought a knife in? And please don't touch my sister's head again, you're about to be touched bald. Xia Ye looked at the expressionless face of the cold Thousand Emperor Kagaya, and snatched back the 6 flowers that her subordinates were squinting and enjoying, and stopped Kagaya's cat-petting behavior. My contractor, quickly save me from the Demon King's hands. The little bird that was comfortably interrupted, Yu Liuhua, was like a little wild cat that was being held, and began to struggle in the hands of the summer night, asking for help from the Thousand Emperor Wei. I don't know why, the first time they met, Gao Langqi and Kagaya and the second middle bird Yu Liuhua were able to get along very well, abandoning Xia Ye and throwing themselves into Kagaya's embrace, as if they were sisters, so Xia Ye sadly held his head, and sighed that he raised a little white-eyed wolf. Forget it, let's go to the mall first, everyone. What about people? Xia Ye stared jealously and resentfully for a while at Liuhua, who continued to squint under the hands of Qiandi Wei, and then turned around and began to want to greet his classmates, but found that the large group of people behind him were gone, leaving only Chong Dark and Shadow alone standing on the side of the road waiting for him. Summer night, over here, you're too slow, we can't wait. A voice came. Looking at Xia Ye, I saw that the students who had disappeared had almost entered the center of the square, preparing to cross the small garden to the opposite mall, and Shanming Electric was waving to Xia Ye. Hey, wait for us. I'm stupid and a touch of yo, let's go. Summer night took the opportunity to snatch the bird Yu Liuhua again, and picked it up was a 100-meter sprint to catch up with the people waiting outside the garden. It's really uncomfortable here, and the sour smell of love is everywhere. That's right, it's so infuriating, so many beautiful big sisters are someone else's, woo-woo. As soon as everyone entered the garden on a summer night, they were dizzy with the smell of love in the air, and Kamaime Electric and Grape Minoru Minda kept complaining, especially Minoru Minda, who was tearing at his clothes and shedding tears. Commander, this place is full of jihad, and I apply for sanctions. Having escaped the clutches of the summer night, the little bird Yu Liuhua walking in the garden by himself seemed to be spicy to his eyes by these, inappropriate for children, pictures, raised his hand and stretched out his fingers, and a small flame jumped between his fingers. That's right, let the holy flame purify this world, and I announce the start of the trial here in the name of the head of the Grand FFF Regiment. Summer night transforms into a black man, wearing a pointed hat emblazoned with the letter F on his head, holding a torch and a scythe of death, appearing in the group, startling the others. Summer night, can you squeak next time you transform? It's going to be scared to death if you're always like this. Ah, robbery. Just as the classmates complained about the sudden spoof of Summer night, a high-pitched soprano broke the pink and ambiguous atmosphere in the garden, causing everyone to turn their eyes away. I saw a man with loose hair in the distance, holding a pink bag in his arms, surrounded by several streams of water, constantly running into the people in the way and rushing towards them in the direction of Summer night, and a girl behind him was shouting for help. Kamaime prepares to call him when he gets closer. But, Summer night, who didn't get a response, turned around suspiciously, and looked strangely at Shanming Electric, who was speechless. We don't have a hero license, and when our lives are not in danger, we can't casually use our personality outside of school to attack and cause harm to others, even enemies. At this time, Erlang Shangshang expressed his concerns on behalf of Shanming Electric, making Xia Ye very speechless. There is no way, the personality law still has a certain deterrent to the teenagers of their civilian families, especially these candidate heroes who have heroic dreams in their hearts. They are afraid that they may cut off the heroic road because of this, even if it is 8 million hundred, they only make some iron rods and distribute them to others for self-defense. Of course, those who hesitated and didn't dare to do it included Qiandi Wei and Chong Dark. Thousand Emperor Wei held a scarlet soft sword, and he didn't know where to draw it, and the tip of the sword continued to tremble and whisper like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter. Although Chong Dark treads Yin only stands calmly, the summer knight who is familiar with him knows that under Chong Dark's agitated trench coat, the shadow personality is ready to be revealed. Even little bird Yu Liuhua's hands began to burst into black flames, staring at the robbers who were gradually approaching with a fighting intent, ready to strike at any time. Not good, be careful. Because there were still a few powerful teammates, Xia Ye was not going to make a move, but when the robber was about to run in front of them, a child suddenly stumbled out and chased a grunting ball to block the enemy's progress. Fuck off, little brat. Seeing that the water whip was about to whip the child, and the summer knight was about to shoot, suddenly a figure jumped out of the diagonal side with a stride, easily flashed the water around the enemy, and crashed directly into the enemy's arms with his back against him, and a neat over-the-shoulder fall threw the robber to the ground, and the prisoner was so angry that he lay on the ground with his waist covered and screamed, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Police, now arrest you for snatching other people's property and attempting to assault others. A young man in his 20s, who had a decent face, turned the prisoner over and put his knees against him, handcuffed the prisoner's back, and after confirming that the prisoner could not move, he took out a document from his arms and announced loudly. Chapter 69. I didn't expect the police to be so powerful, I thought it was a professional hero. Yes, it turns out that the police are still very reliable. The crowd who were originally frightened at the scene all came back to their senses and began to discuss. Obviously, this time it was the police who subdued the enemy, which surprised them very much. After all, since the emergence of professional heroes, the role and prestige of the police have been greatly reduced a lot, and the first professional heroes that ordinary people think of when they encounter danger are not the police. Brother Shiratori, why are you here? Just as the plainclothes police officer finished reporting the situation to the police station on his mobile phone and was about to leave with the prisoner, a slightly uncertain voice sounded behind him. Are you? The officer turned around and looked at the strangely dressed man in front of him, who was still holding such a large scythe in his hand. Is it Christmas? The officer looked around suspiciously. It's me, Summer Night. Summer Night looked down at her outfit, and suddenly came to her senses and changed back to her own appearance. Summer Night, it's been a long time, but you're still so funny. Shiratori looked at Summer Night carefully, and finally recognized the acquaintance. Sunset Shiratori, Sunset's grandson, has been determined to become a police officer since he was a child, and he entered the police department just after returning from graduating abroad. Personality for bird communication, you can communicate with birds, in order to drive birds to serve themselves, but the mandatory is not strong. But it also depends on the will of the driven birds. The fight may not work, mainly reconnaissance and intelligence information transmission and the like. It's rare to meet old acquaintances, we want to catch up on the old days. You go shopping first, I'll come over later, give you the card for safekeeping, remember to leave dinner money. Summer Night turned to look at the Thousand Emperor Kagaya and the others who were waiting for him, threw Armit's card to them with a wave of his hand, and then sent them away. These are your classmates, I heard that you were admitted to Shongying, congratulations. Shiratori looked at the classmates who dispersed in Shongying's school uniform behind Xia Ye and smiled. Congratulations on taking the first step in your dream and becoming a police officer. But listen to your grandfather, haven't you been transferred to the area of Shongying School? It's still quite far from Shongying. Summer Night and Shiratori talked and walked, came to an open-air coffee shop, pulled out a chair and sat down, and called the waiter to serve 2 cups of coffee. Today is not a day off. With Summer Night's understanding of Shiratori, he is by no means a person who will skip work and hang out, and he may have his part in dragging his illness into battle, and he will never come all the way here. And why did Xia Ye and the others run so far over? Xia Ye originally planned to find a random place near Shongying to celebrate, but who knew that the drivers of the 8,000,000 families would be able to walk so far out? However, Xia Ye didn't know that this Times Square was actually the property of 8 million families, and at this time, 8 million announced that all students were free of charge, which made most of the partners cheer and flock into the mall. I'm here because isn't this a little Summer Night? Long time no see, I've become handsome, do you want to spend a wonderful and unforgettable night with my sister? Just as Shiratori wanted to explain, a sexy and charming voice interrupted the two, and Summer Night shuddered when she heard this voice, and suddenly had a bad feeling, which seemed to evoke very terrible memories in Summer Night's mind. A coolly dressed and hot lady walked to Shiratori from behind Xia Ye and sat down, grabbed Shiratori's arm, and threw a wink at Xia Ye, which scared Xia Ye into a spirit. Summer Night looked at this stunning woman who attracted the attention of the men around her, but she had the urge to run away. Ha ha ha, Sister Zifeng, I didn't expect you to be here. You're dating big brother Shiratori, so I'll leave without bothering. Summer Night smiled awkwardly, and threw Shiratori a look at you that you were so good, and then made an excuse to slip away. Don't look at this woman so beautiful and charming, but don't want it to be as simple as you see. No, Xia Ye, listen to my explanation, Zifeng and I are not what you think, you also know where Zifeng comes from, we are just doing a secret mission together. Shiratori also pulled out his arm that was held by Zifeng with a cold face, wiped it vigorously as if it was infected with some virus, and hurriedly stopped the Summer Night that was about to retreat. Zifeng is just a code name, from the secret elite operation team, Sakura, that the police began to build more than 10 years ago. This is a team that hides in the dark to enforce the law, and it is precisely because of this team that the police have not been completely replaced by professional heroes. This team is full of strange people, strong, but not visible to the world. The public has no idea that there is such a team, and even most of the police themselves have only heard of this mysterious law enforcement team, but have not seen it with their own eyes. Even Summer Night only knew a few of them because they had helped them on a mission together. And Zifeng's position in Sakura is an intelligence officer of the agent class, and his strength is not strong, but he is an ace officer who is comfortable collecting intelligence from various forces. That's right, it's him, the male him. Phoenix, male is Phoenix, female is Phoenix. Zifeng, a hallucinatory personality, can partially interfere with other people's vision and hearing, usually appears in a variety of beautiful female characters, and likes others to call him his sister, but Xia Ye has seen his true face, a rough uncle full of muscles. Can you imagine that she is obviously a sexy beauty with all kinds of charms and seductions, and she poses in a seductive posture with thousands of manners, but in the next second, she actually becomes a bodybuilding posture with lush chest hair, and the breath of philosophy comes to your face. If it was just that, Xia Ye would not be so afraid of him. After all, Xia Ye often uses his personality transformation to change female characters, but the problem is that Zifeng is actually a, and his muscles are as muscular as armets, and he is still a sufferer, which makes people feel a chill. Oh, what are you guys doing on a secret mission? Xia Ye was very curious. After all, the combat ability of Shiratori and Zifeng was not very strong, and if there was any important task, someone should be sent over. That's right, while patrolling near the hero, I accidentally intercepted a bit of information. A large number of members of an enemy force are approaching the area, as if they are planning something here. But I didn't pay attention to my superiors when I reported it, so I notified Sakura, and asked them to help find out what was going on. Shiratori also knew about the existence of Sakura, because of his grandfather's relationship, and he was familiar with many of them. However, Xia Ye is more curious about the report of the grandson Shiratori, the head of the Metropolitan Police Department, who will not be taken seriously. Is he thinking that his position is too high, and wants to descend? However, Xia Ye was relieved after thinking about it carefully. Unlike Xia Ye, with the style of Shiratori, he must have concealed his identity when he entered the police department, and he didn't want to rely on his grandfather. I was sent to confirm the news with Shiratori, and this time I have a general understanding of the other party's origin. Zifeng, who was originally disgusted and unhappy by Shiratori on a summer night, also interjected at this time and added, "Look at it, it's a very dangerous enemy organization. It can actually alarm you." Sakura to confirm it in person. It's not convenient to say it. Sakura can easily not go out of the mission, to avoid being exposed to the eyes of the world, and will try to hide his origin when he goes out of the mission. Even if I didn't participate in the last ninja extermination war, it was because there were too many unrelated people on the scene at that time, and it was inconvenient to take action. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Anyway, Xia Ye is also a person who was favored by our boss, and you almost entered the Sakura, and became your own. Who's TM and you're your own person? Xia Ye hugged his arm and couldn't help but shiver, and said in disgust. When Summer Night helped him with his mission, he was invited to join many times due to his strength, but he was rejected by Summer Night. Joke, how can this kind of department join casually? This secret agency looks like a knife hidden in the dark, and there is no honor at all. Although Summer Night doesn't really care about any honor, the unknown knife, once it loses its use, I'm afraid it will be quietly disposed of. As the so-called cunning rabbit dies and the lackey cooks, the birds hide their bows. I don't want to get into this kind of trouble and come back on a summer night, so it's better to live my quiet student campus life honestly. This enemy organization is not very strong, but it is quite troublesome, and if it is not handled properly, it may cause social contradictions and turmoil. There aren't many people in this enemy organization, and all of them are personality. Wait, what did you just say? All of you have no personality. Did I hear me right? Summer Night looked at each other in astonishment, and plucked out her ears suspiciously. Such an enemy organization composed entirely of no personality is probably not paper. That's right, it's all individual. This enemy group, known as the Original Species, was founded by a pair of non-personality brothers, and has been recruiting like-minded non-personality people since its inception. Now the scale has grown quite large. In fact, the Original Species is said to be an enemy organization, and more precisely, it should be called a cult organization. Because they believe that individuality is the real human being, and regard individuality as a demonic temptation, they call individuality degenerate, try to persuade the world to give up the power of individuality, and even think that professional heroes are sinners, the source of darkness and sin. Tut tut, the two brothers who were very middle school too, a bit of my demeanor back then, I'm optimistic about them. Okay, no kidding. But then again, will such an organization composed of middle two people with no personality be called trouble by you? Xia Ye hugged his stomach and bent over to hold back a smile, waving his hand to the two Shiratori, who were speechless at each other. That's because the two brothers, although they are impersonal, are both genius scientists, and they have achievements in their respective fields that are difficult for others to achieve, and they are called Dr. M and Dr. B. Among them, Dr. M has a fiery temper, a strong desire for destruction, and is good at mechanical human body modification. Dr. B is a gentleman on the surface, but he is actually very cruel and vicious, and he is good at biological human body modification. The individual who joined were more or less transformed by them and began to have good combat effectiveness. Wow, isn't that amazing? Hello, good evening, everyone. Just as the Summer Night was amazed, suddenly a voice sounded in the square, and the loud sound attracted the attention of the people in the square, making them turn their heads to find the source of the sound. Chapter 70. There, look, someone suddenly stretched out his finger and screamed upward, and everyone looked up, and the large screen hanging outside the mall building in Times Square to play advertisements changed at some point, and two hooded men appeared to occupy the entire screen. We are the leaders of the Primordial Organization, and you can call me Dr. M.B. The two men smiled slightly at the corner of their mouths, and suddenly lifted their hoods to reveal their faces that were previously shrouded in darkness and could not be seen clearly, and they actually had M and B tattoos on their faces, and introduced themselves to everyone. It really said that Cao was here. They were still talking about these two brothers just now on a summer night, but they didn't expect them to appear directly in front of them. Since the advent of individuality, our society and our lives have changed dramatically, like professional heroes, like increasing crime. Gradually, you are all beginning to get used to this power that comes from nowhere, and you are still used to its role in life, but have you ever wondered where this inexplicable power comes from? The two brothers stopped their words and brewed the atmosphere, as if waiting for everyone's thoughts and answers. A manga writer named Nagasaki gave you, listening to the two brothers' speeches, Summer Night complained silently in the bottom of her heart. Do you think that this power is a gift and a gift from God or God? No, on the contrary, it is a bait from the devil. Think of the enemy that happens to you every day for no reason. Think of the relatives and friends who have lost because of these disasters. What is the cause of this? That's right, it's this evil force called personality. No, it's the author of the comics. Summer Night still complained, but she began to wonder where the enemy was now. Because the camera is zoomed in too closely, Xia Ye can't see the background behind the two enemy brothers at all, but there is a faint bad feeling in his heart. The white bird on the side finally reacted, took out the phone to report the situation here to the headquarters, and then went to stop the crowd who were recording videos with mobile phones, and persuaded them to leave quickly. There may be an enemy attack here. But how can the people who want to watch the lively melon-eating crowd listen to it? There is just big news on the scene to watch, and some people even called a nearby TV station. After a while, an army of reporters arrived at the scene and began to set up the guys who were eating. If professional heroes and police officers were so efficient, how could there be so many crimes? And the most evil of them are not the enemies and criminals, but the heroes, the professional heroes who can only be made with personality. As if recalling the memories of a teenager when he applied for the hero course but was rejected because of his lack of personality, the two brothers of the original head of the original breed showed a look of disgust on their faces when they talked about professional heroes, and gritted their teeth and accentuated their tone. The two brothers who had excellent grades at the time applied for several hero colleges and universities with dreams. Of course, they were still a little self-aware and did not choose those famous universities, but some small hero schools, but even so, they were still turned away. Ha ha ha, even if you can be a hero, then I can be a hero of Armit's strength. They never forgot the faces of those who rejected their schools, mocking their dreams. So the two brothers tried their courage, and with their own knowledge, they finally developed a way to become strong without personality. That is, the human body is modified, and people become stronger by implanting mechanical weapons or biological cells into the human body. They completely rely on the power of the devil to maintain the so-called justice, but they are corrupted by the power of the devil and manipulated by the devil, and they are no longer truly selfless heroes who do not ask for anything in return. We humans don't need demonic powers, we can create our own powers. Summer Night roughly understood the meaning of the two brothers. It was nothing more than that they had no personality to be professional heroes, and began to become cynical. Coupled with the professionalism of the heroes now, they began to hypnotize themselves and other non-personality people. Personality is an evil demonic force. Typically, if you can't eat grapes, you say that grapes are sour. Xia Ye looked at the two brothers with amusement, but the next moment, a familiar voice came from the screen and made Xia Ye's face change drastically, leaving the white birds behind, and the two rushed out directly despite their shouts. No. My brother once said that although today's professional heroes are not as much like bounty hunters as heroes, whether they are for money, fame or anything else, they have helped others after all, let those in need out of their predicament, and brought hope, so they are not the evil force you said. You enemies who hurt others are not qualified to insult heroes. Hey, someone dares to contradict us, let's see who is so bold. The two brothers waved their hands, and the camera suddenly began to zoom out, revealing the scene around them. I don't know how many floors of the spacious shopping mall is in a mess. The originally lively shopping area is empty. All kinds of goods are scattered everywhere. Some shelves are also full of bullet holes, and there are still some blood stains on the ground, which makes people palpitate. In the center of the mall squatted a large number of panicked people with their heads in their hands, forming a circle with their backs to the outside, surrounded by enemies walking back and forth with submachine guns, and occasionally raising their muzzles to intimidate the hostages or holding the hostages with their feet. Among them, a little girl in a school uniform with one eye and an eye patch stood up in the midst of the hostages and glared at the enemies, drawing the guns of the enemies to each other. That's right. What can make Xia Ye's face change greatly is naturally the sound of the bird swimming in Liuhua. The scene of, is this little girl going to die, caused an uproar from reporters and the crowd outside, and they began to worry about this cute little girl. What a brave little girl, but it's a pity that a naughty interrupting child like you is not likable. I saw that Dr. M, who had a tattoo of the word M on his forehead among the two brothers, stared at the little bird Yu Liuhua. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, waved his hand in motion for his hand to solve it, and then planned to turn around and continue to face the camera to speak. Several enemies made eye contact with each other, and finally it seemed that a strong man in a small white vest had won the right to dispose of it, only to see him put his submachine gun behind his back and walk towards the bird Yu Liuhua with a cruel smile. As he walked into the crowd, the wrist of his right hand began to make a mechanical sound, and the entire palm of his hand naturally fell off and fell to the ground, revealing a sharp blade, and the cold light on the blade made people feel unconsciously afraid. With a bang, a figure flew upside down directly over the hostage who didn't dare to move, and landed at the feet of Dr. M, who had just turned around, and was the tragic enemy who planned to pull the bird out of Liuhua. I advise you not to do anything to the true eye of the evil king, or you will face the two great fears of darkness and night. A pitch-black crow's head stood in front of Rokuka, his eyes coldly looking at the enemy who pointed the gun at them again, and his tone was cold, making the enemies with the gun shiver. And there was also a girl holding a red soft sword standing next to the little bird Yu Liuhua, staring at the enemies with a cold face, drawing out the sword flower from time to time, ready to strike at any time. That's right, I won't let you hurt Xiao Liuhua. Give it on. Frog-blowing Meiyu and the other classmates also reacted, and stood up one after another to protect the front of Liuhua. It's over. Summer Knight's sister actually stood up and hit the enemy's head. What should we do? Am I going to die? I don't want to die yet. I haven't been with the pretty big sister yet. Where are you on a summer night? The little bird Yu Liuhua was squatting on the ground not far from the little grape. Tian Minoru looked desperate, looking at the classmates who stood up one after another to protect Liuhua. Although his legs were weak and scared, he still stood up with tears in his eyes. At this time, Xia Ye was stealthily bypassing the hostage-taking enemy minions downstairs in the mall and sneaking in. Xia Ye planned to find the location of Xiaotiao Yu Liuhua and others first, and save his sister and classmates. So even if Xia Ye saw the hostages in need of help on other floors, he didn't rescue them, so as to avoid startling the snakes. After all, it is human nature to choose between strangers and acquaintances to save the people close to them, and it is understandable. It is believed that the real tricky combat power of the enemy should be near their leader, and as long as they are eliminated, these junk minions can be handed over to the professional heroes who will arrive at the rescue immediately. Diddy, searching all floors to no avail, and just as he was about to continue upstairs on Summer Night, a small prompt suddenly sounded in his trouser pocket, making Summer Night stop moving forward. Xia Ye took it out and saw that it was actually a headset that had been forgotten after the end of the previous actual combat training, and someone actually contacted him at this time. It must be Chong secretly stepping on them. Summer Night hurriedly connected the headset. Summer Night, oh no, when we were visiting the mall, an enemy suddenly broke in, and the others were held hostage before they could run away. Only I was covered by everyone, relying on my personality to run away and hide. I used your sister's mobile phone to call you, but you turned it off, but fortunately, Meiyu's headset is still with me, so I was able to contact you. As soon as Xia Ye was connected, before he had time to inquire about the situation, Yi Yintu's anxious voice immediately came from the headset. Xia Ye's mobile phone was turned off when he just left school, but fortunately, Yi Yintu snatched the headset of the frog blowing the plum rain and eavesdropped on the Summer Night chat and forgot to return it, so there was a way to contact Xia Ye. Don't worry, I already know the general situation. You tell me the location of their floor, and I'll be there shortly. They're in the children's clothing section on the XX floor. At that time, a few of us girls were accompanying your sister to buy clothes, when we suddenly heard a burst of gunshots, and after a while, we saw Chong Dian and their boys being driven in with many others. I took advantage of the chaos to escape. I don't know what's going on. I should still be there now. I know. You be careful and hide so as not to be discovered. I will save the others. Xia Ye communicated with Yi Yintu, then put away the headset and hurried towards the target location provided by Yi Yintu. Chapter 71. Let's not mention the summer night that is coming in a hurry, and the little bird swims to the side of Liuhua. HMPH, since you want to accompany her, then. Wait, brother. Just as Dr. M was about to give the order to deal with the troublemakers, Dr. B, who had a tattoo of B on his forehead, suddenly stepped forward to stop his brother, Dr. M. Looking at their school uniforms, it seems that they are Shangdiang students, and their neat shot just now may still be heroic. Should we play a little game with them to add fun to today's event? Facing his brother's suspicious and probing gaze, Dr. B smiled wickedly and explained. Elite candidates for little heroes, then let's test the quality of future heroes. The two brothers, Dr. M and Dr. B, smiled at each other and seemed to agree on something just by making eye contact. It seems that you are the future heroes and rising stars from Shangdiang University. Since you disagree with us, then prove it with facts. Dr. B waved his hand casually, telling the men surrounding the offending to stand back, and looked at the group of teenagers in front of him with bad intentions. What do you want to do? Thousand Emperor Wei vigilantly stepped out of the team, pointed his sword at the two brothers on the high platform opposite, and stood in front of everyone, as if he was going to do it without saying a word, but his heart sank slightly. Smack. Faced with the offense of the sword of the Thousand Emperor Karagya, the two Doctor brothers did not show any anger on their faces, but instead raised their hands and reached over their heads and clapped their hands, as if they were calling for something. Just when everyone began to wonder, they saw two black-robed figures slowly walking out of the shadows of the originally scattered shelves. Even if they stepped on something, it didn't disrupt their rhythmic steps, and they came to stand behind the two brothers in silence. Both of them were shrouded in black robes, and there were no clues, and their tall figures silently suppressed everyone present. The hostages were in a commotion, becoming more and more nervous and flustered, but they didn't dare to move too much, and lowered their heads for fear of attracting the guns of the enemies around them. But they didn't see that the gun-wielding enemies didn't pay attention to them at all, but stared at the two black-robed enemies who had just appeared, with an indescribable envy and thirst for power. Compared to the others, the two of them are the most perfect work of our two brothers. They were all just impersonal beings who were ridiculed and despised by others, but after the careful transformation of our two brothers, they have been reborn and become powerful warriors. The two brothers looked at the two of them with intoxicated expressions, as if they were looking at their own excellent children. No, it is indeed their children. After all, it is the two brothers who give these two people a new life, and the effort they put into these two people is no less than the hard work of parents for their own children. Don't say we won't give you a chance. Let's have a friendly match. As long as you heroes can beat them one-on-one and win one, just win one game, and we'll release all the hostages here without harming them in the slightest. On the other hand, if you fail or refuse, there will be a river of blood here. What do you think of this advice? These people's lives are in your hands, little heroes. The two brothers looked at these young men playfully, not taking them into account at all. They didn't think that these students who had not yet stepped into the circle of professional heroes could make any waves. Their two painstaking works, even if the average experienced professional hero came over, they would end up with hatred, not to mention these hero flowers who were still growing in the greenhouse. They are here to defeat these future heroes with their own works, and I believe that the reporters outside will definitely record this scene, so that those hateful professional heroes with personality know that it is not a great thing to have personality. They can be strong enough to defeat them without personality, and those hero schools that rejected them at the beginning did not want to run. Their revenge has just begun. What to do? It's a chance. As long as we win the next game, it's safe. The tall shoji looked down at the other partners and asked for their opinions. But we don't have permission outside of school, so we can't use our personality at will. Wouldn't it be so simple to use your personality to fight the two of them, even though the enemy leader said that those two deep dark guys were impersonal, but I don't think it was so easy for them to be called perfect, and we don't know if we can defeat them with our personality. Shanming Electric and Erlang Shongshong said worriedly, worried about the restrictions of the personality law, and worried about the enemy's strength. Now it's not a question of violating the law of personality, nor is it a matter of whether the enemy is strong or not, but we have no way to retreat and have to fight. If you are afraid, let me come first. Anyway, I have no personality. The law of personality has no binding force on me, although there is no combat weapon, but I am still a little confident in my swordsmanship. As long as I win the first battle, even if it is okay, you don't have to play again at all. Thousand Emperor Wei held a soft sword without a sheath, and he also frowned his heroic sword eyebrows. Xiandi Wei, who has been very good since he was a child, has a very confidence in his combat effectiveness. When I was a child, for some reason, I went to the world to visit and explore the masters of ninjas, samurai, martial artists, and other kinds of fighting, although I didn't get the answer I wanted, but I inadvertently found that although I didn't have a personality, I had an extraordinary talent for these fighting skills. So Thousand Emperors Kazuya began to practice penance since he was a child, and while continuing to search for the person he wanted to find all over the world, he learned various ways of fighting in various genres. Now she is proficient in all kinds of fighting techniques, especially in the way of swordsmanship. She is better than the blue, and she can be called a master of swordsmanship. Coupled with her various high-tech equipment, at least in her own class, except for the powerful summer night and the temporary incomprehension of the details of the scorching jelly, she thinks that with her own strength, she will win against anyone. The reason why she almost lost to Shanming Electric in this training was that she thought it was all because of carelessness and that she didn't carry a strong combat uniform. But now Xiandi Kazuya not only did not bring a powerful combat uniform against the enemy, but also because he was participating in a dinner, he even put the simple combat uniform brought to the school in the classroom and did not bring it, only a portable soft sword. Although Thousand Emperor Kazuya was extremely confident in her swordsmanship, she could only barely protect herself and leave safely, and she couldn't take care of the others, so she could only choose to fight. That's right, if you don't even have the responsibility to be a hero, then how can you be a good hero? Perhaps you will regret losing your heroic credentials for violating the law of individuality today. But if you don't fight today, then you will regret the loss of people's lives every time you think of not making a move today in your future heroic career. Anyway, I'm going to make a move, Sister Kagaya, let's add me too. The little bird Yu Liuhua, who is often filled with poisonous chicken soup on summer nights, is serious, and the words she says make everyone ashamed, but I didn't expect that this little girl who has just met for a short time and is cute in their eyes also has such an awareness. Chapter 72. I also want to fight. I'm not even a little girl, I want to be a real hero. Shanming, who was still worried about personality restrictions, suddenly screamed, and electric sparks flashed on his body, but judging from his slightly trembling legs, he was still a little scared. We also want to participate. We can use wheel battles, so that we, who are not strong in frontal battles, can first test their strength by consumption, and then you will be shot by Xiandi classmates, so that our chances of winning the next game will be greatly increased. Shanming Electric's enthusiastic words somewhat boosted the low morale of others, and everyone asked for battle. Don't leave it to chance. If you don't have enough strength, it's not just a matter of failure. It's not training in the school now. They're the real enemy. They won't show mercy to our men. The difference in strength is too great, and they may be killed before they have time to admit defeat. Xiandi Wei categorically rejected the idea that others wanted to participate in the war, and directly found out the stakes in the cruel reality, and poured a basin of cold water on everyone, making everyone quiet again, and scared Shanming Dian's legs trembling even more. But if Shanming participates, Xiao Liuhua won't have to make a move. Chong Dark, and Shanming should be the most aggressive trio. Try to win one of the 3 matches, but don't fight to the death. After all, the enemy may not keep his promise. Quote, in the eyes of Thousand Emperor Kagaya, the combat power of the 3 of them is guaranteed, and it should be the strongest among these people, and it is impossible to let a little girl like little bird Yu Liuhua participate in such a dangerous battle. If something happens, not only can she not explain to Xia Ye, but she also can't forgive herself. No, I won't make a move in this battle. Let's count the true eye of the evil king. When others were discussing, he was silent, as if he had been wandering his mind and suddenly spoke, but the words he spit out surprised everyone. Shanming Electric and the others all looked at Chongdian, who refused to fight, as if they had seen the wrong person. They thought that they were still afraid of the personality method, and they did not dare to use their personality to fight the enemy. Only Thousand Emperor Wei Yi looked at the abnormal Chong Dark stepping on the shadow, as if he had realized something, looking up at the surroundings looking for something. Often, okay, since Chong Yan doesn't want to participate, don't force him, then let's go on the little six flowers. Thousand Emperor Wei Yi interrupted everyone's conversations, although she didn't find anything, but she already had a faint guess in her heart. Are you too crazy? Let's do it. After all, Xiao Liuhua is still there. 8,000,000 looked at the Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and Chong Dark in amazement, and there was a feeling that he didn't understand, and he almost figured out what he could figure out, but he still wanted to replace the little bird Yu Liuhua into battle. Kukuku, God of the Creator, do not underestimate the power of my black flames. My power can easily burn these enemies who dare to offend my majesty, so that they can know the fate of provoking the true eye of the evil king. The little bird Yu Liuhua directly interrupted the words of 8,000,000 Bai, held his forehead with his right hand and laughed, recovering the nature of the middle two, but a pair of smart eyes were turning and staring. Liuhua, who was extremely familiar with the shade of often stepping on the shade, obviously understands something. Raka knew that if she hadn't been instructed by someone, Chongdark would never have let her take the risk. But even if we win the game, how can we guarantee that they will release the hostages? Maybe they are just playing tricks on us. You must know that they are enemies and they may not keep their promises. Give it to you. Frog blowing plum rain with his fingers in his mouth said that most people tacitly pressed in the bottom of their hearts, and the last thing they want to say is concerned. Yes, how can they believe the promises of their enemies, and pray that they are met with an honest and trustworthy enemy? Doesn't that mean we're out of help? It's scary. I don't want to die yet. Woo woo woo. Minoru Minda shivered as he looked at the enemies around him who were fiercely eyeing them and waiting for their answer, and shed tears of remorse and despair. I knew I was going to participate in this celebration, but now everyone is almost gone. We don't have to dwell on the question of whether the enemy will release the hostages. What we have to do is to delay as much time as possible, avoid the enemy from harming the hostages, and wait for rescue. I believe that Yi Yintu, who escaped, has already informed Xia Ye, and it is estimated that he should arrive soon, so we just need to delay until Xia Ye arrives. Qiandi Wei comforted others, but it can't be regarded as all comfort. In fact, Qiandi Wei does put hope on Xia Ye. At least there should be no one on the scene who understands Xia Ye's strength better than her. The strength of the Summer Night is very clear, and it is not only Kakashi Hachiki who played the friendly game yesterday, but also the female general in military uniform a month ago. In the last Shangquan family extermination war, the military sent support personnel who happened to have people from their Thousand Emperor family, and when he came back to report to the head of the Thousand Emperor family, Thousand Emperor Kagaya was also present at that time. And at that time, she happened to have a piece of information, a copy of the information that was investigated by the family's intelligence agency because she was better than herself in the Shongying actual combat entrance exam. After listening to that person's description of the battle in the summer night, Thousand Emperor Wei tore up the information on the spot, which made the head of the Thousand Emperor family angry and reorganized his own intelligence agency. What is the grandson of the angry flame hero, but he has not inherited his strong fire personality, but only a small transformation personality. Although he has good combat power after transformation, he is a high-level transformation system, but his strength is about the new star hero graduates. He is handsome, and if he develops well after graduation, he may be able to enter the bottom of the hero list with his high popularity. Do you still rely on high popularity to enter the ranking at the end of the hero list? As far as the performance of the strength of the summer night is concerned, the modesty point can be ranked in the top 5 of the hero list, and the exaggerated point can be completely compared with the number 2 Andwar, and at such an age, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a symbol of peace for the next generation. However, the intelligence officers of the Thousand Emperor family can't be blamed. After all, Xia Ye has been very low-key before this, and even Xia Ye's family doesn't know Xia Ye's true strength very well. I heard that almost all the high-level government officials who knew the situation at that time had held more than one meeting for the genius of this little bird to discuss their attitude towards him, and some people thought that it was necessary to actively win them over, and some people thought that as long as they did not provoke them, it would be good to maintain the current relationship. None of the brains have proposed to kill Summer Night, at least not on the surface. After all, it's not a fool to be a big guy. It's impossible to make a bad deal with such a future star for no reason. Of course, what was discussed at the end of the meeting was unknown to others, but the number of government assignments received by the Bird Wanderer's Hero Office began to increase significantly, and most of them were still some effortless and well-paid differences. Chapter 73. While the little heroes are discussing countermeasures, the police have finally arrived in Times Square, and although they are the last to arrive, they at least maintain order at the scene. Listen to the enemies in the building. Please don't resist uselessly, release the hostages now and surrender, and strive for leniency. The policemen who surrounded the mall looked at the advertising screen outside the mall building that broadcast the scene live, and began to shout to the enemies in the mall with the help of professional heroes of the sound system. And there are also some professional heroes standing next to the police car. All of them are professional heroes patrolling nearby or happening to pass by, but they are all just watching the live broadcast on the screen like the police, and no one is trying to enter the mall to solve the enemy and rescue the hostages. In fact, just now, a few professional heroes rushed to the scene first and sneaked in, but they didn't want to be discovered by the enemy. As for the consequences, the police and professional heroes who arrived behind only saw some cold corpses thrown on the ground outside the entrance of the mall, both those of the professional heroes who had infiltrated earlier and those who had been taken hostage. This is a warning, a wordless warning. But I have to say that this set works very well. At least now professional heroes and police officers do not dare to act rashly, and can only wait anxiously outside, discussing plans and programs. It's noisy and irritating. Weapons of war, get rid of these annoying flies. Dr. M, who was still leisurely waiting for the little heroes to discuss and reply, was distraught by the shouting of the police outside the window, and directly crushed the fruit he was eating, splashed a large amount of juice on the ground, and then shook off the residue on his hands, and said to the black-robed man who had been silent behind him. Yes, doctor. After a cold mechanical response, a tall black-robed enemy stepped out, stretched out a pair of inhumane iron hands from the black robe, slowly pulled and untied the black robe tie around his neck, and began to walk towards the floor-to-ceiling window by the wall. As the weapons of war approached rhythmically, the black robe on his body began to fall off, and a robotic man covered in metal like a Terminator appeared in everyone's eyes. Is this a reformer? It looks like there's going to be a tough battle next. I don't know if we can win it. Xia Ye and his friends looked at the war weapons with cold and stiff expressions, and their hearts felt a little heavier. However, when Xia Ye remembered the guess in his heart, he seemed to have a trace of support and protection, and his heart relaxed a little. I saw the war weapon stop in front of the window, looked at the glass in front of him without saying a word, and suddenly clenched his fist and hit the floor-to-ceiling window with his bare hands, only to hear a click. The glass shattered in response, but his hand did not hurt a bit. The weapon of war casually shook off the glass slag sticking to his hand, and stared at a pair of red electronic eyes at the large number of police cars gathered downstairs, and the red light flashed frequently, as if aiming and calculating. Although the police knew from the screen that because of their shouting, the enemy leader had sent someone to deal with them, but because the camera was focused on the hostages, the police did not know where the enemy who came out of the camera range would suddenly appear and start attacking, and they were nervously looking around vigilantly. The red electronic eyes of the Suo war weapon stopped flickering, and several miniature missiles flew out of his open chest one after another, aiming at the confused police officers and professional heroes on the ground, preparing to go to their destination. Not good, it's missiles. Retreat. Everyone retreat quickly. Looking at the cylindrical object with the tail of flame on the tall building, the policemen and professional heroes below didn't know what it was because they were too tall at first, but when they saw it clearly, the policemen's faces turned white all of a sudden, and they were so frightened that they quickly retreated, but it was too late. Boom, rumble, boom. The missile arrived in the blink of an eye, and without waiting for everyone to evacuate to safety, several police cars instantly turned into several huge fireballs, and then burst out like fireworks, and the heat wave that stirred up instantly overturned the nearby police officers and professional heroes who were scurrying around. Fortunately, the police have evacuated the people who were originally watching the excitement of eating melons, otherwise I am afraid that there would be heavy casualties. However, even so, many police officers were affected by the explosion, lying on the ground covering their bleeding wounds and wailing. And this bloody scene was truthfully recorded and broadcast live by reporters not far away, which made the hearts of the people who followed this enemy incident on the internet palpitate. Why haven't you, Sakura, sent someone over? Even if it's far away, you should almost be on the scene now. Haven't you been tracking this organization for a long time? While shuttling through a messy bombing area to rescue the wounded, Shiratori quietly asked Zifeng, who was also busy. Originally, this time, the original species took the initiative to surface, and the captain planned to lead the team in person. But as soon as I heard that Summer Night was here, I didn't worry about it at all, but went to prepare for prison, saying that there are quite a lot of original species people, and I have to find a bigger place. There is no time to use personality to cover up the changes. Zifeng, who has turned back into Uncle Ruff's real body, smiled bitterly at the back of the unconscious wounded. You believe in Xia like that, even if you can't expose it casually, you can't completely let Xia deal with the enemy, right? Sorry. Shiratori's eyes widened incredulously, and his hands couldn't help but be heavy, and the wounded scolded his mother for a while. You don't understand, you've been studying abroad, so I don't know how strong Xiao Ye is now. Of course, we don't know his true strength very well, but what we have seen in a few collaborations has already made our captain always want to pull Xiao Ye into the cherry blossoms. In addition, there was a report about Xiao Ye a month ago, and our captain was worried that as long as Xiao Ye was willing to join the team, he would give way. After Zifeng waited for the white bird to put down the wounded and handed them over to the medical staff, he quietly explained in his ear. Is Xiao Ye so strong now, is it really? Hey, it seems that there's news of Xiao Ye. Shiratori, who was sighing, suddenly saw a small bird hovering and chirping above his head, so he stretched out his hand and let the bird land on the palm of his hand. Xiao Ye said that he had just confirmed that the powerful enemies of the original seed had gathered in one place, and he would leave it to him to deal with. The other floors are full of minions that don't pose a big threat, so we can quietly start rescuing the hostages and try not to alarm him. The little bird chirped, and when the white bird had finished translating, it gently pecked the white bird's hand and flew away. It's really convenient for you to transmit information about sex, I really envy it. Zifeng, who is an intelligence officer in Sakura, has a very red-eyed and white bird personality. Hee, This little bird was not summoned by me, but found by Xiao Ye, otherwise I would not be able to receive the message so easily by relying on my personality alone. I've seen Nida transform into a maiden, and she can summon birds like me, and even drive them to make suicidal attacks, which is much stronger than me. So if you want to talk about envy, it's still Xiao Ye's personality that makes people envious, almost omnipotent. Shiratori remembered the green-haired girl, named Tingtari, who was transformed from Summer Knight in the past when he played and competed with Summer Knight, dressed in a feather suit and holding a steel fork. Chapter 74. Chong Dark, Shangming. Don't let anything happen to you. Izuku Midoriya prayed worriedly, regretting that he didn't go to the party with him, and although it might not be useful to go by himself, he could do his part. Waste for a long time. What are you worried about? Who told that bastard of Summer Knight to get carried away after winning the training, and what kind of celebration is going to be held? And although I don't want to admit it, just these stinky sweet potato enemies, with the strength of that bastard, can be completely handled. Although Bao Hao Shengji is still impatient, there is still a little worry hidden in his eyes, but he is just a dead arrogant, knife-mouthed tofu heart, and he can't say it. In Chongqing University, there are two groups of people watching the news on the screen, worried about the kidnapped Chongdian and others. It was Izuhisa Midoriya, who was going to find the students in the classroom, and the teachers who had been in the principal's office to continue the meeting. It turned out that after the reporter came to the scene, he began to broadcast the situation of the enemy and hostages on the huge screen in the square, and the original species, enemy organization, which is mostly a cult, has no consciousness of being found out by professional heroes and the police in the mall, and continues to broadcast the situation of the scene without any scruples, hoping that this terrorist attack will become big news and let more people know about it. Now the news video of the new students of the Chongqing Hero Department being trapped in the enemy's terrorist attack has suddenly become popular on the internet, especially when the two brothers of the head of the original species forced the Chongqing students to fight against them, and the discussion on the internet suddenly became intense. Without a hero license, without a professional hero license, even hero science students can't use their personality to fight, they're dead. Upstairs is brainless, you're dead. Now that the situation is so urgent, even if they use personality combat, it is understandable. After all, so many people's lives are in their hands, and if they lose or refuse to fight, it will be over. They are still students, they have to bear such pressure. It's okay to say if they win. Once they lose, so many people die. If they can't get over the hurdle in their hearts, I'm afraid the road to heroism will be wasted. No, heroes don't lose, even if they are not grown heroes. Evil does not prevail over good. But they're just students who have just entered the hero department, so I'm afraid they don't have much experience. In this way, they have to fight with adult enemies, and they are afraid that this battle will not be easy to fight, even if they only need to win one battle. Quote. Looking at so many comments on the internet that were not optimistic about the student camp, the emaciated Armit in the principal's office could no longer sit still. No, I have to go over, they are my students, I can't watch them be ruined. Armit banged into a muscular strong man, and was about to run out in a hurry. Wait, it's probably too late for you to rush over now. Although your injuries have healed, for some reason, your strength has not returned to its peak, and it seems that a fire without a root will burn out sooner or later. At that point, even if you are free of injuries and have a healthy body, your strength will continue to weaken until you are gone. Armit, you better stay here. You see this, it's not someone who has already solved it. The headmaster of the White Rat, who was drinking black tea, stopped Olmit, who was about to rush out of the door, and pointed to a hidden black spot in the video screen that was not noticed, looking relaxed and not worried about his students at all. Although some teachers at the scene knew about Olmit's injury at the beginning, they didn't know that Olmit's personality could be inherited, so don't be knowing, and if you use your brain, you will think of Midoriya Izuku, who has the same personality as Olmit in a school, and I'm afraid that they will kill Midoriya, who is still in the cradle, and needs to grow, so Principal White Mouse can't say it too clearly. However, it is really not good for Armit to continue to squander his own little strength like this. After all, Shondo can only heal Armit's injuries, but he can't make the OFA that has been passed down to be lost, so now although Armit seems to be back to strength, his personality's strength is like water without a source, and it will be exhausted sooner or later. And according to Armit's character, he may be consumed faster than before being treated, and without the time limit for transformation, he will definitely use more power than before, busy fighting criminals everywhere, and in the end, when the embers of OFA are burned out, I am afraid that he will turn back into a healthy personality less. But why don't he make a move? With his strength, he can completely solve these enemies. Olmit and the teachers carefully observed the little black dot that the White Mouse principal was pointing to, and it took a long time to barely make out what the little black dot was. Aizawa Shota's eyes began to hurt even more. It was actually a summer night silently hidden in the corner of the scene, and neither the enemy nor anyone else at the scene found him. I'm afraid he has his own plans. After all, we don't know the situation at the scene very well. But I believe that Xia Ye will definitely not die without help, and watch his partner be killed. And although we can't get to the scene, it's not that we can't help the students, at least we can support them in other ways. The headmaster tilted his head cutely and thought about it, then put down his cup, picked up the phone on the table, and began to dial a number. Good evening, I'm the principal of Chongqing, is my student by your side? Bell bell bell. Just when the little heroes in the mall were nervous about the enemy's strong strength, a mobile phone ringtone rang in this oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked for prestige, but it actually came from the night pocket of the Thousand Emperors. The little heroes' faces changed suddenly, and they nervously turned their heads to look at the enemy. Don't answer, bring your phone. The enemies raised their guns vigilantly and looked at the Thousand Emperor Kagaya, shouting and ordering. Tut tut, don't be nervous, put the gun down, you can't be so rude to ask the lady for a mobile phone, it should be like me. Dr. B waved his hand slightly, and then slowly walked in front of Xia Ye, put his right hand on his left shoulder, and gracefully bent down to make a gentlemanly salute. This young lady, may I have this honor to borrow your mobile phone to chat with this caller? I have the right to say no. Thousand Emperor Kazuya resisted the urge to take the person in front of him hostage, took out his mobile phone, glanced at it, and handed it to Dr. B. Even if this enemy leader does not have the combat strength to be captured by her, there is no guarantee that the other leader will be suspicious, and she also faintly senses a hint of danger. I am afraid that Dr. B's strength is not so simple. It's better to be conservative and wait for the support of the summer night. Oh, it's your headmaster's call, so let's hear what he has to say. Dr. B took the mobile phone of Xia Ye, saw the caller ID, raised the phone and shook it towards the camera, and then pressed the speakerphone, and the cute voice of the White Mouse principal on the opposite side came out. Good evening, I'm the principal of Shangying, is my student by your side? Hearing that it was really their own principal, the little heroes raised their heads and stared at the mobile phones in the hands of the enemy, and their hearts seemed to be no longer so nervous, and they felt a little relieved. Naturally, I am. May I ask what the principal of the number 1 Hero High School is calling for? Should it not be to ask me to say hello? Is it to beg me to let your students go? I'm afraid no. If you're watching TV now, you should know that I still have a friendly competition with them. Of course, if you really beg me, I'm not impossible. Dr. B teased the principal of Shangying with a playful face. This is the president of the famous Shangying University. This feeling makes him feel great, as if he is angry at the rejection of his 2 brothers by the hero school. No, this Mr. Enemy, you are mistaken. I naturally know about your friendly competition. This call is not for you, but for my students. My excellent students, I now grant you the right to use your personality outside the school to fight against the enemy outside of the school as the principal of Shangying. Please do your best to fight and rescue the hostages. By the way, I almost forgot, even if the opponent is an enemy, don't be too heavy, I don't want to go to the police station to catch you. After the headmaster finished speaking, he hung up. Doo-doo, hung up, really TM hung up. Dr. B looked at the hung up phone in a daze, and didn't react at all. Haha, your principal is really humorous, does he believe that you little ghosts can beat us? Don't be too heavy, don't want to go to the police station to get people, does he still think that we will die in your hands? Laugh at me, ha ha ha. Dr. B laughed awkwardly a few times, then suddenly began to burst out laughing loudly, and finally he was almost unable to hold his phone, and almost fell to the ground laughing, and even Dr. M and the surrounding enemies began to laugh along. I don't know if we'll be able to beat you, but we'll do our best, and the headmaster's last words weren't for a few of us, but for someone so strong that it would make you desperate. Xia Ye coldly left these enemies who were not even aware of their deaths, although I don't know why Xia Ye has not appeared to save the scene until now, but from the words of the White Mouse principal just now, Xia Ye has already determined that Xia Ye is at the scene. How powerful, ha ha ha, wait, is it your school's ultimate here? Dr. B laughed and swallowed suddenly, and a terrible thought suddenly popped into his mind. It is said that the number 1 hero ultimate is now working for Shangying, and they won't say it's him. As soon as the taboo name of the enemy came out, all the enemies present who were still laughing just now were like ducks with their necks twisted, and they became silent one by one, looking at each other, and even a few enemies did not even know that the submachine guns in their hands fell to the ground. No, they said that it was me, just you shrimp soldiers and crab generals, you don't need to bother with peace symbols to come and run in person. At this time, a young man's voice came out of nowhere, breaking the awkward atmosphere of the scene. 3-0, Chapter 75, no, they say it's me, just you shrimp soldiers and crab generals, you don't have to bother with peace symbols to come and run in person. At this time, a teenager's voice came out of nowhere, breaking the awkward atmosphere of the scene. Who? Give me out. The enemies who were in the midst of Armit Sphere were so frightened by the sudden sound that they tensed their bodies and looked left and right, clutching the submachine gun in their hands, and pinching their palms until they turned white, as if the thing they held in their hands could give them a sense of security. What are you afraid of? A bunch of waste, and it's not a European. HMPH. The hot-tempered Dr. M yelled at his men, but he didn't dare to mention Armit's name again for fear of really bringing him in. This friend, since you're here, please show up, you don't have to hide, you can't see anyone. The sinister Dr. B makes sarcastic remarks and wants to provoke the comers. You don't have to use the agitation method, since I have spoken out, it means that I will naturally come out. With a creak, the doorknob of the safety exit, which had been locked, was turned, the figure of the glass window shook, the door was opened, and a teenager wearing a Shangying school uniform walked out of the gloomy stairwell. The little heroes of Summer Night Brother who were still worried about it all calmed down when they saw the comer, as if they had a chance to win. The enemies looked at the young man in front of them, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces were again with a wicked smile, as if they were happy that there was another prey that had been sent to the door for no reason. But who was the hunter and who was the prey? I'm afraid it's hard to say. On the contrary, the hostages who had thought that the rescue had arrived in the audience in front of the TV turned gray again and were disappointed. Obviously, none of them thought that adding a Shangying student would make much of a difference, but just another hostage. I didn't expect it to be a high-achieving student again. If you don't run away by yourself, are you here to reunite with your classmates? It's really a touching classmate friendship. After a few words of contact with the walkie-talkie in his hand, Dr. B glared at his men, apparently thinking that Summer Night had slipped through the net by an incompetent man. You must know that in order to make this big news this time, the two brothers have brought almost all the people in the organization, and now they are all distributed on all floors of the mall to patrol. Although these subordinates are not strong, they are not blind, and even professional heroes cannot sneak up quietly, let alone a young student. Didn't you say you were going to have a friendly competition, and you wouldn't mind if I came to join in the fun? Summer Night slowly walked over to her companions and waved her hand to soothe their excitement. Naturally, it is an honor, and naturally the more people, the more lively. In the eyes of the enemies, one more Summer Night is just one more program for this performance, and one more enjoyment of watching the young flowers wither. Summer Night, why do you still agree to compete with them? Now that you're here, plus our assistance, you can completely take down all the enemies on the scene. Shanming Electric was very puzzled, looking at the Summer Night and waiting for his explanation. At first, they were simply forced to obey the enemy's threats. But now that the powerful reliance of the Summer Night has come, the form has been reversed, and naturally there is no longer a need to gamble with a small chance of winning according to the enemy's conditions. No, it's not convenient to deal with it directly now. There are also a lot of enemies and hostages on other floors. If you solve their leader, maybe the enemies on other floors will die and hurt the hostages. All we're going to do is hold back the enemies that attract this place so that the pro heroes can rescue them. Quote, what Xia Ye didn't say was that he thought that these classmates of his were still too immature, and there was no harm in going through some combat training. Especially his sister Little Bird Yu Liuhua, it is impossible to protect her on a summer night, and it is time for the young eagle to wave its wings. And Summer Night has always wanted to create a hero office by herself, but the office of Summer Night's family can't be disbanded, so Little Bird Yu Liuhua must become strong and become an heir with strength, so it is only fitting that his own office will be inherited by Liuhua, who is also a fire-based personality. Not to mention that he also received the task of the system. Ding, the task team training. No matter how strong one person is, he can't carry a group. Cultivate your partners, let them start to grow and keep up with your progress. Whether it is the heart or strength, the training strengthens all aspects of the companions so that they can become a qualified hero. This quest is a long-term quest, and rewards are awarded as you progress. Quote, ding, the task more than a touch of growth. The young eagle will eventually take off with its wings to face the baptism of the storm. My sister can't live forever in her family's protective greenhouse, and it's time to start fighting. It doesn't hurt to let Tori Rokuka experience an enemy battle and let her know in advance how terrible it is to adapt to the real enemy. Reward otaku value 300 inches. Okay, it's almost time. Which of you will die first? Dr. M glanced at his watch, interrupted the little hero's whispered deliberations, and waved his hand. Step, 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 the war weapon that had just been used stepped out of the heavy footsteps, as if stepping on the hearts of the little heroes, step by step to the site vacated by the hostages that had just been driven away. This is my Dr. M's carefully modified robot. Almost all of his body is mechanical, and he is equipped with a variety of powerful arms and weapons, which can fully support a small-scale war. I call him a war weapon. Dr. M looked at the weapons of war and talked about it, and introduced his perfect work in a big way, not afraid that the other party would know the intelligence information, and even wanted to introduce all the excellent functions of his child in detail, so that more people could praise his child through live broadcast. Robots, I'm going to be on the show this time. My personality is the best at dealing with this kind of thing. Shanming Electric had an electric current flowing in his hand, and without waiting for his partners to react, he walked to the field with great confidence and stood far away with the weapons of war. This time, it's up to my uncle Shanming to show his might, knocking down the enemy in one fell swoop, and now it's still a live broadcast. There will definitely be a lot of girls watching. Hehehe. Shanming Electric, who was in YY, thought of his future life of hugging left and right, and couldn't help but let out a stupid laugh, completely ignoring the war weapon on the other side and the banter in Dr. M's eyes. Xia Ye looked at Shanming Electric, who seemed to be winning, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This kid is still too young and inexperienced. Although Shanming Electric's personality is indeed more restrained by high-tech mechanical instruments and other personalities, it does not necessarily restrain war weapons. Mechanical personalities are innate, and there is no way, and it is not strange to be restrained by electric personalities. But the weapon of war is not a personality, his ability is acquired. How could his transformer Dr. M allow such an obvious shortcoming to be left on his proud and perfect child? It must have been made up for and strengthened. Shanming Electric is afraid that it will have to suffer this time. Shanming Electric's personality is not strong, it is not weak, and the personality is discharged, and it can only let the current be wound on the body surface, and cannot be freely controlled out of the body. However, if you go all out, you can release a powerful enough lightning ion, but the disadvantage is that not only is it still unable to control the current freely, it will attack in a range of enemies, but if the output power is too strong, the head will be temporarily short-circuited and become demented. Chapter 76. Eat Me a Thunderbolt. Shanming Electric only got along with Xia Ye for a short time, and began to be infected with a little middle two disease. He was a firm believer in the theory that Summer Knight's name could increase the power of his attack. But I don't know that there is still a next sentence in the Summer Knight theory that has not been said, that is, those who have the strength to shout it are called bullshit, and those who have no strength will become stupid. With an electric spark in his hand, Shanming Electric rushed towards the war machine so straight and dignified. Positioning is not enough to move. Xia Ye couldn't help but be nervous, ready to help at any time, afraid that the war machine would directly give Shanming Electric a shuttle. But fortunately, the war weapon didn't take this stunned person in his eyes at all, and stood still and watched Shanming Electric rush in front of him and stretch out his hand, but he still didn't fight back. Shanming Electric leaned out his hand on the chest of the weapon of war, and began to activate his personality. The electric current visible to the naked eye was instantly transmitted to the enemy through Shanming's hand, and the war weapon exploded with golden electric sparks all over its body, like a reflective body. If it works, I win. How can this be? The current that originally spread to the enemy's whole body suddenly flowed into the body of the war weapon as if it was attracted by something, and began to slowly weaken, and it disappeared completely after a while, and even the current in Shanming's own body began to be a little out of his control, and there seemed to be signs of gushing out, so frightened that Shanming quickly let go, panicked away from the war weapon that had been quietly watching him pretend to be useless, and his legs were a little soft. Ha ha ha, the weapon of war is my most perfect child. How can I not know his weaknesses? It took me a lot of energy and time to solve this problem. A super efficient current energy device can solve the problem of robots being afraid of electricity. As for other shortcomings, I have tried to make up for them, such as. Dr. M laughed wildly and opened his mouth to explain to everyone. Are you here for a terrorist attack, or are you here to hold a research product sales meeting? Listening to the enemy on the other side, Xia Ye couldn't help but complain. I have to say that real scientists are some incomprehensible madmen. Little ghost, since you're done with it, it's my turn now. The weapon of war smiled cruelly, raised his hands flat, and the tips of the 10 fingers began to shrink, revealing the muzzle hidden inside, which made people feel chilled. Da da da, the 10 fingers of the war weapon flashed with blue flames, and it began to spray bullets non-stop, and in just a while, I don't know how many bullets were fired, and they all shot towards the upward fire. It's over, am I going to die? Shanming Electric didn't have time to dodge at all, so he could only cross his hands in front of him, so he closed his eyes in despair, and even the audience in front of the TV and computer closed their eyes and couldn't bear to watch anymore. Shanming Dian, who closed his eyes tightly, didn't feel the pain from his body for a long time, so he opened his eyes carefully, quickly closed them again, and took a few steps back, only to look at the dense bullets floating in the air with a panicked face, and his scalp was numb. It's okay, let's admit defeat in this game, let's switch to the next game. The chicken-shaped runes flashed in the eyes of the Summer Knight, and the bullets in the air clanged and fell all over the floor. But, on a summer night, Shanming Electric wanted to say something, but when he saw the bullets on the ground, he fell silent and walked back to his team silently. HMPH, count yourself in luck. The weapon of war peeked at Shanming Electric intently, and did not turn back until he could see that Shanming began to sweat. Here's my child, Black Ant, to present a show for everyone. Dr. B glanced at Summer Knight meaningfully, and then smiled gentlemanly at the camera, as if he were the host of the newspaper. The rest of the black-robed enemies also took off their black robes, but they were a small man with muscles all over his body, not even much taller than them in the Summer Night. The tight-fitting shirt outlined a dark muscle, which was more human-like than the war weapon just now, but a pair of long ant pincer-shaped fangs sticking out of his mouth still proved that this person was actually a modified biological person. Kagaya, you're back, you don't need to go to this game, it's almost time, you have other tasks. Liuhua, let's make a quick decision when you come on the field, and we should start preparing for it. Summer Knight stretched out his hand and pulled back Kagaya, who was about to play with his sword, and motioned for the bird to play Rokuka. Kukukuku, I will eventually return with victory, the true eye of the evil king is the strongest. As soon as the little bird Liuhua heard that she could play, she happily ran up as if she was going to steal the smoke, as if she was afraid that someone would rob her. Oh my god, why is it a little girl who is fighting this time? Are Shongying students scared? The audience in front of the TV computer looked at the bird on the screen in surprise and anger, and was frightened for this little girl who dared to resist the enemy at the beginning. Don't be afraid, my brother is behind me, how can I watch myself in danger and don't care, I just need to let go and fight with all my might. Although little bird Liuhua entered the arena with a fighting spirit, she was still a little apprehensive when she really arrived in the field. After all, this was her first battle in the true sense, but when she looked back at the Summer Night behind her, she relaxed again. Ha ha ha, did they give up? They actually sent a little girl over to die. The Black Ant grinned, and as he spoke, his creepy pincer-like fangs continued to clamp and loosen, making the sound of hard objects colliding. But I like your delicate and tender prey, and that immature scream, it's just unstoppable. The Black Ant remembered the little prey he had tortured and killed before, and his body couldn't stop trembling with excitement. Even an ant would dare to talk to my pitch-black flame envoy like that, and your fangs are really ugly. You just wait to wail under my black flame. Losing people does not lose the battle, even if the bird Liuhua has no bottom in his heart, he is not ambiguous in his mouth. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this game is about to begin, and Original species, Sida sending out my Dr. B's carefully modified biological human, black ant. By implanting the genes of the most ferocious species of ants, it not only has the powerful power of ants, but also is very friendly. Maybe it's the public illness of these researchers. As soon as their works appeared, Dr. B couldn't wait to introduce them, and he didn't hide them at all, as if he was showing off his children's parents, so that his arrogant grandfather appeared in his mind nonsensically on this tense and serious occasion. What is an ant? Asked the scumbag Shanming Electric curiously. In his opinion, how great can the power of the ant be, otherwise why would a person with low strength be called an ant? Ant, also known as man-eating ant, generally refers to a very aggressive carnivorous ant, belonging to the subfamily of fierce ants. If there are many of them, they are extremely fierce and invincible, and even lions, wolves, tigers and leopards are powerless to fight against them. And the strength of the ant is indeed very large. The weight it lifts, it is almost 100 times more than its weight, but because it is too small to be ignored, you must know that if we humans are not a strength personality, most ordinary people will not be able to lift more than 3 times their own weight. For most people who create personality, the amount of knowledge in their brains determines the play of personality, especially the personality of 8,000,000. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 77. And the little hero actually sent a little girl, who looks like she is still a primary school student. Hey, it's really boring. Dr. B glanced at the bird Yu Liuhua in a dull manner, as if he was annoyed that his work could not be appreciated by everyone. His brother's work completed a wonderful performance. Why is he a primary school student? This does not reflect the strength of his child at all. Let me taste your delicate meat. It's all those damn professional heroes. I haven't had a chance to come out hunting for a long time. It's strange that I miss it. The black ant smiled and looked at the body of the little bird Yu Liuhua, scanning up and down, as if thinking about where to start to enjoy this hard-won meal. I have to say that people who have lived at the humble bottom for a long time have suddenly gained great power, and most of them will be controlled by power, which stimulates the suppressed and latent evil desires in their hearts, and begins to gradually metamorphose. The black ant stomped its foot violently, and the whole figure jumped into the air, rushing from the air to the little bird Yu Liuhua, and the ground under his feet collapsed in an instant, and the cracked floor turned into rubble and shot like a bullet. Amaterasu, flame of darkness. Worthy of being a brother and sister, and in the same vein as summer night, little bird Yu Liuhua focused his eyes on the enemy, and boldly shouted out the name of his blind middle two skills. The black flame suddenly appeared, rising in the air without the help of any combustible object, spreading out, as if burning the air, facing the attacking black ants. This is. The black ant was startled by the black flame that appeared out of thin air, but quickly calmed down, crossed his hands on his chest, and wanted to resist breaking through this flame curtain. With the defense on his body, it was completely worthy of any flame attack. The black ant who was about to endure the baptism of the high temperature suddenly changed his face when he was about to endure the baptism of the heat, and his sixth senses intuition alarm bell rang loudly, and he faintly felt a hint of threat. This black flame is not simple. The black ant wanted to dodge in the air but had nowhere to borrow strength, so he could only forcibly twist his waist to the side, trying to dodge the attacking black flame. Although the black ant flashed most of the black flames of the little bird Yu Liuhua with its strong waist strength, it was still swept by a trace of black flame over his left hand, and only this trace was like an appendage, tightly attached to the black ant's hand and burned, and after a while, it grew and extended to the arm and arm. The black ant gritted its teeth and endured the pain and fell to the ground, and hurriedly slapped it with its other hand, trying to extinguish the strange flame, but to no avail. It had no effect, but it was stained, and He Yan climbed up to his right hand. Don't bother, I'm a pitch black flame, my black flame is inextinguishable, even water can burn, you better obediently admit defeat and wait for me to take it back. The little bird Yu Liuhua looked down at the black ants that were rolling and screaming on the ground, raised his hand and opened his palm to withdraw the rest of the black flames that had fallen into the air. The black flames poured back into the hands of the little bird Yu Liuhua and disappeared, and Liuhua proudly cocked her cute little chin and looked back at the summer night, like a kitten with its tail upturned to the sky. Everyone looked at this little girl who seemed to be waiting for someone to praise, and they all dropped their jaws in shock. This little girl is so powerful. Not only can she send out such a powerful black flame attack, but she can also control it at will. It's really amazing. Hey, it's an inexperienced fledgling again. Xia Ye helplessly looked at her sister who relaxed her vigilance and turned back, shook her head in disappointment, and disappeared in place. Be careful. Just when the little bird Yu Liuhua was puzzled and couldn't understand the strange meaning of the summer night, the little heroes such as Qian Wei seemed to see something incredible, and suddenly shouted with a big change in their faces, reminding Liuhua. What? Little bird Yu Liuhua turned his head, and what caught his eye was a foot that was gradually approaching the magnification of the foot and kicked at her, and the strong sound of breaking the air fully illustrated its power. If it was kicked, the cute little head of little bird Yu Liuhua was afraid that it would be exploded like a tofu flower. Caught off guard, Liuhua closed her eyes in a panic, not knowing what to do. It turned out that when the little bird Yu Liuhua turned his head and didn't pay attention, the fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he was ruthless, and he gritted his teeth and directly used the pincer fangs in his mouth to break off his shoulders, biting off his hands, ignoring the strange juice gushing out of his broken wound, and launched a direct attack on the little bird Yu Liuhua. Do you know what you're doing wrong? Just when the little bird Yu Liuhua was scared of the upcoming attack, she suddenly felt someone touch her head, and her brother's voice came from front of her, which made her open her eyes carefully. The summer night that disappeared before appeared at some point in front of Liuhua, leaning sideways and touching her head with one hand, but firmly grasping the black ant's foot with the other, without letting it advance any further. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless, to be able to make a strong man's move to break his wrist. Obviously the last time I was at school, the enemies that my brother defeated were not so tenacious, it's not my fault. Little bird Yu Liuhua lowered her head timidly at first, not daring to stare into Xia Ye's eyes, but after talking about it, she felt that it was not her own problem, and said complainingly. Is also an enemy, why is it so easy to solve in the summer night, and if she is defeated, she will lie on the ground honestly, and she will encounter such a difficult one. No, you're mistaken, the last time I dealt with it in your school, it was just some enemies who went at your students, they bullied the weak and feared the hard, and chose to attack the elementary school without professional heroes. The purpose of the attack was to save their boss. In the end, they were just some gangsters with personality. And this time the enemy, they have no purpose of profit, they are only here to provoke professional heroes, they are pure insane, they are real criminal enemies and their willpower and threat are far stronger than those gangsters. Without waiting for Xia Ye to finish speaking, the black ant shrank the pupils in his eyes, as if he was going to retract his legs and retreat. He naturally knew how strong his strength was, and the young man in front of him could block his hard blow so carelessly. I am afraid that it is not a small role. The black ant tugged at his legs, but found that the other party's one hand was tightly grasping his feet, and he couldn't take it back at all, and Xia Ye actually ignored him and continued to teach his sister as if he didn't feel it. So remember, these enemies can't relax until they're completely incapacitated, and make sure they're completely immobile. After Xia Ye finished speaking, the cow-shaped rune flashed in his eyes, and he picked up the black ant's one foot and began to smash it to the ground. Bang! A large sunken crater appeared on the floor, and the black ants fell straight to Venus, dizzy. The black ant lying on the ground. Before he could spit out the words, he felt a huge force from his feet again, and he was thrown into the air again, and then he was hammered on the floor again, and kept repeating, and the black ant felt that the bones in his body were about to break. Chapter 78. You see, then he is much more honest. Xia Ye looked at his masterpiece with a smile, only to see that Xia Ye was surrounded by deep and shallow pits, and the black ant was lying in one of the pits like a salted fish, with bones shattered all over his body, and he was paralyzed on the ground like soft mud. Everyone looked at the smiling summer night in a cold sweat, whether it was the enemy, the hostages, or the audience in front of the TV and computer, they couldn't help but shiver. This young man is too miserable, he knows that it is wrong to sympathize with such an evil enemy, but he still can't help but mourn for him, it's too pitiful. What a great little hero, who can beat my cutest child? It's so good, it's so exciting, it's so, you're looking for death. Dr. B looked at his work on the ground, and praised Summer Night with a smile on his face, but as he spoke, his face became gloomy, as if he was about to turn his face. What do you want to do? Do you want to break the promise? We have already beaten him and won the next game, are you still not letting go? Xiandi Wei walked out of the team with a sword and asked coldly, his eyes as cold as the sword in his hand. Of course, the little heroes didn't believe that the enemy would keep their promises at first, so they let them go, but when this happened, they were still a little angry and indignant in their hearts. First, this little girl didn't defeat my child, Black Ant, he can continue to fight, as her brother said, this competition is not one of those in your school, nothing ends there, not to mention just losing his hands, as long as he is not dead, the battle will not end and continue. Dr. B looked coldly at the little heroes who seemed to be frightened by his words and smiled disdainfully. That's right, he just looks down on these flowers in the greenhouse. This group of naive schoolboys have no idea how sinister and dark this devouring world is. These naive guys who believe in light and hope will always remind him of the naive self when he first entered society and didn't see the darkness clearly, which makes people so disgusting and annoying that they want to vomit. Sooner or later, I'll take back the hands that my brother and I lost from that man. Dr. B seemed to remember some unbearable past, and vigorously clenched his hands that were obviously intact, and his hatred was completely undisguised on his face. Dr. M, who was on the side, patted his brother's shoulder as if he were in a heart-to-heart, and he looked at his brother with a hint of concern in his cruel and fiery eyes. Second, I said that if you win, you will release the hostages, but I didn't say that I would let you go. You are no longer hostages in my eyes from the beginning of the competition, but like those annoying professional heroes outside, so no matter what the result is, you are all going to die here, ha ha ha. With a wave of his hand, the muzzle of most of his men shifted from hostages to the little heroes, who seemed to pull the trigger at any moment, expecting the fear and pleading of the little heroes. The audience in front of the TV and computer couldn't bear to cover their eyes with their hands, not daring to watch it anymore. Well, aren't you afraid? Dr. B looked at the group of little heroes in front of him with no fear on their faces, wondering where they got their confidence and confidence. Xia Ye exhaled, spread his hands, and touched his sister Liuhua's little head with a smile on his face, but the rest of his eyes kept looking at Erlang Shangshang who was squatting on the ground, and Erlang Shangshang stretched out 2 earphone plugs and inserted them into the floor as if listening to something. We didn't think that you enemies would keep your word, after all, you are fierce enemies, so. Hands on. Just when the enemies were all looking at Xia Ye and still waiting for his explanation, Xia Ye, who received the gesture of, okay in the ear, suddenly let out a loud shout, which made the enemy with the gun so frightened that he almost couldn't hold the robbery in his hand, but it also made the two brothers feel bad. Look at it in the blink of an eye. At some point, without the enemy noticing, the other little heroes had already quietly touched the hostage. 8 million, okay, Xia Ye said that he could do it. I saw a few girls squatting in the middle of the 8 million hundred, waiting for the signal from Xia Ye's side. It worked. After all, it takes a lot of time to make such a big item that can protect so many people, and it may not be successful, but fortunately, this time I was lucky and I managed to catch up. 8 million hundred's back swelled for a while, as if something was about to break through Shangying's blue and white school uniform and began to pop up. Bang! A huge cover cloth magically appeared in the sky above the hostages, and slowly fell down to cover the hostages who looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Bastard! Shoot me! In the face of this sudden change, although the two brothers did not know what the slowly falling giant cloth was for, and what the hell these little heroes were doing, they still knew that these prey waiting for death in their eyes were trying to resist, and began to angrily order their men to shoot. The Thousand Emperor Wei Yi suddenly erupted, and the soft sword in his hand frequently whispered, cutting through the air, the sword flashed, and the blood-colored sword splashed with blood. Ah! The enemies who tried to shoot near the hostages had a blood splash on their wrists, and the enemies cried out in pain and covered their wrists, and the submachine guns in their hands fell to the ground. Rainy season Chan, catch it! Picking up the bird on a summer night and swimming in Liuhua as a throw, only to see Liuhua screaming and crossing an arc in the air, and being caught by the frog's long outstretched tongue wrapped around his waist by the frog blowing plum rain, and then dragged under the cover of the giant cloth the moment ago, he narrowly entered the cover. Shanming, it's up to you, don't worry that your attack will spread to others, that cloth is for insulation. It's up to you, Pikachu, to use 100,000 volts. Ah, Summer Night turned around and came to Shanming Electric, who didn't know everyone's plan at all, and looked confused, and when he lifted Shanming, it was another thrown at the enemy group, and scared Shanming Electric to scream. In midair, Shanming Dian danced with his hands, looking at the enemy who raised the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger with a frightened face, but found that the bullet did not shoot at him, as if blocked by an invisible wall, and did not continue to move forward and hit himself, but began to slowly lose his inertia and fell to the ground one after another. Insulated, I see, in this way, you all lie down for me, 100,000 volts. Phew, finding that he was not in danger, Shanming Electric remembered the words of the summer night, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his hands began to burst out with dazzling electric light, smashing down on the enemies on the ground. Chapter 79. A thick golden lightning burst out from Shanming's hand, and the powerful electricity did not fall on any of the enemies, but fell vertically on the ground in the center of the enemy group. The thunder pillar smashed on the ground and spread out at once, turning into electric snakes scurrying around in the enemy group, climbing up the ankles of the enemies, and they kept swinging, and after a while, they were facing an explosive head, and they fell to the ground unconscious with green smoke in their mouths, unable to move, and lost their mobility. Similarly, the viewer in front of the TV computer only sees a flash of yellow light on the screen and loses the scene of the scene. Apparently the live camera is burned out by such a strong electrical interference. Bastard, you damn guy. The two doctor brothers looked at their unconscious men who were lying on the ground all over the ground, and they still had a thumbs-up dementia smirk. From the moment Xia Ye said the cover cloth insulation and threw out the Shanming Electric, with their IQ, they instantly reacted to what would happen next, and directly dodged behind the war weapon, using the war weapon that can absorb electricity to avoid the fate of lying on the ground like his subordinates. Kill me, hey, damn it. Dr. B suddenly realized something, and began to use the walkie-talkie in his hand to contact his subordinates on other floors, only to find that although they had escaped the current attack of Shanming Electric with their war weapons, the contact devices in their hands seemed to have been affected by the electromagnetic force that was still vaguely present in the air, and they could not contact others. But what he didn't know was that the other subordinates downstairs were almost solved by the professional heroes, and he was afraid that there were not many whole cards in his hand, and if this continued, it would be a matter of time before they were arrested. Noticing that the camera was also broken without the slightest reaction, Dr. B smashed the walkie-talkie he was holding on the ground to the ground, and the walkie-talkie collided with the ground and shattered directly, flying parts everywhere and scratching himself. Weapons of war, kill them for me. Dr. B was annoyed and gave orders to the weapons of war, and this feast that he had carefully planned was ruined by these imps, and he had not had time to tell the people about the teachings and ideas of their organization, to announce their birth, and to awaken the people who had been blinded by demons. Before the little heroes who had just drilled out the insulating cover had time to celebrate, they saw the weapons of war coming towards them, and they couldn't help but nervously put on a fighting state. Ha ha ha, I'm so strong, I actually solved so many enemies. Just when everyone was tense and the atmosphere was about to erupt, an arrogant laughter broke the heavy atmosphere. A yellow-haired teaser looked up and smiled, and a girl with brown hair in an unknown school uniform was holding several bottles of glass potions, both empty and red and blue liquids, and was helplessly putting on a look that I didn't know this kid. Shanming Electric, who would have started to laugh stupidly after putting the ultimate, has recovered for some reason, and most of it has something to do with the potion in the hand of the girl next to him. Are you, Summer Night? Shanming Electric was still wondering who the girl was, but when he saw the girl's medicine bottle, he immediately reacted. This medicine was already once after the actual combat training, and he was very impressed. After all, it was a good thing to treat the sequelae of his skills. That's right, that's me. Why, it's not that scary, you see you didn't fall so much at once. The tea-haired girl who changed into Summer Night smiled and pulled up the Shanming Electric, which was still sitting on the enemy. Hey, Summer Night, Why weren't you affected by my attack? I remember you didn't hide in the insulating cloth. I hit you with all my strength and didn't do anything. Shanming Electric looked at the girl in front of him in shock. He knew very well how great his current power was. If it weren't for the shortcomings of his inability to control and use the short-circuit dementia in his head, he thought that even if he couldn't compare to Xia Ye, he could be among the top few in the class, and even if he was strong and scorched, he was confident to fight. But his full-force blow, but he didn't cause any damage to the unprotected summer night girl, and even the school uniform of the unknown school didn't wrinkle, which simply hit him hard. Of course, Shanming Electric didn't really want to cause any harm to Xia Ye, but just had a trace of doubt about his own strength. A smile flashed in Xia Ye's eyes when he looked at the dejected Shanming Electric. That is, you don't know who is standing in front of you. That is also the ancestor of playing with electricity. How can you be a little electric flower to hurt her? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his strength too much, he could have discharged himself to solve these enemies in the summer night, but now that the camera is broken, he can play to his heart's content. Broken machine. Tokiwadai Junior High School. Electric shock makes Makoto Masaka arrive, but he doesn't surrender quickly. The tea-haired girl transformed into a summer night is playing with a coin in her hand, and her head is constantly flashing with an electric arc, and she doesn't care about provoking the war machine. Character card. Makoto Masaka. Tokiwadai Junior High School, a second-year student at Tokiwadai Junior High School, a famous aristocratic girls' school in the school city, the third of only 7 superpowers, level 15, the strongest. Electric shock messenger. In the school city, able to manipulate 1 billion volts of ultra-high voltage current, ideographic, electromagnetic waves and magnetism at will. The signature stunt is the super electromagnetic cannon, formed by shooting in-game coins at 3 times the speed of sound, commonly known as the super electromagnetic cannon, Tokiwadai, and is known as the Ace of Tokiwadai, and the strongest and invincible electric shock princess. Masaka Makoto's character card was just drawn today with the 1000 otaku value rewarded for healing Armit. It's still hot when it's freshly baked. Summer Night is directly equipped and ready to test the power. Since the last time Summer Night used Estes to show off his powers, the energy of Estes's character card has been almost consumed, and it hasn't cooled down until now. Now the addition of Sister Cannon has given Xia Ye another trump card in her hand since then, and she has a little more confidence in her heart. Ha ha ha. Although I don't know what you have to do with the boy named Summer Night just now, but since you call yourself an electric shock messenger, I'm afraid that you also use an electric personality, so you won't be my child opponent of war weapons at all. Dr. M is very arrogant. In his opinion, the war weapon that he has specially strengthened, the reactive reaction, is not too simple to deal with this self-proclaimed Masaka Makoto. Her current will only become the nourishment energy of the war weapon, and will definitely not cause the slightest damage to his child. Yes, Summer Night, this piece of broken iron is too restrained by our electric personality. You better change your transformation and fight him. Shanming Dian next to him looked at the war weapons that were walking towards the Summer Night step by step rhythmically, remembering the picture of his personality being restrained, and also admonishing the Summer Night, hoping that he could change his transformation. In Shanming Electric's view, this war weapon is simply a nightmare of their electric personality, and it is also equipped with heavy weapons. But other than that, the war weapon is actually not a big deal. As long as the Summer Night changes his transformation, such as the Kakashi Hachiki last time, he can be easily eliminated. Everyone at the scene also looked at the girl, who began to discharge with suspicion, including the hostages, because they were covered by a cloth before, so they didn't know who Makoto Masaka was, but they had also seen the battle between Kamaime Electric and the war weapon. Undoubtedly, they also believe that Masaka Makoto, who is an electric system, cannot defeat the war weapon that is immune to electricity. Chapter 80. Shanming, there is no personality that can be absolutely restrained. The reason why you are restrained is that you are not strong enough, such as water can extinguish fire, but fire strong enough can also evaporate water. It's true that this broken mechanical transformer can absorb electricity and turn it into his own, but I'm a superpower who can control 1 billion volts of ultra-high voltage current at will. I just don't know if your child can afford it. Summer Night waved his hand casually without fear, and spat out words that frightened everyone present, and even frightened the war machine to stop, looking at Summer Night with an uncertain expression, as if wondering if what he said was true. 1 billion volts of high voltage current. She can't be joking. How can there be such a powerful electric personality, and what else is a superpower? Why have such powerful people never heard of it? Makoto Masaka. Is the Summer Night so strong? 1 billion volts, this is a terrible statistic. Everyone present looked at the Summer Night playing with coins with disbelief, and even the little heroes were shocked. No way, you're just a student, how can you have such terrifying power? There can't be anyone like you in the world, you're lying. The two brothers retorted categorically. They didn't believe that such a girl could have such a powerful strength at all, and they were not very old next year, but they said that they could control such a powerful force. How could they believe it, even if they said that there were very few adults with such strength, or even no? Tut tut, if you haven't seen it, you can't say it's possible, and refuse to admit it. But don't worry, you can't use such a powerful force to deal with this broken iron, so you can continue to hypnotize yourself, and continue to be your frog at the bottom of the well. It doesn't matter if they don't believe it in the Summer Night, anyway, their strength is here, and they can't leave. Shanming, and you, remember, the use of personality should be flexible, not that the electric personality can only be discharged, the fire personality can only be fired. Now let you see the power of electricity after flexible use. As no. 3 among the only 7 superpowers in the school city, the strongest electric shock messenger, Masaka Makoto is not a rookie who can't even control his own current can compare. Direct discharge is just the most basic attack. How to reasonably use personality to cause more powerful destructive power is a skill nirvana. When he came back to his senses, he began to stretch out his hands without saying a word, shooting at the Summer Knight to attack, and hot red bullet casings were constantly discharged from his body, densely spread on the ground. Billy. Summer Knight snapped his fingers, and the arc between his fingers flashed, and all the bullets were suspended in the air, and then fell to the ground and stuck together, as if they had a magnetic attraction. How is that possible? The so-called electric current can generate a field. As scientists, you cannot be unaware of the fact that you have eliminated the shortcomings of weapons of war and are not afraid of electricity, but you are deceiving yourself. Summer Knight teasingly looked at the 2 doctor brothers with a look of surprise on their faces, mocking people's ignorance. It's not that the 2 brothers don't know the relationship between electricity and magnetism, but they can't imagine that anyone can realize the transformation of electricity and magnetism without passing through a machine, just by themselves. Is this something that the human brain can handle? If Xia Ye knew what the 2 brothers were thinking, I am afraid that they would scoff and laugh at them. How rare and strange, and the frog at the bottom of the well. You must know that the abilities in the school city are all the power of the science and technology side. It's not the ability of the mysterious side of the personality. Not to mention the current that is originally partial to science and technology, even if it is the mental space and the like, theoretical data can be analyzed. The better the Xi learning, the stronger the ability. The real learning Xi makes me strong, learning Xi makes me happy, and I can't extricate myself from Xi addicted to learning. I won't lose to a depraved person like you. We are the real human beings, and you are all sinful people who have been corrupted by demons. The weapon of war felt the force that bound him in the air, and began to struggle desperately, constantly shouting the teachings of the original seed organization. Like a paladin persecuted by demons, his originally cold face was full of fanaticism and fearlessness. Since your primordial species is an enemy organization with faith, let me end this battle with the faith of the electricity system. Summer Knight threw away the coin in his hand high, and an electric arc began to flash on his fingers, but he suddenly remembered something and reached out to catch the coin again. Well, wait a minute, it feels like something is missing. I'm ready to do it. Xia Ye took out a big baby from under his skirt, and the others were speechless for a while. Don't lie to us when we read less. How did such a big thing be stuffed under the skirt? Of course, Summer Knight naturally didn't really come out from under her skirt, but from her inventory, just to hide her eyes. That's pretty much it. Let's get on with it. Summer Knight put the big baby on the ground, and it was a stereo. Joe's Gang Master's stereo spoof version. You can play BGM suitable for the current scene anytime and anywhere, adding a more compelling style to your battles. Evaluation. No one can beat me in my BGM, no one. Who turned off my stereo? Super electromagnetic cannon. Xia Yeshan closed his eyes in aim, and once again tossed the coin upright and high. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the electric light began to flicker between his fingertips. At the same time, a burst of uplifting fast-paced music began to sound in the mall. Listening to this familiar and somewhat unfamiliar melody on a summer night, even if I haven't had a chance to hear it for a long time, I immediately knew that this was the royal BGM of Sister Cannon, Makoto Masaka Only My Railgun. Shin Kokura. He. Yumi wo future Mirai. Oh. Rinashite. Let go of the dreams and the future engraved in your heart, even if you leave the future behind. Shion Jia Nakai. Shi. Imi wu na I. I don't care about boundaries or anything, it's meaningless. ... Driven by this classic melody, Xia Ye felt that the blood flow speed near his heart had increased a lot, his chest began to heat slightly, and his blood boiled. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 81. Driven by this classic melody, Xia Ye felt that the blood flow speed near his heart had increased a lot, his chest began to heat slightly, and his blood boiled. The coin tossed high fell straight down in an instant, the arc flickered violently, and the air exploded, invisibly stirring up a distorted spatial ripple, stirring the air and stirring the hair and student skirt of the electric shocker. Chikara Guang-san Hikarichi. Sake. Haru. Omo Iwo. This power turns unattainable thoughts into bright light. Bu-uru. Michi. Fu. K. Koto Shika. If the road I have traveled all the way in the past can only make me dwell on the past. Fingertips of electric light poured into the coin, and in an instant, electricity and magnetism turned into powerful propulsion, bursting into a golden and dazzling beam, and the coin burst through the air at 3 times the speed of supersonic speed. Chu Ki Nanera. Jin Ima. Su. Koa Seru. ... It's better to destroy everything now. Anan Karayami. Oh. Makana. Hito. Ta. Mu Karano. Falling into the dark streets, where will people go? ... The ultra-high-speed coin rubbed and heated up with the air under its terrifying propulsion, emitting a different kind of charming light, like a meteor piercing the sky with an unstoppable power, crushing through the floor and leaving a spider's web-like crack, carrying the momentum of flying sand and rocks, and struck directly towards the weapon of war. The gusting wind caused by the middle of the way made everyone take a few steps back, and they couldn't open their eyes at all, but they were reluctant to give up admiring this beautiful and dangerous divine light, and could only squint their eyes, and their hearts stirred from their own eyes for this golden beam of divine sanction. Ah! Block it for me. The war weapon, who didn't have time to dodge, looked at this unstoppable golden laser that seemed to tear everything apart, and could only cross his hands in front of him and began to deform rapidly, but with a few clicks, a round shield full of metallic texture blocked in front of him. The golden beam then bombarded the round shield, and the seemingly unbreakable round shield didn't even have the qualifications to block this laser for a second, and was directly shattered by the beam from the center of the shield, and the fragments of the round shield were scattered and shot out, deep into the ground wall, but fortunately no one was hurt. No, the eyes of the weapons of war reflected the beams of light that were getting closer and closer, and even the face could feel the oncoming heat wave, which was so beautiful but so dangerous. Good, it's so strong. The war weapon, which was barely dodging because of the defense of the round shield, only had time to deviate its head, and most of its body was torn apart by the golden laser, revealing all kinds of lines and machinery on its body. The weapon of war fell to the ground, and with his electronic eyes he looked at the yellow light that the power still did not change, tearing through various obstacles along the way, and heading straight for the wall of the mall. The hard and solid concrete wall was as fragile as tofu and torn apart, the cement blocks mixed with the steel bars were blown away, and the sound of the wall exploding alarmed the police and professional heroes who had been anxiously waiting for the news of the little heroes since the outbreak of Shanming. Looking at the heavy objects that began to bombard in the sky, the police on the ground were on their backs, dodging the aerial attacks in all directions. If it wasn't for the professional heroes who shot in time, I am afraid that they would have to call a few more ambulances. Eventually, the orange light burned out as if it had completed its mission, and gradually dissipated, leaving the scorching air behind that could not be dissipated for a long time. The firing range of the coin version of the super electromagnetic cannon of the sister cannon is only about 50 meters, and more than 50 meters will be volatilized by the high temperature generated by the high-speed friction between the coin and the air. Of course, the larger the item fired, the longer it lasts, and the longer the range. In addition to the brain, most of the war weapons have been mechanically modified and replaced, so even if most of the body is lost, it is still alive, but because of the damage to the wiring, it has lost control of the body, and it is completely immobile on the ground. The electric light that beats at your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life, and only my super electromagnetic cannon will last forever. Summer Night reached out and stroked the tips of his brown hair, muttering to himself, as if he was remembering something. Everyone in the audience looked at the destructive power caused by Xia Ye's blow, their mouths opened and closed as if they had stuffed an egg, and their eyes kept moving back and forth between Xia Ye and the hole in the wall, as if they couldn't believe that this amazing scene was actually caused by the girl in front of them. No way, who the hell are you? You are definitely not a simple student. What is your relationship with that person? Yes, you must be that person's subordinate, otherwise you would not have such a strong personality. Dr. B, who was originally stunned, suddenly woke up as if in a dream, screaming incredulously at the Summer Night, as if he was seeking something, and when he mentioned that person, his eyes still revealed a bit of fear and hatred from time to time, and even deeper there were a few traces of worship that he didn't even know. Even Dr. M, who was next to him, couldn't stop his body from trembling, nervously and anxiously rubbing his hands back and forth, as if there was some shadow he didn't want to remember. Dr. B remembered that stormy and rainy night, the child with severed hands in the dark, and the man who looked like the Dark King, and his brother only taunted the child. Little ghost, you have so many hands on you, how about giving me one? Quote. Quote. Ha ha ha, little ghost, are you so inseparable from the care of your elders? Do you want your uncle to take care of you? Quote. Quote. His two brothers had their hands cut off and fell helplessly in the muddy rain, screaming and wailing. Originally, I wanted to give you new strength, but unfortunately you are too unfriendly to my disciples, so you continue to struggle in the swamp at the bottom. The two Doctor brothers still remember the powerful back of the Dark Monarch when he turned around and pulled the child away, and the cold eyes of the child when he looked back, how many times they woke them up in a cold sweat from nightmares on rainy nights. Even though they now have their hands again, they still feel a pain when they think about it, as if they are empty. You were sent by the adult. What, do you want to come and take our hand again? Then try it, ha ha ha. Dr. B was digging into his pocket and yelling hysterically at Summer Night, leaving Summer Night completely confused and unable to understand what he was talking about. Dr. B laughed, then took out a green potion from his bosom, a syringe that was emerald green and crystal clear, and circulated with a dangerously strange fluorescence, and stabbed it into his neck. Chapter 82, You were sent by the adult. What, do you want to come and take our hand again? Then try it, ha ha ha. Dr. B was digging into his pocket and yelling hysterically at Summer Night, leaving Summer Night completely confused and unable to understand what he was talking about. Dr. B laughed, then took out a green potion from his bosom, a syringe that was emerald green and crystal clear, and circulated with a dangerously strange fluorescence, and stabbed it into his neck. Not good. Summer Night wanted to go up and stop hiding, but found that it was too late. Are you crazy? Brother, have you forgotten what you promised me? Didn't I tell you to destroy all the lizard potions? If you continue to inject this failure, sooner or later you will completely lose your human mind and become a complete green monster. Dr. M looked at his brother's empty potion that had been injected into his hands, his face full of shock, as if he had been deceived, and his eyes were full of pity. Ha ha ha. Brother, it's not a failure, it's my most proud work, it's it that allows me to have active hands again, instead of just installing a pair of manipulators like you. Dr. B laughs maniacally, while his brother looks at him in disappointment. Brother, are you okay now, you? Dr. M looked at his brother's forehead, neck, and arms, and anyway, everywhere he could see, he began to stretch up and burst out of the blood vessels, which appeared densely under the skin, and it was heart palpitating. I'm fine, brother, I've never felt so good as I do now, I feel like the power in my body is coming out of my body. Dr. B clenched his fists with a satisfied expression, turned his back to the group, closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body, like a drug addict, but he didn't see that his skin was slowly oozing green, and it was still beginning to grow hard green scales. But you, alright, brother, don't say any more. Strength, what we need is strength. If we had the power at the beginning, we would not have been rejected by the hero school, and if we had the power at the beginning, there would be no humiliation of breaking hands. Only strength is the guarantee of everything. As Dr. B spoke, he turned around again, and what appeared in front of Dr. M was a tall and powerful monster, and he could no longer see his brother's original appearance, so frightened that Dr. M retreated again and again, and fell to the ground. The smooth and hairless lizard's head, staring at a pair of ferocious and inhuman yellow eyes with straight pupils, the long tongue sliced through the sharp and shiny fangs, constantly expanding and probing out in the mouth, dripping disgusting mucus dripping from the terrifying sharp teeth to the ground, emitting a disgusting smell. The strong and powerful arms clenched and released their sharp claws, as if adjusting to their own strength. The whole body is ordered, and the pieces are clearly attached to the whole body, like a hard protective armor. A giant tail flicked back and forth behind him, whistling through the air, and smashing into the ground from time to time leaving potholes, all of which showed that this was not a useless ornament, and if it was pumped, the whole person would be torn apart. Oh, come and die, I'm invincible. Dr. B casually flipped over the cash register, patted his strong chest, opened his claws and roared loudly, his murderous eyes constantly scanning the scene. Dr. B now feels that his strength is too strong for him to knock him down with a single punch even if armed comes. Obviously, the sudden surge of power gave him a huge illusion, and Olmec really came over, and it was estimated that whoever was knocked down did not need to guess. However, there were no more people on the scene who could appreciate his domineering body, and while Dr. B was arguing with Dr. M about the injections, the cautious Summer Knight opened the safety exit while no one was noticing, and began to quietly transfer the hostages first. Now there are not many people left on the scene, the hostages have been transferred, and now the little heroes behind the palace are also ready to slip away. Well, if you don't talk about it again, I'll be fine right away. After the retreat of the companions, the Summer Knight, who was about to slip away, sensed a hint of danger and focused on him, and turned around awkwardly to look at the green lizard doctor in front of him with an innocent expression. Phew, all that responded to the Summer Knight was Dr. Lizard's angry roar and thunderous claws. Hey, we have something to discuss, don't do anything, okay, you're so ugly now, are you sure you're still human? Summer Knight dodged Dr. Lizard's claws with a back jump, giving his friends in the stairs a reassuring look that you get out first, I'm okay, and then began to squeeze Dr. Lizard with words, trying to provoke him to get his attention. You hiss. The degenerate who are seduced by the devil hiss. It's not human, I'm hissing. The most perfect form of the final evolution of mankind. What Xia Ye didn't expect was that Dr. B, who had transformed into a lizard man, and human sanity, actually spoke, although at first he didn't seem to be able to adapt to his changed voice, and his hoarse voice was a little choppy, but he quickly got used to it. Tut, I don't want to be so ugly. Forget it, now that the hostages have left safely, don't worry about anything, let's go all out and deal with you quickly. I was so disturbed by you, I haven't eaten today's dinner yet. After saying that, Xia Ye took out the few coins left in his pocket, and threw them one after another, the arc in his hand flickered frequently, and the super electromagnetic cannon that destroyed the weapon of war with one blow was actually fired out in a row. Several dazzling and gorgeous golden electric lights shot at Dr. Lizard forward or backward, and the triple supersonic speed made Dr. Lizard completely unable to react and was hit by the super electromagnetic cannon on his limbs, without the slightest delay to block. The golden electric light directly tore apart Dr. Lizard's limbs and turned into a human. No, it should be the lizard stick that fell to the ground. If it weren't for Summer Knight's purpose of catching the lizard man alive, Summer Knight would have bombarded his head with a super electromagnetic cannon, or 1,000,000,000 volts to serve. What's the matter? Your brother has been solved by me. Should you surrender and be captured, or do you also have any whole cards? Do you want to have a gorgeous transformation? Summer Knight lifted his foot over the wriggling lizard man's stick on the ground, and came to Dr. M, who still couldn't believe what was in front of him, and leaned down to stare at him with a smile. You won. I won't modify any part of myself except these hands, so you don't have to worry about what threat I have. Dr. M smiled wryly and stretched out his hand, and with a few clicks, his arms fell to the ground with a dull metallic sound, and his empty elbows indicated that he was harmless. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 83. You won. I won't modify any part of myself except these hands, so you don't have to worry about what threat I have. Dr. M smiled wryly and stretched out his hand, and with a few clicks, his arms fell to the ground with a dull metallic sound, and his empty elbows indicated that he was harmless. But even if you defeat Original species. Darkness is about to fall on this land. War is about to break out. You can't stop it. Everyone is falling into dark fear, surrendering to the feet of the dark monarch who takes back the crown, waiting for the old king to crown the new king. Ha ha ha. Dr. M looked at the summer night where he had found a rope to bind him, and seemed to remember that rainy night, and the adult and his disciple laughed with fear and adoration. You're talking about. Not good. Summer Night wanted to ask who Dr. M's so-called king was, although he seemed to have a guess in his mind. But suddenly he noticed that Dr. M looked behind him with a shocked expression, as if something incredible had happened. Summer Night suddenly knew that the situation was not good, and it seemed that something behind him was blowing behind him with a strong wind. After his grandfather's combat training, Xia Ye understood that in this situation, knowing that there was an attack from behind, it was too late to turn around to check or resist, so the rabbit rune flashed in Xia Ye's eyes, and he planned to rush forward, wanting to dodge this inexplicable danger. Xia Ye's body flickered slightly, and before he started, he felt that he was suddenly hit by something heavy in his back, and a huge force struck, and the whole person was whipped out straight sideways, and hit the wall hard, and it took a long time to lose his inertia and slowly slide down. Phew. Where Summer Night had been standing, a green tyrannical lizard man was retracting its tail and roaring. Brother, are you all right? You. Ah. Dr. M wanted to say something with a look of surprise on his younger brother, who had regrown his limbs and regained his mobility, but when he looked at Dr. Lizard's emotionless cold eyes and the fangs in his eyes that were getting closer and closer, it was like a basin of cold water poured on his head, and he began to chill all over, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Ahem, cough, careless, I didn't expect his self-healing ability to be so strong, and even his limbs can grow back so quickly. Xia Ye shook his dizzy head, spit out a mouthful of blood from his throat, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled bitterly. Just now I was still educating my sister not to be careless in the face of the enemy, but I didn't expect to make such a low-level mistake so soon, but fortunately no one else saw this scene, otherwise I am afraid that it will be a shame. Summer Night held her stomach with one hand and leaned against the wall with the other, weakly and with great difficulty. She climbed up, feeling the pain of the displacement of her internal organs, and staring at Dr. Lizard who had lost her brother with fear, especially the powerful tail that flicked and wagged. The splashes of blood, the cries for help and the raging debris all indicate that the green lizard in front of him has lost its humanity and has become a pure beast. Faced with this bloody scene, Night did not choose to immediately rescue Dr. M. The cry for help that gradually lowered showed that the other party was basically hopeless, unless Xia Ye was willing to waste fairy beans to save him. But how could Xia Ye use the precious fairy beans to save an enemy, or an enemy who had hurt so many innocent people? And if you are injured, it will take a certain amount of time for the Beast King, Lion King to work and heal itself, so it is better not to provoke this beast that has lost its reason and humanity. However, Summer Night still holds a fairy bean in his hand, just in case the lizard man suddenly changes his target. Phew. After venting for a while, Dr. Lizard seemed to be no longer interested in Dr. M's corpse, straightened up and glanced back at Summer Night. Phew. It's so dangerous, I was almost discovered. Summer Night held the snake charm and disappeared, patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his injuries were almost healed, and planned to sneak up on Dr. Lizard, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. There's something wrong, but I can't tell what's wrong. Summer Night slowly approached Dr. Lizard, who was wandering around looking for him, and couldn't help shaking his head, always feeling that he had overlooked something very important, and if he didn't find out in time, I'm afraid something bad would happen, but the pain in his body always interrupted his train of thought, and his thoughts that were about to be cleared up every time were disconnected again. Summer Night, who had arrived in front of Dr. Lizard, was thinking about where to start attacking to subdue the difficult Dr. Lizard without killing the enemy, and when he looked at it, he realized that he was actually looking at Dr. Lizard. Summer Night looked at the sinister and cunning gaze in Dr. Lizard's eyes, and a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and the thoughts that had not been sorted out finally connected, and his face changed dramatically in an instant. Oh no, I was fooled, I almost forgot that lizards don't only have the sense of sight, their sense of smell is even more sensitive than that of dogs. Dr. Lizard spun around suddenly, and the tail behind him swung down like a whip, carrying an unstoppable force, and it landed on the floor, splashing large and small rubble. It was almost yin again. Didn't it lose its human reason and become a beast? How could it be so insidious to hold itself down, and wait for itself to get close before sneaking attack? Is this the beastly hunting wisdom it has? Summer Night looked at the big pit on the ground and Dr. Lizard's powerful green tail in a cold sweat, and was terrified. Fortunately, I found it early and dodged it in time, otherwise I would have walked forward stupidly. I was afraid that another tail would have been pulled out. But since you don't know what to do, then don't blame me for being ruthless and heavy-handed. Whether you survive or not depends on whether your life is big or not. Summer Night looked at Dr. Lizard, who was waving his claws and lunging at him, showing his figure, and his whole body began to flash with electric arcs, obviously not intending to show mercy to his subordinates. If it weren't for the fact that this incident had already made such a big fuss on the internet, and it was not easy for Xia Ye to be heavy-handed, he wouldn't have been playing with this ugly lizard for so long, but now the annoyed Xia Ye doesn't care so much. Except Professor Yang's sanctions, there was a thunderous thunder of lightning throughout the floor, and the sound frightened the professional heroes who were ready to come to support the Summer Night, all gurgling in the stairs until the thunder stopped, and they tiptoed to continue climbing. When they arrived at Xia Ye's side, they only saw a huge pit running through the floor, opening up the upper and lower floors, and through the hole, The big lizard that had been scorched black and emitting black smoke was lying in the pit downstairs without a sound, but the slightly undulating chest still proved that it was still alive, which made Xia Ye sigh, what a tenacious crawler. Chapter 84. Summer night, are you okay, are you not hurt? It's okay, the matter is settled, do you want to continue to go to dinner? Summer night came to Times Square downstairs in the mall, caught the bird Yu Liuhua who pounced, and looked at the students who were also worried about coming up with a smile. He was surrounded by enemies who had been pressed into police cars by police officers and professional heroes, but there were also many who were carried off stretchers unconscious. There was no way, although Summer Night had tried his best to control his current attacks and all fell on Dr. Lizard, there would still be some lightning sparks that slipped through the net and swam away, so the enemy who was about to wake up again was shocked twice and foamed at the mouth and fell unconscious again. And the worst of them is undoubtedly Dr. Lizard. Although his strong self-healing ability has put him out of danger, he is still unable to act on his own, and was sent to the police car by a lot of flowers. However, it has completely lost its human wisdom and has been reduced to a beast, and I am afraid that it will not be able to turn up any big storms. At least from the look in his eyes that left only fear and struggled to escape when he was carried past Summer Night, it could be seen that Summer Night had left a deep impression on its little intelligent beast head, and its psychological shadow on Summer Night was so great that it was no longer the slightest threat. Summer Night, I think it's better for us to get out of here first. The students looked at the reporters around them with a blazing light in their eyes, fearing that they would pounce on them like hungry wolves, and said timidly. If it weren't for the fact that they were standing next to the police car on a summer night, and there were police officers outside who stopped unrelated people from entering, I am afraid that these reporters who wanted to cover the people involved in the big news of the terrorist attack would have flocked to them and drowned them out. Why don't you leave in our police car first, go to the police station and inform your parents to pick you up by the way. After escorting the enemy, Shiratori, who was almost busy, came over and proposed, which was agreed by everyone. Zifeng, you, Sakura, owe me so much favor, do me a favor, help me investigate an enemy force. Before getting into the car, Xia Ye gave Zifeng a signaling look, and the two fell behind everyone quietly. What enemy forces are so unlucky to provoke you? Zifeng was a little surprised. With her lazy personality in the summer night, she would not go out of her way to trouble the enemy forces by name, and generally whoever bumped into it would be unlucky. An enemy force called the Enemy Alliance, other information is not very clear, but the leader of their current phase is a young man with a severed hand all over his body. There's also a black mist enemy, and you should be able to find them by looking into a small bar with a black mist waiter. But be careful, that black mist is a rare spatial personality. Because of the changes in this terrorist attack, the battle between them and the enemy has been broadcast on the summer night, and the summer night is afraid that the enemy alliance will change after seeing it. Although there are only a few students fighting, it is better to prepare early and strike first. What? Space, summer night, are you sure? Zifeng screamed out when she heard Xia Ye's words, causing the people in front to turn around curiously, and Zifeng hurriedly whispered. You must know that the rarity and difficulty of the space system are notoriously, and if you can't beat it, you can run, except for the same space system, which is basically difficult to be beaten. Catch. And if it's a single space system, it's okay, no matter how annoying a person is, he can't turn over too much wind and waves, and I'm afraid that those groups will teleport, which means that there will be a group of uncertain and difficult to capture enemies hidden in the shadows, and I can't tell when I will come out to take a bite, and then retract and disappear. There should be quite a lot of them, and if you investigate carefully, you should be able to find out their whereabouts. By the way, don't act without permission after discovering it, the hidden strength behind them is not something that you, Sakura, can eat, be careful to break your teeth. Xia Ye thought about it, and still kindly reminded Zifeng, after all, there are so many enemies and brains in the enemy alliance, and there's also the big boss of the dark world guarding it, and all the members of the, Sakura, may not be able to gnaw this dangerous cake. I know, I'll go back and investigate now, and I'll notify you as soon as I get the news. Zifeng frowned and seemed to be still bothered by the news of the spatial department's personality enemy, and responded to Xia Ye absent-mindedly, not knowing if she had listened to Xia Ye's words. At the entrance of the police station, a group of teenagers and girls were waving goodbye. Summer night, bye-bye, see you at school tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. Quote. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Now there are only two of us brothers and sisters left. What should I do, go home or go to dinner? Xia Ye looked at the classmates who were anxiously worried about the parents who came to pick them up, and the white bird Zifeng who hurried back to do the task report, turned around and said helplessly to the little bird Yu Liuhua. Xia Ye had just recounted the situation with his parents on the phone, but the two couples only cared about asking the little bird Yu Liuhua if she was injured or something, which made Xia Ye's heart hit hard. Even if I'm strong and won't get hurt, but at least it's your son, and if I hadn't been conscious when I was born, I'd have to wonder if I'm your own now. And Xia Ye's parents said that you are so strong, what you should worry about is your opponent. Obviously, Xia Ye's strong strength when he transformed into Estes has deeply shocked them, and they don't think that there is anyone else who can hurt Xia Ye. Due to the appearance of Shiratori Zifeng and Principal White Mouse, Shongying students do not need to record a statement now, and Principal Shangying can come forward to communicate with the police, which undoubtedly makes the students who have just experienced danger a little more relieved, so that the frightened students can go home early to rest. As the true eye of the evil king, I want to remind my brother that all the money I have on me is to buy snacks in the mall, and now there is nothing left. May I ask where we can enjoy free food, or how to embark on the journey home? The little bird Yu Liuhua covered his stomach and was weak, and even the dull hair on his head began to hang down and was no longer energetic, and he asked listlessly about the summer night. As a little bird who had just scavenged Xia Ye's wallet in the morning, Yu Liuhua naturally understood that it was impossible for Xia Ye to have money on him. At the thought of going home hungry, Rokuka wanted to collapse on the ground and not get up. Yes, the card seems to be still in Chong Dark's hands, so let's go home. Fortunately I still have a few hard, here. Summer Night smiled and reached into his trouser pocket to find something, and the smile on his face faded away, and he remembered that the few coins he had extorted from Midoriya had been used when he fired the super electromagnetic cannon. Chapter 85, Summer Night, do you need me to send you home? At the embarrassing moment when you looked at me and I looked at you and looked at each other speechlessly on the summer night, a voice like a heavenly sound came from behind the summer night, and appeared in time to rescue the two brothers and sisters of the little bird tour. Kagaya, you haven't been home yet, thank you so much if it's convenient. Xia Ye turned around with a touched face, and looked affectionately at the Thousand Emperor Kagaya who came to save his brother and sister like a goddess. Savior, this must have been sent from heaven to rescue their brother and sister. It's nothing, it's just that my driver has just arrived, and we're also on the way anyway. Xia Ye stood in front of a luxury car that was worth a lot of money at a glance, and looked at the Xia Ye brothers and sisters with a gentle smile like an iceberg melting. Hey, I remember that Sister Kagaya didn't say that your house was in. Aha, little bird Yu Liuhua looked at Xia Ye strangely. Previously in the car of 8 million by and Thousand Emperor Wei, the two girls quietly chatted about their respective home addresses, and little bird Yu Liuhua secretly remembered, obviously not on the way. However, before Liuhua finished speaking, he was covered by Xia Ye and couldn't say the following words. What's the matter? What did you want to say just now? Xia Ye, who had already opened the passenger door and was about to sit in, looked back suspiciously, looking at Xia Kagaya and the little bird Yu Liuhua, not knowing what they were doing. It's nothing, I'll send you home first. Xia Ye picked up the almost breathless bird Yu Liuhua and sat in the car, still smiling at the co-pilot Summer Night, and kept looking at the Summer Night, as if acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for a long time met again. Kagaya, you hurt your head in the battle just now, why don't you look like you can't be someone else pretending. The whole person was frightened when the Summer Night was stared at by the Thousand Emperors, and the cold iceberg goddess changed in a blink of an eye. No, it's just that I just found something I've been looking for years and I'm happy. Xia Ye still looked at Xia Ye with a smile, making Xia Ye's goosebumps almost up. It seems that his head was indeed falling, otherwise how could his personality change so much? Oh, by the way, I've been looking for a chance to talk to Kagaya, so I guess you should investigate me too. The Summer Night was stared at so much that he couldn't stand it, so he had a feeling that he was being seen through some secret, and quickly changed the topic. It's not what you think, I don't have any ill will towards Xia Yejin, It's just, unexpectedly, a casual sentence in the Summer Night made the expression of the Thousand Emperor Wei panic, and he couldn't explain it. It's nothing, it's human nature to be curious about people who score better than you on exams. But then you should know how I won the entrance exam. Thousand Emperor Wei's panicked appearance made Xia Ye look at her strangely, and then she talked to herself again. Well, it is said to be a very powerful mecha, and even my R&D team has analyzed it based on the video it obtained, and has come to the conclusion that such a powerful technology is by no means something that can be built now, even if the artificial technology island may be able to create a mecha with a similar shape, but it will definitely not reach the strength of the mecha of Xia Yejin. When Xia Ye mentioned that his R&D team had analyzed the Summer Night mecha without authorization, he cautiously glanced at Xia Ye, and found that Xia Ye was not angry before he began to talk endlessly. Brother, last time you said you would drive the mecha and take me out for a ride, and it's still. Adults discuss things, children don't intervene. Xia Ye directly interrupted the words of the little bird Yu Liuhua, and continued to turn his head to face the Thousand Emperor Wei, so angry that the little face of the 6 flowers was puffed up, and he turned his head to look at the expression that I am angry and don't want to pay attention to you anymore, but the little ears are still moving, eavesdropping on the conversation between Xia Ye and the Thousand Emperor Wei. Actually, my mecha consumes a lot of energy, and it needs an energy pack to start. I heard that your Thousand Emperor family's most powerful thing is in terms of weapons and munitions, and you have a dedicated weapons and equipment research and development team. So, I actually have a lot of weapon drawings here. Do you want to cooperate in trading? It can be regarded as a technology shareholding, and the money from the dividends will help me make energy packs. Summer Night pulled out a few blueprints from his inventory and shook them in front of Thousand Emperor Kagaya. This is the design drawings of some high-tech products drawn by Summer Night over the years, although these drawings seem to be very powerful, but they are useless to Summer Night. Summer Night has no people, no money, and no technology, so they can only occasionally make something simple and cheap. So most of these drawings can be seen and not used for him, they are all waste paper. Of course, Xia Ye didn't take out all the drawings to trade now, and some drawings that were too high-tech were not taken out, not to mention that they could not be made with the technology of this world, and it would be difficult to deal with them if they were dealt with by the enemy, so they were all not too powerful technologies. As long as Xia Ye-kun needs it, I can ask the people below to make that mecha energy pack for you for free, no transaction is required. Xiandiwie didn't even glance at the drawings in Xia Ye's hand, and silently looked at Xia Ye and said. Quote. It's not going to work, I can't ask for your stuff for nothing. And you're sure not to look at it again. These things can also strengthen your combat effectiveness if they are made, such as this green goblin skateboard, pumpkin bomb, and this spider silk launcher, which is very strong. Xia Ye persuaded Xiandiwie again. Xia Ye doesn't like to take other people's things for nothing, and he wants a long-term supply, not a few mecha energy packs. Maybe a little less Xiandiwie can be the main white to give to Xia Ye, but the long-term continuous supply must go through the Xiandi family, and there is no long-term benefit to pay. Hey, these drawings of Xia Yejin do seem to be very good, I can buy them as my personal treasure, and I won't supply them to the outside. As for what Xia Ye-kun asked for, you don't have to worry about how much you want. Xiandiwie was just not good at refusing the summer night, and barely glanced at it a few times, but then he was completely attracted to it, and after coming back to his senses, he hugged it tightly in his arms and looked at the summer night nervously. As a non-personality, although it has good combat effectiveness after training, it can also defeat some personalities, but if you want to catch up with those elites with personality, you still have to rely on the bonus of scientific and technological equipment, so these drawings are not too attractive to Thousand Emperor Wie. Don't you need to discuss it with the elders in the family, after all? Xia Ye began to be a little curious about the identity of the Thousand Emperor Wie. As a minor with no personality, he could call such a huge amount of materials from the family at will. I am afraid that his status in the family is not low. My father is the head of the Thousand Emperors family, so the Summer Night Monarch can rest assured of my promise. Oh, that's no wonder, so happy to work with. Thousand Emperor Kazuya seemed to reveal his identity to Xia Ye with deep meaning, but was a little disappointed to see that Xia Ye didn't seem to react. Miss, it's here, I don't know when. The car stopped, and the bird tour residence had arrived, and the driver dutifully reminded him, but it made Xiandiwie have a trace of complaint. Oh, so thank you Kagaya for sending me off today, why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Xia Ye got out of the car with the little bird Yu Liuhua, stood in front of his house and invited politely. In Xia Ye's opinion, an eldest lady like Xiandiwie was not used to drinking their tea. Okay, forehead. Xia Ye didn't expect Xiandiwie to accept his polite invitation at all, and he was a little speechless for a while. Ha ha ha, just kidding, then see you at school tomorrow. Oh, see you at school tomorrow. Xiandiwie looked at Xia Ye with an embarrassed look and laughed, but he was still a little lost in his heart. Summer Night-kun, it's been a long time, it's nice to see you again. Inside the slowly starting car, Xiandiwie looked at Xia Ye who was turning around to open the door with the key, couldn't suppress the impulse surging in his heart, and suddenly leaned out of the car window and beckoned to Xia Ye. What do you mean, didn't I just get out of your car? The summer night was confused, and I was confused when I looked at the car in the distance. Idiot brother. The little bird Yu Liuhua rolled her eyes, not wanting to see her silly wood again, and pushed away the summer night and entered the house. Hey, little girl, what do you mean? Summer night chased after Liuhua and began to play around the house. It's been more than 10 years, and I've finally found you. Summer nights. On the moving car not far away, Xiandiwie touched an ornament in his underwear, remembering that when he was at the police station, he accidentally saw a frog blowing plum rain that called home to keep him safe, and the corners of his mouth curled up a shallow smile. And the driver in the front seat frequently looked at the rearview mirror, not only on a summer night, but even he, the driver, began to wonder if his eldest lady had been dropped. The arrogant and indifferent eldest lady was just a polite smile even if she was a business partner. When had she ever shown such a heartfelt smile in front of outsiders? The eldest lady shouldn't be in love. It seems that I have to tell the old lady the good news. At the same time, in a dimly lit bar, which does not look like a serious place, in the silence of the room, only an old TV is playing the news video of today's terrorist attack in the mall, and the two gloomy figures are hidden in the darkness without the slightest movement, and their eyes are constantly flashing on and off. The shadow of dark clouds gradually loomed over the land, and a storm was coming. Chapter 86. The morning sun is quiet and elegant, which makes people feel calm and relaxed, but it is a pity that the office workers and student parties who were in a hurry on the road do not have the leisure and elegance to enjoy the gift of this ray of sun. Hey, I was criticized by my mother for a night last night. The summer night, which is different from the tense rhythm around him, is drowsy, and he staggers out of the house to get ready for school. As soon as the parents arrived home last night, they came to the summer night room and held a criticism meeting, saying that they actually let their sister fight with such a murderous enemy, and they were not a qualified brother or something like that. What's even more annoying is that Liuhua's little girl is still gloating next to her, adding fuel and vinegar, so that Xia Ye is now staring at a pair of panda eyes to go to school. Hey, there's a rat coming up. Xia Ye, who was still listless and sleepy, suddenly changed his face, and found that he felt as if there was a tail hanging behind him, and he followed all the way. A sneer rose at the corner of Xia Ye's mouth, who was carrying the school bag on his shoulder, and his footsteps paused slightly, then he quietly changed his direction and walked into the nearest alley. This small alley is very dark, and the towering houses on both sides block the sunlight, leaving a dark and inexplicable coldness here. When a few rats saw that Xia Ye had turned a corner and walked into the alley, they hesitated, gritted their teeth and followed in. What about people? It's not good. The rats looked at the empty and frighteningly quiet dead end, and reacted that they might have been discovered, and immediately wanted to withdraw and flee the way they came. Since you're here, don't leave, the environment of this place is good, let's have a good chat, no one will come to disturb. Just when the rats exited the alley and retouched the light, they suddenly had a sharp pain in their abdomen, as if they had been kicked by someone, and they took off one after another and flew back upside down, knocking all kinds of debris randomly placed in the alley all the way, and finally fell to the ground like a dead dog holding their stomachs and couldn't get up. Tut tut, you ground rats are really entangled, you actually came to provoke me again, do you think I'm too easy to bully? A voice that couldn't hear the owner's emotions echoed in the alley, and it was clear that there was only a group of ninjas who fell to the ground and couldn't speak, but the ethereal voice came from all directions and there was an indescribable weirdness. No, Natsu, Mr. Summer Knight, we didn't, malicious. As soon as they heard this, the ninjas who fell to the ground endured the pain coming from their abdomen and explained repeatedly, for fear of misunderstanding the other party. Do you call it no malice if you sneak behind others? Then I don't have any malice towards you now. At the junction of light and darkness at the entrance of the alley, a figure began to emerge slowly, and it was the Summer Knight when the shadow disappeared when entering the alley. Xia Ye stretched out his hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he saw a long steel pipe floating up from the debris scattered in the corner of the alley, flying over the ground and into Xia Ye's hands. Tread, step. In the dark alley, the face of the Summer Knight with his back to the alley was shrouded in shadows and he couldn't see his expression clearly, and he slowly approached everyone with a steel pipe, and the steel pipe dragged out a splash of sparks on the ground. The ninja looked at the Summer Knight who was holding the steel pipe high, and wanted to get up to resist but found that his body was controlled by an inexplicable invisible force and could not move, so he could only watch the steel pipe getting closer and closer to him powerless, and there was no way to do it. Mr. Natsuya, please let go of my unsuccessful subordinates, our Hattori family has absolutely no ill will towards you, their unauthorized behavior has misled your excellency, I am really sorry as the head of the family. At some point, a short, white-haired old man stood at the entrance of the alley with a cane inlaid with emerald gems, looking at the Summer Knight with sincerity and harmlessness. Bang! The steel pipe slammed into the ninja's head, the back of his head slamming to the ground, sending hot red liquid trickling all over the floor. Sorry, I didn't stop. Quote. Xia Ye shook off the blood on the steel pipe absent-mindedly, turned to look at the old man who suddenly appeared and apologized, but there was no apology in his words, more like a provocation. Regardless of whether these ninjas have malicious intentions or not, since they dare to appear near their homes to follow themselves, it is impossible for Summer Knight to communicate with them calmly, and they must be given a taste of horsemanship, otherwise the tiger will not be powerful, and he will really be Hellokitty. Tell me, what's the matter? I'm still in a hurry to go to school. Summer Knight casually threw away the steel pipe in his hand, and the sound of the steel pipe colliding with the ground echoed in the quiet alley, drowning out the low moans of the ninjas. If Mr. Summer Knight doesn't dislike it, we can drive you to school, so that we can talk in the car without delaying your time. Even in the face of the disdainful Summer Knight, the white-haired old man still smiled and invited the Summer Knight. Behind the white-haired old man was a black, low-key and inconspicuous car, but the Summer Knight could still tell that the car was worth a lot. Summer Knight stared deeply at the old man's wrinkled face like old bark, and after thinking for a while, he and the old man got into the car and drove away, leaving the alley full of ninjas. I don't seem to have any friendly interaction with you ground rats, what are you trying to do with me? Sitting in the back seat of the car on a summer night, ignoring the old man opposite, his eyes turned to the fast-moving scenery outside the car window. He was not afraid of any conspiracy and trickery played by these ninjas, and believed that the reason why they would come to him was undoubtedly to find out the information about the true identity of Estes in the battle of the ninja family, and they did not dare to make a move against Xia Ye, unless they felt that their family could afford the anger of Xia Ye after the defeat. Mr. Xia Ye, Rong Lao Yu took the liberty of disturbing your excellency, this time I am actually here to apologize, please Mr. Xia Ye can be generous and forgiving. The old man took out a few books and a card from his arms, and respectfully handed them to the summer night. His tone was very polite, and he did not have the slightest gesture of being the head of the house. The head of the Hattori family laughed. The famous Hattori family is one of the best forces in the ninja family. I'm just a student who has just entered the hero department and hasn't graduated. How can I make you apologize for being old? Summer Night moved her eyes back and put it on the old man, without even looking at anything, and had no intention of taking over. Mr. Xia Ye is too modest. Now as long as you are well informed, who doesn't know that you, a rising hero, are not only powerful, but also valued by the government, and completely a symbol of peace for the next term. The old man was not embarrassed to see that Xia Ye did not pick up things, and still stretched out his hand and praised Xia Ye without retracting it. Okay, what the hell is going on? Don't you say that my school is almost here. Xia Ye couldn't help but sigh. Being able to be the head of the Hattori family is really not a simple person. Xia Ye repeatedly didn't buy it and tried to annoy the old man. He actually laughed and groaned as if it hadn't happened, and thoroughly implemented a ninja word, and he really deserved to be one of the best ninja family leaders. The reason why Xia Ye has been unusual, arrogantly and rudely, trying to provoke the old man is because Xia Ye thinks that the head of the Hattori family is afraid that things will not be easy when he comes to him. Recently, the police have been suppressing the ninja forces more and more, and it is very likely that they are aiming at Xia Ye's potential and trying to win over him, but Xia Ye doesn't really want to participate in this kind of thing. It's not a big deal, it's the rebellion last month, and I swear that our Hattori family definitely didn't participate and didn't make enemies of you. I hope Mr. Summer Knight will see what is going on. It would be nice if you could help us with a nice word in front of the police. It's a little thank you, not a tribute. Obviously, the old man was really worried that Xia Ye would hold a grudge against the family who participated in helping the rebellious last time, and came to show his attitude. At the gate of Shangying School, Xia Ye held the so-called thank you gift from the head of the Hattori family in his hand, looked at the car in the distance, and couldn't help sneering in his heart. Since you didn't participate, why should you be so nervous to explain? I'm afraid there is a ghost in my heart. But Xia Ye didn't plan to say anything more for the sake of thanks. In fact, even if the old man didn't come to look for Xia Ye wouldn't waste time looking for their trouble. I didn't lose anything last time on Summer Night, and now I live comfortably on campus, but I don't have the leisure to care about the bad things of the police and ninjas. These ninja families naturally have the police to clean up, and Summer Night doesn't want to waste his strength unless there is a task. However, the other party really made a lot of money in order to please Xia Ye, not to mention the bank card with a lot of money, but it shouldn't be very little, too little for a big family like them to take it. And even the secret ninjutsu has been taken out, although Xia Ye can't look down on the garbage ninjutsu of this world. I have to say that Estes' combat power really frightened them, and it is estimated that the Hattori family will not be the last group to come to find Summer Night, and I am afraid that they will flock to it after the other families also inquire about it. Father, why do we want to curry favor with a student who has not yet stepped into the circle of professional heroes, and also gave away the secret ninja skills in the family? Do you really think that the police will give up suppressing our ninjas because of just one student? In the silent car, the driver, who had never had a sense of existence, suddenly spoke, his tone revealing doubts and incomprehension. When did they become dignified Hattori family to flatter a student, even if he was a hero, even if he was powerful? Hey, those idiots have acted many times at your orders, right? You are my heir, you are like this, how can I trust the family to you? The old man withdrew his gaze from the vanishing Summer Night behind the car, and turned his head to look at his son with hatred. You're a father, and you can't understand it as well as a 15 or 16-year-old boy. The genius boy and I both understood that no ninja family could run away from the last incident, and the police's attitude towards us ninjas now is not something that can be changed by mere individuals, but he still took our things. Do you know why? Why? Because he knows that the police are just borrowing our ninjas to regain their majesty in the end, and they will not kill them all, at most they will suppress and warn, and the police are afraid that they will push us too hard, and it will not benefit anyone if the fish dies and the net is broken, so the boy will take the goodwill. For Xia Ye, you don't need to meddle in anything, you can get the kindness of a ninja family, and accepting things is equivalent to releasing your suspicions. On the contrary, if you refuse, there will be an unnecessary enemy, although the powerful Summer Night is not afraid of anything, but it may bring trouble to your family. After all, ninjas don't talk about anything that will not hurt your family. Since whether we please this little ghost or not doesn't affect the police's attitude towards us, then why should we go this way, and we don't have to send out secret techniques? How many times have I said it? Let you take a long-term view. A genius boy with such great potential, once he graduates and enters the society in the future, he will definitely become the leader of the entire hero circle. And our family is also trying to change the position of our ninjas in this society, trying to fit into the circle of professional heroes. It's the era of individuality, and it's not a loss to dispel the malice of a future rising star with some ninja skills that are about to be eliminated. The old man unconsciously rubbed the emerald of his cane in his hand, leaning back on the back seat and looking at the roof of the car with a tired face, as if he was worried about the future fate and path of the ninja. Chapter 87. After putting his things back in his school bag on a summer night, he found that the gate of his school was surrounded by a large number of reporters, and his classmates were surrounded by a large number of reporters and couldn't get out at all. So the enemy alliance will also come to invade Shangying in the next few days. Summer Night's impression does seem to have this plot, which is caused by the reporters who came after Olmec, but unfortunately the two specific Summer Night has been vaguely remembered, and vaguely remembers that it is a signal that the enemy alliance is about to attack. As a freshman who has just entered the Heroes Division, were you scared when you faced the enemy's guns during last night's horrific incident? Is Shangying's teaching really so powerful, so that all of you who have just entered the school can fight the enemy so quickly? What really happened on the scene after the live broadcast was interrupted, and we were very curious about who finally solved the crisis. Quote. When Xia Ye approached with his school bag, he was surprised to find that the reporters were not here for the fact that Armit was a teacher in Shangying, but actually blocked the students for the incident of last night. Ha ha ha. Although I am indeed a little scared in the face of the enemy, but when I think that the hope of so many hostages is in us, and we want to save it, my heart seems to surge with endless courage and strength. Let me defeat the enemy. If it weren't for the fact that the owner of the voice on a summer night was the grape guy, he would have almost believed it. Although I was not involved in the incident you mentioned, as a member of Shangying, I still have a certain say in Shangying's teaching. In just a few days in Shangying, I realized that I was receiving the most elite education, and that we were on the way to becoming a top professional hero. A serious and official speech was undoubtedly that good student of Iida Tenya, and the reporters were listless and uninterested, and they didn't want such a speech without hot spots. Iida is so good. Of course, not all students are enjoying the reporter's interview. For example, a certain durian head, in the face of the reporter's gossip interview, his face was gloomy, the corners of his eyes were about to jump out, and he couldn't help but endure it with his hands. Ha ha ha, It's okay already, to ask why, because I'm here. Just when the school gate was in chaos and jamming, a laughing voice appeared behind the group of reporters, causing everyone to turn around. A muscular man in a cloak with a different painting style than everyone else has a waist sticking on his waist, 2 dull hairs like rabbit ears, and the corners of his mouth are smiling wildly, revealing white teeth that look like brushing teeth with black toothpaste, shining in the sun. It's Armit coming. The reporters, who had been pulling the students away, suddenly swarmed towards Armit like wolves who had asked about the smell of meat. Hey, didn't you say that there was no class from Armit today, and he wouldn't come to school today? The students who were lucky enough to escape the predicament looked at the departing reporters, breathed a sigh of relief, pulled off their somewhat messy clothes, and tidied up their appearances, but some people still asked questions in confusion. Look, it's a summer night, and he dares to pretend to be Armit. Everyone was about to gather around to listen to how Armit dealt with the reporters, but found that Armit, who was surrounded by reporters, frequently glanced at them and motioned for them to hurry into the school. Who are you, Armit? Looking at the summer night with an innocent face, the microphone and camera in the reporter's hand were about to fall to the ground, and his brain was suddenly stuck and a little confused. The boy seemed to be a little familiar, as if he was also one of the parties involved in last night's incident. Ha ha ha, everyone, you recognize the wrong person, I'm almost late for school, so I won't accompany you. Summer Night grinned and threw a smoke bomb on the ground, and while the reporters were still coughing, it flashed directly into the air and plunged into the school gate. Don't go, ahem, I. A female reporter seemed unwilling to accept the gains of this interview, squeezing out her colleagues to enter Xiaotiao and continued to harass students. Ha ha ha, don't send it away. Xia Ye stood behind the school gate, waved at her with a flirtatious face, and then turned to leave. Diddy. Just when the female reporter stepped into the school gate and did not hit the ground, a strong alarm sounded, and one after another steel gates rose and closed the school gate, so frightened that the female reporter took a few steps back, not knowing what was happening. What is this? The female reporter sat on the ground, looking up at these steel giants in fear, at a loss. Xiaotiao barrier, we all call it that, as long as people who don't have a student ID or access permit ID want to go inside the door, the security measures will be activated, and Xiaotiao has surveillance equipment everywhere, a male reporter explained. What? The appearance of being high, let's interview a few words without losing a piece of meat, the female reporter complained angrily. Not to mention the angry reporters outside the school, Xia Ye walked to his classroom with his school bag on his back and began to think about the lunch pairing. Just received a huge amount of apologies on a summer night, planning to improve his food. You don't know, my parents complimented me last night, saying that I lived up to their expectations, like a real hero. Yes, although my parents were not around, they also called me to care and praise me. That's right, on my way to school, a lot of people greeted me and encouraged me. Wow, I really envy you. As soon as I entered the classroom on a summer night, I found that most of the students were gathered in a pile, discussing yesterday's events, and even the students who did not participate listened to the questions with a curious face, even more excited than the students who experienced it. Summer night, you're here, how about it? What did you say at home? Did you praise you too? The arrival of the summer night immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the class, and Shanming Electric, who was the most actively discussed, left his audience behind and jumped in front of the summer night at once. Shanming Electric has now made up his mind to follow the summer night, and he must hug this thigh tightly, and the praise of passers-by on the way to school today simply makes him fluttering. No, I was trained by my mother all night, this is the evidence. Summer night came to his seat, put down his school bag, sat down, lay on the table, and listlessly pointed to his dark circles for Shanming Electric to admire. It's to blame you for letting the evil king's true eyes fight. Chong Dark on the side turned his head and threw a card over, which was caught by Summer Night's reach, but it was the card that was handed over to them yesterday for safekeeping. Otherwise, fortunately, my grandfather has not been at home recently, otherwise it is difficult to say whether I can come to school today. Xia Ye's face was afraid, which made the students begin to wonder what kind of character could make the powerful Xia Ye look frightened. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 88. Quote. Wake up. Summer night. Aizawa Sensei is here. The summer night that didn't sleep well at night and was making up for the intersection was woken up by a shake, and it was the 8,000,000 behind the summer night. As soon as I looked up on the summer night, I saw that the whole class of students had turned their heads to look at him with a little pity, and a sloppy teacher on the podium was staring at a pair of dead fish eyes, which was especially terrifying. It was their homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Ha ha ha, hello teacher, it seems that you slept well last night, and you look good today. Xia Ye smiled awkwardly, and quickly got up from the table and sat upright, as if I was a good student. Everyone performed well in yesterday's combat training, I've seen your video, it's hard work. Aizawa took his terrifying gaze away from Natsuya, and then analyzed yesterday's actual combat training, but for some reason he didn't mention the terrorist attack they encountered on Natsuya. Banghao, it's almost time for you to grow up, you're capable. I see. Bursting Katsumi turned his head and glanced deeply at Xia Ye, not refuting Aizawa's words. After watching the video, he naturally knew why he lost to Xia Ye yesterday, so he naturally had nothing to say. Boom Scorch, you have to try to believe in the abilities of your teammates. Teammates are not burdens but combat partners. Quote. Quote. Boom Scorched seemed to understand but didn't speak, and Aizawa didn't say much, but continued to analyze in detail the shortcomings of each student's performance in training. I have to say that although Aizawa didn't show it, he still cared about the terrorist attack that the students suffered yesterday, otherwise with his loose character, he wouldn't have repeatedly explained everyone's shortcomings in such detail. Getting into the main topic of extracurricular activities, sorry for being so sudden, you have to, today. After it took a longer time to analyze the shortcomings of the student's performance in the training, he put down the information in his hand and stared at everyone expressionlessly, making everyone nervous for a while, and he was afraid that Aizawa would conduct some kind of assessment such as a test. Aizawa Shota's next words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Decide on the choice of class leader. Finally a school feeling. After a short period of calm, all the students in the class exclaimed, and they all rushed to stand up and wanted to run for the position of class president, even if they were bursting with a fierce face. They raised their hands and yelled at me to be the class president, and the scene was chaotic. In an ordinary class, the class leader may give people a feeling of miscellaneous work, but in the hero department, it is a position that leads everyone and can lay a good foundation for becoming a top hero in the future, which is very helpful in the future. I want it too. Everybody is silent. Iida Tenya, who was upright, stood up suddenly, interrupting the opening of the summer night, and also stopped everyone's noise, and everyone looked at Iida Tenya. I'm going to, too. The opening of the summer night was interrupted again by Iida Tenya's tirade. This is a great responsibility to lead everyone, the soul of a class, not someone who wants to do it. This is a priesthood that can only be held by gaining everyone's trust. If we uphold democracy and let everyone decide on the leadership, we will decide by voting. Everyone looked at each other, and although they felt that what Iida Tenya said was very complicated, everyone understood, that is, to run for class president by voting. We've only known each other for a few days, so there's no sense of trust, and if I have to say anything about trust, it's only give it to you. Frog-blowing Mayu and the other classmates turned their heads to look at the summer night that had been repeatedly interrupted and hid in the corner of the wall to draw circles. It is precisely because of this that the person who gets more votes in this situation is the real suitable candidate, and even if the class leader is given to Xia Ye, we still have to elect the deputy class leader. What do you think? Iida explained to everyone with gestures of hands and feet, and then turned back to ask the teacher's opinion. Just make a decision within the time limit. With a wave of his hand, Aizawa slipped into his long-awaited sleeping bag, zipped it up, and fell to the ground as a worm. Ha ha ha. I heard someone mention me. Have you decided to let the wise and martial Lord Summer Knight lead you? The Summer Knight that used to draw circles in the corner of the wall suddenly came back to life, and jumped in front of everyone and laughed uncontrollably. Quote. I'm against being a shift leader on a summer night. Just when everyone was speechless and looking at the funny Summer Knight, a person who everyone didn't expect actually stood up against the Summer Knight. Aren't you a close friend with Summer Knight? Why would you come out against him? Everyone never expected that not only would someone openly oppose the Summer Knight, but they would also be friends who often walked in the dark on this summer night. You must not let Xia Ye be the head of the shift, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Chong Dian seemed to recall something, and there was a trace of fear on the face of the bird that had not changed for thousands of years, and he didn't even speak so much. Hey, Chong Dark, you're not authentic. What's wrong with me being the class leader? You can't slander me unscrupulously just because you were my sworn friend. Xia Ye's face changed, and he wanted to cover Chong Dark's mouth with a weak heart, but he was stopped by everyone. They were also curious about what kind of consequences could make Chong Dark tread Yin so resolutely oppose Xia Ye as a shift leader. I won't talk about elementary school, let's just talk about the first year of junior high school. What is the theme of the event you proposed? Do you remember? Anyway, in the 2 years after that time, the class didn't let Summer Knight take any position in the class again. Chong Dark's face was very ugly, and a trace of unbearable expression flashed from time to time. Isn't it just a maid cafe? Isn't this theme good? Sensing everyone's strange eyes, Summer Knight forcibly quibbled and tried to get by. Yes, maid, isn't that great? Shanming Electric and Grape seemed to have thought of some amazing picture, and they smiled stupidly, and they had already made up their minds to vote for Summer Knight. Do you think there will be a male waiter in the maid cafe besides the manager of Summer Knight? Chong secretly sneered, and gave some ill-intentioned boys in the classroom a blow to the heart, which made the faces of all the boys present change drastically. Even if it was scorched, they couldn't help but be a little shocked. What he said in his mouth was actually a task that Xia Ye received at the beginning, but Xia Ye used a lot of coercion and lure to complete this difficult task. Ahem, cough, I think we should vote for such an important position as the squad leader, so it's more democratic. Iida Tenya coughed a few times and suggested awkwardly, while at the same time making up his mind that he would never vote for Natsuya. Yes, democratic. The boys echoed one after another, and even the explosive hero Katsuji, who was usually not used to seeing Iida Tenya, did not object to anything. When everyone started voting, because of the butterfly effect of the summer night, everyone had more or less some understanding of other people, so unlike most of the votes in the original book, there were not a few votes for those who were recognized by themselves. In the end, the voting results came out, and everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The first squad leader is still a summer night, and the second deputy squad leader is 8,000,000. What's going on? Why are there as many as 8 votes on a summer night? What are you doing? The boys looked angry, and the election of the class president on summer night made them all start to worry about their future school life. He, although it may sacrifice itself, it's worth it to see the scene where the boys are dressed in maid costumes. The girls in the classroom looked at each other a few times and smiled secretly. Apparently all 7 girls had voted for summer night. But Xia Ye looked at his 8 votes suspiciously. His own vote was obviously given 8,000,000. Why can there still be 8 votes? There are still people among the boys who will vote for themselves. What I didn't see on the summer night was that the grapes on the side whistled weakly, and it is self-evident who gave this ticket. In order to see the girls' maid outfits, it is still quite hard. Chapter 89. Because of some unpleasant accidents, there was no success in the dinner last night. I had a treat at noon today, and I paid for the consumption of the class cafeteria, and by the way, I would like to thank everyone for their trust in me and I was elected class president. Quote, as soon as the bell rang at noon, Xia Ye took the lead and came to the podium to stop the students who were about to go to the cafeteria, and announced it arrogantly. For summer night's treat, the girls showed happy expressions, while the boys were not excited, especially when they heard summer night mention the class leader. Their faces were ugly as if they had swallowed a fly in their throat. He, summer night, you won't be treating Armit's card again, right? The cheerful and lively Yi Yintu once again made a joke about the summer night, and I have to say that although the summer night is too strong, the personality is unexpectedly easy to get along with, so that the classmates have no sense of distance because of the disparity in strength. How come? I can naturally pay for the consumption of the canteen myself. Now, Green Valley, Olmit's card didn't spend a penny, you help me pay him back. Summer night slapped this morning's harvest in her hand, and then threw out Armit's card with a wave of her hand, and Izuku Midoriya hurriedly took it. Summer night led a group of people into the cafeteria, but he didn't want to attract the attention of the students around him. That's the students of Class A in the first year. I heard that many of them encountered the enemy organization last night and fought with the enemy. Really, it's fake. Are the freshmen of this class so powerful? I haven't even faced a single enemy. Cut, don't forget, who brought Class A year, not only the devil teacher Aizawa Shota, he was expelled from a class last year, and even number 1 Olmit is teaching their class this year, you can't envy it. The sound of discussion around made the students in the class straighten their waists, especially the few students who participated in the terrorist attack, and their hearts that had finally settled down began to get excited again. Did you hear that? We're all famous. I don't know if there will be a senior sister to talk to. Shanming Electric bumped Xia Ye's shoulder and raised his eyebrows, with a sunny smile on his face. Just how obscene he looked in Xia Ye's eyes. However, this kid is still a little handsome, and he is good at talking to girls, and he has the potential to be full, maybe the first one in the class to get off the list is this product. Puff, puff, I don't think anyone would have any idea of a person who giggles at every turn. Shangshong covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing tears. I don't know why, every time tomboy Erlang Shangshong thinks of Shanming Electric's smirking idiot look, he can't stop laughing. Summer night, who had been fed a mouthful of dog food, ignored the two who were still arguing, and took her lunch to a corner where no one was there and sat down to eat. Summer night-kun, do you mind if I sit down? Xiandiwei walked to the table of Summer night with a plate and looked at him with a smile on his face, a pair of bright eyes that seemed to tell something. Of course, I also want to find you. Xia Ye put down the tableware, invited Xiandiwei to sit down, took out a few books from his arms and put them on the table. I think you seem to have some ninja heritage, and I happen to have a few ninja skills. Don't get me wrong, it's not for free. If you have time, teach Mayu-chan some ninja techniques. I think she's perfect for the ninja path. Since the last time I received the system task, Xia Ye has been thinking about the way forward for my classmates and how to train them, and now Xia Ye has a certain plan for most of my classmates. Xia Ye-kun is quite concerned about Mayu. Xiandiwei's tone seemed to be mixed with something, and he felt a little hairy when he heard Xia Ye, and faintly felt that his neck was a little cold, as if something was on it. Hey, these are the secret ninja skills of the Hattori family. I spent a lot of ways but didn't get it. Where did you get it? Xiandiwei glanced at the book on the table, and the original resentful look turned into surprise. You must know that when she was learning art, she offered a sky-high price, and the other party refused in the name of the family's secret skill, which cannot be passed on, and such a precious thing is now placed in front of her. Is it difficult? On the way to school this morning, I met an old man who said that my bones were amazing, and a spiritual light came out of his forehead. He was simply a wizard of martial arts, and he insisted on entrusting me with the important task of saving the world, and he took out these books and stuffed them into my arms without saying anything, and he couldn't stop them. Summer Night is joking half-truthfully. Of course, Summer Night is not trying to hide from Thousand Emperor Wei. I believe that with her IQ and intelligence ability, she will soon figure it out. Believe you, Ghost, how come I haven't encountered such a good thing? Okay, I'll go find Mayu-san. But I came to you for something about it. Xiandiwei glanced at Xia Ye, put away a few books on the table, and took out a few egg-sized ball-like objects and put them on the table and gurgled and rolled. You're crazy, you want to blow up the school. You built this thing so quickly. When Xia Ye looked at the things on the table, he was so frightened that he quickly pressed them and put them away, looked left and right like a thief, and only after finding that no one was paying attention did he turn around and look at Xiandiwei suspiciously. The 3 drawings you gave me yesterday, the pumpkin bomb has been made, why don't you get some for you? The silk launcher and the green goblin skateboard are still being studied, but they should be soon. The words that came out of the mouth of Thousand Emperor Wei Yi made Xia Ye frightened. He didn't expect that Thousand Emperor Wei Yi's science and technology research and development team was so powerful, and he produced a result in one night. You must know that the technology contained in those 3 drawings is not low, even if there are drawings provided by Summer Night, it is not so simple. Oh, bring me some, after all, it's going to be, soon. Jingle bell. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a burst of alarm bells. Alert! The 3rd layer of defense has been breached. All students in the school are requested to evacuate as soon as possible and take refuge in a safety shelter. Has anyone hacked into the campus? The sudden alarm bell and the warning echoed on the radio made the cafeteria scene chaotic all of a sudden, and a large number of students stood up and ran out to evacuate. Don't be nervous, it's not the enemy invasion, it's the idiot reporters in the morning. However, Xia Ye was not nervous. He pressed the 1000 Emperor Wei, who was about to stand up, pointed out the window, and continued to eat his lunch. Speaking of which, the enemy alliance used those reporters to cause such a big riot in order to find Olmec for a class schedule, which is really arrogant, and it doesn't take Shangying's teacher in the slightest. Such an obvious invasion, not to mention the White Mouse principal with a super high IQ, and the Shangying teachers are not vegetarians. Do they think that Shangying, these teachers who have been professional heroes, are fools? This kind of action of scaring the grass and the snake can only be done by the dead-handled wooden hanger, a child who has not yet begun to grow. However, Xia Ye is not going to say anything. After all, it is difficult to explain how Xia Ye knew the news of the enemy alliance. With the endless abilities of Summer Nights, if someone misunderstands what it has to do with AFO, then it will not be able to wash it by jumping into the Yellow River. And do you really think Shangying will be defenseless? This is a #1 university, and this ranking is not bought. So what now? Do you want to inform the students, Summer Night-kun? Senri Kagaya looked at the students who were rushing to the safety exit, and asked about Natsuya worriedly. Since it was not an enemy invasion, these unwitting students would have an accident sooner or later if they continued to crowd in such a panic. Wait a minute, you can't stop them. What are you saying now? These panicked students, they can't hear, and they won't necessarily believe your words. They still have to use some means. After eating the food on the plate on the Summer Night, he put down the dishes and wiped his mouth, calmly picked up the cup and drank a sip of water, and waited until the cafeteria was almost empty. Then he stood up and smiled at some seniors who also saw through the truth but couldn't stop the students, and walked towards the crowded passage. Tut tut, this is really a scorching situation, but it's much easier to get together. Summer Night came to the corridor, and the scene of people in the corridor being crowded like canned sardines made Summer Night shake her head and stand behind everyone and transform. Shadow mimicry. I saw that the shadow under the feet of the Summer Night suddenly elongated, connecting with the shadow of the last person, and then continued to spread and connect until the shadow of everyone was controlled. Hey, why is my body uncontrollable? I can't move. Is it the enemy? Is it the enemy who did it? The sudden turn of events frightened everyone and made them struggle hard. Hey, there's no enemy, can you stop moving? I'm tired. Kagaya, you explain what's going on. A lazy voice came from behind the crowd, but they couldn't look back to find the owner of the voice. Everyone, this is not an enemy invasion, it's just an alarm caused by a reporter breaking into the school. Please don't be nervous, don't crowd. 1000 Emperor Wei shouted at the group of immobile students in the hallway, and then looked at the slightly pale Summer Night with concern. It was still a bit difficult for Xia Ye to control everyone without hurting the students, especially when so many people were struggling, and it almost didn't make Xia Ye breathe, but fortunately, he still managed to quell the riot. It's amazing, is this the strength of Class A freshmen? It's really worthy of the hero department. At this time, the students who had calmed down and were no longer flustered felt their bodies loosen and regained their mobility, and they all turned their heads to look behind them, and what caught their eyes was a strange gesture of a pineapple-headed young man who retracted his shadow and changed back to the appearance of a Summer Night. The majority of the students on the scene are ordinary subjects, and even the students of the hero department are not easy to launch personality struggles in such a crowded environment, otherwise it is really not so easy to control everyone in the Summer Night. At the school gate, the headmaster of the White Mouse, who had dismissed the reporters, stood still with his hands behind his back, looking at the destroyed steel school gate, and behind him was a group of Shangying teachers with solemn faces. What do ordinary media reporters have to do to get to such an extent? It seems that someone is encouraging them. Either there are thugs in the mix, or someone has declared war on us. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 90. 2 days of calm and no chat passed, and the 1-year Class A classroom on the Shangying campus. Today's Hero Fundamentals class, supervised by me and Olmet and another teacher, is the Natural Disaster Relief Training. Aizawa still has the same sloppy appearance for thousands of years, standing on the podium with a blank face without a little anger, and announcing today's class schedule in a dead voice. Rescue training. All at once, the students began to talk about it, full of anticipation for this training. Is it coming? Summer Night lay on the table and put his head on his hands, and his eyes gradually deepened. This time, you can choose the battle clothes according to your wishes, and everyone will change their clothes and go to the assembly. The training ground is a little further away, so take the bus. With all that said, start preparing. Quote. Aizawa pressed the podium and turned to leave. The place where the combat uniforms were placed on the side began to open, and the students' combat uniforms slowly appeared in front of everyone. The students quickly lifted their suitcases, went to the locker room to change their combat uniforms, and quickly came to the bus to assemble. Summer Night, obviously you are the class president, why do you want me to organize the gathering of classmates? 8 million hundred sat on the bus, complaining about the summer night lying flat on the last row of seats, but it could be seen that she was not unwilling. On the contrary, she seemed to feel good about leading her classmates. Hey, isn't this kind of thing done by your deputy squad leader? I just need to grasp the overall situation, Xia Ye said with his hands on his head and an innocent face. Plum Rain-chan, how is it? I've been learning well with Kagaya lately. Summer Night suddenly sat up and sat down next to frog-blowing Plum Rain. Well, I feel like I've gotten a lot better. Here, frog-blowing Mayu held her fingers in her mouth, and she felt that the skills of ninjas had helped her a lot, as if she was born for the ninja profession. Clams, Summer Night, you actually asked Kagaya-san to open a small stove for Mayu Shang. My strength is also very poor, or you can train and teach me. I want to learn your last trick. Shanming Electric came directly to Xia Ye's side, and slapped Xia Ye's shoulders with a flattering face, and the dog-legged appearance made the other students in a carriage unable to look at it, and couldn't bear to look at it directly. Well, to the point, you're talking about the super electromagnetic gun, then you're still far away. You know that this is not something that can be done casually. You better see how to control your current and be able to withstand your own current first. Summer Night comfortably leaned back on the seat and enjoyed the service of Shanming Electric. What a super electromagnetic cannon. Some of the students who didn't attend the party didn't see Makoto Masaka's transformation on a summer night, and they asked curiously. I'll tell you, last night's summer night classmate turned into a super powerful girl at the end, and she is also in the electrical system like me, but it's much stronger than me, and she can actually control the current of 1 billion volts, and she will also have a super powerful trick called the super electromagnetic cannon, and it will make that bullshit machine fall to the ground and can't get up. It's just amazing. In the face of the students' questions, without waiting for Xia Ye to speak, Shanming Electric couldn't wait to explain, especially when it came to the super electromagnetic cannon. That excited look, I didn't know and thought he would. Billion volt. The students who were not present at the time exclaimed one after another, and even the explosion of Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly couldn't help but change color. Obviously this data is really terrifying. And Aizawa Shota at the front of the bus has a headache even more, such a strong and perverted student, it's really hard to bring. It's already here, everyone, let's stop in moderation. Before I knew it, when the students were still noisy, the bus stopped and the training venue had arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been waiting for a long time. A teacher in a spacesuit suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It is Space Hero number 13, a gentleman hero who has performed brilliantly and shined in disaster relief. I love the number 13. Izuku Midoriya and Raihai Ochako excitedly introduced, as if they couldn't believe it. Is it the space department again? I haven't seen a few space departments in so many years, and today I want to come to at once. It's. Looking at number 13, who was white and chubby and a little cute in this spacesuit, Xia Ye couldn't help but sigh a little in my heart. Without further ado, I'll take you inside. It's going to be your training ground for today. Space Hero number 13 beckoned his classmates to follow, with a hint of a smile in his tone. This year's students seem to be quite good. Thank you for your care. The students said politely one after another, and went straight to the training venue behind Space Hero 13. Water accidents, mudslide accidents, fire accidents, storm accidents, etc. All accidents and disasters are envisioned here, and it is a Shi field created by me, which is called the Simulated Disaster Accident Site, or USJ for short. Space Hero number 13 enthusiastically introduced to the students, as if showing off his most elaborate works, which amazed the students. Summer Night also had to sigh again that Shongying was rich, and this training venue like a small town was only affordable for local tyrants like Shongying. You must know that it does not mean that you have built this training venue and it is finished. You also have to maintain all kinds of natural disasters, huge flood sites, raging fire sites, and storm sites that do not stop storming, all of which show Shongying's ability to burn money. While the other students were shocked by this huge training ground, only Natsuya noticed that Aizawa Shota and Space Hero 13 were sneaky and didn't know what they were talking about, but thinking of the late arrival of Armit, he must be discussing him. Olmit, who has obviously been cured, is going further and further on the road of fighting criminals and saving people, and he will not be able to return to school in a short time. It's a no-brainer, so let's start training today, Aizawa announced helplessly with a dead fish eye. Before I begin, I have a few points to add. As you can see, my personality is a black hole, and I can absorb and crush anything, which is why I am active in the scene of major disasters. Space Hero 13 stretched out his hands and began to introduce his personality to the students, which caused a burst of amazement from the students, and Space Hero 13's tone changed, but this personality can also easily understand the lives of others. The atmosphere among the students became solemn, but Xia Ye was still very envious. After so many years, let alone the role of the space department, he didn't even draw a space ring that the protagonist standard, just a system's own inventory, and only system items could be collected. I think there are some of you who have this kind of power, and I hope that through this course, you will learn how to use your personality for the sake of human life. Your power does not exist to hurt others but to save others. With all that said, thanks for listening. Quote, after the speech of Space Hero 13, he bowed deeply to the students, as if to thank them for their future contributions. Space Hero 13's earnest speech made the students applaud. Okay, then let's, first. As soon as Aizawa wanted to announce the start of training, the lights in the venue flickered and flickered, so that everyone didn't know what was going on. Are you coming? Only Summer Night's heart was vigilant and understood what was going to happen. Summer Night moved her eyes to the fountain in the center of the venue, where a black fog was spreading and growing, and after a while, it spread out more than 10 meters away before slowly stopping, like a black hole as deep, making people not know where to go. Chapter 91. In the dark and evil black mist, a faint figure flickered, as if something was about to come out. A hand that was not as pale as a living person suddenly poked out of the black mist, followed by an arm, a body, and a foot. It was a man with pale hair and the same complexion, not much older than them on a summer night, and he looked sickly. What is frightening is that there are more than a dozen severed hands clutching at him, and even one hand is like a mask on his face. Summer Night knew that this person was none other than the leader of the enemy alliance, the Death Handle Wooden Hanger. Gather together, don't run around. Number 13 protects the students. Quote, Aizawa Shota was vigilant in his originally listless eyes, and ordered the students in Space Hero number 13. What's that? The students looked at the black mist of figures that kept coming out below, and were very puzzled. Is it the same situation as the entrance exam, which does not prompt a direct start? Don't move. Aizawa put on his goggles with a solemn face, and the words that came out of his mouth made the students' eyes jump. Those are all enemies. The floating black fog, on the other side, I don't know where it leads, a steady stream of figures stepping out of the black fog into the venue, and after a while, the training venue is full of dense enemies. There are all kinds of strange shapes, with a vicious appearance and a vicious dress. Anyway, at a glance, you know that you are not a good person, and you can simply interpret the image of a bad guy to the fullest. Is it only the 13th and the elimination hero? According to the teacher's schedule one got 2 days ago, Olmec should be here too. Quote, all of his men had already come out, and the black mist that had completed its mission suddenly began to retract into human form, standing respectfully behind the death-handled wooden hanger. Sure enough, it was because of the good things these bastards did the other day. Quote, although it was too far away to hear the enemy on the other side, Aizawa suddenly remembered the riots of the previous day. Where, I finally brought so many guys here, and the symbol of peace, Olmec, is not there. The dead-handled wooden crane glanced at the students standing in the distance, and couldn't find the existence of Olmec, as if he was about to clear the level but couldn't find the boss player. He looked a little unhappy, scratching his neck hard, leaving bloody marks. Kill those little boys, and he'll come. The dead-handled wooden crane seems to think that if you get rid of these elite monsters in front of you, the final boss will appear. Death-handled Mu Hang's eyes began to move to Xia Ye and Shanming Electric. Obviously the performance of the two on the news a few days ago had caught his attention. How do I think that leader-like person seems to be looking at me with bad intentions? Shanming Electric rubbed his hands nervously, a little scared and uneasy at the gaze of the dead-handled wooden crane. Enemies. Are they stupid? It's too stupid to invade the hero school. Quote, the students were dismayed and stunned by the presence of the enemy in the school. Teacher, where's the intruder detector? 8,000,000 asked Space 13 suspiciously. The enemy had already invaded here, and the school's powerful defense system had not yet activated the alarm, which made people suspect that it was out of order. Of course it's still operating. Kongshong 13 was also very puzzled. I don't know if they're just here or the whole school. In any case, if the detector does not respond, it means that someone on the other side can interfere with the personality. Boom Scorched stared at the enemies that were beginning to approach below, calmly analyzing. Isolated space away from the school building. Also know the class hours. It's stupid, but it's not stupid, it must have some purpose, and then a carefully planned surprise attack. Thousand Emperor Wei Yi took over and added, although the enemy invasion was a bit unexpected, she was not worried. Apparently she was now a little blind to Xia Ye. On the 13th, take the students to evacuate, leave it to me here. Aizawa Shota explained to the Space Hero number 13, and his eyes suddenly bloomed with red light, and the bandage props around his neck seemed to have life, and he began to float in the air and was about to rush towards the enemy. Teacher, the task of protecting your classmates is still up to you. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, so let me be in the limelight. Quote, just as Aizawa was about to enter the battle mode and cover the evacuation of the students, a figure stopped him in front of him, and it was naturally our protagonist Summer Night. Summer Night, remember, this is a school of heroes, shoot carefully. Quote, Aizawa thought about it too much, and considering Xia Ye's strong strength, he agreed to his request, but he still reminded him uneasily. I'll try my best. After Natsuya finished speaking, he ignored Aizawa and walked towards the enemies in the distance without looking back. Be careful, this student is not simple. Black Mist looked at the Summer Night that came out of the team, reminding the other enemies, obviously seeing the performance of the Summer Night in the terrorist attack a few days ago, even if the Battle of Sister Cannon was not broadcast, but just from the first few shots, it can already be seen that this young man is not simple. Ding! Mission USJ Crisis. Due to the existence of the host, the enemy alliance has learned a lot of students' information in advance, and has increased the intensity of the invasion, and the situation is more serious than before. Ensure that all teachers and students survive and that none of them die. Reward otaku value 500 inches. The sudden task made Xia Ye pause, and his eyes began to look at the enemy on the opposite side, only to find that there was more than one brain standing behind the dead-handle wooden crane, but there were as many as a dozen. The mission with the casualty indicator shows that this invasion of the enemy alliance is much stronger than the impression of the Summer Night, and even the protagonist group will fall a few. I wanted to play more, but I didn't expect the enemy alliance to send so many brains over, so let's fight quickly. Otherwise, if you are dragged down, maybe something will happen to the others. Xia Ye looked at the row of brains behind the dead-handled wooden hanger, put away his playful thoughts, and planned to do his best. Although the leading high brain with the extra brains is not much weaker, it is not something that other students can solve, and even Aizawa Shota can't deal with a few. Summer Night, who made the decision, did not continue to go deeper, but stood still watching the enemies who were swarming and surrounded him, and equipped his character card. Well, is the newly cooled queen going away from me again, and let me wash away my grief and anger with you hateful enemies? Summer Night, who had changed her image, brushed her blue hair and looked down at the group of enemies who were about to approach her without knowing it. Shooting team, ready. The enemies looked at the military uniform lady in front of them, and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. Although it's a pity to have such a beautiful beauty, who told her to stand in her way. And it's a pleasure to see such tempting flowers withering. As if noticing the enemy's ready attack, the corners of the mouth of Estes, who lowered his head and were covered by his military hat and couldn't see the expression on his face, curled a little, as if he was teasing these self-defeating ants. General Binglin _ Chapter 92, General Binglin, Estes, whispered a cold and intimidating sentence from his red lips, like a general's order. The smiling enemy suddenly felt the temperature of the air around him drop suddenly, and a layer of frost spread out from the feet of the military uniformed beauty in front of him, and one by one lifelike ice cavalry appeared, standing neatly on the ground frost, staring ahead with cold and lifeless eyes. These ice cavalry are the warriors who have accompanied Estes in countless battles, and the inanimate ice sculptures seem to be fighting again and again, and the blood of the enemy has been sublimated, and standing there like this makes people feel as if they are facing a group of real soldiers. The ice cavalry may be a little weaker than these enemy gangsters individually, but they are cavalry, and the power of a group of ice cavalry gathered together is far from being as simple as 1+1, and no one can stop their advance under their ice hooves. In the cold air that filled the air, all the ice cavalry charged at these enemies, and their momentum made people think that they were fighting a huge war. Attack! Attack! The panicked enemies attacked indiscriminately, and the scattered sound of fire contrasted sharply with the sound of oncoming horses' hooves. How could it be? The enemies found that their long-range attacks had no effect on the charging ice cavalry, and they froze in place and didn't know what to do. Bastard! Shred it for me! A few strong and tall enemies, who knew at a glance that they were strength, crossed out of the ranks without believing it, holding weapons such as hammers and broadswords, and actually ran towards the ice cavalry without knowing whether they were alive or dead, and after a while, they were close to each other. The enemy's axes and hammers clanged down on these hard ice warriors, and without splashing even a bit of ice slag, it had no effect at all, but shook their mouths numbly, and then they screamed and drowned under the ice hooves. Help! What the hell is this? The enemies looked at the cavalry group that was galloping towards them without slowing down at all, and they didn't know what to do. After all, they were usually just some gangsters, and they invaded Shangying with a hot head when they were flickered by the dead-handled wooden crane, and wanted to complete the great achievement of killing Armit, a symbol of peace, and they had seen such a formation there. And these ice cavalry, who have no emotion and no life, will not stop charging because of the dumbfounded eyes of the enemy, and the sound of trampling horses' hooves will instantly come to the enemy group, without the slightest pity or stop, and just roar and crush their flesh and blood. The sound of horses' hooves was mixed with the miserable screams of the enemies and their cries for help, which made the students who were worried about watching the battle shiver, and many of them even covered their eyes, not daring to see a bloody scene. Summer Night, are you really as strong as the man said? Can you do such an attack? The powerful Ice Knight of Summer Night shocked Bang Scorch, who also had a personality, and began to compare the gap between himself and Summer Night in his heart. Scorched Frost has always been incompatible with his own diva, and even the Summer Night that is favored by Anderwall has become the object of his secret comparison. Of course, even if you witness the strength of the Summer Night, you will not be discouraged, you will only catch up, but I don't know if you can catch up with the Summer Night. The dead-handle wooden hanger's face was full of trouble, clutching his neck frantically, and the strength of his hands became stronger and harder, and the broken flesh on his nails and the blood on his neck were shocking. Obviously, he has completed the previous series of preparations, whether it is recruiting troops to buy people to join the enemy alliance or using reporters to cover to steal the teacher's course schedule, and even knowing that Shangying's students are not simple, he deliberately increased the intensity of this invasion, but why did he not even see the shadow of Armit on his side, and was destroyed by a student on the opposite side of his original plan? Why is it so strong? I actually see a trace of a teacher's feeling in her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why are the mobs in front of a single boss so strong? I don't have a brain. Get rid of her, for me. Except for the strongest one that was specially used to deal with Armit, the other forms were different, but all of them were brains with their beaks exposed, and their feet shot towards the battlefield with all their feet in force. Even if there are friendly troops blocking the road, they don't care, they slap or directly hit the air, and the Brain Wu launched a counter-charge against the ice cavalry like a few armored vehicles, and the Brain Wu who lost his emotions and thinking did not change his expression in the face of the majestic ice cavalry, and fell into it. I have to say that even if the strength of these brainless people is not as good as the one used to target Armit, it is far more than these enemy gangsters, and they can't help but have good strength, and they actually have multiple levels of personality. As soon as they rushed into the battle formation, they were like tigers entering the wolf pack, and they were really smashed by a few ice cavalry. The little minion is done. Do you want to send experience again? My attack is not so simple. Estes touched his military hat, straightened it, looked at the rampage of the many brains with a sneer, and raised his slender jade finger that was obviously war-torn but still perfectly maintained. The ice cavalry on the battlefield suddenly began to shatter together as if they had received some order, and a fierce cold energy suddenly burst out from among the ice cavalry, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. The temperature in the surrounding air dropped sharply, and began to condense in the air. Pieces of snow drifted down, and the cold wind blew, turning into a blizzard raging in the field, and the oncoming ice particles slapped on the faces of everyone outside the battlefield, making people unable to open their eyes. This is terrifying, isn't it? Shanming opened his eyelashes full of frost eyes, kept rubbing his arms and stomped his feet coldly, looking at the scene in front of him with a look of disbelief. The entire simulated disaster site is completely gone, and there is only one kind of disaster left now, that is, the snow disaster. The lakes in the flooded areas have frozen and no longer flow, and the flames in the fire areas have long been extinguished. As far as the eye can see, the venue is snow white. Obviously it is almost summer, but it makes people feel like they are in a harsh winter. Even the melon-eating students who are far away from the battlefield feel that they are about to be frozen. What's even more terrifying is the center of the outbreak of the battlefield. Hundreds of ice sculptures stand tall. There are enemies and brains, looking at it from a distance, a piece of crystal. It is spectacular. General Binglin, one of Estus's tricks, specializes in group warfare, can use ice to create a large number of ice cavalry. The ice cavalry itself has combat effectiveness that ordinary soldiers cannot match, and can also store the energy of the Emperor, which can be released to form a super large range of blizzards. Chapter 93, Estus walked through the battlefield of ice sculptures like a forest of ice sculptures with straight and slender legs, without a trace of fat, and the ice crystals floated in the palm of his hand, shining with a strange brilliance, like an ice queen strolling in her back garden. This enemy leader is a student, and he is still satisfied with our Shangying's hospitality. If he is satisfied, he will stay here for a while, and he doesn't need to go back. Estus held the sword at his waist with one hand, and held the ice crystal in one hand, and stood in front of the increasingly pale wooden hanging with the dead handle. The wooden crane with a dead handle is quite sensitive, and before the cold snap that came overcame, he dodged and hid behind Brain Wu, although he was still shivering from the cold, but it looked much better than the brain that was frozen before he got up. Do you think you've won? The dead-handled wooden hanging roared angrily. If it weren't for the person in front of him, he would definitely be able to defeat the big boss of the peace symbol Olmec today, and his plan would have been ruined in the hands of the person in front of him. The sound of click came, and the ice layer on the body of the strongest brainless body next to the dead-handled wooden crane began to crack and shatter, and the ice slag kept falling down, and it seemed that it was about to get out of trouble. The ice crystals floating in the palm of Estus shot out one after another, piercing through the dead-handled wooden hanging limbs one by one, splashing blood flowers, scattered on the ground for only a moment, and then turned into blood crystals. At the same time, a cold air once again spread from under the feet of Estus, entangled the brain that wanted to break through the ice, and constantly thickened the ice to prevent the brain from coming out to disturb their conversation. Look, the world is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. It's not good, or I'll calm you down. A small cold current diverted from Xia Ye's feet again, which was deliberately slowed down by Xia Ye, and slowly flowed towards the limbs of the dead-handle wooden hanger. Damn it! The dead-handle wooden crane lying on the ground noticed Xia Ye's actions, roaring loudly like an enraged lion, and his injured and unable to move hands pressed on the ground and kept activating his personality, collapsing the ground, but it was useless, and his wrists and ankles were still frozen by the summer night's ice. I said that, Black Fog, don't you come out to save your boss. Grains of ice crystals appeared in the palms of the summer night again, and they glanced around helplessly, not knowing who they were talking to, but they didn't get any response. After the blizzard broke out, Xia Ye found that the black fog had disappeared, and he must have used his personality to escape the cold snap, and he didn't even have time to bring the dead-handled wooden crane with him. However, Xia Ye believed that this thing must not have slipped away, and he did not dare to leave the wooden crane with the dead handle and flee back to meet the adult alone. It's annoying that these space systems are there. When can I take out a space system? Quote. Xia Ye looked at him with a depressed face, his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't know whether to shoot out the ice crystals in his hands. Of course, Summer Night is not a way to deal with space, and he also has a trick that can freeze time and space. Wait a minute, this Summer Night classmate, please don't hurt the young master anymore, let's make a deal. In the distance, a cloud of black mist began to slowly turn out, and finally turned into a human form. Looking at the ice and snow world behind Xia Ye in fear, he opened his mouth to propose to Xia Ye, especially on the young master. He increased his tone, hoping that Xia Ye would have scruples. Just now, while communicating with the dead-handled wooden crane on a summer night, Black Mist tried to sneak up on the students at the exit of the venue, hoping to capture one or two students to come over and talk about the deal. As a result, as soon as the Black Mist showed his face, he was caught by the space hero number 13, who was also a space department, and was beaten violently. If he hadn't activated his personality in time and slipped away quickly, he would almost not have come back. Ha ha ha, you're enemies, what's the deal between us? Summer Night laughed as she looked at the Black Mist, and continued to release cold air from her feet, freezing her restless brain. Xia Ye was secretly scolding in his heart that this thing was really cautious, stuck at this distance. As long as he did something wrong, the Black Fog was afraid that he would be like a frightened mouse, and immediately use his personality to escape. And it's not easy for me to get close to the Black Fog, and when I pass, I will save the dead-handled wooden crane that I finally got with a space transfer, and I won't be blind in the summer night. Yesterday we caught a guy who was sneaking around and trying to follow our men, and we asked some interesting things with a hypnotic personality. He was actually instructed by a male student named Little Bird to visit Summer Night to investigate us. I don't know if this person's life is enough to trade. The Black Mist spit out a message that made the Summer Night change. No wonder that Uncle Zifeng hadn't contacted him yet, and it had fallen into the hands of the enemy alliance. I seem to have lost a little bit of this deal, but I'm your boss, and I don't know the one you caught. And since you've hypnotized him, you should know where he's coming from, and that's not something you can afford to mess with, at least not now. So it's not enough to exchange a hostage for your boss. Even if there is no transaction, Xia Ye did not plan to catch the dead-handled wooden crane. After all, there is a big guy hidden behind this baby. Maybe he grabbed the dead-handled wooden crane and threw it into the police station today, and the police station was leveled the next day, and the person was rescued. As for killing it, it's even more impossible. Anyone among the enemies who comes can move, just this unlucky kid can't move. He doesn't want to come to the door one day. AFO is aggressive. After all, the whole cards are not very strong now, and it is acceptable to face a wave of big guy instigation. Quote. Then what do you want? You must know that you can't move the young master, otherwise the master will not let you go. Black Mist was silent for a moment, but still opened his mouth and threatened. If he hadn't gone back like this, he would have left to prepare for the rescue operation, and these heroes would not have killed the dead-handled wooden crane. I don't like the tone of your voice, and you can't be the master of what I want. Let him talk about it. Xia Ye frowned, stepped on the back of the dead-handled wooden crane, and the ice crystals in his palms danced wildly, ready to shoot. Xia Ye dared to say this because he was sure that the big guy would not show his real body. After all, a person who had been hidden for so long could not easily appear in the light before the time came, and he was also a Shangbiang with the traces of Armit. Okay, I'll contact the master now. As for whether the master agrees or not, that's not for me to decide. The fog on the black fog was churning for a while, and finally he had no choice but to compromise, took out the phone and began to connect, while the Summer Night waited quietly, still feeding the brains around him. What is he doing on a summer night? Why did he suddenly stop? Or let's go over and take a look. The students looked at the Summer Night in the distance and the black fog didn't know what they were communicating, a little curious and a little worried. Don't go over, that's not a place for you to set foot in. Exit the venue immediately and evacuate to a safe place to wait for backup. Aizawa stopped the students who wanted to get over too harshly, but a pair of decadent eyes couldn't help but look curiously in the direction of the Summer Night, and he was a little puzzled by the inexplicable truce. However, doubts are doubts. Aizawa Shota still led the students out of the venue first, wanting to wait for the students to evacuate to a safe place before returning to support Summer Night. After all, as a teacher, it is impossible for students to fight alone, even if the students are really strong. Chapter 94. Is this the strongest brain? It's really domineering. Summer Night looked curiously at the ice sculpture. It was really a weapon specially made to kill the symbol of peace, and the muscles of the whole body were not inferior to Armit. If you ignore the skull and beak and dark skin that exposes the brain, you might think it's a copy of Armit. Okay, the host has agreed to talk to you. The black fog whispered to the other end of the phone for a while, and then stuffed the mobile phone into his body, and a small black fog surged around him on a summer night, and a mobile phone was spit out and teleported. Summer Night picked up the mobile phone on the ground and exhaled softly, still a little nervous in his heart. After all, he was the big man who once ruled the darkness, although the dynasty was terminated by Olmec, but the emaciated camel is bigger than the horse, and it is still not to be underestimated. You are the Summer Night that defeated my disciple, although I expected that the immature plan of the dead-handled wooden crane would fail this time, but I really didn't expect it to fail at the hands of a student. You with such potential reminds me of a person who once defeated me. As soon as he put the phone to his ear on a summer night, a deep and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone, as if a king who had been in a high position for a long time was greeting his subjects. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Ye is now equipped with the character card of Sheikh S. Queen Estes, and has a blessing on his body, he might have been subdued and had the intention of surrendering. Is it Armit? Although it is an honor to be compared to a symbol of peace, but I am far from being able to compare with Armit. Let's talk about our deals. Xia Ye hurriedly started haha. In case this big guy thinks that he has great potential, he is the second Olmec, and he wants to strangle himself, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Although the character card he has now is not necessarily weaker than him, when Summer Night looks at Estes, who is about to be consumed by nearly half of his energy, he still decides to take a wave. Ma Dan, when I have more high combat power rolls, Lao Su has to go out to wave every day. The aggrieved Summer Night silently swallowed poor tears. If it weren't for their ridiculous inheritance spirit, there would be no such thing as trading with the enemy, and I really thought you were his disciple. So, young man, say your request. How can you let my disciple go? But don't open your mouth. I believe you also know, I don't have to accept your conditions. I have the ability to pick up my disciples by myself, it's just that it's early and late. AFO seemed to be kindly reminding Summer Night, but Summer Night had nothing to refute. There is no way. Do you expect that the defense measures of the police station and prison can stop this big guy? This big guy is a lawless lord. I'm afraid that the police station will be flattened for you. Actually, it's not a big deal. Your brain, it's really interesting. I don't know. Oh, you want to have no brains. AFO seemed to be surprised by the words of the Summer Night, and there was a rare slight fluctuation in his mood. No, No, you're mistaken. Brainwu was originally my trophy. I'm just curious about the fact that they all have more than 2 personalities, so I'm wondering if you have mastered any personality transfer techniques. You should have a lot of good personalities to choose from. Xia Ye knowingly hinted that he was obviously in love with the personality that had accumulated over the years on AFO. Ha ha ha, you're really an eye-opener for me. I already have such an excellent personality and I'm still looking for a new personality. Such ambition. If I didn't already have a dead handle, I really want you to be my heir. Obviously, Summer Knight's words really aroused the interest of AFO, and he felt that such a greedy Summer Knight was more suitable to be an enemy than a hero, and it was very similar to him, and it was in line with his AFO philosophy. But if you don't want to be like the brainless thing, I advise you to dismiss it. Because transferring a new personality to one's body will cause rejection of one's own personality, it is difficult to succeed. I'm just the successful work of the black fog in front of you. The others have become brainless. It's because the black fog itself is very weak to succeed. It's basically impossible for an excellent personality like you to be transplanted successfully. It seems that because of his appreciation of the Summer Knight, AFO rarely explained it to the Summer Knight, and actually thought about it for the Summer Knight. In other words, it will fail because of the rejection of individuality in one's own body, so if you transfer the individual, it should be no problem. Xia Ye didn't have much expectation that he would be able to gain a new personality. After all, he didn't rely on personality to eat. Xia Ye believed that the types of abilities he could have in the future would definitely far exceed AFO, and he had decided in his heart from the beginning of the personality transfer. It's okay to be sexless. I wanted to find 2 brothers without personality, but unfortunately they annoyed my disciple. So when is our deal going on, or why are you bringing someone to me? AFO's tone was very playful, wondering if Summer Knight seemed to have the courage to come to him. After all, he is an enemy, a natural enemy with a hero, and he doesn't think that Summer Knight has the courage to come to him for a face-to-face deal. I'm not in a hurry here. I'll naturally bring people over when it's convenient in the future. I believe that people who have the courage to target Armit won't break their promises. Xia Ye really doesn't want to contact this big guy immediately, so let's ask for trading rewards when I have the capital in the future. As for whether AFO will regret it or something, Xia Ye didn't think about it at all. Anyway, the dead-handle wooden crane can't be kept, and it's already good to have extra gains. Besides, AFO really turned his face. Wait until the Summer Knight has a super dick character card. See if he doesn't beat AFO's head into a potato. Xia Ye hung up the call with AFO and saw that the black mist spit out a half-dead and unconscious person, who was caught Zifeng. So, then, naughty bear child, it's game over, and it's time for you to go home. Quote, Xia Ye squatted down and patted the head of the dead-handled wooden hanging that was lying on the ground and couldn't move, and before he could resist anything, he grabbed the collar of the dead-handled wooden hanger, and threw it in the direction of the black mist, so frightened that the black mist quickly caught the dead-handled wooden crane and directly teleported him away. Okay, you can leave, your boss, and I'll give it back to you, but I can't take this brain away without you, so I'd better stay with those ice sculptures so that I can give an explanation to the police. Summer Knight reached out and patted the ice cubes beside him, dispelling the opening of the black mist. Since the moment the wooden crane left the dead handle, this brain has settled down a lot, and he has not struggled much. Ding, Quest USJ Crisis completed, reward otaku value 500, _. Chapter 95, it's okay, I'm going to ask why, because I'm here. Summer Knight, who had just stepped out of the disaster simulation venue, looked at the blonde muscular man rushing towards him with a black line, and felt very speechless. Olmit, I've solved all the enemies, of course it's okay, what does it have to do with you, a teacher who will be late for work? Summer Knight said that he had packed everything up, and even talked about the big business, so it would be useful for you to come over again. Ah, I'm sorry, because there are crimes happening all the time on the way to school, and I can't turn a blind eye, and I don't know it. Ha 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 ha. Armit touched his head and looked up in embarrassment, obviously very weak about his obsession with fighting monsters and neglecting his work as a teacher. But are you okay with Summer Knight boy? As soon as I arrived at the school, I heard that an enemy had invaded the training venue, so I rushed over without stopping, and the other teachers also arrived immediately. As Armit spoke, the other Shangdiang teachers arrived, looking at the Summer Knight worriedly. Especially Aizawa Shota, looking at the safe and sound Summer Knight, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the evacuation of the other students, Kota Aizawa, as a teacher, would definitely not want to leave the Summer Knight alone to face it alone. I'm fine, but this thing may need to be rescued, or please send any of you to the infirmary. Summer Knight dragged an unconscious man in his hand and threw it at Olmit, who hurriedly caught it. What is this? The teachers looked at the muscular uncle in Armit's arms, and looked at the Summer Knight suspiciously. He, a member of the police secret operations team, usually brags about how powerful he is, but he was caught by the enemy this time, and the enemy used him to change their boss back with me. Summer Knight didn't want to hide the idea of letting go of the dead-handled wooden hanging from herself. Half-truths and half-truths are credible. Summer Knight is easy to suspect if she accidentally ran away. Who knows if there's surveillance in the venue? Summer Knight is not afraid of letting go of the enemy and being punished. After all, the most important thing for professional heroes to rescue hostages is the most important thing. The teachers quickly checked Zifeng's condition, and there was no injury on her body, but the back of her head was high and swollen, which was obviously caused by dragging her up the stairs all the way in the Summer Night. Summer Night boy, be gentle with the victims, you. Armit was speechless as he educated Summer Night, but Summer Night shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Zifeng is obviously undereducated. Xia Ye just helped him captain punish him well. Maybe Zifeng will be grateful to him. If he goes back without any injuries all over his body, it is estimated that he will be punished even worse by his captain. Then I'll leave the mess to you. Be careful, there's still a super strong brain frozen inside, don't wake him up. I'm going to tell my classmates that I'm safe. The Summer Night passed the Shongying teachers and walked towards the students who were waiting in the distance, and the teachers began to enter the training venue vigilantly and cautiously to prevent any netfish from attacking. As this a student inflicted. Midnight looked at the big change SJ venue in shock, covering his fascinated red lips, and the whip in his hand fell to the ground without realizing it, and he didn't know who he was asking. As far as the eye can see, it is white, and if it weren't for the hundreds of glittering ice sculptures under the light, it would really make people think that they have come to a fairy tale ice and snow world. Unfortunately, there was no response from the others, because the other teachers were also glazed in disbelief at the scene in front of them. No matter how many times I watch it, it's still so shocking. Aizawa Shota, who had already seen this scene, couldn't help but take a few more looks. Even if he had dry eyes, he endured it, and he looked more and more melancholy. The student is so powerful, and he is both happy and helpless to be a teacher. ... Brother White Bird, I haven't seen you for a few days. I've been promoted to a police officer, it's good. Outside the venue, Natsuya quipped as he looked at Shiratori, who had recorded a confession in front of him, and next to him were police officers who were busy coming and going. If there is an enemy incident, even if the matter has been resolved, the police still need to be on the scene, not only to clean up the scene, but also to record the confession of the person concerned to facilitate the subsequent investigation. The last incident made some contributions, and Xiaotiao was promoted to a level. Quote, Shiratori held a pen and paper in his hand, and there was a smile in his eyes, and he couldn't suppress his joy about his promotion. By the way, who are those who invaded Shongying? It seems that they are coming for Armit. Such a bold enemy force is a scourge. Shiratori suddenly put away the smile on his face and began to show worry, asking about Summer Night seriously. Although Shiratori is not a professional hero, as a police officer, he still understands the importance of Armit to social stability, and to put it bluntly, it is Armit who alone holds up half the sky of social peace. And this time the enemy actually came to kill Armit. This is simply a big case. Such an arrogant enemy is definitely a huge scourge. You must know that the average enemy is not to mention facing Armit. Even when he hears Armit's name, his feet tremble. They call themselves enemy alliances. I suggest you don't go deeper. This organization is not something you can touch. Summer Night reminded with concern, but found that Shiratori didn't seem to take his words to heart, and it was no wonder how a brainless guy like Shiratori could compromise with enemies and evils. I'm not kidding. It doesn't matter if you don't care about your own life, but if you annoy them, the whole city may be in the midst of war. Do you ignore the comfort of the people? Natsuya's words made Shiratori's face change, and he looked at Natsuya in shock, as if he wondered if Natsuya was joking. What the hell did they come to do with such harm? Shiratori finally gave up the idea of wanting to investigate in his heart. After all, if the other party was really like what Xia Ye said, then wouldn't he become a sinner in the city if he investigated? But he still asked unwillingly. All I can say is that the person behind the enemy alliance is Armit's sworn enemy, an enemy whose strength is not inferior to Armit, and may even surpass it. Summer Night turned his head left and right, and after finding that no one around was eavesdropping on their speech, he whispered in Shiratori's ear, but the words he spit out made Shiratori feel frightened. How is it possible? Is there an enemy in this world who can fight with Armit? Xia Ye looked at the white bird who left with a calm face, and shook his head. Maybe this is the helplessness of the righteous side. In fact, with the assistance of Olmut and Summer Night, it is not impossible to defeat AFO, but a battle of their level, once it is not overwhelming and falls into a stalemate, then even if it is won in the end, this city is estimated to be almost destroyed. Chapter 96. I don't know what Kagaya means. On the evening, I climbed onto the roof of my house without sleeping on a summer night, lying flat with my hands pillowed behind my head, comfortably enjoying the caress of the cool night breeze, looking at the full moon in the night sky that was as bright as a silver plate, and couldn't help but think of the conversation with Xia Ye after school during the day. Kagaya, if I had a way to get you personality, what personality would you want? Xia Ye rubbed the car shamelessly again, enjoying a calm face and drinking the black tea made by Xia Ye himself, but the words he said made the faces of someone in the car change greatly. Xia Yejin is really incredible, he can do such a thing that is difficult for ordinary people to do. If I had to choose, I would prefer a fire-based personality. Xia Ye first looked at Xia Ye and made sure that Xia Ye was not joking, so he continued to take Xia Ye's cup with a smile on his face and refilled the black tea. It's unbelievable what Summer Night said, but for some reason, Kagaya wants to believe it. Well, you believe me so easily. Did you mishear? But it gives you personality. I'm afraid you'll be deceived a lot in the future. Xia Ye, who obviously wanted to see Kagaya's frightened appearance, was shocked. This girl believed it. How did she grow up in a big family like Qiandi? Are the people of the Qiandi family so innocent? The expression of the driver uncle is a normal reaction. As long as Xia Yejin says it, I will believe it. Thousand Emperor Kagaya had a gentle smile on his face, and gently handed over a full black tea to Xia Ye, like a virtuous wife who was handing things to her husband. Trust me. Qiandi Wei looked at the summer night in front of him and took the teacup, and he couldn't help but think of the words ringing in his ears on a desperate night, which was so trusting. Ahem, cough, cough, why do you want a fire-based personality in Kaguya? I thought you would probably want an ice-based personality. After all, I think the ice type is quite in line with your temperament. Xia Ye coughed a few times in embarrassment, took a sip of black tea in disguise, and began to change the topic. Such a Thousand Emperors Wei made him a little uncomfortable. Xia Ye originally thought that with the character of Thousand Emperor Wei, he would choose a personality like ice, and no matter how bad he was, he would choose a personality that suited his fighting style, but he didn't expect to want a fire-based personality, which made him a little curious. As Summer Night-kun saying I'm too cold and cold, Thousand Emperor Kazuya frowned, as if she was wondering if she had left a bad impression on Summer Night. No, I'm just curious why you like a personality like fire. Xia Ye hurriedly put down the cup raised to his lips in his hand, and waved his hand again and again to explain, although Xia Ye did think so about the previous Thousand Emperor Wei, but it can't be said like this. Isn't the fire personality bad? I think the fire type is very powerful. And Xia Yejin doesn't live in a family of fire-type professional heroes. Your grandfather, mother, and sister are all fire-based, so I think the fire type is very suitable for me. In that case, I think I'm. Qiandi Wie's voice gradually became softer as he spoke, until the sound was like a mosquito and a fly, and the people in the car couldn't hear it. A subtle flush flashed on Sendi Kaguya's face, and he even inadvertently spilled some of the black tea in his hand. What a terrible thing this happened to Chidi Kaguya, who had been trained as a ninja samurai. Ha ha ha, I'll let you know when the time comes. My house arrived, thanks Kaguya for sending me home. Before the car stopped, Xia Ye hurriedly opened the car door and rushed home, and the key was not plugged into the right position several times, so that the Thousand Emperors in the car couldn't help laughing. What do you mean that my family is a fire-based personality? You want a fire-based personality? Is there any causal relationship between this? What does this girl want to do? She can't just like me, right? Recalling this, Xia Haley, who was lying on the roof, suddenly had an idea that startled him. No, this is an illusion, the three major illusions of life. In addition to being handsome, the strength is a little stronger. 5,000 words omitted doesn't seem to have any merit. Xia Ye quickly shook his head, trying to shake off the inexplicable thoughts in his head, and began to think about another problem, but that illusion still quietly took root in Xia Ye's heart. But I didn't know that AFO had a big fire-based personality. Do you want me to prepare it myself? Just when he was about to sit up and go back to sleep after the summer night, his nose suddenly moved, and he seemed to smell a faint fragrance, a fragrance of flowers that did not belong nearby, and he lay back with his hands on the pillow again. Since you're here, come out, Sakura. Hehehe, you're still as alert as ever on a summer night, and you've been found out again. In the shadow under the tree in the courtyard of the bird's house, a figure jumped slightly, and the toes moved on the tree, and the person had already flown up to the roof, and stood beside the lying summer night with his hands behind his back, and the silver moonlight gently sprinkled on the visitor, as if draped in a hazy and shallow silver veil. The pink shawl hair like cherry blossoms flutters gently as the night breeze blows. Ah, I said, what kind of atmosphere are you? Cherry blossoms, how can one be better than the other? A big man actually has such a strong fragrance of cherry blossoms. Zifeng is afraid that he will not be damaged by you, the captain. Summer Night rubbed her nose and waved her hand as if to dispel something, and continued to look at the silver moon without tilting her head. This beautiful boy who is not a few years older than Summer Night is the captain of the Sakura, and it should be said that each captain of the Sakura will inherit the name of Sakura, but there is nothing more appropriate and suitable than the current one. Cherry blossoms, personality cherry blossoms, can condense the sharp cherry blossoms of the blade to fight the enemy, when the opponent indulges in the flying cherry blossoms, but does not know the hidden killing intention, without knowing that the cherry blossoms are dyed with a point of blood. I haven't seen you for so long, are you burying your old friend like this? Sakura played with a few cherry blossoms between her fingers, and walked to Xia Ye's side and bent down to sit down, but was driven away by Xia Ye's disgusted wave of his hand. You stay away from me, I'm afraid you'll bend me. Obviously a man, he looks better than a woman, you should put on women's clothes and go to grab a man with others. It's not that we haven't worn it, the first time we met, didn't we put on the clothes prepared for the summer night, as a reward for you helping us with our mission? Sakura seemed to recall the first time she met Natsuya, and after changing her clothes, Natsuya looked drooling, and gently covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. There was a black line on the summer night, which was needed by the task at that time, who knew that the already charming cherry blossoms would be even more out of control after changing their clothes, making him embarrassed and losing his hair. This is simply black history. Quote. Say, what's the matter with me, as a busy, Sakura, Captain, Sakura-sama shouldn't have come to me to catch up. Xia Ye sat up, stretched lazily, and turned his head to look at the beauty under the moon beside him. My own people have been beaten. Someone has to come forward. I heard that Zifeng was invited by you to investigate the enemy organization this time. I came over to ask about the situation. There are some cherry blossom petals floating around the cherry blossoms, constantly circling around the cherry blossoms, and it feels like a flower fairy. You people, let me say something. I just finished persuading one today, and another one is going to touch the tiger's buttocks. I'm so good. Xia Ye stroked his forehead helplessly. He was speechless for these people who were crazy on the verge of death. People with strength like Xia Ye were instigated. Why do you people always want to make trouble and give away people's heads? I said, big brother, that big guy is really not something you, Sakura, can afford to provoke. You better wash and sleep. Oh, It seems that the water is very deep this time. Okay, I'll listen to you, just don't look at any further. Sakura looked deeply at the summer night for a while, and realized that the summer night didn't seem to be joking, so she put away the petals around her. Quote. Quote. Summer nights and cherry blossoms sat in the moonlight, falling into silence. I said, big brother, do you have anything else? I'm going back to sleep if there's nothing to do. The summer night really can't stand this atmosphere, and the first to break the silence. The surrounding environment is good, the moonlight is charming, the night breeze is gentle, but it is not a matter to accompany this man who is more beautiful than a woman to sit here and do his emotions. Summer night, don't you really consider joining us, Sakura? If you join, I can put my sister introduced it to you. Sakura smiled, turned and walked to the edge of the roof, suddenly turning back and throwing a terrible temptation at the summer night. Why didn't I hear you had a sister? Summer night was going to go back to his room to rest, but when he heard about this good thing, he quickly stopped and asked. She's my twin sister, she looks exactly like me, and even her personality is the same. I'll let her come to you next time. After the cherry blossoms finished speaking, they stepped onto the bridge built by the cherry blossom petals in the air and stepped away. The appearance and personality are exactly the same, but it is a pity that I will be tempted by beauty on a summer night, and I will sell myself casually. Well, why don't you ask about the welfare of Sakura next time, whether you pay 5 insurances and 1 housing fund or something? Summer night rubbed his chin and thought about it for a while, then floated to the window of his room, intending to open the window and go back to sleep, but he met a pair of curious and smart eyes on the window of the next room. Liuhua, don't believe your eyes, what you see may not be. Mom, my brother doesn't sleep in the middle of the night, and he goes on a date on the roof of our house with a beautiful big sister. Without waiting for the summer night to explain, the little bird Liuhua just turned around and rushed out of his room, and a lovely voice resounded over the nearby residential area of the little bird tour in the silent night, leaving the summer night who had not had time to stop holding his head and scratching the messy, in the air underscore. Chapter 97. Because of that unlucky girl with 6 flowers, I was interrogated by my mother last night for a night. Why do I feel like I haven't had any peace of mind lately, and if I continue like this, I should become a panda personality. Xia Ye looked at himself with super dark circles in the mirror, spit out the toothpaste foam in his mouth, pulled up the towel and rubbed his face and went downstairs. In yesterday's USJ enemy invasion, although everyone was not injured due to the intervention of the summer night, the school still decided to let the students in their class take a day off to recuperate and calm their feelings. So he didn't sleep well for 2 days on a summer night, and he slept until noon, and when he woke up, he went to work at home and went to school, and he was left alone in the summer night. I'm so bored today, what should I do? Go back to my room to play games or read comics? After eating breakfast, on a summer night, looking at the empty home, I turned on the TV to drive away the silence in all kinds of boredom, and then lay on the sofa in a daze, completely unaware of what I was going to do next. Let's continue to report yesterday's incident about the students of the Hero Division of Shangying High School who were attacked by the enemy in the disaster training facility. At this time, the host on the TV began to report on yesterday's Shangying's USJ incident, which made Xia Ye come back from her daze and sit up and watch the news. Based on the police investigation, we learned that the group of prisoners called themselves enemy allies and planned to kill Olmet, who was working as a teacher at Shangying High School this spring. Although the police have arrested almost all of the enemy, the whereabouts of the main culprit are still unknown. The picture of the icy and snowy world in the Shangying Disaster Training Center was shown on the TV, and the masterpiece of the summer night was vividly displayed in front of the TV. The last terrorist attack on the original species, and the invasion of Shangying by the enemy alliance this time, and the successive major incidents of the enemy's forces, I am afraid that they will cause great panic in society and the people. And it will also make those restless evils start to stir up, and the recent crime rate is afraid to attract a lot of rise, and some professional heroes are busy. Looking at the news reports, Summer Night couldn't help but be a little worried. This continuous large-scale enemy crime incident, like a signal, has begun to awaken the sleeping evil. Summer Night seems to have seen the darkness hidden under the surface of the peaceful light and began to jump. Temporarily inserted a piece of news. Just now, among the enemies who were arrested and sent to prison in the Shangying invasion incident, one of the enemies broke free from the control of the police, and after a big fuss, he walked away. His whereabouts are unknown and there is no news. He is absconding. I hope all citizens pay attention to safety. Don't. The TV shows police officers and professional heroes fighting the townspeople, but they are no match at all. And like a tiger entering a wolf pack and wreaking havoc in the crowd, it was the strongest brain that was frozen by the summer night. Hey, I told them not to despise it because it's safe, and now it's okay, it slipped again. Summer Night patted his head with a headache. It was really a blessing. There was no single line of misfortune, and the bad news came one after another. It is estimated that the police officer or professional hero acted too rough when escorting Brain Wu, which caused Brain Wu's instinctive reaction. Otherwise Brain Wu who did not receive instructions would definitely be more well-behaved than a child. Forget it. Go out for a walk, breathe in the fresh air and change your mood. Summer Night got up and turned off the TV, picked up his coat and walked out of the house, looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky, and couldn't help but cover his squinted eyes with his hands, which was really a bit dazzling. So where do you go next? Summer Night casually locked the gate, looking left and right on both sides of the road, a little confused. Although I decided to go out, I didn't have much to do. It seems like it's been a long time since I've been to my own hero office, so why don't I go and see what tasks I can do to pass the time? Hey, I'm really an idle life. Summer Knight struck his right hand fist on his left palm, finalized his destination, and set off. ... Isn't this a little night? Today isn't the weekend, why do you have time to come here? Xia Ye stood downstairs in his office, and was just about to go up, when 3 professional heroes in combat uniforms walked down. One of them was a particularly tall professional hero who saw Xia Ye and greeted him with a smile. It was the hero of Xia Ye's family. Since Xia Ye was also brought over to do tasks during his grandfather's training, he followed the long experience, so his own professional heroes are not very strange to Xia Ye, especially when Xia Ye contributed a large number of recovery potions. Xia Ye's popularity is not even much lower than his mother's. Uncle Gangly, haven't you watched the news? Shangdian gave us frightened, little babies, a day off. I'm so bored at home that I'm here to see if I can help. Are you going on patrol? Take me with you. The whole person of the summer night stood in the shadow cast by the sun blocked by the Gangly, looking at the tall Gangly proposal. When these professional heroes went downstairs, they talked and laughed, without a look of hurry, indicating that it was not an urgent mission because of the enemy, but a patrol mission. There's no way, after all, there is no hero license in the summer night, and many tasks are not very easy to meddle in, so you can only drill loopholes and follow the patrol mission. Hey, Xia Ye, don't you go up and say hello to the boss. She's here today, let's wait for you downstairs. Uncle Gangly is very empathetic to think about Xia Ye. The patrol task is not very urgent, although every patrol will still encounter some criminal incidents, but basically some gangsters. And like this kind of patrol mission, the patrol team is not only them, there will basically be several offices to take care of an area, so the patrol task is relatively easy. No, my mom has been a little angry lately, I'm afraid I'll find a dead end if I go up, let's hurry up and do the task. Xia Ye seemed to remember what had been talked about last night, and couldn't help but shiver, and hurriedly suggested starting the task, pulling Uncle Gangly and running out. Senior, is he? When Gangly and Xia Ye were walking side by side on the street chatting, the 2 professional heroes who had been following them and looking at Xia Ye seemed to have some questions, and someone couldn't help but ask them. Oh, look at my brain, I forgot to introduce you. This is the young boy of our office who travels to the summer night with a bird. Gangly patted his head and began to introduce the summer night to the heroes behind him. As for them, they are graduates who just joined our firm this year, and they haven't seen you before, so they don't know your identity yet. Speaking of which, it's my first time leading someone, so it's a good feeling to be a teacher. Gangly also noticed Xia Ye's puzzled eyes, and began to explain to Xia Ye the 2 teenagers who didn't look much older than Xia Ye. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 98. Is it okay to have a student follow us on a mission, in case? One of the red-haired teenagers in the graduating duo seems to be a little uneasy about participating in their patrol mission in summer night. After all, summer night is the age of a student, and he should not have a hero license yet, so it is unreasonable to participate in the mission with them. And although the boy didn't continue to speak, he obviously had doubts about the strength of a student in summer night, and was afraid that summer night would drag them back. But it's no wonder, after all, it's rare to see students as strong as summer night. No, it should be said that there are none, especially since it's just a freshman in the hero department, it's hard to be reassured. Ha. Xia Ye's strength is very powerful, you don't have to worry, Xia Ye has been doing hero missions for a long time, and he is much more experienced than you, so it's still your senior. Gangly patted Xia Ye's shoulder and laughed, causing Xia Ye to roll his eyes for a while, and dodge to the side in disgust, making Gangly's palm fall short. You have a strength personality to give me a little self-knowledge. Okay, thanks to my strength, it's okay, I can stand your strength, this has to be changed to someone who can't be slapped by you and vomit blood. No wonder you've been in the office for so many years, and this is the first time you've been a leader. A thin professional hero in the graduation duo stared at Xia Ye silently for a while, then helped his glasses, took out a small book from his pocket, and analyzed it seriously. Lil Bird Tour Summer Night, the grandson of the angry flame hero, is also the young son of our firm. The freshman of this Shangdian has experienced the terrorist attack of the original seed, Mall in the invasion of the enemy of Shangdian USJ. The strength is unknown, but according to the evaluation of most people in the firm, it is very strong. Quote. Summer Night looked at the thin man in front of him, and couldn't help but think of Iida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku in his class, a little bit of a combination of the two. Oh, hello, my name is Yoshito, I have a personality and telekinesis, and I graduated from Juwu High School. Every time I go to a new place, I'm gathering information about my surroundings. Yoshito seemed to feel the strange gaze of the Summer Night, stopped to analyze, put away the small notebook, put it back in his pocket, and helped his glasses again to introduce himself. Hello. Xia Ye politely stretched out his hand and shook his hand. After all, he was a professional hero under his own hands, and he was still a top student of Juwu University. Although Juwu is not as good as Jieshi, it can be regarded as a famous hero university, at least compared to most hero schools, it can be regarded as an excellent university. Yoshito is so cunning that he actually left me to introduce himself first. Quote. The red-haired boy pretended to be dissatisfied and teased Yoshito, as if the two had been friends for many years and were very familiar. My name is Akaji, a fire personality, and I'm also from Masterpiece High School, and I'm in the same class as Yoshito. I'm actually a big admirer of the Angry Flame Heroes, and I've always wanted to be as powerful a hero as him, so I came to the Angry Flame Heroes office as soon as I graduated, and I brought this kid Yoshito with me. You're the grandson of the Flame Hero, can you help me get an autograph? As soon as Akaji talked about his grandfather Tian Zhongliang the summer night, his eyes lit up with admiration, and he danced and talked non-stop, holding Xia Ye's hand and constantly asking Xia Ye, obviously a loyal fan of Xia Ye's grandfather. There are still people who regard the old man as an idol, and then the current fire personality should not worship Andor. Summer Night smiled at Akaji awkwardly but gracefully, but complained in her heart. Of course you can, but the old man is not here these days, and I will help you when he comes back. But after all, it is the request of his own professional hero, and he is so enthusiastic, Xia Ye naturally can't refuse. By the way, Uncle Gangly, where are we going to patrol today? Seeing that you brought 2 newcomers, it should be a very easy patrol mission. Generally, students who have just graduated from such a school will not have any too difficult and dangerous tasks to do tasks, and they will generally be taken by the seniors of the firm to do some simple tasks for a period of time, step by step, so that they can accumulate more experience and learn how the seniors handle things. Moreover, the patrol mission in the daytime is not very dangerous, and there is not so much arrogance, the enemy will be lawless during the day, and more crimes still occur in the dark night. Recently, I don't know why, the enemies are like bamboo shoots after the spring rain, and there are more and more crimes. Today we are going to investigate the disappearance of people, and recently there have been frequent disappearances in one area, and many people have gone missing, and even professional heroes who have gone to investigate have also disappeared, which has attracted attention. So the boss sent us to investigate, and our current patrol location is an abandoned residential area near the crime area. Uncle Gangly's face was a little solemn. There were professional heroes among the missing people. This patrol task seemed easy, but it might be much trickier than imagined. Ah, such a task is actually used to bring newcomers. What do you think? Is the person who sent the task also a novice? Xia Ye stopped and looked at Uncle Gangly in astonishment, a little puzzled how such a task could be sent to a team with newcomers. Although this kind of mission is still a patrol mission, it can also be counted as a survey mission, and the probability of fighting the enemy has been greatly increased. An enemy that can make professional heroes suffer from poison is definitely not comparable to that of a thug. Hey, it's not Akaji's kid. When taking the task in the office today, Akaji complained that the task was too boring, and asked to increase the difficulty of the task, otherwise he would not be able to get up on the ground. The person who sent the quest couldn't stand him anymore, so he gave us this task, and the boss was surprised when he saw us go to get the mission documents. With a wry smile, Gangly rubbed Akaji's head with his hands, rubbing his bright red hair like a bird's nest, which caused Akaji's dissatisfaction. What? It's boring in the first place. Wandering around the streets every day, there are so many professional heroes on the street, even if there are enemies, we can't take our turn to attack. Every day, I accompany my seniors to an izakaya to drink, and I get off work at night when there are the most crimes, which is a professional hero. Akaji's stomach is full of resentment. He has been wandering around the streets like this every day, and he has not even fought a decent enemy, and he has to accompany this uncle to drink every day. This was completely different from the professional life he imagined, and Akaji felt that his boiling blood was about to cool down. Akaji, the absence of enemies is what our heroes want, so that it shows that there is no flood of enemies and crimes. And we're still new, and simple tasks are the best way to gain experience. Quote, Yoshito, who has no sense of existence, stroked his glasses expressionlessly, and taught Akaji in a serious manner, like a dull teacher. Yoshito, don't pretend, I don't know you yet, and you must be tired of those tedious and boring patrol tasks. Akaji stared at Yoshito with an expression that you can't fool me, making Yoshito touch his nose weakly. Alright, stop arguing, don't get your hopes up, the abandoned area is just a place of suspicion, not necessarily an enemy. And we're just patrolling and investigating, and even if we do find something, we just need to report it back to the firm, don't expect me to make you fight. Ah, what, the seniors are really boring, not bloody at all, Akaji complained. Gangly looked at Akaji and Yoshito with a smile in his eyes. The two enthusiastic and energetic young men in front of him always remind him of what he looked like when he was young. By the way, you are also half of their predecessors in Summer Night, and you can also teach them some experience. These two hairy boys are too reckless, they can't listen to what I say. Uncle Gangly turned his head and proposed to Xia Ye, who was watching the lively scene. It's not just Gangly, even looking at these two people on a summer night, I remember a little bit of the days when I was just pulled to the office by my grandfather. At that time, Summer Night complained about this and that, but it didn't take long for Summer Night to be honest. Because Xia Ye's grandfather was annoyed by Xia Ye's complaints, he directly rolled up his sleeves and beat this ambitious kid, which made Xia Ye remember it vividly. What to do if the child is disobedient? Just give it a beating. Yes, Summer Night, tell me about your experience with the mission at that time, so that we can get up early and not have to do boring tasks all the time. Akaji's right hand is on the shoulder of Xia Ye. It seems that his friend who has known him for many years is completely unrestrained, and he is very enthusiastic and sunny. Maybe this is the common problem of many fire-based personality professional heroes. Actually, I don't have much experience to teach you, and I have to learn most of it myself. However, I have a suggestion that you newcomers can have a much better chance of surviving against enemies. Xia Ye's face was mysterious, but the advice he said disappointed the two who were hung up with their appetites. That is, if you can't beat it, you can run, it's nothing to feel ashamed of. How can a hero run away in the face of the enemy? Believe that you can definitely defeat the enemy, I will never run away. Akaji clenched his fists, his eyes filled with flames of blood. On a summer night, the hero escaped. What should the hostages do? How did the hero abandon the hostages and run away alone? Yoshito was calmer than Akaji, but he didn't agree with Natsuya's words. In the face of an enemy with a huge disparity in strength, even if you die in battle, it will not help you to rescue the hostages, but it is not a bad strategy to retreat for support. Akaji, this is not some kind of hot-blooded comic, and it is not possible to believe in yourself. I thought the same way at the beginning. I almost died. Blood does not mean recklessness. People will die when they are killed. I hope you can understand this. Xia Ye's words seemed to make the two of them a little unacceptable, and they silently followed Xia Ye Gangli and walked speechlessly. However, Uncle Gangli agreed. He had seen too many newcomers who died early. They always thought that if they became heroes, they would definitely be able to defeat the enemy, but they didn't know if this was the case. Then why there are so many professional heroes now, and there are still so many crimes in society. Chapter 99. What? There's no enemy at all. Did you come for nothing? After returning from the tour, Xia Ye and Yoshito heard the complaints, and the two looked at each other and smiled, so that they didn't have to guess who it was. Sure enough, turning the corner of the street, I saw a tuft of red hair squatting listlessly on the side of the road with his head down, while Uncle Gangli was listening to Akaji's complaint helplessly. How about it, senior? It looks like you don't have much to gain. Yoshito put away the map in his hand and asked Gangli. Since the area was too large, Gangli proposed a detachment to act, and Summer Night was grouped with Yoshito, while Gangli brought the most troublesome Akaji. Yes, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this place, not to mention the enemy. There is not even a single figure in this abandoned area. It's not too early, let's go back and report the situation. Gangli looked at the fading sun in the west and suggested that he should go back to the office. However, Gangli couldn't stand Akaji's complaints, turned around and gave the goods a hand knife, and finally made him quiet for a moment, covering his head and not opening his mouth again. Okay, then, who? Come out. Xia Ye was about to echo Gangli's proposal. His ears moved slightly, as if he heard something. He suddenly turned around and shouted at some dark corner, making the other three quiet down, and put on a fighting posture to look in that direction vigilantly. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I don't dare to run away anymore. I don't dare anymore. In the gloomy alley, a cowering figure slowly crawled out, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing and begging as soon as it appeared in the eyes of everyone, but it was a woman with a disheveled hair and a tattered body with blood stains. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Don't be afraid, tell us and we'll help you. Akaji came up to the woman first, helped her up, and asked with concern. You guys, are you heroes? It's great that we're saved. Please save us, save my children. The woman seemed to hear Akaji's words, raised her head timidly, and seemed to have discovered the identity of Natsuya and the others, and asked Akaji with a look of surprise, and her emotions became excited. You have to tell us what's going on, so we can help you. What's your name? Yoshito also stepped forward to Akaji's side, trying to persuade the woman to calm down. It may be that Yoshito's appeasement has a little effect. The woman gradually calmed down, her expression was not so panicked, and she slowly spoke. My name is Miko, my child and I have been kidnapped. There are still many people who have been kidnapped together, please be sure to save them. Xia Ye and Gangli looked at each other, understanding that this might be the clue to the disappearance. Who have you been kidnapped? Where are they now? What have they done to you? Gangli walked over and tried to get closer to Miko, but Miko seemed to be very frightened and shrank behind Akaji, lowering her eyes and not daring to look at Gangli. Senior, you look too fierce, you scared her. Akaji felt fine now, and the trust and dependence of the victim had given him a hint of a sense of heroism, but he also knew the seriousness of the matter, and repeated the problem of Gangli as softly as he could. I don't know who they are. They put us all in a dungeon, they throw people in every now and then, and they take a few people out every now and then. I don't know what to do, and the people who were pulled away are never seen again. Miko seemed to be afraid of something when she spoke, and kept turning her head to look left and right, as if she was worried that those enemies would jump out, and her hands tightly grasped Akaji's arm and didn't let go, and even her long nails pierced under Akaji's skin, and Akaji grinned in pain but didn't dare to scream. Inform the office, let them send someone over as soon as possible, and as first escort her to the hospital first, she looks injured. Summer Night walked over and looked at Miko for a while, and proposed to the other three, and took out her mobile phone to call the office. Don't. I'm fine. Don't go to the hospital. Please save my child. He's sick. He's very sick. He'll die if he drags on any longer. Please go and save him. Miko suddenly rushed towards the Summer Night, knelt in front of the Summer Night and grabbed his hands and begged so hard that the Summer Night couldn't even make a call. Summer Night, why don't we go and save people first? After all, her child can't be dragged down. Akaji seemed embarrassed, but his heart became excited, and it was finally time for him to show his hands and feet. But we're just here to patrol and investigate, and our strength is not very good, so we can't rush out if we don't know the enemy's strength. Summer Night put away her phone, her face full of helplessness, as if she was worried about the strength of the enemy. Night, you. Gangli was very puzzled when he heard Xia Ye's words. He also participated in the battle of the ninja family's encirclement and suppression. He knew how strong Xia Ye's strength was, and he just wanted to ask, but he received Xia Ye's eye signal, and after eye contact a few times, he looked at Miko kneeling on the ground in disbelief. It's okay, there aren't many people kidnapping us, you professional heroes will definitely be able to defeat them and save my children. Miko was still kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, her hair covering her face, making it impossible to see her expression, but it should be a mother's expression of concern for her critically ill child, it should be. Senior, you see, there aren't many enemies, we will definitely be able to solve them, let's go. Akaji didn't want to give up this hard-won opportunity at all, and began to pester. Okay, then it's troublesome for Miss Miko to lead the way. Gang Li looked embarrassed, didn't know what to do, looked at Xia Ye, saw Xia Ye nodded slightly, and agreed. Thank you, then I'll take you to the enemy. As soon as Miko heard that they had agreed to the summer night, she stood up in joy and thanked her, and staggered down the alley. Where is Miko-sama from? Listening to the accent doesn't seem like I'm from the city. Summer Night, who was following Miko all the way to the left and right, seemed a little bored and began to talk to her. Oh, my child and I are here for a tour, and when he heard that Olmet had come to this city, he clamored to come here, but he didn't expect to. Miko, who was leading the way in front, didn't seem to expect Natsuya to talk to her, so she looked back cautiously at Natsuya who looked like a student and explained her origin to him. By the way, Miko-san, how far are you from the enemy's lair? You won't be lost, right? Quote. Arrived right away, just a short distance ahead. The speed at which Summer Night changed the topic was a bit so that Miko couldn't keep up with Summer Night's thinking, and she was stunned for a while. Oh, Miss Namiko's memory is really good, well, her physical strength is also good. Summer Night looked up at the night sky, which had completely darkened, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's been so long, and she hasn't even been to the place where the enemy is holding hostages, and it's a bit interesting to see that she is familiar with the road and effortlessly looks like someone who has just escaped. Chapter 100. Summer Night and the group followed Miko to a secluded street. No, it should be said that all streets were secluded. Because the group had gone deep into the abandoned area, there was no one in the nearby residential buildings, there was not a single ghost, and the silence was terrifying, and the group could even hear their own panting clearly on a summer night. This is the enemy's lair, let's go down together. Miko expertly lifted a sewer lid and turned to Natsuya and the others. Miko-san, are you sure the enemy is down here? Gangli looked at the swarthy underground wellhead and asked Miko suspiciously. Of course, if you go down, you will soon find the enemy in the dungeon, let's hurry up and save my child. Miko seemed to be in a hurry, constantly urging them to hurry down and save people on summer nights. Oh, in that case, then thank you for showing us the way, your role is almost the same, please lie down honestly. Xia Ye gave Gangli a look as he spoke, signaling that the time had come and he could do it. Receiving the eyes of the summer night, Gangli began to act, and a pair of powerful large pliers firmly grasped Miko's arm, and before Miko could react, he threw her out fiercely, slammed into the wall by the street and slid down, fell to the ground without movement, and seemed to be unconscious. Ah, senpai, Summer Night, what are you doing, why do you want to hurt Miss Miko? Akaji seemed to be stunned by the sudden scene in front of him, and when he reacted, he calmly questioned Xia Ye and Gangli. Silly boy, as a newcomer, you still have a lot to learn. Gangli cursed in a speechless voice, brushed aside Akaji who was blocking in front of him, and cautiously looked at Miko who was lying on the ground motionless. What do you mean, senior, you make it clear. Don't say it, Akaji, look at your own hands. Yoshido stopped Akaji, who wanted to rush up and ask for an explanation, and pointed to his arm with a worried face, as if something bad had happened. What's going on? Black blood, I'm poisoned. When did it happen? Akaji turned his head to look at his arm when he heard this, and saw that the skin of his arm was covered with black blood vessels one by one, densely packed, terrifying. Just as the woman begged you to pinch your arm. To be precise, all four of us have been poisoned. Gangli and Yoshido's poison is relatively shallow, and I and you are the most poisonous, probably because you and I have been in contact with this so-called Miko, Miss. Xia Ye opened his mouth to explain to Akaji, who couldn't believe it, and after speaking, he turned his head and shouted to Miko, on the ground not far away, that lady, the ground is a little cold, be careful of catching a cold. Hey, thank you so much for the little handsome guy's concern, my sister is really touched. In Akaji's incredible eyes, Miko got up from the ground unharmed, patted the dust on her body casually, picked up her scattered hair and combed it, and smiled charmingly at Natsuya. Summer Night, how do you know she's not a victim? Yoshido asked Xia Ye with a puzzled expression, and even Gangli looked at Xia Ye curiously. If it wasn't for Xia Ye's reminder, he would still be in the dark. Yes, my sister wants to know too. Miko was also curious, could it be that she was discovered when she was poisoned? Then I have the honor to know the lady's name. Summer Night asks. Miko, gentlemanly, as if the other party is not an enemy but a beautiful woman who can be accosted on the side of the road. He, the handsome little guy is really a gentleman. But my sister's name is not good, so I won't say it, you can call me Poison G, everyone calls me that. Okay, my sister can answer you, it's time for the little handsome guy to answer. Poison G covered her little mouth and smiled, and threw a wink at the Summer Night. Oh, Poison Queen, that's an apt name. As for how do I know you have bad intentions? There are many flaws, so I'll just say 3 obvious ones. 1. The next time you trouble Sister Poison G to find clothes to change, don't just look for other people's clothes, so the tattered and bloodstained clothes don't match your snow-white and delicate, unscarred skin at all. Second, when I called to report to the office, he actually stopped me and encouraged us to come and fight alone. You must know that there are other professional heroes who are missing in the mission we received, and such an enemy is not very weak as you say. 3. If you are not from this city, you are quite familiar with the terrain around here, and a kidnapped person who was locked in a dungeon and escaped in a hurry still has such good physical strength, then you are great. Summer Night won't tell her, so that Summer Night is really sure that she is an enemy. It is when she quietly poisons Summer Night. The system reminds Summer Night that her state is abnormal. Did you already see that she wasn't a victim on a Summer Night? Akaji was puzzled, a little angry that Natsuya was hiding something about him, and it seemed that even Yoshito knew about it before him, which made him feel distrusted. Now, your antidote, the three of us have quietly drunk it, and it's up to you. Don't blame us for telling you at the end, your temperament is too straightforward, and if you tell you too early, it's easy for her to see something. Summer Night threw a bottle of potion to Akaji to explain to him, so as to avoid any gap in Akaji's heart. Akaji took the potion and was silent for a moment, then uncorked the bottle and drank it in one gulp, which also showed that he accepted the explanation of the Summer Night. Anyway, what are you kidnapping so many people for? Human trafficking. Summer Night asked Poison G curiously, trying to ask something along the vine. Hey, I'm sorry, little handsome guy, my sister has just joined, and I don't know much about the use of the people they kidnap, so I just let me officially join if I have a few of you who have voted for it. Poison G stroked her hair and smiled regretfully, but the words she said surprised Xia Ye. What, there are others? Stomp pedal pedal. A sound of footsteps sounded from the darkness, and a dozen figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Boss, I said a long time ago that this new girl is unreliable, but fortunately she didn't bring too many people over this time. Even if Brother He is not there will be no big mess. One of the lewd men glanced at Poison Queen's plump figure a few times, but as if he remembered something, he shivered, and leaned over to the leader and whispered bad things about Poison Queen. What are you afraid of? There are only 4 people, and 2 of them are hairy boys. Hey, there's actually a student. When did the professional heroes let the children participate in the mission? Is there no one in your office? Ha ha ha. The leader laughed a few times, and with a wave of his hand, the enemy behind him leaned towards them in the Summer Night. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 101. What's the matter? The appearance is so stylish. I thought it was such a powerful character, but it turned out to be done in 3 or 2 clicks. I'm afraid these people are not funny. Akaji looked at the enemies rolling all over the ground, with an expression of unfinished fun. Even Yoshito, who didn't make a few moves, and all of them fell to the ground, and even Gangly and Xia Ye didn't have time to do it. What's going on? How did they defeat professional heroes with such strength? Is it? Xia Ye looked at the Poisonous Queen who had not participated in the battle with a puzzled look, and the Poisonous Queen seemed to notice the question in Xia Ye's eyes, and hurriedly explained. Don't doubt your sister, I said it all. I am a newcomer, you are my first prey, and I haven't done anything else. Oh yes, I almost forgot about you. Summer Night, this abominable woman is handed over to me, and I will let her know the fate of deceiving me. Akaji's face was fierce, and 2 flames came out of his hand and passed towards the Poisonheim. I surrender, you arrest me, I will not resist. Poison G looked at Akaji, who was angrily coming towards her, and quickly raised her hands in surrender, showing that her people and animals were harmless, and looked at the Summer Night with an innocent and pitiful face. Obviously, Poison G has already seen that the youngest Summer Night is the most vocal of the 4. Are all of you here? Have you ever slipped through the net, and where have all the hostages you sent away? Summer Night came to their boss and crouched down and began to ask. He felt that the combat power of this group of people was too scummy, and there should be someone else who could defeat the professional hero. Ha ha ha, what's the use of you catching us? We'll come out soon, you guys with bad things just wait. The enemy boss seems to be unconcerned about his capture, and threatens Summer Night with a sarcastic expression, completely unaware of being a prisoner. Tut tut, why do your enemies always like to talk harshly? Isn't it good to quit honestly? A cold light flashed in Xia Ye's eyes, and a handful of kunai appeared in his hand at some point, and it was directly pierced into the right palm of the enemy boss, and the powerful force not only pierced the palm, but also inserted into the cement-pouring road. Ah, the enemy boss didn't seem to expect Xia Ye to suddenly attack him, and he was stunned, until the intense pain in his hand reached his brain, and he covered his palm and began to scream. Summer Night Yu. Akaji and Yoshito didn't expect this scene at all, and reacted and wanted to step forward to stop Xia Ye's mistreatment of the enemy, but they were stopped by Gangly. Look hard, study hard, this is what you babies who have just come out of school will have to experience sooner or later. But the Professional Hero Act stipulates that you can't harm an enemy, let alone abuse an enemy who has already been captured. Akaji and Yoshito couldn't accept it at all. It was completely different from the education they received at school. What you said really reminds me of an old man. He used to talk about the heroic law like this. Summer Night held the kunai again, but he didn't go down, and his eyes didn't look at the enemy, but he didn't know where he had gone, as if he was remembering something. The screaming enemy boss noticed the distracted Summer Night and felt that his opportunity had come, and his eyes were full of fierceness, and he stretched out his unrestrained left hand to the Summer Night, wanting to react against his personality. You're really not good. Ah, The left hand stretched out by the enemy boss was held by Xia Ye's wrist, and the hand was bitter, and the familiar scene played out again. First, I'm not a professional hero yet, and the hero law doesn't have a lot of constraints on me. Summer Night seems to be explaining to Akagi and the others, and it seems to be threatening the enemy boss. Second, the injuries on his body are obviously caused by his younger brother's dissatisfaction with his boss's action, and it has nothing to do with me, right? Summer Night turned her head to look at the enemies who were lying next to her and pretending to be dead, and asked them innocently, which made them swallow their saliva and quickly nod in agreement. So, let me ask you again, and for the last time, have you ever slipped through the net, and what do you do kidnapping people? Summer Night took out a kunai again, constantly playing with it between her fingers, but her eyes were faintly on the neck of the enemy boss, and the threat was self-evident. I said, we're just a little gang. It was Brother He who found us, saying that there was a big deal to cooperate with us, and that he instructed him to kidnap people, and even the professional heroes were caught by him. We're only responsible for kidnapping people, and we don't know where they ended up sending the kidnappers. The enemy boss felt a chill in his neck, stopped screaming, and was not as hard as he was just now, and hurriedly said everything. Brother Black, are they? You mean not just one person? Summer Night sensitively heard the point. Well, I don't know exactly who they are, but they should be quite powerful, and they can even reach the police, and many of my subordinates have been arrested and released. The enemy boss wanted to hide something, but looking at the Summer Night when his eyes were getting colder and colder, he still said it in fear. What a tricky event. Standing up after the interrogation on a summer night, I felt that my head was a little swollen. I didn't expect that an ordinary kidnapping case seemed to be very deep, and it could actually involve the police. It seems that the other party's power is really not small. HMPH, you stinky little ghost, when I come out, sooner or later, you will regret coming to us for trouble. The enemy boss endured the pain in his palm, and looked at the back of Xia Ye's departure, his eyes full of vicious cruelty. I don't know what to live or die, do you really think I'll forget what you just threatened me? Xia Ye, who had his back to him, seemed to sense something, paused slightly, and continued to walk towards the Poison Queen. Little handsome guy, my sister is really the first time, can you let my sister go? Even though Poison Ji was handcuffed to the iron pipe, she still threw her wink at the Summer Night with undiminished grace. Yes, Hehehe, the little handsome guy is really good at laughing, and he actually made a joke about his sister. Summer Night's answer made Poison Ji stunned, and returned to her original tone. I'm not joking, your personality is poisonous, I don't like what their boss threatened me just now, and I also know some high-level police officers. Summer Night slowly blew into the ears of the poisonous queen, and after softly saying these few headless and brainless words, he turned around and left to call back to the office to report the situation, leaving the thoughtful poisonous queen behind him. Is this kid really a hero? It's really interesting to be able to say such things without changing his face. Although Xia Ye's words didn't match the words, Poison Ji still understood his words. Her eyes revealed curiosity, as if she had found some novel toy, looking at Xia Ye not far away. Chapter 102. The police came quickly this time, and not long after the phone call on a summer night, a large convoy came and quickly escorted the enemies all over the ground into the police car, obviously taking the disappearance very seriously. And then arrived in the office professional heroes also went deep into the sewers to start rescuing the hostages, although there have been a lot of kidnapped people do not know where to go, but still rescued a lot of victims from the dungeon, but unfortunately did not find the missing professional heroes. I am afraid that it has been more than lucky. Since they were the ones who subdued the enemy this time in the summer night, they also needed to go back to the police station with the police to record a statement, and by the time they had settled everything, it was already late at night. How's that? Don't you think that the situation of the so-called hero striking the enemy is a little different from what you imagined? With a smile on her face, Natsuya teased Akagi and Yoshito, who had been silent since they came out of the police station. This is completely different from what we teach in school. How can heroes hurt enemies? Akagi, who had been silent, suddenly yelled in disbelief at Natsuya as if he had found an outlet, and although Yoshito next to him did not speak, he seemed to agree with Akagi's words. I said you too. Okay, Uncle Gangly, don't blame them. After all, everyone who has just graduated has to go through their process. Summer Night interrupted Gangly's words with a smile and comforted Gangly. How can a hero hurt his enemies? Akagi, Yoshito, if you continue to be a professional hero with such an idea, I advise you to give up your plan to continue being a hero. If the so-called hero law is to protect the existence of the enemy's safety, then who will guarantee the safety of the hero? You must know that the strength of most heroes is not much stronger than the enemy, and may even be weaker. If the safety of the enemy had been taken into account and the lives of heroes and even civilians had been lost, would the society still be so stable now? The enemy would not have any enemy law or anything like that. Although Xia Ye is still a hero student, he has done a lot of tasks in his own office, and he knows very well that the dangers that hero school students are exposed to are not at the same level as those that real professional heroes are exposed to. Even if Shangyi's several enemy invasions were just the joke of this immature child with a dead handle. The real enemy doesn't care about anything, and most of the people who become enemies are people who have not received personality education. They are all cruel and crazy, and this does not even change depending on the strength of the enemy. But, why would you hurt the enemies when they have already been subdued? Akagi was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute it, but it quickly occurred to him that Natsuya was mistreating them while the enemy was subdued. I'm not like this, will they be honest about the whereabouts of the hostages taken? I haven't asked yet, but I still know something else. After Xia Ye finished speaking, he ignored Akaji and the others, stared blankly at the silver moon hanging high in the night sky, and began to think about who the black hand behind this kidnapping incident would be. In an unknown villa, the house is full of famous paintings and antiques and other valuables, all of which show that the identity of the owner is not simple. A dark shadow quietly came to a room, knocked lightly on the door, waited for a moment, seemed to be allowed to enter the dark room, although the light was not turned on, but the room full of books all indicated that it was a study. Boss, we have found out the origin of the person who destroyed our birdcage, this time. As soon as the shadow entered the room, he knelt on one knee at his desk, not knowing who he was reporting to. Well, what kind of person? A voice that could not be heard from behind the chair with its back to the dark shadow. The other party is a professional hero from the Raging Hero's office, a veteran professional hero and 2 rookie professional heroes, and a hero student. The black shadow looked up at his boss as he read about the students in the back of him, as if he was worried that he would be punished for his incompetence. After all, the den under his jurisdiction was eliminated by the students, and I am afraid that it will leave the impression of incompetence on the boss. Angry Flame Office, Hero Department student, isn't that a student called a bird to swim on a summer night? The master of the study muttered a few words suspiciously, as if he was a little familiar with the name of the office and the information, suddenly turned his chair and asked the black shadow kneeling on the ground in a deep voice. Yes, that's right, do you want us to send some? Although the black shadow was curious about why his boss asked about a student alone, he still put aside his doubts and asked about the arrangements responsibly, while scratching his hand on his neck a few times. Bastard, you're looking for death. Quote, Dark Shadow didn't expect that his suggestion not only didn't get the boss's approval, but also caused a metal teapot to smash into his head. The black shadow's hand moved slightly, but he still gave up blocking it and let it smash on his forehead, and the scarlet liquid trickled down from his forehead and flowed to his mouth, making the black shadow lick it unconsciously. The black shadow felt very aggrieved, obviously he had dealt with it like this before, and the boss praised him for doing a good job. Forget about this time, let the other birdcages temporarily give me a little restraint recently, and hide it honestly. And don't mess with the people in this office, and don't mess with that little bird on a summer night. The boss seems to be very afraid of the summer night of the bird's tour, and chooses to calm down and avoid the summer night. And those bird keepers who were arrested, although they don't know much information, but it's better to keep them shutting up, and it also saves them from provoking people who shouldn't be provoked after they get out of prison, understand? Obviously, the boss is also very aware of the style of these enemies, and knows that these people will cause him unnecessary trouble, and plans to kill people. The gangsters still don't know that the people they worked for have also given up on them, and they are still discussing revenge on the person who arrested them after they are released from prison, and they don't know if they have the life to get out alive. Okay, you go and deal with things first, don't let people find out when you leave. The boss waved his hand, signaling that the shadow could go out if nothing happened. Yes, boss, the black shadow replied respectfully, and with a wave of his hand, the metal teapot that had fallen on the ground floated up and gently put it back on the desk, and then exited the study and closed the door. Do the birds swim in the summer night? The study was quiet again, and in the dark room, a few whispers came from time to time, as if considering something in contemplation. A silver-haired middle-aged man leaned on a chaise longue and looked at the silver moon in the sky, and the moonlight poured into the room through the window, leaving a patch on the ground. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence in the study and bringing the stunned man back to his senses. Who? Second uncle, it's me, Kagaya, I'll get the book. Chapter 103. Hey, what a busy and short vacation. On a summer night, Hatcher walked into his classroom with the bell ringing, lying listlessly on his desk. Summer night, as the class leader, you come too late, every time you step into the classroom, what if you were late? Iida Tenya rushed to the summer night desk and taught the summer night a lesson with his hands and feet. Iida Tenya can't bear the behavior of stepping on the school every time in the summer night, and he thinks that if the summer night as the class president is late, he will not be able to serve as a role model, and it will make other students relax themselves and even make other classes look down on their own class. Am I not late? I am very time conscious, and I will not be late. Besides, as a heavyweight like the squad leader, he is naturally going to make the finale. Xia Ye waved his hand, not caring at all, and said that Iida Tenya was speechless for a while, unable to refute. But, also, as the class president, I would like to remind you that it is the time for the morning class meeting, so please return to your seat and sit down, and don't move around. Summer Night interrupted Iida Amaya's mouth and reminded him, kindly. Iida Tenya looked back to find that he was still standing alone in the hallway in the classroom, and the other students were already sitting in their seats, all turning their heads to look at him. It's such a failure. Iida Amaya embarrassedly walked back to his seat, making his classmates laugh secretly. I don't know which teacher is coming to the class meeting today. It should be Mr. Aizawa, after all, he is the head teacher. Give it to you, I hope it's Armit. The classroom was quiet for a while, and the students couldn't help but start discussing. Good morning. The classroom door was pushed open, and Aizawa walked into the classroom listlessly, which made the students look at the summer night, and the two were just the same. As our class hopeless, the head teacher and class leader are all this virtue. Looking at Aizawa Shota, who slowly walked onto the podium. This thought rose in the minds of many students below. Due to the intervention of the summer night, Aizawa Shota did not come to class with an injury wrapped in a strap like in the original book, but it didn't feel much worse. Even if there was no injury, he still looked like he was not in a state of being in a state where he was about to hang up. What I want to inform you today is that the battle is not over yet. As soon as Aizawa's words fell, the atmosphere in the class instantly froze, except for the militants like Hiroshi Katsumi who were a little expectant. Most of the rest of the students were pale, especially Grape Tien Minoru exclaimed, "There will be no more enemy invasions." Aizawa shook his head and looked around the classroom. The heroic sports festival is coming. Sports festival. Aizawa's words caused a burst of exclamations from the students. The super campus event has begun. Kirishima reeled as he stood up and yelled with blood on his face. Wait. Shanming interrupted Kirishima, trying to say something. We've just been invaded by the enemy, so it's really okay to suddenly hold some sports festival, and if we encounter another attack. Without waiting for Shanming Electric to speak, Erlang Shangshang grabbed the conversation and asked Aizawa Shota directly. It seems that the school is holding a sports festival to show the outside world how impregnable Shangying's crisis management system is, and I heard that the security force will be strengthened 5 times that of previous years. And importantly, UA's sports festival is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so why should it be stopped because of a small number of enemies? But our school's sports festival is one of the largest events in Japan. Speaking of sports festivals, Aizawa Shota, who has always been listless, rarely cheered up a little and said a lot of words in one breath. But yes, Shangying's sports festival is not a casual campus event, and top heroes from all over the country come to watch, whether it's for the purpose of discovering talent or observing the potential of the next generation of heroes. Not only professional heroes, but also the public are also curious and concerned about the strength of the heroes cradle Shangying students, so the Shangying Sports Festival has also become a sports festival far beyond the Olympics. Although it may expose the personality of the students, as a hero, personality information is not a confidential thing, but showing strength to the outside world can also make enemies jealous and reassure the people. Summer Night is very optimistic about the holding of the Shangying Sports Festival. You must know that the Shangying Sports Festival will be broadcast live to the whole country, which also means that they will receive national attention. Of course, if you can join a famous hero office, you will gain more valuable experience and exposure, and if you are lucky enough to be valued by professional heroes, your future will be brighter, Aizawa told the students with a serious face. Once a year, there are only 3 precious opportunities for the entire high school, and it is an event that must not be missed for those who aspire to become heroes. Ding! Release the tasked star of the sports festival in this much anticipated event. How can the host be willing to be ordinary and be green leaves? Let the audience who watched the Shangying Sports Festival cheer for you. Perform brilliantly at the sports festival and become the champion of all expectations. Quest reward. Premium item draw once. Hey, system, why isn't the reward for this mission otaku? Summer Night looked at the reward of this mission a little confused. What kind of item is considered high level? Items that can significantly increase the host's combat power are high-level items, and the system can ensure that they are at least no worse than the host's Lion King. Hearing the system's explanation, Summer Night couldn't tell what the reward would be this time. Say okay. Otaku value can also draw items. Although most of them are cheating goods, but it's mainly for the sake of accumulating times. Good for drawing character cards. Let's say it's bad. An item that is at least not inferior to the Emperor Lion King can bring a very high increase in combat power, and the item is not like a character card, which needs to be cooled and restored when the energy is used up, which brings long-term combat power. But no matter what, the champion of this Shangying Sports Festival was booked by Summer Night again. I said, Bang Jiao frozen, what are you two looking at me doing? No matter how handsome I am, it's not a reason for you to covet my beauty. Summer Night was able to draw good things after completing the task by himself, and suddenly his back was cold, and he felt 2 eyes shooting from different directions, staring at himself coldly, and looking up, it was Burst Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly. Little bird tour Summer Night, I will definitely defeat you and become the champion in the ring battle of this sports festival. Bang Hao Shengji's eyes were full of scorching battle intent, and he made a war post to the Summer Night with a provocative face. And although Bang Jiao Liang didn't speak, from his eyes that were almost full of fighting intent with Bang Hao Shengji, it should also be a meaning. If nothing else, every year Shangying's final finale is a one-on-one battle in the ring, a carnival feast for the warmongers. Oh, are you serious? Did you skip class at USJ? I think you and Bang Jiao Liang can fight for second place. Although Xia Ye is arrogant, it makes people powerless to refute it. Everyone has seen Xia Ye's strength during the USJ incident. The difference in strength is too big, and it is indeed not a level. Although Xia Yejin is very strong, I won't give up, and I look forward to meeting you in the ring. When everyone was silent, Thousand Emperor Wei also stood up and began to invite Xia Ye to fight. That's right, I'll try my best, come on. Leary Yuchazi was different from the previous cuteness, and began to boil with enthusiasm, and the serious expression on her face made the classmates next to her feel a little unrecognizable. Chapter 104. At the end of school, Class A in 1 year. What's going on? What's going on? As soon as Raihyo Chako, who was about to go home, pushed open the classroom door, she was stunned by the scene in front of her, and the corridor was crowded with people. Looking at the scene in front of the classroom in his class being blocked, everyone in class changed their faces slightly, and they were a little uncomfortable with so many onlookers. What are you doing in Class A? Iida asked politely. What are you doing? You can't get out. What are you doing here? Minoru Minda protested angrily. A group of miscellaneous fish, are you here to spy on intelligence? Bang Hao Shengji crossed the grapes, full of disdain. You guys are doing these things in vain. Get out of here, dragons. The arrogant attitude of Bang Hao Shengji made the faces of the people outside the classroom ugly, and they made a noisy insulting sound, which made the students in the classroom worry for a while, lest they would not be able to help it, and they would rush up and beat Hao Shengji. I originally wanted to come and see what kind of characters the rumored Class A are, but it turned out to be bad. Are the students of the hero department like this? At this time, a blue-haired boy with a seaweed head and inverted triangular eyes was squeezed out of the angry crowd, with swollen circles under his eyes, and he looked like he had just woken up and had no energy. What kind of trash fish are you? Bang Hao Sheng's own people are about to explode. Although he was angry when he was underestimated by Xia Ye, there was nothing to say. After all, the strength of the person is indeed strong. With this qualification, where did this trick in front of him come from? My name is the Mind Messenger, and I'm from the General Division. Quote. The blue-haired boy introduced himself. His tone paused slightly, and then he began to continue to provoke Hao Shengji. There are many students in this school who have been assigned to the general subject and the other two subjects because they have not been admitted to the hero subject. Do you know? And the school has also left us with a chance like this. What chance? Asked Iida Amaya, confused. It is said that based on our performance at the sports festival, we will be reconsidered whether or not to reintegrate us into the hero department. The heart-wrenching envoy glanced at the students in the classroom, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. If you enter, you will naturally come out. Scouting the enemy. At least I'm here to declare war today, even if it's a hero. If you get too carried away, be careful of being overturned by us in an instant. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, especially the explosion of Hao Shengji and Xinjiaoren, which made the eyes of the two fiercely look at each other, as if they had hit an electric spark in midair. However, there are many people in Class A whose faces have changed greatly. They originally thought that the sports festival was an opportunity to show themselves to professional heroes, but who knew that there was still a risk of being expelled from the hero department, which made some students who were not confident in their own strength began to worry. Very good. I appreciate your courage to go beyond your strength, and I accept your declaration of war on behalf of the whole class as the class leader. When everyone was worried about whether the explosion would win the battle with the troubled man, a sound to break the deadlock sounded. It was a summer night. Xia Ye slowly walked out from behind his classmates, and came to the heart of the envoy with a provocative face. That's it, don't say that our hero department bullies you ordinary subjects. As long as any of your general students can beat any of my classmates in the final finale of the ring, then even if our class loses, I don't think any of you will be able to enter the ring. When the students in Class A heard Xia Ye's words, their faces changed drastically, and they looked at Xia Ye in disbelief. What? Summer night you? I'm from Class B next door, and I heard that you fought with the enemy, so I was going to come and ask a few questions, but you kid seems to have been dragged to the sky. Hey. Just as everyone was about to ask why Xia Ye made such a promise, another white-haired and white-eyebrow student squeezed over from the crowd, full of indignation. It was Class B of the hero subject. Class B, it seems that you don't accept it. Do you want to make a bet? This time, the first three of our Class A are all covered. If you Class B is not convinced, try to grab it. Xia Ye looked unconvinced again, a little familiar, as if he was called Tai Jie Che Tai. Looking at the summer night that began to provoke people again, the classmates in Class A are going crazy. When will the summer night be more provocative than the explosion of heroes? Of course, not everyone disagrees with Xia Ye's words, and Bao Hao Shengji, who usually looks at Xia Ye's unpleasant eyes, agrees with Xia Ye's provocation now, and Bang Zhao Liang, who is confident in his own strength, often secretly steps on the yin, and Xiandi Wei also feels that there is no problem. You are the president of Class A, Little Bird Tour Summer Night. I know you are very strong, but this does not mean that the classmates in your class are also strong. I don't know where you got the confidence to dare to make such a bet with me, so what is the bet? The heart makes him feel that Summer Night is simply too arrogant. He already looks down on these heroic students, but they are just a group of lucky people. If it weren't for the lack of rigor in the selection and assessment of the entrance examination, and his personality was not suitable for play, he would definitely be able to enter the hero department. The replacement of the hero students is a matter for the teachers, and we can't interfere, so we're going to make it simpler. The losers, both men and women, wore the outfits of the female cheerleaders at the final ceremony of the sports festival to celebrate the students on the podium. How about it? Can you two represent your class? After all, it's impossible to win our Class A. Xia Ye questioned the right of the Mind Messenger and Tai Jie Che Tai to make decisions in the class, but he didn't look back at the group of classmates behind him who were about to eat people, and he had the urge to re-elect the class president. It's too much. This guy is underestimating us too much. That's it, we gambled. I don't believe we can't even win a class a person. The students present in the general department were so angry by the summer night that they couldn't wait to go to the sports festival and the summer night to go to the ring to PK, but they didn't think about whether they had the strength to stay until the end. Then what about your Class B? You won't even be as good as these ordinary people, right? Seeing that he had completed the general course, Xia Ye turned his head to look at Tai Jie Che Tai, trying to use the radical method. I'm not the squad leader, I don't have the power to. Yes, I, as the squad leader, agreed to make this bet on behalf of Class B. Just when Taijesh puffed up his iron drum and finally had no choice but to give up, a female voice came from the back of the crowd and agreed to make a bet on a summer night. Everyone turned around and saw a girl with an orange slanted ponytail walking out of the next classroom with a group of people. The head of Class A, the bird swims in the summer night, admires the name for a long time, and often hears the teacher mention your name. I'm the class leader of Class B, Kazuka Kento, and your bet was taken over by our Class B. Fist Fuji Yijia walked through the road that everyone gave her, and came to Xia Ye and looked at him with full of fighting spirit. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 105. Okay, that's settled, let's get out of school. What's wrong with you? Summer Night looked at the crowd that was gradually dispersing, turned to the classmates and said, only to find that everyone was looking at him with a terrible expression of cannibalism. Our class leader, may I ask why you made such a bet without our consent? The bet for the top 3 in Class B is also counted. After all, there are booms, explosions, bright nights and summer nights. Why is it that the bet of the ordinary department is that they only need to beat any of us in the ring? Our strength is not so strong, in case we lose. When the classmates heard that Xia Ye actually had the face to ask, where could they still bear it, they all asked about Xia Ye. It didn't matter if they were scorched and scorched. Anyway, they had confidence in themselves, although they were also a little skeptical that others would drag them back. The classmates didn't blame Xia Ye for making a bet. After all, they were also provoked by the words of the heart-wrenching people. They just think that the terms of the bet with the general department are too outrageous, and it is difficult for them to guarantee that they will be able to win if they are relatively low. They went crazy at the thought that if they lost, the whole class would have to change into such shameful clothes at the much-anticipated sports festival. Oh, are you really here to be a professional hero? Summer Night slowly walked to the podium and glanced at the classmates in the classroom with a look of disdain. Of course, otherwise what are we going to do if we are admitted to the heroes section? Iida Tenya was very angry, feeling that Summer Night was underestimating them. It turns out that you still know that you are from the hero department, so why don't you have the confidence to win in the face of the ordinary department? You enjoy better resources than theirs, and your starting point is higher than theirs, so why do you think you will lose? If you don't even have the confidence to defeat the general students, what will you do to defeat the enemy in the future? Xia Ye looked at the people who lowered their heads and did not speak, and they were a little ashamed of what he said, and shook their heads. Of course, these people definitely don't include a few powerful ones such as Bang Hao Shengji, Bang Zhao Freeze, etc. They didn't take other classes in their eyes from beginning to end, and their goal was only Summer Night. If you really don't want to lose, then give me 2 weeks to train myself and get stronger. If you don't know how to train, you can come to me for help. Xia Ye has done so many things, naturally in order to be able to help the students become stronger. After all, Xia Ye's long-term task is still hanging. Really, will you guide us and help us train on a summer night? Shanming Electric asked excitedly, although he was still a little confident in his strength, who wouldn't want to be stronger? And the other students who hung their heads also raised their heads in surprise. Xia Ye's strength is obvious to all, and it must be much stronger than their own groping training. That's it, the sports festival is still 2 weeks, you usually exercise by yourself after school, and we will find a place on the weekend. How about I train with you, and then guide your shortcomings by the way? But it's not good to use personality training at will outside, there are so many of us, will it cause any disturbance if the movement is too big, or let's go to the school and apply for a training ground. Lirio Chako worriedly put forward her own suggestion. Shangying has a lot of places that can provide students with free training of personality. After all, personality needs to be exercised regularly, and it is far from enough to rely on training in class. I quietly asked Mr. Aizawa when the morning class was over, and he said that because only our class had a holiday yesterday, he was the last to be notified, and the other classes and grades had already applied for the weekend training ground yesterday, and now there is basically no vacancy. Xia Ye looked at everyone with a regretful face, paused and continued. That's it, the day after tomorrow is the weekend, we will still gather at the school gate, and then go to the training ground of my family's hero office. Anyway, the office has been very busy lately, and professional heroes don't have much time to train, so they just have time to use for us. Wow, it turns out that you have a hero office in your family on a summer night, so don't you have to worry about not being able to find an office after graduation. Shanming Electric shouted with envy on his face, and rushed forward to hug his thigh. Summer night is already strong, and there is a hero office at home, so God is too good for summer night. Idiot, are you afraid that Shangying's hero department will not have a hero office? Don't underestimate Shangying's status in colleges and universities across the country. Xia Ye dodged the Shanming Electric who came up, took the second thing lying on the ground, and said, besides, I plan to open a hero office by myself, so that the office I have cultivated can suit my own taste. So I have to work hard now, or I'll have to go back and inherit the family's hero office. The tone of the summer night made everyone in the class speechless, they had never seen such a brazen person. Then can I join Summer Night's office in the future? Frog-blowing Mayu asked with a slightly red face while holding his fingers. Yes, Summer Night is so strong, the office will definitely be very famous by then, can I join too? Shanming Electric feels that although its strength is okay, the side effects of its own personality are estimated to scare off many firms. After all, one doesn't distinguish between me and the enemy, and he will be temporarily demented, no matter how you look at it. It's not a good team-friendly partner. It's better to hug Xia Ye's thighs early. With Xia Ye's strength, the potential of the firm is very great. Summer Night Kun's office, I'm looking forward to it too. Xiandi Wei looked at Xia Ye with a smile, and naturally made up his mind to join. How can my best friend be without me? Needless to say, the best friends of the summer night often step into the shadows. I want it too, I want it too. Quote. Everyone is basically very optimistic about the office that Xia Ye said he wants to start, except for Bang Jiaoleng, Iida Tenya, who has his own office, and Bang Hao Shengji, who has always been not very good at Xia Ye. Almost all have some intention to join. Of course, if you sign up now, you will be the veteran of my firm. Xia Ye smiled and waved his hand to say that there was no problem, and his heart was happy. Xia Ye wished that everyone would join his hero firm. These are all talents, Shangying's top students, naturally the more the better. Summer Night plans to take the elite route, and talents naturally have to be found in the strongest hero colleges like Shangyingjishi, and Summer Night even has the urge to go to Class B next door to poach people. Although Class B is not the protagonist group, they are also heroes of the department, and being able to be admitted shows that their strength is not too bad, and they are also some good materials. Okay, then it's decided. If you want to come to me for training, it's at the school gate on the weekend. After Xia Ye finished speaking, he picked up his school bag and left alone, leaving everyone in the classroom. Chapter 106. On the weekend, there was no one on the Shangying campus after the holiday, but a group of teenagers and girls gathered at the school gate. Wow, Kagaya, 8 million, you're dressed so beautifully. Yi Yintu jumped in front of the 1000 Emperor Wei and the 8 million hundred, looking very envious. 1000 Emperor Wei and 8 million hundred didn't know why. They were all dressed up in a tacit understanding, and their long skirts were incompatible with the simple training clothes of the students around them, full of discord. Kagaya-san, 8 million classmates, we're going to train, isn't it inconvenient for you to wear clothes? Quote, Midoriya Izuku couldn't understand why 1000 Emperor Kagaya and 8 million hundred were dressed so formally. Didn't they go to the Summer Night family office to train? We just thought it shouldn't be rude to visit us for the first time, and we kind of forgot to think about training. 1000 Emperor Wei Yi and 8 million hundred hearts opened their mouths to explain at the same time, and then looked at each other again, as if they understood something, and everything was silent. Xia Yejin is really popular. 1000 Emperor Wei Yi couldn't help but sigh. For the first time, I had someone I liked. Obviously, everything came first to me. Speaking of the sudden white learning, you don't want to kill the author, right? 8 million Bai looked at this eldest lady of the 1000 Emperor family, who was ranked with his own family, 1000 Emperor Wei, and felt a sense of dread in his heart. Why hasn't Xia Yejin come yet? Didn't he say that he would gather here this morning? He shouldn't have forgotten. The students seemed to sense the stiffness of the atmosphere and quickly changed the topic. Everyone came so early, and a lot of people came. Saying Sao 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 arrived, a scattered voice came from behind the students. Everyone looked around, only to see a sleepy Summer Night coming from across the road with Hatch, followed by Chong Dark. I said, it's normal for Midoriya to have no place to train. Kagaya and 8 million, don't you two tell me that you don't have a training ground at home. Summer Night looked at the well-dressed 1000 Emperor Wei Yi and 8 million Bai Shi speechless. They were going to train their personalities and they didn't go to the banquet. And Bang Hao, I really didn't expect you to come. Summer Night turned around again and looked surprised at Bao Hao Shengji, who was standing alone outside the crowd. Obviously, the appearance of Bang Hao Shengji was unexpected by Xia Ye. Bang Hao usually doesn't deal with himself so badly. He actually came to the appointment. HMPH, if it weren't for the long death that dragged me here, I wouldn't want to see you bastard. Bao Hao Shengji hugged his arms and snorted coldly, then turned away from looking at the Summer Night. I understand. Quote, Summer Night smiled, and stopped ridiculing this dead Tsunere. If he really doesn't want to come, he will rely on Izuku Midorotani's receiving, to move this thing. He is probably afraid that he won't find a place to train, so he will be distancing himself from Izuku Midoriya at home. Then except for the bomb who didn't participate, everyone else has already arrived, so let's go. Bang Scorching has a training ground at his own house, and the training plan formulated for him by the number 2 professional hero Anderwa, so naturally he doesn't have to participate. As for Iida Tenya, who also has training grounds and professional hero coaching, can only say that this kind of large-scale activity in the class, a good student like him will definitely not be absent. Here, everyone, this is my mother's hero's office, let's go inside. Because the location of Xia Ye's office is relatively close to the suburbs, Xia Ye took his classmates to change cars a few times, walked for a while, and finally came to the downstairs of his own Angry Flame hero office. Isn't this a little night? Why do you take advantage of the weekend to do a mission? It's just when I'm going on patrol. Do you want to form a team? No, I didn't do the task today, I brought my classmates over to play. After entering the office, there are professional heroes all the way to greet the Summer Night who leads the way in front of you, and there is nothing inhibited, and the Summer Night that is easy to get along with is still very popular in the office. Is this the hero office? Is this where professional heroes usually work, and will we work in this place in the future? The students looked at the busy professional heroes around them, and they were very excited, as if Grandma Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, looking left and right, fantasizing about their life after graduation. Although this is a hero office, in fact, many professional heroes are not in the office most of the time, but patrol out on missions. Just when the students were still indulging in fantasies, a very charming young woman's voice floated over, interrupting the students' fantasies and attracting everyone to turn their heads to look. A red-haired young woman dressed as a working woman was gracefully walking towards them in high heels amid the greetings of the heroes around her. "Hello boss," with a friendly smile on her face. "Hello everyone, I'm Miwa Kotori, the president of this hero office, and you're my son's classmates in the summer night, so you're welcome to come to my office." Miwa Birdie came to stand beside the summer night and greeted the students. "Hello auntie," were interrupted. The students returned the greetings one after another. "I said mom, how come you have time to come out, isn't the office very busy lately?" Summer Night shook her head and shook off her mother's hand touching her head. Now that there are more and more enemies and crimes are increasing, the tasks of the office are suddenly busy, and the mother of Summer Night has often been busy until midnight. "You kid is so worry-free, no matter how busy you are, you have to come and say hello to your classmates." Quote, the little bird Yu glanced at the Summer Night, and then turned his head and said to the students kindly, "My kid is too naughty, he usually causes trouble at school, please forgive me." We are usually taken care of by our classmates in Summer Night, and he is very good in Summer Night. Although Xia Ye is really unreliable at school, after all, in front of other people's mothers, you always have to say something polite and good, and everyone is indeed taken care of by Xia Ye a lot. "Auntie, do you still know me? I'm 8,000,000. I met Xia Ye before in the personality registry. After the last time I left in a hurry, my mother still remembers you from time to time." At this time, 8,000,000 suddenly stood up and introduced himself to the little bird Yu, and handed over the gift box that he had been carrying in his hand. "The last time you chatted with your mother, I heard that you liked black tea, which was specially asked by my mother to bring it when she heard that I came to visit you." "Oh, thank you mother for me." The little bird Yu happily accepted the gift, very satisfied with the gift brought by 8,000,000. 8,000,000 saw that the little bird Yu seemed to be very satisfied with his gift, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and a little cheer jumped in his heart, as if he looked at the Thousand Emperor Kazuya with a little provocative gaze.